The young man was a recognized genius of the Qin clan. However, he awakened the lowest level martial soul and was ridiculed by the clan members. But the young man not only didn't get discouraged, but also revealed a faint smile. Because hidden within his body was an earth-shattering secret. For bodies, 5 souls, the lower the level, the greater the possibility of awakening a peerless war soul. The young man's name was Qin Nan, and today he was ordered to participate in the 5 souls awakening ceremony. But unexpectedly, Qin Shangkong, the son of the Grand Elder, accidentally awakened the furious assault martial soul, regardless of its strength. All the elders felt immense pressure at this moment. My God, our Qin clan has produced another peerless genius. Hearing these flattering words, Qin Shangkong's delighted expression turned serious. I am the #1 genius of the Qin clan, Qin Nan is just trash. At this moment, the presiding elder called Qin Nan's name. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere became incredibly heated. Apart from the young disciples filled with admiration, even the elders were full of anticipation. Qin Nan took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. With young Master Qin Nan's bloodline, the awakened martial soul will certainly be extraordinary. Silence everyone, whoever dares to disturb the young master's awakening will be punished by clan law. After a while, the white light emanating from Qin Nan grew stronger and stronger. Within the shroud of white light, Qin Nan's face flushed slightly. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and a golden light soared into the sky. Under everyone's tense gaze, a large flame blade slowly appeared. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Yellow Extreme Rank 1, the lowest level martial soul. However, Qin Nan didn't show any discouragement, instead, a faint smile appeared. The entire hall fell silent for a long time. Qin Shangkong was the first to react. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. What a genius, my ass. You are truly a piece of trash. I am the #1 genius of the Qin clan, the #1 genius of Linshui City. You should know, even the weakest disciple of the Qin clan can awaken a yellow extreme rank 2 martial soul or higher. Qin Shangkong's shrill laughter immediately woke everyone up, and their gazes towards Qin Nan instantly changed. From the initial respect, it now turned into utter disappointment. In a world that respects the strong, everyone's reaction wasn't surprising. On the contrary, it revealed an incomprehensible resentment, blaming Qin Nan for his overly monstrous talent when he was young. Their hopes were too high. Who would have thought the final result would be like this? A yellow extreme rank 1 trash, not even as good as a pig. Qin Nan is not worthy of being the young master of the Qin clan, expel him. Quickly, this matter spread throughout the streets and alleys. Some people still couldn't believe it. After all, Qin Nan was once valued by a king-level expert. However, the other party's following words made him completely collapse. Nothing is impossible. Aren't there many young geniuses whose cultivation has stagnated? Leaving the scene, Qin Nan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, absorbing all the spiritual energy from the experimental blade into his body, tempering his physique. After 3 hours of cultivation, Qin Nan finally understood the importance of martial soul rank. If Qin Shangkong were like him, he would have already broken through to the first level of Qi gathering. Fortunately, he awakened a yellow extreme rank 1 martial soul. If it were any other rank, he would definitely be upset for half a day. It turned out, when Qin Nan was 14 years old and went out to train, he suddenly encountered a thunderstorm and was struck by a red lightning bolt. Afterwards, another martial soul called the God of War Soul appeared within his body. To obtain the God of War Soul, one could only use their own martial soul as a sacrifice. Moreover, if the level of one's own martial soul was too high, the success rate of the sacrifice would decrease. If one's martial soul was yellow extreme rank 1, then they could definitely awaken the God of War Soul. The faint smile on Qin Nan's lips grew wider. This was the reason why he didn't feel any heartache after awakening a yellow extreme rank 1. Now, use this blade as a sacrifice. Qin Nan's eyes flashed, and he fiercely grabbed the experimental blade. The next second, the experimental blade began to vibrate violently, as if an invisible destructive force exploded within his body, instantly causing the entire experimental blade to explode, transforming into countless fragments of red light, surging into Qin Nan's dantian. Qin Nan's face paled the moment the experimental blade shattered. He felt his soul being pulled out, almost fainting. Then, his back shone brightly, revealing a faint crimson war soul. Qin Nan forced a smile. Has it finally awakened? As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Early the next morning, Qin Nan slowly woke up. But his head ached like it was splitting. The slightest movement felt like it would shatter. What was that ancient voice? Forget it, I'll check the God of War Soul first. In an instant, a figure suddenly soared, like a peerless emperor descending, exuding a terrifying pressure. Seeing this, Qin Nan was deeply shocked. Is this the God of War Soul? Quickly, a look of joy appeared. The God of War Soul truly lived up to his expectations, reaching yellow extreme rank 6. Qin Nan couldn't wait, he calmed his mind and focused, communicating with the god of war soul. In an instant, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him, gathering around Qin Nan, forming a faint white light. Qin Nan was immediately stunned. This cultivation speed was probably dozens of times faster than that of the yellow extreme rank 1 experimental blade. In just 3 hours, his cultivation broke through to the first level of qi gathering. Qin Nan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination and hope. With this god of war soul, his dream of becoming a strong cultivator was no longer a fantasy. At lunchtime, Maid Xiao Qin, as usual, brought his monthly allowance. But when Qin Nan opened the bottle, he was completely stunned. Inside, there were 10 qi-gathering pills. Qi-gathering pills were extremely precious. Ordinary disciples probably only had one for cultivation. Logically, after turning from a genius into trash, the elders would definitely not give him so many pills. The only explanation was his father, the head of the clan. Qin Nan didn't hesitate, taking a qi-gathering pill and swallowing it. But strangely, after entering his body, the qi-gathering pill wasn't absorbed by Qin Nan, but was devoured by a mysterious force. After thinking for a long time, an answer appeared in Qin Nan's mind. Could it be the god of war soul? To verify his guess, he immediately released the god of war soul, then swallowed the second qi-gathering pill. Sure enough, a faint profound light emanated from the god of war soul, devouring the qi-gathering pill. Forget it, let it devour all these pills and see what happens. Qin Nan simply swallowed all the remaining pills. He saw 7 golden lights radiating from the 100-foot-tall god of war soul. Surprise appeared on Qin Nan's face. The 7 golden lights represented yellow extreme rank 7. The god of war soul's rank had actually increased by 1 level. In other words, the god of war soul could increase its rank by devouring pills. Martial souls were innate. Once awakened, they would remain for life. Qin Nan had never heard of a martial soul being able to increase its rank. If he had enough pills, wouldn't this god of war soul be able to reach the profound rank, earth rank, or even the legendary heaven rank? Just as Qin Nan took a deep breath, trying to calm down, boom! His door was kicked open. Qin Nan, get out here, or don't blame me for not showing you any respect. This person Qin Nan not only knew, but was very familiar with. Before, when Qin Nan was the #1 genius, enjoying boundless glory, this Qin Xiao always tried to provoke him. However, Qin Nan never dreamed that Qin Xiao would dare to barge into his house and threaten him today. I'm here today with a simple purpose, hand over the qi-gathering pills. Qin Nan laughed in anger. What if I don't? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Although I haven't reached the qi-gathering realm yet, my martial soul is yellow extreme rank 3. Qin Nan casually picked his nose. I've already used the qi-gathering pills. Do you want me to dig them out and give them to you? Qin Xiao's expression drastically changed. The martial soul behind him transformed into a cold light, fiercely striking towards him. Qin Nan couldn't hold back anymore. The anger in his heart erupted. He immediately executed the 5 extremes thunderclap fist, knocking Qin Xiao to the ground. How did you break through to the first level of qi gathering? You're clearly a yellow extreme rank 1 trash. Qin Nan glanced at him with disdain. Qin Xiao, ignoring his injuries, scrambled to his feet and ran out of the courtyard. Looking at the broken door, Qin Nan shook his head with a wry smile. It seems I can't cultivate today. I'll go to the scripture pavilion then. This time I should be able to go to the 2nd floor. But when he arrived at the scripture pavilion, he didn't see a single person. The white-haired old man guarding the pavilion asked softly, "Why are you here?" "Eldering, I want to go to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. Anyone who wants to enter the 2nd floor must reach the first level of qi gathering." Hearing this, Qin Nan smiled wryly, stepped forward, and slapped the wooden table. Boom! 5 deep handprints immediately appeared on the wooden table. Seeing this, Elder Ying's jaw dropped in shock. How is this possible? Has your cultivation broken through to the first level of qi gathering? Qin Nan didn't answer, just smiled, turning around and entering the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. He was just about to pick up a book to examine, when a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from behind. It seems those 10 qi-gathering pills were quite effective. This person was Qin Xiao's older brother, Qin Yu, who possessed a yellow extreme rank 4 martial soul, considered a genius. Qin Nan sneered, "Indeed, I even used this cultivation to beat your younger brother just now." As soon as he spoke, Qin Yu's expression immediately changed. "My brother wanted to rob me of my pills. If not for the clan's face, I would have crippled him." Qin Yu was furious. "What's wrong with my brother? A piece of trash like you is a waste. You and your father are the same, both worse than dead dogs." Qin Yu immediately urged his martial soul, wanting to unleash his strongest attack towards Qin Nan. At this moment, a cold voice echoed from within the scripture pavilion, "Fighting is forbidden. If you dare to violate the rules today, you will never be allowed to enter the scripture pavilion again." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Yu's head. Eldarin, this disciple absolutely wouldn't dare to violate the rules of the Tsunshu Pavilion. It's best not to let me see you again, or I will definitely cut off your limbs and peel your skin. Qin Nan's face darkened as he returned the same words verbatim. The surging lust within Qin Nan was instantly extinguished. In the end, he could only clench his fists. Just you wait. Very quickly, Qin Nan calmed himself down. After looking through more than 10 sets of ancient techniques, he still couldn't find the cultivation method he desired. Suddenly, Qin Nan's eyes landed on a yellowed ancient book. The 4 large characters Thunder Blade scripture on the martial arts book seemed to be carved with a knife. He had always been extremely fond of blade techniques, and at the age of 16, he had even created his own blade technique. Now, this Thunder Blade scripture happened to suit Qin Nan's preference. Returning to his small courtyard from the Tsunshu Pavilion, Qin Nan was slightly surprised to find that the main gate had been repaired. After all, he was currently just a waste, and no one should care about him. Immediately afterward, a calm voice sounded. Has your cultivation broken through to the first level of body refinement? The speaker was the Qin family head, Qin Tian, also the only person in the Qin family who had reached the Xian Tian realm. Qin Nan respectfully bowed. Yes, father, all thanks to the elixir father bestowed. Qin Tian was slightly doubtful. Although the body refining elixir had potent medicinal power, Qin Nan's martial spirit was, after all, only a first-grade waste product. How could he break through so quickly? Qin Nan noticed his father's doubt and immediately changed the subject. By the way, father, why are you here today? The god of war martial spirit was Qin Nan's biggest secret. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know, not even his closest relatives, otherwise, it would surely bring disaster. Your main gate was kicked down, how could I not come? If something like this happens again, just tell me directly. No one dares to bully my son. Qin Nan's heart warmed. Father, I can handle these matters myself. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Actually, I came here today to tell you not to be discouraged. I believe that you will definitely become a strong person in the future. Hearing this, Qin Nan said without hesitation, I have something to ask of father. I need 100 body refining elixirs. If I can get 200, or even 500, it would be even better. I know this request is excessive, but I implore father to help me. Born with a 7th grade Huangji martial spirit, Qin Nan's cultivation speed was twice as fast as ordinary people. However, even so, it still took him 3 days to raise his cultivation to the 2nd level of body refinement. The body refinement realm was divided into 10 levels. Each time one advanced a level, the body would be strengthened once. The further one went, the more difficult it was to break through the realms. Even with the god of war martial spirit, Qin Nan didn't dare to slack off and quickly immersed himself in cultivation. A moment later, in the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian was sitting in the main seat. Below him were 3 elders. The one at the head was the Qin family's grand elder, Qin Tai, also the father of Qin Shankong. I wonder why the family head has summoned us here today. Qin Tian said with a serious face, I am prepared to use my authority as family head to allocate 1,000 body refining elixirs for Qin Nan's cultivation. Hearing these words, Qin Tai, who was drinking tea, spat it all out. Are you crazy? You dare to allocate 1,000 body refining elixirs to that waste? Qin Tian said calmly, if the grand elder doesn't agree, then 500 will do. Qin Tai was furious. No. I absolutely will not agree to this. The 2nd elder and 3rd elder immediately echoed. After all, 500 body refining elixirs were equivalent to 5 months of cultivation resources for all the Qin family disciples. Qin Tian said, I didn't call you here to discuss, but to inform you of my decision. From now on, I will not take my monthly allowance, and it will all be considered compensation for the body refining elixirs allocated this time. No. Absolutely not. No matter what, we can't give that waste. Before Qin Tai could finish speaking, a thunderous voice boomed. It's decided. Everyone, dismiss. The terrifying pressure of the Xian Tian realm was released, and the 3 elders obediently shut their mouths. Qin Nan naturally didn't know what happened in the Qin family's main hall. At this moment, his entire mind was still completely immersed in cultivation. A person's physique was tempered in the following order: skin, tendons, internal organs, and blood. Now, his skin had been tempered to be extremely tough, and the next step was to temper his tendons and bones. Time flew by, and another 3 days passed. A smile couldn't help but appear on Qin Nan's face. He had finally broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement. But just raising his cultivation level wasn't enough. He still had to cultivate martial skills to unleash his strongest combat power. Therefore, Qin Nan went to the Longhushan mountain range. The Thunder Blade technique emphasized speed and explosive power in an instant. If one wanted to cultivate this blade technique, this place was the perfect location. Not long after, Qin Nan arrived at a waterfall. With his current third level of body refinement cultivation, a single slash could only create a small cut on the water's surface. The waterfall quickly returned to its original state. Qin Nan slashed again and again, continuously slashing at the water. During these 2 days, Qin Nan entered a state of oblivion. His mind only repeating the action of swinging his blade and slashing at the water. He seemed to have gone mad, constantly roaring in his heart, "Not enough. Still not enough." At this moment, the god of war martial spirit automatically appeared again. The black iron blade in Qin Nan's hand suddenly burst into flames. Boom, with a loud sound. A smooth cut appeared on the water's surface. Severing water with a single slash, one slash, two halves, this was the symbol of the thunder blade technique reaching great completion. However, before Qin Nan could rejoice, he encountered a 2-meter-tall fierce tiger. This tiger was called the Banyan tiger, a third-grade early-stage demonic beast, its strength equivalent to a human cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement. Man and tiger faced each other for half a minute. Finally, the Banyan tiger couldn't hold back any longer, opening its mouth full of fangs and pouncing towards Qin Nan. In the blink of an eye, blade light flashed like lightning, and the Banyan tiger was cut in half. This blade technique is truly formidable. Among mid-level martial skills, it's probably among the top tier. However, the thunder blade technique has only reached small completion. I still need to continue honing it. For the next 2 days, Qin Nan began hunting demonic beasts. Among them, the most difficult battle was when he faced a Jiao Yuan, equivalent to the 4th level of body refinement. Although Qin Nan emerged victorious in the battle against this ferocious Jiao Yuan, he was also seriously injured. The urgent matter at hand was to search the surroundings for any natural treasures to heal his injuries. At this moment, Qin Nan suddenly felt a sense of comfort, sensing a surge of rich spiritual energy coming from ahead. Such rich spiritual energy, there must be natural treasures ahead. Qin Nan immediately proceeded towards the depths of the forest, unexpectedly discovering a spiritual chi spring. Able to heal his injuries and even break through his cultivation, Qin Nan was overjoyed and was just about to step forward, when suddenly 2 voices came from behind. "Big brother, is there really a spiritual chi spring ahead?" Of course, I saw this information from an ancient book. With this spiritual chi spring, the cultivation of us brothers will definitely break through again. At that time, I will make Qin Nan's life a living hell. Very quickly, Qin Yu and Qin Xiao emerged from the forest. When they saw Qin Nan beside the spiritual chi spring, their expressions immediately changed. "Qin Nan, why are you here? This isn't the martial skill pavilion. I want to see what skills you really have." Qin Nan looked at the two, without a trace of fear on his face. "What skills do I have? You 2 shameless bastards aren't qualified to know." Qin Yu immediately flew into a rage, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at Qin Nan. However, he was stopped by Qin Xiao. "Dealing with this kind of waste, I alone am enough." Qin Xiao summoned his claw martial spirit, his entire body pouncing forward like a fierce tiger. Qin Nan didn't bother reacting, casually throwing out a punch. Immediately, cracks appeared all over Qin Xiao's body. Qin Xiao's eyes were filled with terror. And before he could even scream, he lost his life. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. "With your mere 3rd level of body refinement strength, killing you is easier than killing a chicken." Qin Yu's face was filled with horror, completely unexpected that his younger brother would be instantly killed. At this moment, he completely lost his reason, pulling his ice bow into a full moon shape, and firing an icy arrow. Qin Nan simply raised his blade. Clang! With a sound, the ice arrow instantly vanished into nothingness. Humph, is that all you've got? I only used half my strength just now." Qin Yu's expression was full of disbelief. "You're just a waste with a 1st-grade Huangji martial spirit. How could you have reached the 3rd level of body refinement?" Qin Nan sneered. "Today I'll show you who the real waste is." With that, 7 rays of light burst forth from behind him, revealing the god of war martial spirit. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's face was filled with shock. "You actually have a 7th-grade Huangji martial spirit? How is this possible?" Qin Nan said proudly. "Now, who is the waste?" Knowing he was no match, Qin Yu turned and fled. But Qin Nan wouldn't let him off so easily, chasing after him and using the thunder blade technique to severely injure him. Qin Yu knelt on the ground, pleading pathetically, "Please, don't kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut down on the spot. Qin Nan turned and left, not even sparing him a glance. Towards those who wanted to take his life, he showed absolutely no mercy. Afterwards, Qin Nan went to the spiritual chi spring, absorbing nearly 1/3 of the spiritual energy within, before healing the hidden injuries caused by the battle with the Jiao Yuan. "Now, I'll use this spiritual chi spring to temper my internal organs, and see if I can break through to the 4th level of body refinement." This cultivation session lasted for 3 night watches. until the spiritual energy in the spiritual chi spring was completely absorbed. Qin Nan opened his eyes wide, finally breaking through to the fourth level of body refinement. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. For example, before, when using low-level martial skills, he could only unleash external force. But now, he could unleash internal force contained within the external force, increasing the power of the martial skill to the level of a mid-level martial skill. It had only been 2 days since he came to the Long Hushan mountain range. Although his gains were not small, it was still a bit early to return. It would be better to continue cultivating in the Long Hushan mountain range. Qin Nan thought for a moment, then made up his mind. During the following period, Qin Nan completely immersed himself in cultivation. Like a hunter in the forest, he constantly battled demonic beasts. Eventually, he could even defeat 5th-grade demonic beasts. At the same time, his Thunderblade technique also grew stronger and stronger, and it wouldn't be long before it broke through again. The only reason for his martial skills to improve so quickly was the god of war martial spirit. Just as Qin Nan was thinking, a faint sound suddenly came from ahead. Since breaking through to the 4th level of body refinement, his eyesight and hearing had been significantly enhanced. Basically, within a range of 20 meters, he could detect any movement. Not long after, a group of people appeared before Qin Nan. The leader was Feng Su, the young lady of the Feng family. Qin Nan was a little puzzled. What was she doing here? Why haven't you found it yet? You 3 idiots, did you even look at the map carefully? Miss, it's very likely that this map is fake. What? How could the map I took out be fake? If you can't find it, just wait and see how I deal with you. The 3 subordinates trembled and hurriedly nodded. From their conversation, Qin Nan learned that these people, like Qin Yu and Qin Xiao, had come to the Long Hushan mountain range to search for treasures. Immediately afterward, they accidentally stepped on a trap. Who's there? Show yourself. Seeing the other party's swift attack, Qin Nan didn't dare to be careless, quickly jumping back to dodge. How did you discover me? Since Qin Nan had tempered his internal organs and reached the 4th level of body refinement, he could conceal his aura, making it difficult for others to detect him. I awakened a martial spirit called vegetation. Although its grade isn't high, it can sense everything within 100 meters. Qin Nan was secretly shocked. There was actually such a martial spirit in the world. He would have to be more careful in the future and never underestimate anyone. At this moment, Feng Su's angry voice rang out, "Who dares to follow this young lady?" Urged by her 2 subordinates, Feng Su quickly ran towards this location. Qin Nan, you piece of trash, why aren't you at home cultivating properly, instead of following me? Qin Nan's eyes narrowed, silently cursing her ancestors for 18 generations. Feng Su was already angry about not finding the treasure, and now the flames of fury in her heart burned even fiercer. This trash dares to speak to me like that? Kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Qin Nan casually picked his ear, are you crazy? Why should I kowtow and apologize to you? Hearing this, the murderous aura on Feng Su's face intensified. Break this trash's limbs. Remember not to kill him. I want to slowly torture him, make his life worse than death. The 3 subordinates didn't hesitate, simultaneously attacking Qin Nan. Feng Su sneered as she watched the scene, trash, you dare to provoke me. Humph, do you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Nan's 4th level of body refinement aura erupted, instantly sending the 3 subordinates flying. At this moment, the mocking smile on Feng Su's face froze, as she felt a surge of pressure, making her feel like she was suffocating. Kill him. Kill him for me. The 3 subordinates hurriedly summoned their martial spirits, but they were all only 1st-grade Huangji. Immediately afterward, their auras and martial spirits seemed to merge together, forming a unified entity. The 3 of them attacked simultaneously, creating an extremely powerful attack. As expected of Feng Su's guards, although they only have the 3rd level of body refinement cultivation, they possess such skills. However, it's still not enough to stop me. A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes, then he raised his black iron blade. Following a resounding thunderclap, a blade light tore through the air. Before the 3 subordinates could even scream, they were killed on the spot. Feng Su, who was watching, was also sent flying, crashing into the hard cliff face, and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Impossible. How could you, a piece of trash, be so strong? Feng Su's face was pale, her eyes filled with fear. Qin Nan, like a god of war, walked towards her step by step. Feng Su screamed in terror, what do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Qin Nan sneered, scared now? Didn't you just say you wanted to cut off my limbs and peel my skin? Now that your subordinates have been killed by me, are you going to personally deal with me next? Feng Su's face was ashen, but she still forced herself to speak. Please don't kill me, I'll never dare to do it again. Xin Nan's face was cold, showing no emotion. If you kill me, my older brother will definitely not let you off. He has awakened a 6th grade Huangji martial spirit. Hearing this, Xin Nan was startled. Fong Long had actually awakened a 6th grade martial spirit? But he had never heard of it before. The Fong family concealed this matter so well, could there be some purpose behind it? Noticing his unusual expression, Fong Su thought that Xin Nan was afraid, quickly kneel down and kowtow 100 times, then cripple yourself, and I might spare your life. Xin Nan scoffed, you're quite amusing. You still dare to laugh at this point? We're currently in the Longhushan mountain range, even if I kill you, who would know? Fong Su's face turned pale, her mouth agape, speechless. Moreover, I'm not afraid of your brother at all. Today I'll show you what a true martial spirit is. Immediately afterward, the god of war martial spirit suddenly appeared. Fong Su's face was filled with disbelief. You actually awakened a 7th grade Huangji. Before she could finish her sentence, she lost her life. To die at the hands of the god of war martial spirit, you can consider yourself worthy. After saying that, Xin Nan turned and left. But just as he took a step, he immediately turned back and retrieved more than 20 body refining elixirs and an ancient map from Fong Su's body. With his current discerning eye, Xin Nan could tell that this ancient map had a long history. From the previous conversation between Fong Su and her subordinates, he gathered that this ancient map could lead to ruins, but the ruins were too dilapidated and contained no treasures. Since he was free now, he might as well go to those ruins and see if there were any discoveries to be made. Having made up his mind, Xin Nan searched according to the map. Very quickly, ruins appeared before him. Apart from a pile of weeds, there was nothing special about this place. It seemed that this ancient map really was a fraud. Xin Nan shook his head, preparing to leave, when he suddenly noticed a strange indentation on the cliff face. He instinctively felt that this indentation was unusual. So he drew his black iron blade and probed the indentation. There were no mechanisms at all. Perhaps it was just a mark left unintentionally by someone else. However, just as he was feeling disappointed, the god of war martial spirit within his body suddenly vibrated. Xin Nan was startled, and before he could react, a fierce and overbearing aura suddenly erupted from that ordinary indentation, like the pressure of world destruction descending upon him. This was a palm print that had existed for 5,000 years. But Xin Nan sensed the aura of a martial king. It seemed that the treasure mentioned in the ancient map was this palm print. It was just that Fong Su's cultivation was too low, and she couldn't sense the will within the palm print at all. Now, with the god of war martial spirit protecting him, Xin Nan wasn't worried that the palm print would injure him. On the contrary, he could observe the palm print to improve his strength. Xin Nan stared intently at the palm print, his mind highly focused. In a daze, a palm print carrying terrifying power struck towards him, seemingly wanting to crush Xin Nan. But fortunately, with the god of war martial spirit protecting him, it immediately emitted a golden light, neutralizing the palm print and transforming it into rays of light that flowed into Xin Nan's mind. Xin Nan calmed his mind, wholeheartedly sensing these rays of light, gradually developing a completely new understanding in his heart. Just like that, he sat still for a day, without any aura on his body, like a statue. The next moment, Xin Nan suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out a sharp, cold light, causing cracks to appear on the cliff face. The martial king's will was truly terrifying. He had only grasped a tiny bit of it, yet he had already made such great progress. It was a pity that his current cultivation was too low, and he could only comprehend this much. Afterward, Xin Nan tried using the thunder blade technique again. With a single slash, a deep blade mark immediately appeared on the hard cliff face. It was likely that he had now entered the realm of man and blade as one. This trip to the Longhushan mountain range has yielded quite a harvest. Let's try returning home and see. However, when Xin Nan actually returned home, he found everyone looking at him with strange expressions. It seems father has already obtained 500 body refining elixirs for me. Having guessed this, Xin Nan immediately strode towards his small courtyard. But right after, he was stopped by a familiar figure. This person was Tai Shan, Xin Tian's close guard. Young master, these are the 500 body refining elixirs the family head gave you. Xin Nan respectfully accepted the chest. Thank you, Uncle Tai. When he opened the chest, a rich spiritual energy immediately overflowed. If I use all these body refining elixirs, to what extent will the god of war martial spirit be enhanced? Seeing Xin Nan's excitement, a trace of doubt arose in Tai Shan's heart. Xin Nan quickly suppressed his excitement. Uncle Tai, where's my father? He's attending the family meeting. With that, Tai Shan turned and left the small courtyard. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he abruptly stopped. Do you know how much your father has been implicated because of these 500 body refining elixirs? Qin Nan's expression turned serious. What happened to my father? What's going on? Tai Shan's eyes turned cold. At this family meeting, your father was accused and is likely to lose his position as family head. What? They want to force my father to abdicate? Along with this furious roar, an oppressive aura instantly erupted. Tai Shan's expression changed, shock appearing in his eyes. Fourth level of body refinement? Qin Tai, Qin Shangkong, you are truly audacious. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, in the Qin family's main hall, Qin Tian sat in the main seat, with Qin Shangkong standing directly below. Why allocate 500 body refining elixirs to that waste Qin Nan? Just because he's your son? Qin Tian said calmly, that's right. Moreover, if you want to calculate it, the Qin family hasn't suffered any losses. Qin Tai suddenly stood up. I think you're no longer qualified to be the Qin family's head. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap echoing throughout the main hall. However, the second elder and third elder remained very calm, as if this news didn't surprise them at all. At this moment, Qin Tian broke the silence. Just because of this, you want to force me to abdicate? Today I want to see what skills you have that dare to force me to abdicate. The pressure of the Xiantian realm erupted, causing everyone to tremble. But Qin Tai wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Let me announce some news to everyone. Shangkong has been internally designated as a disciple of the Xianling sect. Moreover, in 10 days, the Xianling sect will come to Lingshui City to select disciples. Hearing this, Qin Tian's expression drastically changed. After all, in the history of the Qin family, no disciple had ever entered the Xianling sect. The Grand Elder frowned. Are you telling the truth? The Xianling sect always selects disciples every 3 years, and it's only been 2 years since the last time. Qin Tai said proudly, this selection is an exception. Everyone, Qin Tian is no longer qualified to be the Qin family head. Therefore, I propose to depose Qin Tian and remove him from his position as family head. Qin Tian took a deep breath. In the 5 years I've been family head, I wouldn't dare to say I've made any great achievements. But under my leadership, the Qin family has indeed become stronger. This is what I want to say. I hope you can continue to support me. This sincere speech caused the entire main hall to fall silent. But just at this moment, the second elder and third elder stood up. We support Shangkong. Depose Qin Tian. The elders immediately erupted in commotion, some so angry that their killing intent was evident. If it weren't for their fear of Qin Tian's cultivation, they would probably have rushed up to fight. Qin Tian was filled with disappointment. So that's how it is. In that case, I agree. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, boom, a loud explosion rang out. The entire main hall shook, and the main gate shattered. Qin Tian, originally the #1 family head in Lingshui City, was being forced to abdicate by the elders today. After his son learned of this, he immediately burst through the main hall's doors. Is it you who want to force my father to abdicate? Everyone looked towards the door. Finally, Qin Tai was the first to react. You are truly audacious. Do you want to rebel? Qin Nan's sharp gaze swept across the hall. I'll ask one last time, do you want to force my father to abdicate or not? Qin Shangkong sneered. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash with a first-grade Huangji martial spirit dares to speak loudly here? If you don't get out of here today, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, the elders showed no mercy, their words extremely harsh. Qin Tian took a deep breath. His voice filled with helplessness. Qin Nan, leave quickly, this is not a place you should be. Qin Shangkong sneered. Humph, does a piece of trash think it's so easy to leave? Hand over the body refining elixirs, then kneel down and kowtow, or I will cripple your martial spirit. Qin Nan sneered fearlessly. Just you? You're not qualified. You call me trash? In my eyes, you're not even as good as trash. Qin Shangkong immediately flew into a rage, throwing a punch at Qin Nan. Qin Tian was just about to step forward to help, when he was immediately stopped by Qin Tai. Your son is so arrogant, he doesn't take anyone seriously. Do you want to shield him? A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Father, you don't need to say anything. Just let me deal with this bastard. He threw out a punch, and Qin Shangkong immediately flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Qin Tai and the others' expressions immediately changed. 4th level of body refinement? Your martial spirit is only a first-grade Huangji trash. How could you break through to the 4th level of body refinement? Qin Nan's aura suddenly changed. Now, who is the trash? Your cultivation. Qin Tian's voice trembled slightly. A few days ago, I had a bit of a fortuitous encounter in the Long Hushan mountain range. I'll tell you about it later. Qin Tian was overjoyed. That's great. Immediately, everyone's gazes towards Qin Nan were filled with respect. Now that I've proven I'm not trash, do you still want to force my father to abdicate? Qin Changkong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although your cultivation has reached the 4th level of body refinement, your martial spirit is still just a first-grade Huangji trash. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize, or else. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Nan. Why are you so long-winded? If you're not convinced, let's fight. Qin Changkong roared. And the white tiger martial spirit immediately appeared behind him. As long as you defeat me, we won't force your father to abdicate anymore. How about that? Before Qin Nan could answer, Qin Tian spoke first. Qin Changkong has a 5th-grade Huangji martial spirit, you're not his match. I don't need this family head position anymore. Qin Changkong laughed loudly. Did you hear that? Even your father told you not to fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Nan suddenly appeared behind him, kicking him and sending him flying, sprawling on the ground. You dare to sneak attack? I'll kill you. As soon as Qin Changkong attacked, he used all his strength to stimulate his martial spirit. The white tiger martial spirit grew larger and larger, seemingly wanting to crush Qin Nan. It's the white tiger stone talisman again. I heard that this high-level martial skill is extremely difficult to cultivate. Once cultivated, the person and the martial spirit can synchronize. Moreover, Qin Changkong also has the white tiger martial spirit. A 5th-grade Huangji martial spirit is truly extraordinary. This time, that trash Qin Nan is in trouble. Qin Nan really doesn't know his own limits. He thinks that with a bit of fortuitous encounter, he's invincible. Seeing the white tiger charging towards him, Qin Nan closed his eyes, standing still, not moving an inch. Die, Qin Nan! Along with Qin Changkong's furious roar, the white tiger opened its bloody mouth wide, pouncing directly at Qin Nan's head. At this moment, Qin Nan suddenly opened his eyes, drawing the black iron blade from his back. With a resounding thunderclap, the majestic white tiger was instantly torn apart by the blade light. Qin Changkong was momentarily stunned, not expecting the pitch-black blade in Qin Nan's hand to unleash such terrifying power. After a scream, Qin Changkong was sent flying. With just one move, the victor was decided. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Changkong, who had used a 5th-grade Huangji martial spirit, was actually defeated by Qin Nan, who didn't use a martial spirit. Qin Tian, the family's #1 expert, was the first to react. As expected of my son. To have cultivated blade techniques to this level. Although he hasn't reached the true realm of man and blade as one, he's already close to great completion. His words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to reveal expressions of astonishment. Qin Changkong swayed as he stood up, then roared angrily, how could a piece of trash like you defeat me? I'm the genius. Qin Nan sneered, don't think a 5th-grade Huangji martial spirit is anything special. In my eyes, you're not even as good as an ant. Qin Changkong trembled with anger, so what if you defeated me? I'll be a disciple of the Xianling sect in the future. With that, he and his father, Qin Tai, left angrily. Do you still want to force my father to abdicate? My father gave me 500 body refining elixirs, was he wrong? Faced with Qin Nan's question, everyone could only shake their heads. The family head cultivates geniuses for the family, how could he be wrong? I think we should give him a few thousand more body refining elixirs. After this incident, Qin Tian completely understood that these people were just a bunch of sycophants. Suddenly, he felt a bit bored, so he left the main hall with Qin Nan. At the same time, at the Qin family's training grounds, the disciples who were resting were suddenly interrupted by a man in blue. Do you know what big thing is happening in the Qin family right now? Immediately, all the disciples gathered around. Qin Hai then dropped a bombshell. Eldest brother Qin Changkong is forcing Qin Nan's father to abdicate. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone revealed expressions of astonishment. Qin Tian's position as family head is secure because eldest brother Qin Changkong has become an inner disciple of the Xianling sect. At this moment, the entire training ground erupted, the disciples dumbfounded. Without hesitation criticizing Qin Tian deserves to be forced to abdicate. Qin Changkong did well. Qin Hai gloated, that trash Qin Nan should also suffer some misfortune. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed throughout the training grounds, big news. Qin Nan defeated Qin Changkong with just one move. Everyone was instantly struck by lightning, and no one mocked anymore. At this moment, in a certain luxurious courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Changkong gnashed his teeth, that damn Qin Nan. I must kill him. How could that piece of trash defeat me? Calm down. In 5 days, when Elder Bai Hong accepts you as his disciple, we will avenge today's humiliation. A fierce glint, like that of a hungry wolf, flashed in Qin Changkong's eyes. Qin Nan. 5 days from now will be your death day. On the other hand, in the secret chamber of the Feng family, how much longer until Elder Bai Hong arrives? The speaker was the Fong family head, Fong Li. Fong Rulong replied, "Rest assured, family head, he will arrive in 3 days at the earliest." Elder Bai Hong told the Qin family 5 days. "These 2 days are enough for us to prepare." A cold glint flashed in Fong Li's eyes. "Very good. I want to see if the Qin family has any way out this time." Hearing this, Fong Rulong frowned. "I still feel that this plan is useless. The genius in the Qin family, Qin Shangkong, isn't enough to cause fear." Fong Li said sternly, "We want the Qin family completely eradicated, leaving no future troubles." Fong Rulong didn't say anything, but from his bloodthirsty eyes, it was clear that he didn't take these words to heart at all. Fong Li suddenly thought of something. "I heard that Qin Nan once defeated Qin Shangkong." Fong Rulong sneered. Clearly, this first grade 5 spirits trash wasn't qualified for him to even speak about. Seeing his attitude, Fong Li felt as if he had blamed himself for mentioning Qin Nan. "By the way, do you have any news?" Fong Rulong shook his head. His younger sister wasn't qualified for him to even speak about. Fong Li sighed. "That Fong Si is becoming more and more insane. Alright, you go back and prepare well. In 5 days, I want you to torture all the Qin family disciples in front of Elder Bai Heng." The scene shifted to the Qin family, Qin Tianfu's residence. Qin Tianfu looked at Qin Nan with a serious expression. Although Qin Tai and his group didn't achieve their goal this time, they definitely won't let it go. "In 5 days, when the Shanling sect accepts Qin Shangkong as a disciple, I will definitely lose my position as family head. Therefore, before the people from the Shanling sect arrive, quickly pack your things and leave the Qin family." Qin Nan shook his head without hesitation. "If they want to deal with me, let them come. Father, don't worry. They're just 2 mad dogs, they won't necessarily be able to do anything to me." Returning to his room, Qin Nan quickly took out 500 body refining pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Just like last time, the god of war martial spirit released an invisible force, absorbing all the medicinal power. But unexpectedly, this time, the god of war martial spirit didn't level up. It seems that as the level of the god of war martial spirit increases, the number of body refining pills needed to level up also increases. Therefore, Qin Nan continued swallowing, and just like that, he swallowed 490 pills. The god of war martial spirit still showed no movement. Qin Nan gritted his teeth, grabbed the remaining 10 body refining pills in one go, and swallowed them. This time, he wasn't disappointed. The god of war martial spirit suddenly vibrated, finally breaking through to the mid-stage of the 8th grade Huang level. But it's still far from enough. Just as Qin Nan thought this, the god of war martial spirit emerged from his eyes again, the mark even clearer than in other places. A look of surprise appeared on Qin Nan's face. He suddenly realized that when the god of war martial spirit underwent a transformation, his eyes also underwent a transformation. At this moment, Qin Nan could clearly see everything within a 10-meter radius. Even the soul bamboo at the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. It seems that swallowing body refining pills not only enhances the grade of the god of war martial spirit, but also strengthens other aspects. Last time, my comprehension ability was enhanced, which is probably also related to the god of war martial spirit. Now, with the added effect on the body, this god of war martial spirit is truly terrifying. With such a terrifying god of war martial spirit, what level will I reach in this lifetime? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Nan's mind: to join the Shanling sect. Only then could he understand this world and step into a wider world. Following this transformation of the god of war martial spirit, Qin Nan's martial Tao will become extremely firm. He was originally a piece of trash looked down upon by everyone, tortured in every way. Yet he was able to awaken twin martial spirits and raise his cultivation to the 4th level of body refinement in just 2.5 days. And this wasn't the end. Qin Nan walked to the courtyard and sat down cross-legged, the sound of explosions continuously emanating from his body. He endured the pain brought by the cleansing of spiritual energy, like an enraged beast, for 5 night watches. Qin Nan suddenly raised his head, erupting with an unprecedented aura. Is this the power of the 5th level of body refinement? It's more than twice as strong as the 4th level. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, Tai-san suddenly pushed the door open and entered. "Young master, have you broken through to the 5th level of body refinement?" Qin Nan immediately explained, "I happened to find a spiritual herb in the Long Hushan mountain range. I haven't completely refined it until these past few days. These past few days, I've relied on the remaining medicinal power to make a breakthrough." "Third uncle, did you need something? Tomorrow is the day Xianlin Zone recruits disciples. The patriarch asked me to come and see if you're planning to participate." Qin Nan nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I'll participate." Then, Tai-san explained the rules. This grand ceremony is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the Fong family and the Qin family will each send 30 disciples to draw lots and compete. Only the 5 winners can participate in the second round. The second round is releasing the martial spirit and assessing its rank. As for the final number of people selected, Xian Linzong hasn't revealed it yet. But I heard the venue is at the Feng family's estate. Hearing this, Qin Nan couldn't help but frown, his heart stirred slightly. Although the Feng family plotted against me, I can use this as an opportunity. By the way, young master, I heard the patriarch say that you used the Star Thunder Blade technique to defeat Qin Changkong last time. I also cultivate the Star Thunder Blade technique and have some insights. I'm giving them to you for reference, hoping they can help you. Third uncle has cultivated the Star Thunder Blade technique for decades, reaching the man and blade as one realm. Qin Nan didn't decline politely and directly accepted the book. Thank you, third uncle. I'm extremely grateful. Young master, you possess 5 spirits' heavenly talent. Since childhood, you've been superior to others, unmatched in the city. You're perfectly suited for my cultivation manual. There's still 1 day until the grand ceremony. I'll stay here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. In the following time, Qin Nan was completely immersed in this ancient book. Tai San stood in the courtyard, occasionally glancing at Qin Nan. One day, I wonder what level of understanding the young master can achieve. A moment later, heavy rain suddenly poured down. The servant girl Xiao Shui was about to bring an umbrella but was stopped by Tai San. Don't disturb the young master, he's at a crucial moment of comprehension. Around Qin Nan's body, an invisible barrier appeared, perfectly blocking the rainwater outside. Tai San knew very well that it wasn't an invisible barrier, but blade intent. One must know that just a day ago, Qin Nan had only reached the early stage of man and blade as one. How strong is his comprehension ability? 7 hours later, Qin Nan awoke from his meditative state. A satisfied expression appeared on his face because his gains were considerable. At this moment, Tai San approached with a joyful expression. Congratulations, young master, on mastering blade intent, achieving the great completion realm of man and blade as one. Qin Nan asked in confusion, what does the great completion realm mean? Tai San smiled and said, do you now feel that the blade technique you've grasped completely surpasses the original power of the Star Thunder Blade technique? Everyone knows that martial skills are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. The higher the level, the greater the power. But this is just a general statement. When martial skills are cultivated to a different level, such as man and blade as one, they can no longer be evaluated by level, but by realm. Realms are divided into initial completion, great completion, perfect completion, entering the microcosm. And even beyond entering the microcosm, there are higher realms. Qin Nan suddenly understood, thoroughly comprehending the division of martial skill realms. Young master, let's depart and gather with everyone from the Qin family to go to the Feng family's estate for the Xian Linzong's disciple recruitment ceremony. At this time, countless disciples had gathered on the Qin family's training grounds. Qin Tianfu stood on the high platform and said loudly, today is the important day of Xian Linzong's disciple recruitment. I hope every disciple selected to participate in the ceremony will give their all and display the demeanor of our Qin family disciples to Xian Linzong. Next, I'll announce the list of participants. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Qin Changkong, Qin Hai, Qin Taibao, Qin Shangli. The last person, Qin Nan. Hearing this name, Qin Changkong immediately couldn't hold back. Qin Nan is just a 5th spirit yellow rank 1st grade trash. What qualifications does he have to participate in Xian Linzong's disciple recruitment? Young Master Changkong is right. Our Qin family only has 10 spots. We absolutely cannot waste one on a piece of trash. Patriarch, I suggest revoking Qin Nan's participation. As soon as these words were spoken, other disciples immediately expressed agreement. They all thought Qin Nan was just momentarily lucky, ultimately still trash, with no qualifications to participate in the recruitment. Qin Tiaba looked at Qin Tianfu and sneered, revoking Qin Nan's qualifications is what everyone wants. What do you have to say now? A hint of gloom flashed in Qin Tianfu's eyes, now I announce, revoke. Before he could finish, Qin Nan suddenly shouted. You call me trash, but in my eyes, you're not even worthy of being called trash. Especially you. He said, directly pointing at Qin Changkong. Calling yourself a 5th spirit yellow rank 5th grade, an unparalleled genius, yet I can crush you with just one hand. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Shui just glanced casually. But it almost caused Qin Nan to lose his composure. Just now, Qin Nan used his eyes to observe the entire scene, scolding Qin Changkong and the others. Qin Tiaba was enraged and immediately charged towards Qin Nan, kill. But immediately after, he was frozen in place by Qin Tianfu's imposing pressure. You dare to protect Qin Nan? It seems you don't want to be patriarch anymore. Qin Tianfu showed no fear. If you dare to touch Qin Nan, even if I'm no longer patriarch, I will destroy you. Qin Tieba revealed a fierce expression. Today, I'll give you face, Qin Tianfu, but this trash Qin Nan must be expelled from the family. Hearing this, Qin Nan laughed heartily. Just you lot dared to expel me? I want to see how you'll expel me. A wave of 5th grade body refinement realm aura burst forth. In an instant, the whole scene was shocked. They didn't expect that in just 5 short days, Qin Nan would have such a significant breakthrough. Qin Nan looked at Qin Changkong and sneered. Now, do you still think I'm trash? Qin Changkong gritted his teeth, just some unorthodox tricks. One day, I'll trample you underfoot. Qin Nan chuckled. Is that so? I'll wait for that day. After the small interlude, the Qin family went to the Feng family's estate. Feng Li greeted them with a warm smile but didn't even glance at Qin Tieba. Although Qin Tianfu was still the patriarch, everyone knew that the true power holder of the Qin family was Qin Tieba. Feng Li's action was clearly a slap in Qin Tieba's face. But at this moment, they were on the Feng family's territory, and it was also the Xian Linzong's disciple recruitment ceremony. No matter how hot-tempered Qin Tieba was, he could only endure. Soon, everyone arrived at the inner platform of the Feng family's estate. The first person Qin Nan noticed was Feng Rulong. He possessed a 5th spirit yellow rank 6th grade. There's no way he only had a 3rd grade body refinement cultivation. It seems he's concealing his cultivation. This must be Elder by Hang of Xian Linzong, truly extraordinary. Just the aura of an elder is so powerful, even surpassing my father's. This woman is even more terrifying. I can't see through her cultivation at all, like a bottomless abyss. Xiao Shui seemed to have sensed something and immediately looked over. In an instant, Qin Nan felt an unimaginable pressure. Xiao Qingshue's gaze was like a sharp sword piercing through him, leaving him with no secrets to hide. But at this moment, the god of war spirit within his body reacted, forming an invisible shield for him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This woman is truly terrifying. I almost lost control. Xiao Qingxue sneered. To be able to withstand my spiritual pressure, this person is somewhat interesting. These 2 Xian Linzong elders are very strong, at least at the peak of the innate realm or above, especially that woman, who might even have surpassed the innate realm. In Qin Nan's heart, his yearning for Xian Linzong grew even stronger. This female elder is so young and beautiful. It would be great if I could marry her. Feng Rulong said coldly. You dare to stare at the Xian Linzong elders? It seems you don't want to live anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those disciples immediately changed drastically. But Qin Changkong didn't care. I must have this woman. Feng Rulong laughed heartily. You can't even defeat a 1st grade yellow rank trash, and you want to eat swan meat? Only I am worthy of such a beauty. Once I enter Xian Linzong, I must hold her in my arms and enjoy her every night. Qin Changkong was furious. I'll kill you. Just as the two were about to clash, Feng Li's cold voice rang out. Anyone who dares to make noise will have their qualifications revoked. Elder Bai Hang, allow me to solemnly introduce you. Before he could finish, Elder Bai Hung interrupted. Being able to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony is your fortune. Begin quickly. First round, combat. Now, everyone come up and draw lots. The battle method is number 1 versus number 2, and so on. All the disciples immediately went up to draw lots. Qin Nan slowly followed behind, and directly drew number 1. In other words, he would have the first match. But Qin Nan was fearless and stepped onto the arena. Immediately, a surprised voice rang out. Qin Nan, why is it you? Qin Nan was no stranger to Qin Hai, one of the Qin family's geniuses. Because the other party often slandered him, and even during this examination, Qin Hai had repeatedly provoked him. Cut the crap, let's begin. Bai Hong had no interest in a battle of this level. In his mind, except for Qin Changkong and Feng Rulong, the other disciples were all trash. Qin Nan looked at Qin Hai as he approached step by step and said, let's begin. Qin Hai knew he was no match and quickly thought as he retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Can you forfeit this match? Once I become a Xian Linzong disciple, I'll give you countless benefits, ensuring you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Before he could finish, Qin Nan sent him flying off the stage with a single palm strike. He fell below the arena. Seeing this scene, Bai Hong was extremely surprised. This is 5th grade body refinement cultivation? Xiao Qingshue's eyes also lit up. This disciple recruitment ceremony is a bit interesting. This is the first time the sect has recruited disciples. And unexpectedly, an unparalleled genius has been discovered. But the Xian Linzong elder wasn't happy at all, because he believed that Qin Nan deliberately concealed this information. Feng Li hurriedly said with a smile, although Qin Nan's martial skill talent is exceptional, his martial spirit is only yellow rank 1st grade. Elder Bai Han suddenly realized, so it's that yellow rank 1st grade trash. Continue the competition. Because of Qin Nan's performance, the subsequent matches became boring. After all, even those with a 5th Spirit Yellow rank 4th grade only had a 2nd grade body refinement cultivation. It wasn't until the 13th match ended that the next name was called Fong Family, Fong Rulong, versus Qin Family, Qinli. What qualifications do you have to fight me? I'll give you 2 choices, either surrender or be defeated by me. Feeling the aggressive aura from his opponent, Qinli trembled with fear. Yellow rank 6th grade, does he think he's the #1 genius of Lingshui City? Fong Rulong's smile deepened. I'll give you 5 seconds to think. Qinli's body trembled uncontrollably. Fong Rulong's actions were basically humiliating him. But when he saw the bloodlust in Fong Rulong's eyes, Qinli's inner world completely collapsed. I surrender, I choose to surrender. Before he could finish, Fong Rulong suddenly threw a punch, severely injuring him and knocking him unconscious. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. No one clearly saw Fong Rulong's movements. In my presence, trash has no right to surrender. Trash doesn't deserve to live in this world. These words enraged everyone from the Qin family. This behavior was clearly a deliberate humiliation, completely disregarding the Qin family. Qin Tianfu stood up furiously. What do you mean, Fong family? It's just a competition. Do you really intend to cripple him? A cold smile appeared on Fong Li's lips. Patriarch Qin, your words are incorrect. Firstly, this competition is a fight to the death. Secondly, I approve of Rulong's actions. Qin Shankong couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, since your Fong family is doing this, then today I want to see what your Fong family disciples are truly capable of. But at this moment, Elder Bai Hang suddenly laughed heartily. I think Fong Rulong did the right thing. Trash should be crippled, should die. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Qin family's faces paled. You better understand this clearly, a small Qin family is nothing but ants in my eyes. This threatening statement completely broke Qin Shankong and the others. Fong Rulong did this, we naturally support it. Elder Bai Hong nodded with satisfaction, not bad. The Qin family is quite sensible. Qin Shankong, perform well, I have high expectations for you. Qin Shankong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Elder Bai Hong didn't object to Fong Rulong crippling a few Qin family disciples, then what was there to be afraid of? Seeing this scene, a hint of mockery appeared in Xiao Qingshue's eyes. Then, she suddenly thought of Qin Nan and looked over. I wonder what this kid will do. You're just a 5th Spirit Yellow rank 1st grade trash, yet you look at our Fong family with such fierce eyes. Do you intend to use your meager cultivation to attack our Fong family disciples? Elder Bai Hong immediately released his imposing pressure. Is what Fong Rulong said correct? Qin Nan bowed his head respectfully. This junior absolutely has no intention of revenge. I apologize to young Master Fong Rulong. Elder Bai Hang's expression softened slightly. Although you're trash, you're not bad at handling things. Let this matter rest. Before Qin Shankong could question why Qin Nan apologized, the competition continued. Qin Nan was to fight Fong Yu of the Fong family. Surrender now, so you can at least save some face. But before Fong Yu could finish, an incredibly sharp blade light suddenly erupted on the arena. Before he could even react, his body was split in two, dying tragically. The Fong family members shouted angrily, "Bastard! You dare to kill someone from the Fong family?" I share the same view as young Master Fong Rulong. Trash has no right to live in this world. Moreover, I'm a man of grudges. If someone hits me once, I'll hit them back twice. So let me make it clear. I will kill every Fong family disciple I encounter without mercy. These words were like a thunderclap on a clear day, making everyone's minds buzz. A young master from a small family in Lingshui City dares to challenge my authority? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Hang's peak innate realm pressure mercilessly pressed down on Qin Nan. Qin Nan, do you know what you just did? Just killed a piece of trash? This competition is a fight to the death. My killing that Fong Yu didn't violate the rules. Why is Elder Bai Hong so angry? Good, very good. I, Bai Hong, have never seen a body refinement realm trash dare to talk back to me. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand, carrying immense power, fiercely striking towards Qin Nan. Fortunately, Xiao Qingxue finally intervened. Bai Hong, you've gone too far. With a wave of her hand, the palm force vanished without a trace. Bai Hong was slightly stunned. Vanished? This is. Xiao Qingxue said calmly, this competition is a matter of life and death. As an elder of Xianlin Zone, do you intend to bully the weak? Alright, next you just watch obediently, don't say another word. Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the god of war spirit in his body, he would have fainted long ago. From the series of events just now, he understood very clearly that Bai Hong was currently the Fong family's protector. But so what? If the Fong family wanted to use Bai Hang's hand to destroy the Qin family, then he would use this opportunity to destroy the entire Fong family. Although Qin Nan still had trump cards, Xiao Qingshua's words saved him a lot of trouble. Continue the competition, finish quickly, and proceed to the second round. Fong Li was filled with murderous intent, wishing he could chop Qin Nan into pieces. Father, there's been a change in plans. With Elder Xiao speaking up, we can't cause trouble in the first round. We can only wait until the second round for me to display my true talent, bring down thunderous wrath upon the Qin family, and completely destroy them. As soon as Qin Nan stepped off the arena, he heard his name called again. Next match, Qin Nan vs Fong Hua. The faces of everyone from the Fong family changed drastically. Because Fong Hua, as the third-ranked genius of the Fong family, was not as strong as the previous Fong Yu. Qin Nan chuckled, "Please come to the stage." Fong Hua only managed to say, "I surrender," then quickly ran off the stage. But how could Qin Nan let him go? Along with that familiar Star Thunder blade, Fong Hua was instantly chopped into pieces. Looking at the scene on the stage, everyone from the Fong family's eyes widened, completely stunned. I share the same view as young Master Fong Rulong. Trash has no right to survive or surrender. There's only one outcome, death. Fong Li trembled with anger, but the matter wasn't over yet. Next, Qin Nan fought against the 4th and 5th ranked geniuses of the Fong family. And as expected, all were slain. Qin Shankon's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast losing control. "Qin Nan, I'll remember this favor. I hope you won't regret it." Qin Nan sneered, "What qualifications do you have to threaten me? If you're not convinced, come up and compete with me. If you don't dare, then shut your mouth, you piece of trash." At this moment, Qin Shankong completely exploded, furiously charging towards Qin Nan. Before he could even touch Qin Nan, he was stopped by the referee. Fighting is prohibited off the arena. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified. Having no other choice, Qin Shankong could only stop. "I'll let you live a little longer." The first round of competition ended. The final 5 winners were Qin Nan, Fong Rulong, Qin Shankong, Qin Shangling, Qin Damo. Soon, the second round began. This round wasn't about strength, but about martial spirit rank. Qin Shankong went first. He clapped his hands, and a majestic white tiger appeared behind him. 5th grade yellow rank martial spirit, white tiger. When combined with powerful martial skills, its power is even more formidable. Not bad. Hearing Xiao Qingshua's comments, Qin Shankong was extremely pleased. "Thank you, Elder Xiao. I'm very curious, what kind of martial spirit did the esteemed young master of the Fong family awaken?" Fong Rulong sneered, "Remember this. Trash has no right to speak in front of me. Today, I'll show you who the true #1 genius of Lingshui City is." With a loud boom, a giant hammer appeared above Fong Rulong's head. This is a 6th grade yellow rank martial spirit. "I, Fong Rulong, declare once again, I am the #1 genius of Lingshui City. As for the other disciples, they're all trash." Elder Bai Hong laughed heartily. "Elder Xiao, what do you think of this disciple?" Xiao Qingxua nodded slightly. 6th grade yellow rank martial spirit aura, his future achievements will at least reach the 5 sects. Almost instantly, all the Qin family disciples shuddered. Qin Shankong completely collapsed. "How can you have a 6th grade yellow rank martial spirit?" "I don't believe it." Fong Rulong's face revealed bloodlust and arrogance. No one expected that the first thing he would do after releasing his martial spirit was to attack Qin Shankong. Qin Shankong, facing the high platform, yelled towards the teacher and student, "Elder Xiao, stop him quickly." However, Xiao Qingxua watched this scene with indifference, seemingly having no intention of helping. Seeing the giant hammer about to fall, Qin Shankong had no choice but to use his high-grade weapon, the White Tiger Stone Axe. However, the difference in strength was too great. He was destined to lose, and lose completely. "Brother Fong, young Master Fong Rulong, please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your ox or horse." Fong Rulong looked down at him, brushing his hands. "You're not worthy. Die." At this critical moment, Fong Li suddenly spoke, "Keep him at the Fong family. Now that you're about to become a Shen Lin Zong disciple, he won't dare to act recklessly if he stays." Qin Shankong was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Thank you, Patriarch. I, Qin Shankong, will absolutely not let the Fong family down. I will absolutely devote myself to the Fong family." Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianlu sighed in relief. "Our Fong family has tolerated you for a long time, precisely to deal with your Qin family. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Leave the Qin family and join our Fong family, otherwise, we'll show no mercy." The Qin family members' faces drastically changed, a sense of panic rising in their hearts. In the next second, Qin Tiaba took the lead in betraying, "My son's choice is also my choice. I'm willing to join the Fong family." As soon as he spoke, other Qin family elders followed suit, joining the Feng family. Only a dozen or so Qin family disciples with ashen faces remained. Look at you, all betrayed. Your Qin family is a bunch of trash. Hearing these words, Qin Tianfu's heart burned with rage, but more than that, there was helplessness and sorrow. What? Do your disciples still want to stay in the Qin family? Now is your last chance, otherwise don't blame our Feng family for being ruthless. Those who had just betrayed the Qin family and joined the Feng family immediately spoke up. The patriarch is giving you a chance, what are you hesitating for? Qin Tianfu sighed helplessly, your attitudes have greatly disappointed me. Now, go. But Qin Nan stepped forward, I'm just a piece of trash, it doesn't matter if I die. Moreover, I was originally a member of the Qin family, so I'll live and die with it. These few words seemed to have a magical power, awakening the remaining Qin family disciples. Feng Rulong laughed loudly, live and die together? In a moment, I'll make your lives worse than death. He then looked at Qin Nan, who remained silent. You were so arrogant towards our Feng family before, I've always remembered it. But I'm not in a hurry to kill you now. Two elders, I wonder if he's qualified to become a Shen Linzong disciple? Also, I have a request, I hope the two elders can suppress the Qin family so I can have a good slaughter. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene became solemn. You are indeed qualified to become a Shen Linzong disciple, but after becoming one, you shouldn't be obsessed with worldly affairs. Why be fixated on killing? Hearing this, Bai Heng couldn't help but say, what's wrong with a Shen Linzong disciple killing a few worldly trash? If you protect worldly people instead of helping inner sect disciples, and this matter is investigated, I'm afraid it won't be good for your reputation. Xiao Qingshue's eyes turned cold, I want to protect Qin Nan today. Bai Heng, if you have the ability, try and make a move. Bai Heng broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that at this time, Xiao Qingxue would still choose to protect Qin Nan. Could it be that she has a secret affair with this piece of trash? But at this moment, Qin Nan's voice suddenly rang out, two elders, I have a question. Xiao Qingshue's beautiful face remained cold, seemingly not bothered by Qin Nan's interruption, ask away. I want to ask Elder Bai Heng, is it true that as long as one becomes a Shen Linzong disciple, they can destroy other families at will, the so-called worldly families you speak of? Bai Heng sneered, of course. Shen Linzong disciples are high and mighty, it's no big deal if worldly people die. Qin Nan nodded coldly, then the second round of competition clearly requires everyone to display their martial spirits. Before the results can be determined. Why has he directly become a Shen Linzong disciple before I've even released mine? Xiao Qingxue frowned slightly, Suiyuevu, this competition doesn't need to continue. Feng Rulong is indeed qualified to become a Shen Linzong disciple. Qin Nan spoke again, I disagree with your words. At least we should wait until everyone has released their martial spirits before determining the winner. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Is this Qin Nan crazy? He dares to openly oppose Elder Xiao. Qin Nan is absolutely right. The competition isn't over yet, my 6th grade yellow rank martial spirit might not be the highest. Elder Xiao, I request again, I hope this competition can continue. Bai Heng also came back to his senses, indeed, it should continue. It would be a pity to miss a more powerful genius. Moreover, the competition needs to be fair. Xiao Qingxue sighed, since you want fairness, then I'll give you fairness. Unexpectedly, the other two Qin family disciples directly chose to forfeit. Now, among the 5 people in the second round, only Qin Nan hadn't released his martial spirit. A 1st grade yellow rank martial spirit trash, I don't know where he gets his confidence to ask for fairness. Qin Nan smiled, a smile that seemed completely unrestrained. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Today, I'll show you my true martial spirit. A loud sound echoed, heaven and earth tremble, today is doomsday. Behind Qin Nan, 6 rays of light simultaneously flashed, highlighting the god of war spirit behind him, making it even more majestic. At this moment, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Tianfu saw hope again. As expected, heaven hasn't abandoned my Qin family. After endless shock, Feng Rulong first yelled. How is this possible? You're clearly just trash. Before he could finish, Xiao Qingshue's shout interrupted him. No wonder, with Bai Heng's support, you dared to kill the Feng family's geniuses. No wonder you demanded a fair competition, so you had such strength. I now feel that Qin Nan is even more qualified to become a Shen Linzong disciple. What do you think? Bai Heng suddenly came to his senses, his face like he had swallowed a dead fly. I'm not convinced. He must have used some trick to raise his martial spirit to such a high level. Xiao Qingxue glanced at Feng Rulong, her eyes flashing with cold light. But at this moment, Qin Nan suddenly spoke, very well. Then today, I'll make you completely convinced. As he spoke, his martial spirit aura exploded again. The golden light emitted by the god of war spirit added another ray, becoming 7 rays. At this time, everyone was stunned, including Xiao Qingxue. Her face was filled with shock. Qin Nan's martial spirit wasn't 6th grade yellow rank, but 7th grade yellow rank. Fang Rulong, who was in a frenzy, was completely dumbfounded under this pressure. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you convinced now? Qin Nan suddenly shouted. Behind him, an 8th ray of light rose, and the pressure emanating from the god of war spirit suddenly exploded. Now tell me, are you convinced? Xiao Qingxue frowned slightly. Qin Nan, you hit it well. Qin Nan smiled. I wonder if with my martial spirit rank, I can become a Xian Linzong disciple? Xiao Qingxue turned to everyone. Now, as the outer sect elder of Xian Linzong, I announce. Qin Nan has won this examination and becomes an outer sect disciple of Xian Linzong. Hearing this, everyone from the Fang family's faces turned pale. Fang Rulong still hadn't recovered. How can this be? Clearly, I'm the Xian Linzong disciple. At this time, Qin Nan's gaze fell on Bai Hong. Now, if I kill a few worldly mortals, is there absolutely no problem? Bai Hong nodded hastily. Tell me who your worldly enemies are, and I'll help you deal with them. Almost instantly, Bai Hong completely abandoned the Fang family, even showing flattery towards Qin Nan in his words. Qin Nan sneered, then thank you, Elder Bai Hong. Now, Fang family, give me an explanation. Qin Changkong immediately stepped forward. Patriarch Qin Nan, you must avenge the Qin family. Qin Nan glared at him fiercely. Shut up. I only know that you colluded with the Fang family to harm my father. When the Qin family faced the threat of the Fang family, almost none of you resisted. And you betrayed the Qin family, joining the Fang family. Remember this, from that moment on, you are no longer members of the Qin family. From today onwards, cripple your own cultivation and get out of Lingshui City. If you don't do so within 3 sticks of incense, don't blame me for being merciless. Under Bai Hang's supervision, everyone from the Fang family, Qin Tieba, and so on, chose to cripple their cultivation and leave Lingshui City. Following that, the events of this examination spread throughout Lingshui City. The infamous trash Qin Nan wasn't trash at all, but an unparalleled genius possessing an 8th grade yellow rank martial spirit. The Fang family, one of the 2 great families, was thus destroyed, and the Qin family became the true overlord of Lingshui City. 3 hours later, in the Qin family's main hall, Qin Tianfu sat at the head, with Xiao Qingxue and Bai Hong sitting on one side. Unexpectedly, I, Qin Tianfu, gave birth to a son who was an unparalleled genius. Xiao Qingxue coughed lightly. By the way, Qin Nan, didn't they say your martial spirit was 1st grade yellow rank? What exactly happened? As soon as Xiao Qingxue asked, Qin Tianfu couldn't help but look over, his eyes burning with anticipation. Qin Nan had already thought of an excuse. When I was young, I was struck by a bolt of lightning, and a secret technique appeared in my mind. This secret technique has no other use. It can only conceal the rank of a martial spirit. Everyone was stunned, but didn't refute. In this world, there are all kinds of opportunities and mysteries. It's not impossible for such a secret technique to exist. In other words, your cultivation wasn't achieved through any external help, but entirely through your own efforts? Qin Nan nodded. I met Fang Shui on the Longhu mountain range before and learned about some of the Fang family's plans, so I concealed my martial spirit. I hope everyone understands. Bai Hong, who was at the side, immediately said, It's alright, it's alright. If junior brother Qin had told me earlier, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to destroy the Fang family. You're now an outer sect disciple of Xian Linzong. There's something I must tell you. Quickly settle your family matters in these 2 days, then follow me to Xian Linzong. Because we don't have much time. Hearing this, Qin Tianfu was extremely excited. No need for 2 days, you'll leave tomorrow and follow Elder Xiao to Xian Linzong. Qin Nan took a deep breath. In that case, I won't stay any longer. Father, everyone, please take care. Alright, take the 2 elders for a tour of our Qin family. Bai Hong hurriedly said, then I'll go too. Before he could finish, Xiao Qingxue glared at him. I'll stay here. I happen to have some cultivation experience that I can discuss with everyone. Thus, Qin Nan and Xiao Qingxue went to his home. Being alone with a beautiful woman for the first time, he felt a bit awkward. Senior sister Xiao, please stop staring at me. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, so you can be shy too. Don't call me senior sister, it sounds awkward. Just call me Qingxue. By the way, Qin Nan, you said you have a secret technique that can conceal the rank of a martial spirit. So tell me, is your martial spirit really only 8th grade yellow rank? Are you hiding anything? Qin Nan broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Xiao Qingxue saw through something? If I had a stronger martial spirit, why would I need to hide it? Xiao Qingxue was about to say something, but in the end, she nodded and didn't continue. Qin Nan, remember, don't be arrogant and complacent. There's no shortage of experts on the continent. After all, there are always people beyond others, and heavens beyond heavens. Xian Linzong is only the beginning on this Songlan continent. Afterward, despite Qin Tianfu's insistence, Qin Nan stayed at the Qin family for 2 days. Before setting off for Xian Linzong. But what he didn't expect was that, as soon as he left Lingshui City, something unexpected happened. Besides Qin Tianfu, Qin Taisan, and the Qin family disciples, countless cultivators from Lingshui City surged forward like a tide. They had voluntarily come to see him off. Qin Nan, you will definitely become powerful in the future. So don't give up, don't hesitate, step by step, walk your own path. Qin Nan nodded solemnly, I believe. Then he turned and left, stepping out of this land filled with memories. Due to the long journey, they found work in Wuba City to earn enough travel expenses before heading to Xian Linzong. This is a celestial-grade cultivation technique worth 1,000 gold. Even top-level geniuses would take a day to fully comprehend it. But this young man before him only took 5 hours. Just now, Qin Nan left the Qin family in Lingshui City, but didn't rush to cultivate. Witnessing him release his 8th-grade yellow-rank martial spirit, Bai Heng's heart was filled with intense jealousy. However, Xiao Qingxue frowned. Cultivating while traveling will constantly consume the absorbed spiritual energy, preventing you from achieving the body-tempering effect. Qin Nan Huang, truly extraordinary. Xiao Qingxue, a revered martial king, has extremely rich cultivation experience. Observing your battle last time, you didn't seem to cultivate any movement techniques, so I happen to have a copy of the profound perception technique. Looking at the approaching secret manual, Qin Nan hesitated slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingxue directly threw it over. Qin Nan had no choice but to accept it, silently remembering this favor, determined to repay her one day. You've now achieved great completion in the Man and Blade as one killing move. Its power is extremely formidable, but your speed can still be improved, so you must focus on comprehending this profound perception technique. Qin Nan nodded, thank you, senior sister Xiao, for the reminder. After saying that, he carefully placed the ancient book down, completely immersed in it, as if mesmerized. Unexpectedly, this guy is so engrossed in the profound perception technique. In less than a breath's time, he has entered a state of oblivion. Even I can't achieve this state of complete mental absorption. Hearing this, Bai Heng's heart was filled with envy. Why is this Qin Nan not only blessed with an 8th-grade yellow-rank martial spirit but also so outstanding in other aspects? Along the way, I've been respectful and courteous to him, yet he's indifferent towards me, treating me like air. Even my older brother respects me as an outer sect elder, how can he be so cold? Senior sister Xiao, the next period might be a bit boring, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on when junior brother Qin will finish comprehending. We'll each guess a time, and whoever is closest wins. Xiao Qingxue became interested, alright, let's bet 108 pills. Bai Heng's eyebrows almost fell off. After all, 108 pills were equivalent to 10,000 qi-gathering pills. However, he gritted his teeth and agreed. If I were to comprehend it myself, I'd probably need 3 days, but junior brother Qin Nan is exceptionally talented, so I bet 1 day. Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly, in that case, I bet 11 hours. Bai Hong was so overjoyed that he almost jumped up, because even a 9th-grade yellow-rank genius would need 11 hours. Afterward, both Xiao Qingxue and Bai Hong closed their eyes and sat down, entering a state of cultivation. After only 5 hours, Qin Nan's aura suddenly surged. Seeing this, Bai Heng's eyes were filled with shock. Qin Nan slowly stood up, profound perception, truly a supreme technique, it actually took me 5 hours. What's with your expressions? Xiao Qingxue recounted the bet between the two. Hearing this, Bai Hong hurriedly took out a jade bottle. Senior sister Xiao, this is your wager. Qin Nan immediately looked over. The spiritual energy emanating from these innate pills was at least 10 times denser than qi-gathering pills. If I use these 108 pills, how many levels will the God of War spirit increase? Do you want to demonstrate it now? I've only heard of this 100 steps of the profound, never seen it with my own eyes. Qin Nan smiled faintly at Bai Heng's question, not paying him much attention. His figure became ethereal. Each step he took shifted his position, until the 100th step, when Qin Nan stopped. Yet, he was in his original spot, as if he hadn't moved at all. To be able to cultivate the 100 steps of the profound to this level in such a short time, you're quite good. Bai Hong was ashamed and speechless, not daring to speak nonsense anymore. Qin Nan, however, wasn't planning to let him off. I found the bet between senior brother Bai Hong and senior sister Qingxue very interesting. Senior brother Bai Hang. Do you want to make a bet with me? Bai Hong was slightly puzzled. How do we bet? There are 9 days left until we reach Xian Linzong. Let's see if I can cultivate the 100 steps of the profound to the great completion realm within these 9 days. Hearing this, Xiao Qingxue exclaimed in shock, "Are you crazy? Junior brother Qin is truly confident. In that case, I'm willing to accept the bet, also for 108 pills." Xiao Qingxue frowned, "Bai Hong, don't be reckless. And Qingnan, you shouldn't bet." Qingnan smiled calmly, "I don't necessarily want to win, I just want to put some pressure on myself. Senior brother Bai Hang, I don't have 108 pills right now. How about senior sister Qingxue acts as a witness today, and I'll return them later." He then cupped his hands towards everyone. Executing the 100 steps of the profound, he walked forward step by step. "Qingnan, you're too arrogant. Even a super genius with a 9th grade yellow rank martial spirit wouldn't be able to accomplish this in a month. I've already won this bet." Qingnan was like a wooden stake, constantly repeating the same movements without stopping. Soon, one day passed. Qingnan's 100 steps of the profound had reached 90% completion, but the great completion realm was still far away. "Junior brother Qingnan, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Your current cultivation is only at the 8th grade of the Qi gathering realm. You still need to rest and adjust your breath at night. Bai Hang is right, come and rest for a bit." Qingnan shook his head, "It's alright, I can handle it." Then, he closed his eyes, completely relaxing his body. But as he continuously chanted silently, his body automatically began to execute the 100 steps of the profound. Seeing this, Xiao Qingxue and Bai Hong both took a deep breath. It's said that there's a type of person born as a martial fanatic, born to cultivate martial skills, obsessed and unwavering. Even the collapse of heaven and earth wouldn't affect them. It seems this type of person is called a natural-born martial fanatic. A young, natural-born martial fanatic. Cultivating with unwavering obsession. Even the collapse of heaven and earth wouldn't affect him. Qingnan was such a miraculous genius. Yet, he was interrupted from his meditation by his own senior brother. "Why don't you stop practicing today? You definitely won't succeed with only one day left." Qingnan smiled faintly, "I haven't lost yet. Your 108 pills are as good as mine. God of War Spirit, come forth." A hint of mockery flashed in Bai Hang's eyes. "If junior brother Qin is so confident, then continue cultivating. I've never seen anyone cultivate a supreme technique to the great completion realm in just 9 days. Hearing this, Qingnan wasn't angry. "Then today, I'll broaden senior brother Bai Hang's horizons." He then entered a state of complete mental absorption again, focusing on executing the 100 steps of the profound. Seeing this, Bai Hang's face darkened, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. In the next moment, a towering martial spirit suddenly appeared. Under the blessing of the God of War Spirit, Qingnan's speed doubled. Bai Hong was so shocked that he was speechless. He had actually comprehended 25 steps of the 100 steps of the profound. As time flew by, Qingnan felt his comprehension ability suddenly multiply. Many problems he hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. So the so-called 100 steps of the profound was a combination of 100 movement techniques into 8 types. These 8 major movement techniques targeted 8 directions, each direction being 1 step. Qingnan suddenly stepped out, constantly shifting between the 8 directions. Not only was he as fast as lightning, but also unpredictable. At this moment, Qingnan had completely mastered the 100 steps of the profound. "How is it, senior brother Bai Hong? Have I broadened your horizons today?" Before Bai Hong could answer, Xiao Qingxue asked, "How did your comprehension ability increase so much after releasing your martial spirit?" Qingnan thought for a moment, "It's because my martial spirit can help me comprehend." Xiao Qingxue took a deep breath, "Your martial spirit's ability is extraordinary. You must devote more time to martial skills in the future." Qingnan nodded slightly, then looked at the dumbfounded Bai Hang. "I didn't tell you about my martial spirit before, which is like taking advantage of you, so how many innate pills will you compensate me with?" This time, Bai Hong came back to his senses, wanting only to quickly end the bet. "Absolutely not, it must be 100 pills, no, 200 pills." Qingnan waved his hand, "There's no need for that, 50 innate pills are enough." Bai Hong was as if granted amnesty, hurriedly nodding and offering the pills, "Whatever young master Qingnan says." At this moment, Xiao Qingxue suddenly said, "You truly didn't disappoint me. In this myriad phenomena grand competition, you'll definitely achieve a good ranking." Qingnan looked puzzled. "What's that?" "Young Master Qingnan, the Myriad Phenomena Grand Competition is a competition among newly recruited disciples, also for the sect to observe the disciples' character and talent. It's held every 2 years, and the rewards are very generous each time." A spark of anticipation appeared in Qingnan's eyes. "I'd like to see what kind of geniuses Xian Linzong has recruited this time." For the remaining time, the 3 of them traveled with all their might, until the next morning. When Qingnan finally arrived at Xian Linzong, Xiao Qingxue smiled. "Let's go, I guess new disciples from all directions have already gathered in Xian Linzong." Along the way, Bai Heng explained, Xian Linzong is divided into outer sect, inner sect, and true transmission disciples. Every new disciple, regardless of their martial spirit rank, starts as an outer sect disciple. Only by increasing their cultivation can they be promoted. Those below the martial king realm are outer sect disciples, while those at the martial king realm and above are inner sect disciples. As for true transmission disciples, they are already at the pinnacle of Xian Linzong, their status no less than that of elders. Xingnan secretly marveled, as expected of one of the four great sects of the Ruoshui kingdom, just to become an inner sect disciple, one's cultivation must reach the martial king realm. What kind of existences are the true transmission disciples in the sect? Ordinary outer sect disciples reside in the outer courtyard, while inner sect disciples can establish their own caves. Xian Linzong is divided into several halls. The sect leaders' hall, the merit hall, the punishment hall, the technique hall, the treasure hall, and also the life and death hall. The first 5 halls are self-explanatory from their names. But this life and death hall is a bit different. Xingnan suddenly became interested. What's different about it? The life and death hall is specifically for disciples to resolve conflicts. Once inside, the battle only ends when one side is completely dead. Xingnan took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the life and death hall is so cruel. Also, there are 10 rules in Xian Linzong. The first rule is no infighting, the second is no crippling. As Bai Hong continued to explain, Xingnan gained an initial understanding of Xian Linzong. Soon, the three reached the mountain peak, and a giant arena appeared before them. Hundreds of newly recruited disciples had gathered in the arena. Xingnan glanced around. The weakest cultivation here was at the 4th grade of the Qi-gathering realm, while the strongest had actually reached the 10th grade of the Qi-gathering realm. A young man, a genius from the southern domain for 100,000 years. In just 2.5 days, he raised his martial spirit to the 8th grade yellow rank. Upon arriving at Xian Linzong, Xingnan discovered that there were actually 2 9th grade yellow rank individuals on the arena. Just as Xingnan arrived at the Xian Linzong arena, Xiao Qingxue kindly reminded him, I'll go with you. Remember not to initiate conflicts with others, leave everything to me. Xingnan nodded. Xingnan and Xiao Qingxue walked forward together. In the next moment, countless murderous gazes shot towards them. Who is this kid, to be favored by senior sister Xiao? Xingnan thought to himself, as expected, my father was right, women are truly trouble. Xiao Qingxue smiled, what's wrong, are you scared? Xingnan snorted disdainfully, would I be scared? It's better to die under the peony flower than to live without love. Let's make a bet. As the two were joking, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Yo, little beauty, you're not accompanying young Master Ouyang today, why are you running around with a pretty boy? Xiao Qingxue frowned, you're a persistent ghost, cut the crap. Emoli sneered, I am a persistent ghost, who told you to reject me back then? If you're willing to accompany me today, I'll stop bothering you. If not. Xiao Qingxue's face turned cold, her body brimming with murderous intent. Emoli ignored her murderous intent, instead revealing a hint of greed. It's very simple for me to leave, didn't I just tell you? As long as you. Before he could finish, Xingnan interrupted, I've never seen a man like you, speaking so ambiguously. Hearing this, Emoli's face immediately turned cold. A new disciple dares to address me directly, do you know who I am? Xingnan sneered, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the son of some elder, but so what? Do you know who I am? Emoli was stunned, the sinister look on his face disappearing. Wash your ears and listen carefully, my name is Xingnan, an outer sect disciple of Xian Linzong. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned. Even Xiao Qingxue covered her mouth, almost laughing. You dare to play me? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. You'd better be humble, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Xiao Qingxue's face turned completely cold. Xingnan is the person I brought into Xian Linzong. If you dare to touch him, I'll make you pay. Emoli glanced at Xingnan's cultivation and said disdainfully, seems like a piece of trash. Alright, this time I've also discovered a genius. Wait until the Myriad Phenomena Grand Competition and let him compete with you. After saying that, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and left the arena resentfully. This Emoli is the son of the 3rd elder of Xian Linzong. Those who offend him usually suffer his revenge. Xingnan chuckled, this world isn't meant for being cautious, and I can't stand him bullying you. Even if he's the son of an elder, I'll still scold him. However, if my cultivation was sufficient, I wouldn't waste words with him today, but directly go to the life and death hall to settle the score. Xiao Qingxue smiled, now I feel that knowing you is a good thing. However, at this moment, a powerful and aggressive aura approached from the horizon. As the wind howled, Xiao Qingxue frowned, where is that coming from? The arena immediately fell silent. No one expected That among the gathered new disciples of Xianlin Zone, someone would release such terrifying murderous intent. The young man in white, named Lin Zixiao, was the genius with the 9th grade yellow rank martial spirit that Emily had discovered. Suddenly, a young man at the 7th grade of the Qi-gathering realm exclaimed, "I've heard of his legend." Within 3 months of his martial spirit awakening, his cultivation reached the 8th grade of the Qi-gathering realm. Lin Zixiao seemed oblivious to everyone's shock. He gazed at Xiao Qingxue with burning eyes. "I never imagined there would be such a breathtaking woman in the world. Miss Qingxue, I wonder if I could befriend you." Xiao Qingxue's face was cold, not bothering to pay him any attention. Lin Zixiao could only look at Qingnan. "I just met senior brother Emily. He said there was a piece of trash beside Miss Qingxue. I thought it was fake, but it turned out to be true." Hearing his mocking tone, Qingnan was about to retort, when another aura emanated from behind. This person also possessed a 9th grade yellow rank martial spirit, far surpassing Shi Chang's cultivation. Xianlin Zone is truly one of the 4 great sects. Now, 2 9th grade yellow rank martial spirit individuals have appeared. However, this makes things more interesting. I want to compete with these geniuses, step on them, and climb to the peak of Xianlin Zone. Lin Zixiao pointed at the newcomer. "Are you imitating me, releasing your martial spirit?" Huang Long sneered, "Little brat, stop boasting in front of me. If you're not convinced, come up here. Grandpa Huang guarantees to kill you with 1 palm." Lin Zixiao was angry but didn't attack. "I admit your cultivation is stronger than mine, but don't think that can erase everything. Even senior brother Emily doesn't dare to touch the feelings beside Miss Xiao Qingxue. And he's a top genius." Qin Nan's face darkened. This Lin Zixiao was truly shameless, using words to provoke Huang Long to suppress him. Huang Long immediately became interested, his eyes like copper bells as he looked at Qin Nan. "I thought you were so powerful to have repelled the Shiyu insects. But you're just trash." Huang Long was born with blonde hair, because he discovered he had twin martial spirits. Moreover, one of them could be continuously improved through cultivation. Growing up, he became the #1 genius of Lingshui City by relying on his 8th grade yellow rank martial spirit. Yet now, he was mocked as trash by the bald guy in front of him. Qin Nan chuckled, "It's only been 20 days since my martial spirit awakened. Even you, Huang Long, don't have the right to call me trash." After saying that, his aura exploded, his imposing manner instantly enveloping the entire arena. Huang Long reassessed Qin Nan. "I take back what I just said, you do have some skills." Lin Zixiao snorted, "So what if you're at the body integration stage, 5th layer, and have achieved human knife unity? 1 move is enough to deal with trash like you." Hearing this, Xiao Qingxue couldn't stand it. "So what if you're a 9th grade Huang ranked with 5 souls? In my eyes, you're also trash." Lin Zixiao was furious but couldn't retort. He could only glare at Qin Nan. "During the Guanxiang Grand Competition, I'll make you regret this." Then he turned and left. Xiao Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. "If he dares to cause trouble for you, I'll help you deal with him." Qin Nan smiled. "There's nothing in this world that I, Qin Nan, am afraid of. The one who will regret it is Lin Zixiao." Xiao Qingxue looked at him, puzzled. Where did this guy come from, daring to make Lin Zixiao regret his actions? Just then, a powerful aura suddenly flew from afar. Xiao Qingxue whispered, "An elder is coming." Qin Nan's whole body became alert as he looked up. A white-haired elder walked over, as if strolling leisurely. He headed towards the White Jade training ground. He immediately saw Huang Long and Lin Zixiao. "Good, 9th grade Huang ranked with 5 patterns. Keep up the good work. This elder will watch your growth." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Long's expression remained unchanged, while a smug look appeared on Lin Zixiao's face. "The Guanxiang Grand Competition will be held in 10 days. All new disciples can go to the Dharma Hall to choose a weapon. Huang Long and Lin Zixiao have 2 chances. In addition, no private fights are allowed within these 10 days. If discovered, you will be expelled from the sect." As soon as the white-haired elder left, Lin Zixiao went to chat with a few female disciples. Seeing this, Xiao Qingxue showed a look of disdain. This Lin Zixiao is so fake. Qin Nan acted as if he hadn't heard and asked, "Xiao Qingxue, can you tell me about the Dharma Hall?" Xiao Qingxue smiled. "Inside, there are not only martial skills but also cultivation records of Xianlin sect's experts. Your current cultivation is too low, you can't immerse yourself in martial skills for too long. You must come out after 5 days. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Dharma Hall." Not long after, Qin Nan arrived at the Dharma Hall. The Dharma Hall resembled a pagoda, 8 stories high, standing tall and imposing. At this moment, a frail-looking old man was sitting at the entrance. Qin Nan frowned. Since his war god soul had reached the 8th grade Huang rank, his eyes had gained some mysterious abilities. Unexpectedly, the cultivation of the elder guarding the Dharma Hall was even higher than that of the Xianlin sect elder. Qin Nan stepped forward. Disciple Qin Nan greets elder. The old man smiled kindly. No need for formalities, I'm just an ordinary old man. You can call me Old Shan. Go on in. Watching Qin Nan's departing figure, Old Shan muttered, interesting, a body integration stage, 5th layer, can actually. As soon as he stepped onto the first floor of the Dharma Hall, Qin Nan was shocked by the scene before him. This first floor displayed tens of thousands of mid-grade martial skills. What kind of cultivation records from experts would be displayed on the later floors, or even the 8th floor? Forget it, stop thinking about it. Let's see if there's anything suitable. 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Although these martial skills were all very powerful, none of the blade techniques caught his eye. A sarcastic voice sounded from behind. What a coincidence, we meet again just after leaving the training ground. Qin Nan showed him no respect. What do you want? If you have nothing to say, I'll be going. Lin Zixiao trembled with anger. If fighting wasn't forbidden in the Dharma Hall, he would definitely kill Qin Nan. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid of me? I thought you had some skills. But now it seems you're nothing. Without Xiao Qingshu's protection, you really are just a piece of trash. Qin Nan stopped. Huang Long challenged you, and you were silent, cowardly as a mouse. Xiao Qingshu got angry, and you disappeared. A weakling like you, what qualifications do you have to speak here? Hearing this, Lin Zixiao felt a tightness in his chest, furious but unable to retort. All talk and no action, not even worthy of being called trash. At this moment, Lin Zixiao completely exploded and charged directly at Qin Nan. However, in the next second, Old Shan suddenly appeared. Fighting is prohibited in the Dharma Hall. If you have a grudge, you can use the dueling arena to settle it. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will be punished and expelled from the Dharma Hall. This is a talent testing stone. Blue light represents a peerless genius. But when the young man before him appeared, the stone emitted a top-level purple light. And in the end, it even cracked. Just now, Lin Zixiao challenged Qin Nan. His martial soul can enhance weapon talent. Dou is truly tailor-made for him. Qin Nan smiled and said, then let's add a wager. Whoever loses will never be allowed to enter the Dharma Hall again. Everyone around them changed color. They didn't expect that when Lin Zixiao was so arrogant, Qin Nan would propose such a big wager. Lin Zixiao sneered, since you want to be banned from the Dharma Hall for life, then I must help you achieve that. Old Shan looked deeply at Qin Nan. If neither of you has any objections, then the duel officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, all the new disciples on the first floor of the Dharma Hall were attracted. Old Shan waved his hand. A huge stone suddenly appeared. As long as you place your hand on this stone, it will emit light based on your weapon talent. There are 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Red is the lowest, violet is the strongest. Lin Zixiao, with an arrogant look, strode forward. He confidently placed his hand on the stone called the Azure Sea Moon Testing Stone. In an instant, a blue light enveloped the entire hall. Lin Zixiao chuckled, that's not all. 9 yellow lights radiated from behind him, and a fiery red jade flute slowly rotated. Then, the initial blue light transformed into a more brilliant indigo light. After 3 seconds of silence, the whole hall erupted in commotion. Even Old Shan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Good, very good. Lin Zixiao looked at Qin Nan smugly. Aren't you very arrogant? Today, I want to see what level you can reach. Of course, you can also admit defeat. Just kneel down and count out 10 times, and I'll spare you. You can still enter the Dharma Hall for the rest of your life. Old Shan couldn't help but shake his head. In his heart, Qin Nan had already lost. Among all the Shenlin sect disciples, including Lin Zixiao, only 3 had reached the indigo level in weapon talent. Qin Nan chuckled, do you think your indigo weapon talent is the best in the world? After saying that, he placed his hand on the Azure Sea Moon Testing Stone. A faint red light flickered. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. With just that little bit of strength, he dared to challenge a top-tier genius? Lin Zixiao laughed loudly, such trash weapon talent, yet so arrogant. But before he could finish, the red light suddenly exploded like a wild beast. In an instant, it transformed into green, blue, indigo, and finally, violet. Under this dazzling violet light, the entire first floor of the Dharma Hall was almost completely bathed in purple. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Including Old Shan. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had last seen the violet light. Lin Zixiao knelt down in despair, his eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Nan didn't waste any words, only coldly saying 2 words, kneel down. Lin Zixiao immediately flew into a rage and was about to charge forward. But Old Shan stopped him. Lin Zixiao, from today onwards, you are forbidden from entering the Dharma Hall. If you dare to come again, you will be killed without mercy. Lin Zixiao trembled. Although he was about to explode with anger, he didn't dare to disrespect Old Sean and finally left the Dharma Hall quickly. Old Sean looked deeply at Qin Nan. This isn't the place to talk. Are you interested in coming with this old man? Under his guidance, the two quickly arrived at a certain room on the 8th floor of the Dharma Hall. This is this old man's token. From now on, you can use it to freely enter the 2nd floor of the Dharma Hall and choose any martial skill, with no time limit. If your weapon talent can make the Azure Sea Moon testing stone tremble, this old man might give you a more powerful token, allowing you free access to the entire Dharma Hall. Hearing this, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. Old Sean summoned the Azure Sea Moon testing stone again. This Azure Sea Moon testing stone has always only shown red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Do you think your weapon talent can reach the realm of making it tremble? Qin Nan said calmly, I want to try. I haven't released my 5 souls yet. Old Sean smiled, I didn't expect your martial soul could enhance weapon talent. However, even so, the gap is still impossible to bridge. Qin Nan focused his mind, and the War God soul was immediately released. When he placed his hand on it, the Azure Sea Moon testing stone began to tremble, emitting rumbling sounds. It was as if a strange force was about to erupt from within the Azure Sea Moon testing stone. Old Shan's expression changed drastically. Could it be that after Qin Nan releases his 5 souls, he can really? In the next second, the Azure Sea Moon testing stone suddenly exploded. Qin Nan gulped, carefully looking at Old Shan. Old Shan's expression kept changing, as if he were changing masks. What just happened wasn't your fault, and I won't make you compensate. According to our previous agreement, this purple dragon examination token is yours. From now on, you can freely enter and exit every floor of the Dharma Hall, even the Treasure Hall. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the token. After he left, Old Shan could no longer hide his emotions and laughed heartily towards the sky. Senior brother, I have found the person you were looking for. When are you coming back? This is the legendary Supreme Elder token. With it, one can freely enter and exit the Sect's Dharma Hall. Yet, the Hall Master Elder gave it to a new disciple. Qin Nan arrived at the 3rd floor of the Dharma Hall. But before he could enter, he was stopped by an elder in black. Qin Nan immediately took out the purple dragon examination token. I wonder if this token allows me to enter? The elder in black glanced at it and was immediately startled. Who is this guy? A body integration stage, 5th layer, cultivator with the Supreme Elder token? Thinking of this, the elder in black didn't dare to think further. On the 3rd floor, there were dozens of huge bookshelves. Every book Qin Nan casually picked up contained cultivation records of Wang realm experts. But before he could read them, a respectful voice sounded from behind, Junior Brother Qin. Qin Nan turned around to look. He saw an ordinary-looking young man, but unexpectedly, the other party was a 5th-layer Wang realm expert, much stronger than Mu Li and even Xiao Qingxue. The young man was extremely surprised because even for inner disciples of the sect, entering this 3rd floor was extremely difficult. At this moment, he noticed the purple dragon examination token in Qin Nan's hand. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. I am Gong Yang, an inner disciple. Are you looking for cultivation records or weapons? Qin Nan didn't hide anything. I'm mainly looking for a cultivation record related to blade techniques. If there are blade-type martial skills, that would be even better. Gong Yang searched on the bookshelves. Then he pulled out an ancient book, with the title Invisible Flying Blade Technique, Killing People Invisibly. Qin Nan took it and thanked him. He immediately sat cross-legged, impatiently flipping through the ancient book. A hint of surprise appeared on Gong Yang's face, a natural-born martial artist. It seems this person is worth befriending. Qin Nan closed his eyes, and a powerful aura automatically emanated from his body. Seeing this, even Gong Yang couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. This flying blade technique has only one move, called palm flight. Once executed, within the range of a palm, taking someone's life is as easy as flipping one's hand. The creator of this flying blade technique was definitely a genius. From his insights, Qin Nan realized that blade techniques not only needed to be domineering, but also flexible and unpredictable, making them difficult to defend against. Previously, when Qin Nan cultivated the Star Thunder blade technique, speed, accuracy, and power were enough. But on the battlefield, the situation is unpredictable, and one must use the most appropriate blade technique based on the specific circumstances. Looking at Qin Nan cultivating, a thought suddenly popped into Gong Yang's head. Could Qin Nan cultivate human knife unity to the perfect realm based on just one cultivation record? Then, Gong Yang shook his head, mocking his own absurd thought. The great achievement realm and the perfect realm of human knife unity are worlds apart, and it's not something that can be comprehended overnight. Quickly, 2 days passed. Qin Nan sat in place, the blade intent on his body becoming increasingly fierce. It's worth mentioning that during this period, the old man in black came once, announcing that the third floor of the Dharma Hall was temporarily closed and would not open for 5 days. Qin Nan was completely unaware of this. At this moment, his cultivation had reached a breakthrough stage. It was like a large door was right in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't clearly see what was inside. At this moment, the war god soul automatically flew out. As soon as it appeared, a flash of spiritual light struck Qin Nan's mind, causing the blade light to envelop the area within his palm. Like an eye, the blade moved as his heart desired. Only the blade intent originating from one's own heart is the blade intent that truly belongs to oneself, and that is the true human knife unity. Gong Yang was stunned, speechless for a moment. In just 4 short days, he had reached the perfect realm of human knife unity. Qin Nan opened his eyes and saw Gong Yang. "Senior brother Gong, why are you still here?" Gong Yang revealed a sincere smile. "You've broken through. From now on, don't call me senior brother anymore. Call me brother Yang, okay?" Qin Nan was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Alright, then from now on, I'll have to rely on brother Yang for more guidance." When the two walked out of the Dharma Hall, they found Muli and Lin Zixia standing at the entrance. "You're finally out. Now, immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Before Qin Nan could retort, Gong Yang stepped forward. "Do you really think you have that ability?" Seeing who spoke, Muli's face immediately darkened. However, Lin Zixia was not afraid at all. "I advise you not to interfere in this matter, or you won't even have the chance to regret it." Muli immediately shouted, "Shut up. This is senior brother Gong Yang." After speaking, Muli smiled at Gong Yang. "What I just said was directed at the trash beside you, not you." Gong Yang immediately sneered, "You dare to provoke my brother? If you dare to bother him again, we'll meet at the life and death stage." Muli's face turned pale and then red, angrily saying, "I'm leaving. This situation is really puzzling. He's clearly just a nobody without any background, yet Xiao Qingxue values him, and now even Elder Gong is protecting him." Just as Qin Nan was about to thank Gong Yang, Xiao Qingxue suddenly walked over. The young man, on his first day joining the sect, was targeted for assassination by 5 elders. Xiao Qingxue had just inquired about the relationship between Qin Nan and Gong Yang. After all, the other party was a former super genius, whose martial soul had reached the 8th grade Huang rank. Qin Nan secretly laughed. No wonder Gong Yang completely disregarded Muli. It turns out the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Xiao Qingxue turned around. "The Guanxiang Grand Competition is in 5 days. Hurry up and follow me to prepare for cultivation." Inner disciples of the Xianlin sect, Muli and Lin Zixia sat together. "Senior brother, I can't hold back anymore. Once the Guanxiang Grand Competition starts, I'll attack Qin Nan, cripple him and let others humiliate him. Otherwise, I can't swallow this anger." Muli sneered. "Later, you and I will appear together and unite with the other talented new disciples. That way, if we all attack together, Qin Nan will surely die." Hearing this, Lin Zixia was extremely excited. With such a grand plan, how can that piece of trash hope to survive? On the other side, Qin Nan found a quiet area and sat cross-legged, taking out the 50 Xiantian pills he won from the bet, and swallowed them all in one gulp. However, the war god soul didn't improve at all. At this rate, he didn't know how many Xiantian pills he would need to reach the 9th grade Huang rank. Just then, an eye suddenly appeared, and the war god soul outlined a complete pair of eyes. Qin Nan looked out, and directly pierced through the clouds, clearly seeing all the activity in the area. Once the war god soul fully manifests, who else would have a martial soul comparable to his? After the shock, Qin Nan's eyes immediately became fervent. Tomorrow is the Guanxiang Grand Competition, and I promised Xiao Qingxue I would leave seclusion early. As soon as he opened the door, he saw her. However, this time was different from usual. There was a young man beside her. "This is a teleportation pearl. If you encounter danger, just crush it, and it will take you to a safe place." Qin Nan didn't hesitate and directly accepted Xiao Qingxue's teleportation pearl. "Don't worry, I'll definitely remember your kindness." Xiao Qingxue smiled faintly. "This is my younger brother, Xiao Lang. When the Guanxiang Grand Competition starts, you can look out for each other." Xiao Lang glanced at Qin Nan indifferently. "Look out for each other? I don't think that's necessary. I don't know where you get your confidence from, daring to offend Lin Zixia." Xiao Qingxue's expression changed. "What kind of way is that to talk?" "Apologize to Qin Nan quickly." Xiao Lang laughed heartily. "You'd better apologize to him before the Guanxiang Grand Competition. After all, everyone, real or fake, treats him with respect and caution." After Xiao Lang left, Xiao Qingxue immediately apologized 3 times and only felt relieved after seeing that Qin Nan wasn't angry. "During this Guanxiang Grand Competition, you absolutely must not act rashly. Although your 5 souls talent is considered top tier among these disciples, you've been cultivating for less than a month, and your cultivation is much lower than theirs. Therefore, you must be patient. Speaking of this, she suddenly noticed Qin Nan staring at her blankly, and her face couldn't help but blush. What's wrong with me today? I'm stammering and saying so many useless things. Watching Qin Nan's departing figure, Xiao Qingxue felt uneasy. I must be careful during this Guanxiang Grand competition. By the time Qin Nan arrived at the White Jade training ground, the place was already packed with people. To probe their strength, Qin Nan silently circulated his war god soul, observing the entire training ground. There were over 80 people who had reached the body integration stage, 7th layer and above, 2 major realms higher than him. And his enemy, Lin Zixiao, had even reached the body integration stage, 9th layer. It seems this Guanxiang Grand competition will truly be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. All the new disciples' faces changed drastically, and even breathing became difficult. This Guanxiang Grand competition will be held on Wanshan Island. In a moment, we will jointly activate the transmission formation to send you all to the island. Now, let me explain the rules. First, during the Guanxiang Grand competition, there are no restrictions on methods. Second, there are 30 Azure Dragon tokens on Wanshan Island. Rankings will be based on the number of Azure Dragon tokens collected. Third, only the top 10 in this competition will receive rewards. The first place will receive 1 9 transformations golden pill, and the second place will receive 1 3 transformations golden pill. Hearing this, Qin Nan's heart surged with excitement. What he lacked the most right now were pills, so he had to get first place no matter what. Suddenly, Lin Zixiao came up from behind. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Once we're on Wanshan Island, I'll definitely make your life a living hell. Everyone, as long as you can kill him on Wanshan Island, the conditions I offered you before still stand. In an instant, over 200 disciples erupted with boundless killing intent, all locking onto Qin Nan. Ha ha ha, surprised? This is what happens when you offend me. Once we're on Wanshan Island, even if you don't meet me, your only fate is death. At this moment, the white-haired elder finally spoke. Lin Zixiao, what's going on? Why are you uniting so many disciples to assassinate this person? Lin Zixiao falsely accused, he used his weapon talent, the immortal sea fish, to permanently ban me from the Dharma Hall. As soon as he finished, anger flashed in the eyes of the white-haired elder and the other 4 elders. A body integration stage, 3rd layer, trash dared to harm the sex genius. All disciples, listen up. After entering the island, you are to join forces and eliminate Qin Nan at will. Qin Nan, let's see who can save you this time. The young man, on his first day joining the sect, was targeted for assassination by 5 elders. Qin Nan laughed, a laugh filled with self-mockery and sarcasm. What have I done to make everyone want to kill me? Why? The white-haired elder sneered. Lu Bing and Lin Zixiao are at the body integration stage, 9th layer, while you are only at the body integration stage, 3rd layer. Qin Nan shouted, today, you all mock me and even want to kill me at will. If that's the case, I'll remember your faces. If you want to kill me, I'll accept your challenge anytime. Sensing this powerful aura, all the disciples were stunned. Lin Zixiao sneered, I want to see what skills you'll have left then. The white-haired elder glanced coldly at Qin Nan and then activated the transmission grand formation. He waved his hand, and the giant formation above the White Jade training ground immediately erupted with a blinding pillar of light, enveloping all the disciples. When the light dissipated, over 300 disciples had disappeared. What kind of disciples are our sect recruiting now? A body integration stage, 8th layer, with 5 souls, dares to be so arrogant. Another elder couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, don't get angry over someone who's about to die. Having offended all the disciples, he's definitely doomed. In a certain forest on Wanshan Island, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly fell down. It was Qin Nan. He immediately used his movement technique, his body falling to the ground like a wisp of smoke. But in the next second, a sound came from the grass beside him. A fierce tiger rushed out, its bloody maw wide open, charging towards Qin Nan. A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. He instantly drew the long blade from his waist. Before the tiger could react, it was torn to shreds by the incredibly powerful blade intent. But this wasn't the end. Several roars echoed. The demonic beasts here are really ferocious. I need to use the war god soul to see if there are any enemies around. He didn't find any people, but he did find many natural treasures. Qin Nan jumped to a rather secluded spot. Just as he was about to pick the purple flame flower, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Ah, Qin Nan, I finally caught you. After saying that, Li Changyun glanced around casually and saw the Xianhua in Qin Nan's hand. Heaven truly blesses me, not only letting me discover you but also gifting me 5 Manhwa. Jin Nan couldn't help but laugh. With your cultivation, do you think you can kill me? Aren't you being too arrogant? Li Changyun immediately flew into a rage and attacked Jin Nan mercilessly. Jin Nan's body moved slightly, performing the Bai Xian Babu, his figure becoming illusory. Such a small movement technique, yet it dodged my strongest move. Bao Lai Bing Quan. Following a loud shout, Li Changyun immediately rushed forward, fiercely punching towards Jin Nan. Before it even landed, a thunderous sound rang out beside his ear. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into a large tree behind him. Wasn't your saber intent at the great accomplishment stage? How did it reach the perfection stage? After saying that, he immediately activated his martial soul and quickly fled. He knew he was no match for Jin Nan, and if he continued to fight, he would surely die. But how could Jin Nan easily let him go? He directly performed the Fei Kong Dao Fei, Bamboo Fei Dao, thoroughly killing him on the spot. Perhaps this is the so-called evil deeds will be punished. To test the effects of the Xianhua, Jin Nan crushed all of them. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp pain coming from all over his body. No, I absolutely can't leave. So many people are after me now, even if it kills me, I have to increase my cultivation. After a full 12 hours, Jin Nan's face, contorted in pain, gradually returned to normal. His eyes shone brightly. In an instant, a huge surge of true qi poured out from his body. And he had actually reached the Ju Ti Wu Lu Zhong. A look of excitement flashed across Jin Nan's face. The strength of this body is not inferior to Ju Ti Wu Qi Zhong. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in the forest. Why are you here? Your cultivation has broken through? However, even if you break through to Ju Ti Wu Lu Zhong, it's useless. You've offended so many disciples, you're definitely going to die. Jin Nan said indifferently to Xiaolang, thanks for the reminder. After saying that, he turned to leave. But Xiaolang called out to him, wait, I have something I want to cooperate with you on, regarding the 2 Qinglong tokens. If we succeed, I can split it evenly with you. Jin Nan stopped. How do you know where the Qinglong tokens are? On this one Xiang Island, there are many maps left by the predecessors of Xianlin Zone, recording the locations of hidden treasures on the island, and one type of map records the location of the Qinglong tokens. The map is divided into 5 pieces, and each piece can lead to 2 Qinglong tokens. Legend has it that only by gathering all 5 pieces can one find the remaining 20 Qinglong tokens. Xiaolang originally had a piece of the map, but it was snatched by Wang Meng, one of the top 10 geniuses, so he sought Jin Nan's cooperation. Quickly, the two arrived at Wang Meng's location. They found him fighting a demonic beast. He is one of the top 10 geniuses of a super sect, able to kill a demonic beast with his bare hands at 2.5 years old, and destroy a planet at 7 years old. Yet now he is being looked down upon by the young man in front of him. Having just heard Wang Meng and his disciples bad-mouthing him, Xiaolang couldn't hold back any longer and charged out. The sneak attack failed, and he was sent flying by Wang Meng with a single punch. I wondered who it was, turns out it's the defeated general under my command. Let's attack together and completely eliminate him here. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Jin Nan didn't hesitate any longer. 3 against 1 is not honorable, but if you want to play it this way, then Xiaolang, count me in. Seeing Jin Nan's face, Wang Meng's expression changed. The person Xiaolang sought help from was actually Jin Nan. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Haha, Xiaolang, you actually sought help from this trash. But I must thank you for bringing this trash to me. Xiaolang said coldly, cut the crap, hand over the map. Wang Meng's face was full of disdain. For the sake of you bringing this trash here, I'll spare your life. Get lost now. Jin Nan sneered, you call me trash, do you dare to fight me? Wang Meng seemed to have heard a joke. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. After saying that, he directly performed his strongest move, Wuhan, Fei Shui Bing Feng San Shen Li. Seeing this, Xiaolang exclaimed, that's the highest realm of Han Bing Jianfa, Jin Nan, run. Wang Meng laughed loudly, it's too late, such trash dares to be so arrogant. Just at this moment, Jin Nan moved. A murderous aura enveloped his entire body. He waved his hand, and a sharp saber intent tore through the air towards Wang Meng. The smile on Wang Meng's face vanished. This is the perfect realm of Rendao Hii. With a sharp tearing sound, his body was directly cut in half. Xiaolang was speechless with shock. Wang Meng was killed with one move. Hearing this, the other 2 disciples trembled. But they quickly reacted and ran for their lives. A cold light flashed in Jin Nan's eyes. Want to run? Can you? After saying that, he directly performed the Fei Kong Dao Fei. The saber light like 2 flood dragons, shooting out, accurately piercing through the chests of the 2. Xiaolang took a deep breath. What martial skill did you just use? Qin Nan glanced at him indifferently. Don't you know that one shouldn't casually ask about another's martial skills? Don't just stand there, quickly take the 2 Qinglong tokens, and the treasures on them belong to me, no sharing. Hearing this, Xiaolang almost fell to the ground. Quickly, the spoils were laid out in front of Qin Nan. Besides the Qinglong tokens and Xiantian pills, there were also 2 map pieces. Xiaolang's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as we gather all 5 map pieces, we can find 20 Qinglong tokens. Qin Nan acted as if he didn't see it. Don't even think about it, this map piece belongs to me. Do you know what kind of spiritual herb the lotus flower marked on this map is? Xiaolang came over to look and immediately exclaimed, this is the Sanjuan Jinlian. After using it, not only can it instantly increase cultivation, but it can also strengthen the physique. If it were auctioned off, it could fetch at least 2,000 Xiantian pills. Qin Nan didn't expect the Sanjuan Jinlian to be so valuable. Don't rush to find the Sanjuan Jinlian yet, follow me somewhere, I want to increase my cultivation. Xiaolang advised him again, I really don't understand, you have such good talent, why not be patient? Just a little patience and you could have been safe and sound. Now you've offended so many people, aren't you afraid? He was interrupted by Qin Nan, a martial artist's cultivation depends on their heart. If I have to endure even small matters like this, how can I roam the world in the future? Should I bow and beg for everything? I'd rather die than submit. Hearing Qin Nan's impassioned words, a look of admiration flashed in Xiaolang's eyes. Perhaps, one day, I can also be like Qin Nan, truly worthy of being arrogant. Afterwards, Qin Nan found a cave and sat down cross-legged, swallowing the hundreds of Xiantian pills he had plundered. This time, the god of war martial spirit didn't disappoint him and finally advanced to Huang rank 9 stars. Qin Nan took a few deep breaths, his expression finally calming down. Let's see what level of cultivation speed a Huang rank 9 stars martial spirit can achieve. In the next second, a shocking scene appeared. The heaven and earth spiritual energy he absorbed actually transformed into the shape of a dragon. No wonder the sect elders valued Lin Zixiao so much. The difference between Huang rank 9 stars and 8 stars is truly immense. In terms of cultivation speed alone, Lin Zixiao cultivating for 1 day is equivalent to him cultivating for 10. At this moment, Qin Nan understood even more clearly the importance of martial spirit rank in the Canglan continent. It took him another 5 days to break through to Ju Ti Wu Qi Zhong. When he came out of the cave, Xiaolang showed an extremely shocked expression. What? Ju Ti Wu Qi Zhong? Qin Nan smiled faintly. Let's go, don't think too much, let's go find the Sanjuan Jinlian immediately. Quickly, the two arrived at a swamp. The fog here was dense, and dozens of figures could vaguely be seen. Isn't this the blood marsh? Even a Ju Ti Wu Shi Zhong would be poisoned to death if they entered, leaving no remains. Strange, why are there other disciples here? Could they also be here for the Sanjuan Jinlian? The man who controlled the ghost soul became a disciple of the number 1 super sect. Yet now he is being chased by disciples within the sect. Just now, Qin Nan and Xiaolang followed the markings on the map to the swamp where the Sanjuan Jinlian is located, and unexpectedly discovered more than a dozen Xian Linzong disciples, along with Chu Yun, the 5th-ranked genius among the top 10. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked towards where Qin Nan and Xiaolang were hiding. You two in the forest, how long are you planning to hide? If Chu Yun hadn't spoken, the others probably wouldn't have known there were 2 people in the bushes. A wry smile appeared on Qin Nan's face. Then his figure was no longer concealed, and he walked out of the forest. Seeing him, many people seemed relieved and released their killing intent. Xiaolang sneered, Humph, just you guys want to touch senior brother Qin Nan? Whoever dares to make a move, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, the disciples' expressions changed drastically. Xiaolang, the 10th-ranked genius among the top 10, why is he colluding with Qin Nan? Chu Yun's eyes flashed as she looked at Qin Nan. I didn't expect junior brother Qin Nan to break through to Ju Ti Wu Qi Zhong in just a few days. I truly admire you. All the disciples secretly felt fortunate. If they had acted rashly against Qin Nan just now, they would probably only face death. Qin Nan smiled. In terms of cultivation speed, I naturally can't compare to senior sister Chu. Being able to continuously break through 2 major realms is due to a fortunate encounter. Although he said so, Qin Nan still had some doubts in his heart. Now that he had offended all the new disciples, was this Chu Yun an enemy or a friend? Chu Yun seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't worry, senior brother Dong Yang instructed me beforehand to be sure to have a good relationship with junior brother Qin Nan. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. Why are there so many people? It seems everyone knows there's a Sanjuan Jinlian here. But what surprised this young master the most is that even this trash Qin Nan is here. Seeing the newcomer, a helpless look appeared on Chu Yun's face. You're here too? Young Master Ingsha chuckled. You can come, why can't I? Moreover, I came at the right time and even encountered this trash Qin Nan. Now kneel before me, and I can spare your life. Qin Nan's face darkened. A dwarf dares to call himself a young master. I want to see what kind of ability you have. Xiao Lang reminded him in a low voice, don't be impulsive. Although this person's cultivation is only at Zhu Ti Wu Ba Zhong, it's said that he possesses a unique skill. And even at Zhu Ti Wu Jiu Zhong is no match for him. Young Master Yingsha gradually became angry. Just as he was about to teach Qin Nan a lesson, Shu Yun took the initiative to step forward. Qin Nan is my friend. If you touch him today, don't blame me for joining forces with everyone against you. Young Master Yingsha was enraged. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to help this trash? Shu Yun took a deep breath, her attitude extremely firm. I can apologize to you on Qin Nan's behalf, but if you insist on making a move, I will definitely stand with Qin Nan. Before she could finish, Qin Nan interrupted. No need to waste words with him. If young Master Yingsha wants to kill me, then let him try. Can a brat like him really kill me? Young Master Yingsha laughed loudly. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. After saying that, his martial soul was released, carrying a strong killing intent, tearing through the air towards Qin Nan. Qin Nan immediately performed the Bai Xian Babu, easily neutralizing the attack. Is this all you've got? Do you think that possessing a movement technique qualifies you to be arrogant in front of me? Young Master Yingsha's killing intent was intense, and his speed instantly increased dramatically. Like lightning, he caught up to Qin Nan in the blink of an eye. Keep being arrogant, I'll show you my soul-snatching technique. After saying that, he took out a pitch-black iron chain, surrounding Qin Nan. Seeing this, Shu Yun nodded slightly. Ren Dao He, great accomplishment stage. Young Master Yingsha waved his hand, and the iron chain immediately flew out, striking directly at Qin Nan's head. At this moment, a terrifying saber intent soared into the sky, instantly shattering the iron chain. Young Master Yingsha was speechless with shock. How can trash like you possess the perfect stage of Ren Dao He? Shu Yun also revealed a look of surprise. Even a genius like Lin Zixiao can't grasp this stage. This Qin Nan is truly terrifying. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, I'll definitely make your life a living hell. After saying that, Yingsha immediately used his movement technique and quickly fled. Qin Nan immediately chased after him. Whoever dares to follow will be my enemy. Looking at his departing figure, Shu Yun couldn't help but praise inwardly. This guy is too arrogant. Young Master Yingsha was continuously moving through the forest ahead, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Damn Qin Nan. I'll spare you this time. Wait until next time when you're alone, I'll definitely let you taste my methods. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Nan had already caught up. Taste what methods? Confirming that there was no one around, young Master Yingsha almost burst into laughter. Good. You didn't take the easy way out. Do you think you're invincible? Today, I'll let you see my strongest killing move. Is this the legendary 5 Souls cultivation notes? Such a treasure, yet he treated it like trash, casually throwing it to 2 ordinary disciples. Just now, young Master Yingsha finally released his martial soul. The giant ghost, like lightning, struck towards Qin Nan. Fortunately, Qin Nan reacted quickly and jumped up in time, otherwise he would have been crushed. Run Hun He? Oh, but that's all. Let me show you my martial soul. A dazzling golden light shone, and the god of war martial spirit enveloped Qin Nan's body. Under the terrifying pressure, young Master Yingsha found it difficult to even breathe. He almost didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. But this time, Qin Nan wouldn't let him go, directly chasing after him and killing him. Scene change. At the lake where the Sandan Jingdian is hidden, Shuan was worried. Qin Nan, please don't let anything happen to you. Even if you're seriously injured, it's fine. Otherwise, how can I explain to Gong Yang? At this moment, Qin Nan walked out calmly. I know there are many of Lin Zixiao's accomplices among you. Now I'll give you a chance, either get lost, or fight me. Seeing Yingsha's corpse lying on the ground, all the disciples trembled, then used various techniques to quickly leave the place. Shuan was overjoyed. Qin Nan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was so worried about you. Qin Nan said calmly, if Miss Chu doesn't mind, you can join us in collecting the Sandan Jingdian. Shuan was delighted. Then thank you, young Master Qin Nan. Suddenly, Xiao Lang exclaimed, look! The blood barrier is receding. Then, a cave appeared in the middle of the lake. Inside the cave was the Sandan Jingdian. The 3 took a deep breath, but didn't rush to act. Qin Nan casually picked up a few pebbles and threw them towards the lake's surface. It seems there's no danger. Let's quickly retrieve the Sandan Jingdian, lest anything unexpected happens. The 3 simultaneously landed near the entrance of the cave. Qin Nan reached out and picked the Sandan Jingdian. Each of you take half. I'll find a secluded place to absorb the golden pill. Just as the three left the lake, in the clear lake water, a faint figure appeared. Back in the cave, Qin Nan sat down cross-legged and swallowed half of the Jingdian. Instantly, a pure spiritual energy filled his body. The body tempering realm is divided into 10 levels: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, organs, blood, and qi. Now, thanks to this half of the Jingdian, my blood and qi have begun to be tempered. As long as I continue to cultivate, I can definitely reach the level of surging tides, and then I can break through to the 10th level of body tempering. Qin Nan opened his eyes, his gaze clear, and reorganized his cultivation path step by step. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through at this time. Because the most valuable aspect of the Sandan Jingdian wasn't increasing cultivation, but enhancing the ability to comprehend the martial soul. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment again. It wasn't until 5 days later that Chu Wan and Xiao Lang woke up from their cultivation. Just as they were worried about Qin Nan's condition, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the cave. At this time, Qin Nan was still at the 7th level of body tempering, but the aura on his body had completely disappeared, as if he were an ordinary person. Chu Wan gasped, "Could it be that you've broken through the perfect stage of Rindao He and reached the legendary Ruwei stage?" Qin Nan shook his head. "The Ruwei stage isn't that easy to reach. You overestimate me." Chu Wan awkwardly changed the subject. "So where are we going now?" "There are only 10 days left until the Wanxiang Grand competition ends." Qin Nan thought for a moment. "Now we have to go compete for the Qinglong tokens. I happen to have a map piece. As long as we find the other 4, we can find 20 Qinglong tokens." At this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Stop! You three, which one is Qin Nan?" The three turned around at the same time. Unexpectedly, an old man appeared. "This place is a forbidden cultivation ground for disciples, accessible only through a teleportation formation." Could it be that the old man's cultivation has surpassed the king realm? Qin Nan suppressed the shock in his heart. "It is I. May I know what business Senior has?" The mysterious old man said calmly, "Follow me somewhere. The other 2, stay here and wait." Qin Nan frowned slightly. "Senior is being a bit rude. I've never met Senior before, and I don't know what your intentions are, so I can't follow you." Xiao Lang and Chu Wan's expressions changed. They didn't expect Qin Nan to dare to refuse in the face of such a terrifying existence. The mysterious old man was also stunned. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth. However, Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged because he knew the old man wouldn't attack him. "You're very smart, but it's best not to do that again. I know you have Shan Xiaodi's token, but that doesn't mean you can refuse." Qin Nan quickly calmed down. "I didn't expect Senior to be Shan Xiaodi's senior brother. I apologize for my offense just now. Please forgive me." The mysterious old man nodded expressionlessly. "You two wait here. These 2 bone daggers are for you to pass the time." Seeing the 6 large characters on the bone daggers, Chu Wan began to question her life. With a snap of his fingers, the old man could pierce through the world's strongest flash of light. Seeing this, Xiao Lang had reached the legendary Ruwei stage. Just now, the mysterious old man told Qin Nan that as long as he followed his instructions, he could obtain a great opportunity. Qin Nan was slightly puzzled. "Please elaborate, Senior. What do you need me to do?" The mysterious old man glanced at him indifferently. "I have a question to ask first. Your martial spirit was clearly only Huang rank 8 stars, so why did it later become Huang rank 9 stars? Qin Nan's eyes turned cold. "Are you investigating me, Senior?" The mysterious old man nodded without denying it. "Yes, I've been paying attention to you. The early dissipation of the blood barrier was also my doing. I don't care about your secrets, I'm just curious. You have a weapon that can activate the Zihayuya stone, extraordinary talent, and can reach half-step Ruwei by swallowing half a Sandan Jing. Duan! You really haven't disappointed me." After saying that, the mysterious old man waved his hand. "Condensing the Zihayuya stone, to activate your talent, you must at least reach the Ziguang stage." Qin Nan frowned slightly. This Zihayuya stone, compared to his memory, started at the blue stage and had reached the highest level. The Zihayuya stone has only 5 levels: Ziguang, Heiguang, Xingchenguang, and Huangdaoguang. Above that is the Zihayuya stone intent. If you can activate Heiguang, I'll give you 10,000 Xiantian pills. Activate Xingchenguang, and I'll give you a spiritual treasure. Activate Huangdaoguang, and not only can you obtain a spiritual treasure, I can also give you a life protection token. If you can activate the Zihayuya stone intent, I'll take you as my personal disciple." Qin Nan took a deep breath. "Senior, you must be joking. But if I break the Zihayuya stone, you won't make me compensate, right?" The mysterious old man sneered. "Do you think this is an ordinary Zihayuya stone? Go ahead and release your martial soul, use your full strength. Qin Nan stepped forward and placed his hand on the Zihayuya stone. The Zihayuya stone emitted a dazzling golden light. Not bad, I can give you a spiritual treasure. Before the mysterious old man could finish his words, the Zihayuya stone suddenly vibrated, as if a powerful force was about to erupt. Seeing this, the mysterious old man's expression changed drastically. Then, a scene appeared suspended in midair, like an ancient painting slowly unfolding. It was the Zihayuya stone intent. But it wasn't over yet. Only a loud bang was heard, and the Zihayuya stone suddenly exploded, transforming into countless rays of light soaring between heaven and earth. Qin Nan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I accidentally broke your stone. But he thought to himself, just a Zihayuya stone, and you want to probe the origin of the god of war martial spirit? At this time, the mysterious old man took out a book. As promised, I'll impart a secret technique to you, called Ju Tian Ji. Although it's just a thunderclap, it's enough to shake one side. I'll only demonstrate it once. How much you can comprehend depends on your fate. He waved his hand, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged and gathered, transforming into a small point of light the size of a fingertip. The mysterious old man snapped his fingers, and 10 miles of land instantly turned into nothingness. Qin Nan was speechless with shock. A weapon with such power, even a king realm expert would be instantly annihilated. After regaining his senses, he immediately sat down cross-legged, constantly recalling the scene of the old man's attack. After a day and night of arduous practice, he finally broke through the bottleneck. The saber intent on Qin Nan's body rapidly condensed, gradually forming a faint image of a saber. This was the Ru Wei stage. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'm extremely grateful. The mysterious old man turned around. Cut the crap, I fulfilled my promise, you can go now. Watching Qin Nan's figure gradually disappear, the mysterious old man stood on the mountain peak, full of emotion. 300 years, heaven has finally let me find such a person, finally giving me hope. Back in the cave, Qin Nan went straight to the point. There are only 4 days left, we must quickly go find the Qinglong tokens. The three of us have greatly increased our strength now. We can act separately, so the chances of obtaining the Qinglong tokens will be greater. Hearing this, a worried look appeared on Xu Wan's face. During the 6 days you were gone, a major event happened, which forces us to join forces. Xiaoling took out a letter. Qin Nan, take a look at this. Written by Xiao Yun and senior brother Lin Zixiao. Senior brother Lin Zixiao currently holds 2 map pieces. If anyone has the remaining 3, please bring them to the central island. Combine the 5 pieces, and search for the 20 Qinglong tokens together. Qin Nan was puzzled. How did you get this letter? Who is this Xiao Yun? Xiaolang immediately replied. Xiao Yun is one of the top 10 geniuses, the only one who has reached the 10th level of body tempering. His martial soul can control some low-level demonic beasts. This time, he used a demonic bird on the island to deliver the letter. Qin Nan couldn't help but sigh. The world is vast, and truly diverse. There are countless types of martial souls, and their abilities are vastly different. Qin Nan said in a deep voice. Lin Zixiao dares to issue such an invitation, which shows he's prepared and not afraid of anyone. Have you decided? Are we going or not? They're here. They're here. The Martial King realm experts are here. Just now, the 3 of them, at their fastest speed, ran towards the center of the island. It wasn't until 3 hours later that they reached their destination. Lin Zixiao was indeed prepared. Beside him were several super geniuses, such as the top-ranked genius, Xiao Yunhe, and the third-ranked, Duan Muyang. At this moment, a disciple with sharp eyes spotted Qin Nan. They were both shocked and disdainful, not taking Qin Nan seriously at all. Lin Zixiao sneered. I didn't expect this trash to have some skills, actually comprehending the perfect stage of Rindao He. Qin Nan retorted, whether I have skills or not, don't you already know? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. Where did this trash get the courage to speak to senior brother Lin Zixiao like that? Xiao Yun has stepped forward. Just a 7th level body tempering trash, you dare to come here and fight me? Qin Nan glanced at him casually. I have important matters to attend to right now. As for you, you're not qualified to fight me. Xiao Yunhe was enraged and was about to attack, but Lin Zixiao stopped him. This trash won't escape death today. Be patient. I didn't expect this trash to actually obtain a map piece. Hand it over now, and I can just cripple you and spare your life. Qin Nan glanced at him indifferently. Do you think I'll give you the map? Don't dream. Lin Zixiao suppressed his anger. I apologize for my previous words. Give me the map, and I swear I won't attack you. Qin Nan sneered. I don't trust you at all, and I don't need your forgiveness. If you want the 20 Qinglong tokens, then hand over the 4 map pieces in your possession. Otherwise, even if I destroy this map piece, I won't give it to you. Lin Zixiao's face darkened. Don't push it. But before Qin Nan could speak, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Lin Zixiao, you hypocritical villain, you dare to say others are pushing it. Qin Nan looked over. This person was named Huang Long, and his cultivation had reached half-step Xiantian. Lin Zixiao said coldly, Huang Long, what do you mean? Huang Long said lazily, I propose a solution. Brother Qin Nan gives you the map, and you give him the remaining 20 Qinglong tokens. During the search for the tokens, you cannot attack Brother Qin Nan. If you dare to do so, you'll be my enemy, and I will join forces with Brother Qin Nan to wipe out all of you trash. Lin Zixiao gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Brother Qin Nan, don't worry, if Lin Zixiao dares to attack you, I will definitely help you deal with them. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and took out the map, giving it to Lin Zixiao. Lin Zixiao sneered, and took out the remaining 4 map pieces from his chest, placing them together. In an instant, the 5 map pieces transformed into a blazing flame. Rays of light constantly converging, finally forming a map with the image of a Qinglong. All the disciples' breaths quickened, quickly memorizing the map. Then, the map turned into countless rays of light and disappeared. 3 hours later, a bamboo forest appeared before Qin Nan. He quietly activated his God of War eyes, scanning his surroundings, finding this place a bit strange. Just as he was about to enter, Chu Wan stopped him. Lin Zixiao, who was beside them, couldn't help but sneer, as expected of a country bumpkin, actually afraid of the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, indeed, this junior brother is very cautious. The bamboo forest ahead is the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest. Everyone's expressions changed because they sensed the aura of a martial king realm expert from this person. Soon, a young man walked out, I am Su Tian, sent by the elders to test you junior brothers. Whoever passes the test will receive corresponding rewards based on their performance. Lin Zixiao asked respectfully, may I ask, senior brother, what is the test this time? Su Tian said calmly, let me first explain to you all. This heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest has a power that disturbs the mind. This power only affects cultivators below the martial king realm. Simply put, this test is a test of one's state of mind. And our next test is to enter the bamboo forest. The rules are very simple. You can use your martial souls, but you cannot use spiritual energy. The entire test is based on the number of steps taken. Whoever takes the most steps wins. Let me also mention the rules for rewards and punishments. The third place receives 1 Qinglong token, the second place 4, and the first place 15. If you can take 1,000 steps, you can take all the Qinglong tokens. However, since the establishment of Xianlin Zong, no one has been able to reach 1,000 steps. If anyone can do it, the sect will have additional rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples were excited. After all, this test wasn't related to the level of cultivation, only depending on one's state of mind, which was very fair. Alright, I must also remind everyone that if your state of mind isn't firm, you're very likely to suffer from qi deviation, causing your body to explode and die. In the past, many talented disciples at the 8th level of body tempering, and even the 9th level, have perished within a bamboo forest that can kill. Everyone rushed in again. So this is the test of the state of mind. The more steps a disciple takes, the richer the rewards. Wang Hu took the lead, quickly moving through the bamboo forest. After 200 steps, he suddenly let out a cry of pain. His body as if attacked by a powerful force, being sent flying out of the bamboo forest. Although his aura was weakened, his eyes were bright, as if he had gained enlightenment. Not bad, courageous. Take these 100 Xiantian pills. Taking the jade bottle from Su Tian's hand, Wang Hu was overjoyed, thank you, senior brother. Seeing this, the other disciples couldn't hold back anymore and rushed into the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest. However, unexpectedly, after just an hour, 8 disciples had perished on the spot. Immediately, everyone calmed down, no longer daring to risk entering. But Xiao Yunhe took the initiative to step forward, Trash Qin Nan, let me show you what a genius is. After saying that, his 10th level body tempering aura erupted. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he had taken 400 steps, twice as many as Wang Hu. Just as everyone thought this was the limit, Xiao Yunhe shouted loudly and released his 8 stars Qingniao martial soul. In an instant, he advanced another 499 steps. Soon, Duan Muyang and others also entered the bamboo forest one after another, all achieving good results. Su Tian's eyes showed appreciation, not bad, these 300 Xiantian pills are your reward. Xiao Yunhe looked arrogantly at Chuan and Xiao Lang, you two chose to follow this trash. You're truly foolish. Do you regret it now? Hearing this, Chuan and Xiaolang's expressions were a bit unsightly. But before they could speak, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Ha, you brats, achieving such small accomplishments? And you're already so arrogant? Let Grandpa Huanglong tell you who the #1 genius of Xin Linzong is. Suddenly, Lin Zixiao, who had been silent, spoke. Huanglong, don't forget, the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest tests not cultivation, but state of mind. Huanglong stepped forward. Then I want to see who between you and me has a firmer state of mind. At this moment, all the disciples widened their eyes and held their breath. The two super geniuses would finally determine their superiority. A dragon and tiger fight, a rare sight. I'm willing to bet 1,000 Xian pills. As soon as Su Tian's words came out, the atmosphere immediately boiled over. Huanglong and Lin Zixiao simultaneously entered the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest. In less than 10 breaths, the two had reached 700 steps. At this time, the hearts of all the disciples almost stopped beating. When the two reached 850 steps, they stopped at the same time and used their martial souls. But in the end, Lin Zixiao was still a bit stronger. He reached 900 steps. Just one step more, defeating Huanglong. Seeing this, the female disciples secretly admired him, wishing they could immediately jump into Lin Zixiao's arms. Huanglong, remember, from now on, you will never be my match. Huanglong was completely dejected. These words were like a sharp knife piercing his heart. Su Tian coughed lightly. Now I declare Lin Zixiao the winner. The other disciples can leave. Lin Zixiao said proudly, cupping his hands. Thank you, senior brother Su. Before he could finish, a calm voice rang out. Wait. Everyone's expressions changed and they turned to look. The one who spoke was Qin Nan, who had been silent. Su Tian said coldly, a 7th-level body-tempering trash, do you still have an opinion? Qin Nan said calmly, I haven't taken the test yet. How can he be the winner? The entire scene fell silent. Everyone knew Qin Nan was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to dare question Su Tian, an inner disciple. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Just you, this trash, want to compare yourself to Lin Zixiao? Qin Nan said calmly, you can consider me trash. But this is a test set by the sect. We should follow the rules. Before Su Tian could speak, Lin Zixiao interrupted, as trash. You're very courageous, and have quite the spirit. According to the rules, I'll give you a chance today. Since senior brother Lin Zixiao has spoken, then I'll give this trash a chance. I want to see how far you can go. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yunha and Duan Muyang immediately sneered, this trash probably can't even take 300 steps. Ha, brother Duan Mu is right. I bet 1,000 Xian pills, he can only take 300 steps at most. The disciples' mocking laughter was like a tsunami, crashing towards Qin Nan. Only Huanglong, with his weakened aura, had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Can you really create a miracle? Qin Nan suddenly stepped forward, as if transforming into a ferocious beast, instantly reaching 300 steps. Seeing this, all the disciples' expressions changed. At this rate, could he really go very far? Finally, when Qin Nan reached 399 steps, he seemed to encounter great difficulty, unable to take another step. This is a bamboo forest that can kill. But all the disciples rushed in. Because the more steps they take, the richer the rewards offered by the sect. Reaching 399 steps, Qin Nan suddenly stopped. Seeing this, everyone thought he had reached his limit. Turns out he just ran too fast and needed a break. Then, Qin Nan set off again. His speed still as fast as before. As if the pressure of the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest had no effect on him. Sorry to disappoint you, I unintentionally reached 600 steps. All the disciples gritted their teeth, he can only reach 700 steps at most. If you're not convinced, try reaching 800 steps. Qin Nan sneered. Then sped up, flying like lightning, instantly reaching 800 steps. Chuan, I'm sorry, I disappointed you again. At this time, everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect Qin Nan's state of mind to be so firm. At this moment, Lin Zixiao finally couldn't hold back anymore. Don't worry everyone. After reaching 800 steps, the speed will slow down significantly. He wants to surpass me, what a dream. Before he could finish his words, the exclamations of other disciples came from beside him. Qin Nan moved as if no one else was there, swiftly moving through the bamboo forest, quickly reaching 899 steps. Only one step away from Lin Zixiao's 900 steps. Do you think I can reach 900 steps? Or even surpass 900? Lin Zixiao's face darkened. The pressure at the 900th step will increase exponentially. If it weren't for my martial soul's calming effect, even I wouldn't be able to reach 900 steps. Huanglong couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Zixiao is right, that's why I lost to him. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere immediately calmed down, and all the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like you haven't been slapped in the face enough? If that's the case, I'll broaden your horizons today. After saying that, Qin Nan took a step, reaching 920 steps. 950 steps. 999 steps. At this time, all the disciples were shocked, as if thunder was booming in their heads. Keep your eyes wide open and watch how I climb to the peak of 1,000 steps. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tian's face, which was already shocked, became even more unsightly. Because since the establishment of Xianlin Zone, no one had ever reached 1,000 steps. All those who challenged the 1,000 steps, even super geniuses with Huang rank 9 stars martial spirits, ultimately exploded and died. Today, I want to defy the heavens and create a true miracle. Even if my body turns to ashes, it cannot stop my will. God of War martial spirit, battle the heavens, battle the earth, battle everything, conquer everything. I am the master of the God of War martial spirit. How can even the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest stop me? He raised his right foot and suddenly stepped down, taking the 1,000th step. Boom! A beam of light shot straight into the sky. The ancient bamboo rustled continuously, as if playing a piece of music. Countless golden rays of light erupted, illuminating the bamboo forest, like an emperor's arrival, his presence gracing the world. Qin Nan seized the opportunity to absorb the pressure of the bamboo forest, and unexpectedly broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. Seeing this, Su Tian exclaimed, someone actually reached 1,000 steps. Lin Zixiao and the other geniuses stood rooted to the spot, each with an expression of disbelief. It seems this heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest is used to temper one's state of mind. As long as one perseveres, one can definitely gain many benefits. Qin Nan sighed softly, then walked out of the bamboo forest. All the disciples made way, looking at Qin Nan as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Huang Long thought to himself, he's the first to reach 1,000 steps. Just how strong is his state of mind? Senior brother Su Tian, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. I unintentionally surpassed Lin Zixiao. Sorry everyone, I accidentally walked 1,000 steps. Including Su Tian, everyone felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Senior brother, can you announce the results now? Su Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Nan to be so formidable. He would definitely have to pay attention to him in the future. According to the rules of this test, Qin Nan is the winner. After saying that, Su Tian waved his hand, and 20 sparkling tokens flew into Qin Nan's hands. Qin Nan smiled faintly, the sex rewards will have to wait until we go out and see the elders. As he was speaking, Lin Zixiao charged forward, filled with killing intent. These 20 Qinglong tokens are mine. The atmosphere became tense. It seemed Lin Zixiao wanted to fight. Although Qin Nan had walked 1,000 steps, it didn't mean he was stronger than Lin Zixiao. Once Lin Zixiao attacked, Qin Nan would surely die, especially since he had 50 geniuses backing him up. Hand over the Qinglong tokens, or die. Seeing Lin Zixiao attack, Qin Nan was about to retaliate, when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Lin Zixiao's attack. I knew you couldn't stand it. If you want to fight, then Grandpa Huang Long will play with you. You're seriously injured now, you're no match for me. Are you sure you want to side with Qin Nan? So what if I'm seriously injured? I can still crush you. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting my time. Fine. Today, I'll grant your wish. The killing intent of the two erupted. Golden light quickly spread. But at this moment, a calm voice rang out, everyone, can you listen to me for a moment? Facing his opponent's strongest attack, the young man closed his eyes. Everyone thought he was afraid. Unexpectedly, with just one move, he instantly killed his opponent. Just now, Qin Nan transmitted his voice to Lin Zixiao. There's no need to involve others. I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of your numbers. But I just want to settle the score between us myself. Xiao Yunha and the others were stunned. What does he mean? Does he want to duel Lin Zixiao? Qin Nan slowly drew his saber. Lin Zixiao, if you have the guts, let's have a deathmatch. All the disciples' eyes widened. An 8th level body tempering challenging a 10th level body tempering genius was no different from seeking death. Chuan rushed over. Don't be impulsive. Before Qin Nan could speak, Lin Zixiao sneered. Duel me? Where did this trash get the courage? The corner of Qin Nan's mouth curled up slightly. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Come on, I'll give you a chance now. Lin Zixiao was furious. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. After saying that, he took a step forward, and the pressure from his Huang rank 9 stars martial spirit radiated out, enveloping the entire area. On the contrary, Qin Nan slowly closed his eyes. Look, is this trash scared out of his wits? Lin Zixiao soared into the sky, striking down towards Qin Nan's head. In an instant, Qin Nan suddenly opened his eyes, using his hand as a saber, slashing out a powerful saber chi. Lin Zixiao couldn't react at all, and was directly sent flying by this immense force, dragging a long trail on the ground. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Qin Nan, only at the 8th level of body tempering, how could he possess such terrifying power? But Su Tian saw a clue. This is the Ru Wei stage. Even super geniuses of Xian Lin zone need to at least reach the Xian Tian realm to comprehend this stage. Lin Zixiao staggered to his feet. Humph, it seems I underestimated you. Qin Nan said calmly, what? Are you already scared just at the beginning? Lin Zixiao didn't want to waste words and directly used the mid-level martial skill, Tian Yu Quan. Qin Nan shouted, good. Then, he unleashed a powerful saber image, clashing with Lin Zixiao. Explosions rang out continuously. Countless rays of light exploded, transforming into sharp blades, creating a stalemate. Qin Nan was like a ghost, his movement technique strange, his saber light flashing. He forced Lin Zixiao to retreat continuously. Seeing this, all the disciples gasped. Continuously suppressed by Qin Nan, Lin Zixiao couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly leaped into the air, the Huashao martial spirit behind him, erupting with boundless flames. This time, he was prepared to use his strongest killing move. The flames, carrying terrifying killing intent, slowly condensed into a 9-story pagoda. Even if your weapon talent is superior, and your state of mind is superior, there's still a huge gap between us. Now, die. The majestic 9-story pagoda suddenly descended, suppressing Qin Nan. Even Su Tian, as a martial king realm expert, judged at this moment that Qin Nan would surely die. But at this time, Qin Nan suddenly laughed, now you're worthy of me using this move. Ju Tian E.G. A ray of light burst from his fingertip, gradually condensing into a small point of light the size of a fingertip. Although seemingly ordinary, its aura was boundless, actually shattering the 9-story pagoda. Lin Zixiao, what did your master teach you? Before he could finish, the cold breath of death enveloped his entire body. He instantly turned to ashes. Everyone was shocked. The scene just now was like a bomb exploding in their minds. After an unknown amount of time, a female disciple sat down weakly. Am I dreaming? These disciples still couldn't understand how Lin Zixiao, a super genius, could be so easily annihilated. At this moment, Su Tian finally regained his senses, his eyes still carrying shock. What was that move you just used? Qin Nan didn't answer, his face pale, his aura weakened to the extreme. He looked with difficulty towards Lin Zixiao's accomplices. I want to ask, do you still want to kill me now? Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. We were just instigated by Lin Zixiao, it was a momentary impulse. Xiao Yunha, Duan Muyang, do you still want to kill me? I'm at the end of my rope now. You only need one move to kill me. Don't miss this rare opportunity. Xiao Yunha trembled all over, not even daring to breathe loudly. This was Qin Nan's prestige, built from reaching the 1000th step of the heart-disturbing ancient bamboo forest, from instantly killing Lin Zixiao. Alright, the test is over. There's no need for further casualties. All tests are now concluded. In 3 days, the Wanxiang Island teleportation formation will reopen, and the elders will announce the final results of the Wanxiang Grand Competition. Quickly, 3 days passed. The elders arrived above the Dao Arena, waiting for the teleportation formation to open. Of course, there were also 2 inner disciples, Xiao Qingxue and Emoli. Xiao Qingxue, I didn't expect you to come as well. I just wanted to ask you, do you think Qin Nan can return alive? Xiao Qingxue was stunned. Gong Yang actually dared to bet 70,000 martial king pills, betting that Qin Nan not only won't die, but can also enter the top 5? Emoli looked provocatively at Xiao Qingxue. Do you think Qin Nan can survive this Wanxiang Grand Competition? Hearing this, Xiao Qingxue frowned. But before he could speak, Elder Wu's sneer rang out. Qin Nan only has a Huang rank 8 stars martial spirit, of course he can't survive. Your question is superfluous. Emoli sneered, Elder Wu, you don't know, Qin Nan is the genius Elder Qingxian values. Elder Yang hurriedly comforted Xiao Qingxue. Qin Nan is too arrogant, he didn't even take us seriously. His death is his own fault. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Qingxue replied, Elders, there's no need to say such meaningless words. If anything happens to Qin Nan, I definitely won't let you off. Emoli was completely unafraid at Elders, there's still some time before they come out. Why don't we make a bet, for example, bet on whether Qin Nan lives or dies? Elder Yang sneered, that's not interesting, because he will definitely die. If you want to bet, bet on who killed Qin Nan, or how many people killed him together, that would be more meaningful. The other elders immediately responded, I bet he was instantly killed in 3 moves. I bet one person is enough. Xiao Qingshua's body trembled slightly, the anger in his heart growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Are you all very free? It seems you don't know that Qin Nan is my brother. Joking about him here, aren't you looking down on me too much? Everyone looked over, and even the 5 elders' expressions changed. The person who arrived was Gong Yang, the 10th-ranked inner disciple. A status only slightly lower than a direct disciple. The 5 inner elders might not give face to Xiao Qingxue, but they couldn't ignore Gong Yang. Emoli's face paled, and he hurriedly said, Senior brother Gong Yang, you must have misunderstood. We were just discussing. Gong Yang said calmly, you don't need to explain. Although our words were a bit extreme, you also know that given the situation of the Wanxiang Grand Competition, it's very difficult for Qin Nan to survive. Xiao Qingshue's expression softened, but still carried worry. If something happens to Qin Nan this time, it will be Emoli's fault. Gong Yang said firmly, don't worry, Qin Nan won't die. Xiao Qingxue was slightly puzzled. Gong Yang and Qin Nan only interacted for a day. Why did he trust Qin Nan so much? Just now I heard the 5 elders and Emoli making a bet. Why don't I also bet with you? I bet Qin Nan can definitely enter the top 5. Everyone was astonished. Qin Nan, after offending 200 disciples, could still enter the top 5? I know you all look down on him. If you do, why don't you dare to bet with me? If you don't want to bet, then you must apologize for what you just said. Elder Yang's face darkened. Since you said so, I bet Qin Nan definitely can't enter the top 5. The stake is 10,000 Martial King pills. Emoli and the other 4 elders also placed their bets, ranging from 5,000 to 100,000 Martial King pills. Gong Yang turned to look at Xiao Qingxue. Do you want to bet? Opportunities to make a profit like this aren't common. Xiao Qingxue gritted her teeth. I believe in him. I bet 4,000 Martial King pills. Gong Yang said calmly, the total bet against Qin Nan entering the top 5 is 75,000. Since I initiated this bet, I'll bet 71,000 Martial King pills. The entire audience was stunned. One must know, even for the 5 inner elders, their entire wealth was only a little over 10,000 Martial King pills. But at this moment, the Dao platform suddenly flashed with dazzling light. A golden formation slowly appeared. In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Emoli couldn't help but laugh. It seems I can earn 5,000 Martial King pills this time. Indeed, Gong Yang, I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss this time. Gong Yang sneered. Qin Nan was personally chosen by the Supreme Elder. Do you really think he's just trash? Suddenly, an inner disciple exclaimed, they're out. Several hundred figures appeared one after another within the golden formation. Xiao Qingshue's eyes swept over, immediately spotting Qin Nan at the back of the crowd. And only then did she feel relieved. Unexpectedly, Qin Nan is still alive. But so what? He still can't enter the top 5. Emoli looked around. But didn't see Lin Zixiao. Xiao Yunhe, why is it you? Where's Lin Zixiao? Xiao Yunhe's lips moved slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. Emoli panicked completely. Speak. What happened? Xiao Yunhe trembled. Senior brother Lin Zixiao is dead. Hearing this, the 5 elders' faces turned pale. Lin Zixiao, with 9th-level bone body and possessing the Emperor's 9 cauldrons 5 souls, among the new disciples, how could killing him be so easy? Emoli's breath trembled. Who killed Lin Zixiao? A teenager participating in the inner sect trial for the first time. Could actually harvest tens of thousands of innate pills. Just now, Emoli suddenly pointed his finger at Xiao Yunhe. In his opinion, only Xiao Yunhe had the ability to kill Lin Zixiao. Xiao Yunhe pursed his lips tightly, not answering at all. At this time, Gong Yang came over. Now, the most important thing is our bet. Let's see if Qin Nan made it into the top 5. Elder Yang looked at everyone and shouted, disciples, quickly report, who are the top 5 in this grand competition. Hearing this, Su Tian immediately stepped forward. But his face was hesitant. Elder, this one's Xiang grand competition. Emoli urged, just tell us the result. We bet 75,000 Martial King pills. The disciple's face was shocked, but before he could recover, Elder Yang also urged, quickly report the results. I'm afraid I'll lose my shirt. Su Tian took a deep breath. In this one's Xiang Grand competition, only 4 people obtained the Azure Dragon tokens. Elder Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then according to the old rules, the rewards for the remaining 6 will be added to the top 4. Immediately after, Su Tian began to announce the results. I was ordered by the inner sect to conduct the assessment of new disciples. Within this month, Xiao Yunhe obtained 1 Azure Dragon token, ranking 4th. Zhou Yun obtained 2 Azure Dragon tokens, ranking 3rd. Huang Long obtained 3 Azure Dragon tokens, ranking 2nd. And the person who achieved first place in this one's Xiang Grand competition is at this point. He suddenly stopped. Elder Yang was anxious. Who's first? Hurry up and say it. A trace of helplessness appeared in Su Tian's eyes. It's Qin Nan, with a total of 22 Azure Dragon tokens. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5 elders and Mo Li were all dumbfounded. Gong Yang was no exception. Even though he had enough confidence in Qin Nan, he absolutely didn't expect Qin Nan to win first place. Then, Su Tian dropped another bombshell. Qin Nan participated in the Chaotic Star Bamboo Forest trial and walked 1,000 steps. Mo Li was so shocked that he couldn't believe his ears. Gong Yang didn't stay stunned for long, quickly regaining his composure and bursting into laughter. As expected of my brother. To actually walk 1,000 steps. Ah, this is truly great. Xiao Yunha also came back to his senses at this time, looking towards the back of the crowd, his gaze towards Qin Nan revealing a complex light. I sincerely apologize. The trash you spoke of not only entered the top 5, but also achieved first place. It seems you have to pay me 50,000 Martial King pills. The 5 elders immediately sobered up, the corners of their mouths twitching, their hearts aching. Mo Li was completely lost, grabbing Su Tian's clothes. Tell me, who killed Lin Zixu? Su Tian coldly brushed his hand away. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Lin Zixu was killed by Qin Nan. Mo Li was stunned. What did you just say? Say it again. Before Su Tian could open his mouth, a calm voice rang out. No need to trouble Mr. Su, I'll tell him. The trash in your mouth, at the Wanxiang Grand Competition, killed Lin Zixu with one move. Mo Li's face was filled with anger. With your 8th level bone body cultivation. How could you possibly do that? Do you think I'm a fool? Qin Nan smiled faintly. Is that so? In the next second, the aura on his body suddenly soared to the sky, stirring the surroundings. Mo Li was so shocked that he was speechless. This is the minor completion of the entering the minute realm. Qin Nan, you've actually grasped the minor completion of the entering the minute realm. No wonder he could kill Lin Zixu. But Qin Nan was clearly trash before. Why has he become so powerful now? Qin Nan. I underestimated you before. But you killed Lin Zixu, we are sworn enemies. After saying that, Mo Li flew into a rage. Threw out more than 1,008 pills, and then quickly left. This Mo Li, his mental fortitude is even stronger than Lin Zixu's. He can still endure and retreat at this time. If there's a chance in the future, I absolutely can't let him off easily. Gong Yang hurriedly said, 5 elders and fellow disciples, why haven't you taken out the Martial King pills yet? Hearing this, the 5 elders' faces were unsightly. But they didn't have any reason to refuse. At this moment, they could only endure the heartache and take out 50,000 Martial King pills. In an instant, a small mountain piled up in front of Gong Yang. Qin Nan, I really thank you this time, otherwise I wouldn't have won so many Martial King pills. After the elders finish the rewards, I'll share some with you. Elder Yang forced a smile and said, alright, now let's begin the Wanxiang Grand Competition rewards. After saying that, he flicked his fingers, and several rays of light shot out, landing in the hands of Huang Long, Xiao Yunha, and Zhou Yun. This is the 9 Transformations Golden Pill. To maximize its effects, it's best to use it after breaking through to the innate realm. According to the inner sex rules, having walked 1,000 steps and created history, there should be a reward. I will now, on behalf of the inner sect, reward you with 100,000 innate pills and a storage ring. Qin Nan was a little dazed, his mind in a dreamy state. He never dreamed that there would be such a generous reward. The Wanxiang Grand Competition ends here. In a moment, there will be outer sect elders to welcome you to the outer courtyard. Looking at the 5 elders hurriedly leaving, Qin Nan felt a little regretful. His original plan was to take revenge on these 5 elders. Xiao Yunha asked curiously, Qin Nan, what did you experience on Wanxiang Island? Gong Yang smiled and said, this isn't the place to talk, you two follow me. A young man rewarding himself 18 times a day. Unexpectedly awakened an invincible clairvoyant eye. Just now, Gong Yang brought Qin Nan to a building. This place was opened by an inner sect disciple, specifically for drinking tea and wine, and it was entirely set up with formations. As long as one's cultivation didn't exceed the king realm, they wouldn't be able to probe or eavesdrop. Alright, now let's divide the Martial King pills. Yunha, you bet 4,000, I'll give you 10,000 Martial King pills. Qin Nan, this time it's all thanks to your efforts, take these 30,000 Martial King pills and spend them. Qin Nan's eyes instantly lit up. After all, 30,000 Martial King pills were equivalent to 3 million innate pills. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. These Martial King pills were obtained because you believed in me, I'll just take 10,000. A flash of appreciation flickered in Gong Yang's eyes. If that's the case, then so be it. I still have things to do, I'll take my leave first, you two chat slowly. After saying that, Gong Yang quickly left without any hesitation. This left Qin Nan and Xiao Yunha dumbfounded. I didn't use the Martial King pills you gave me last time, I'll return them to you. Xiao Yunhe's eyes widened. Wasn't I worried about you being in danger? You keep them. Qin Nan, tell me, how many secrets do you have? Suddenly, Xiao Yunhe remembered something. I recently received a mission and might have to leave the sect for a while. By the way, in Xianling sect, even the outer courtyard has many capable people, you'd better restrain your temper. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Xiao Yunhe turned his head. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect disciple area. Hearing such alluring words, Qin Nan almost drooled. But now, the most important thing was to strengthen his war god soul. 100,008 pills rewarded by the inner sect, plus 10,000 martial king pills. To what extent could this strengthen his war god soul? Qin Nan waved his hand and swallowed all 100,008 pills. But the war god soul didn't react at all. So, he began a frenzied eating spree. Time gradually passed, and about an hour later, Qin Nan had swallowed 990,008 pills, and the war god soul still showed no obvious reaction. Finally, when he swallowed a full 1,000,008 pills, the war god soul suddenly vibrated. 10 dazzling golden rays of light suddenly flashed behind him. Gold-level divine eye. I finally have a gold-level divine eye. No matter how firm Qin Nan's mind was, at this moment, he became extremely excited. I still have 900,008 pills. At this rate, if I swallow all 900,008 pills, I might be able to condense the legendary, profound level 5 souls. Even if 900,008 pills aren't enough, I still have 10,000 martial king pills. 3 hours later, Qin Nan was as swollen as an 11-month pregnant woman. 900,008 pills couldn't make him advance. It seemed he could only use martial king pills. 100 pills. 300 pills. 500 pills. 990 pills. Finally, the war god soul reacted, but it didn't level up. Qin Nan's consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. Since obtaining the war god soul, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange event. While Qin Nan was still puzzled, a giant crack appeared in the darkness. From that crack, a stone tablet slowly descended. The moment Qin Nan opened his eyes, a divine light seemed to erupt, dispelling the endless darkness. Before he could clearly see the stone tablet, Qin Nan's consciousness was pulled down by a force, causing him to fall completely unconscious. The war god soul revealed a pair of 7-colored eyes. This was the awakened divine ability, overturning the heavens. This unconsciousness lasted for 3 days before Qin Nan gradually woke up. Just like last time, his head felt like it was splitting. The urgent matter now was to see what changes had occurred to the war god soul. With that thought, Qin Nan immediately released the war god soul. What he didn't expect was that the war god soul had transformed into a pair of eyes. Since that's the case, does my war god eyes also possess more mystical abilities? Qin Nan hurriedly activated his war god eyes and looked outside. The barrier of the entire building, which could only be seen through by those with king realm cultivation and above, was seen through by him. Inside, there were quite a few inner sect disciples drinking tea and chatting. There were even 2 pairs of men and women engaged in ambiguous activities. A look of joy appeared on Qin Nan's face. Now, his war god eyes could see through all barriers. In the future, when encountering barriers or formations, he could see the flaws and the truth within. With just a glance. Just as he was about to leave the room, he noticed Bai Xing already waiting at the door. I heard senior sister Xiao say you were cultivating here, so I've been waiting for you these past few days. Now that you're an outer sect disciple, you can return whenever you want. Qin Nan was slightly stunned. I troubled you. Take these 100 martial king pills. Bai Xing was both surprised and delighted. Thank you, young master Qin Nan. If you have any instructions, please feel free to find me. Right, I heard that one treasure hall is holding an outer courtyard auction. I wonder if you're interested. The corners of Qin Nan's mouth slightly curved upwards. He had always wanted to find a good saber. This auction came at the right time. An ordinary-looking long sword. The seller was asking for 10,000 martial king pills, and it could only be looked at, not touched. Just now, Qin Nan arrived at one treasure hall. Here, outer sect disciples could only enter the first floor, inner sect disciples could enter the second and third floors. As for the fourth floor, it was said to be exclusively for direct disciples. Upon entering the first floor, a layer of golden light appeared on Qin Nan's face. Not only were there disciples setting up stalls, but there were also individual stalls set up with barriers. All kinds of natural treasures and spiritual objects were countless, like a golden market. Fellow Taoists, come and take a look, my treasures are all from the ancient era, guaranteed to be super valuable. Qin Nan secretly activated his war god eyes and glanced over. Immediately seeing through the pile of treasures, but there was nothing special. This sword seems to contain immense power, but the price is too high, asking for 10,000 martial king pills. Initially, I had the purple dragon divine eye and could enter the third and fourth floors, now it seems unnecessary. just as Qin Nan was about to leave. A spiritual ginseng attracted his attention. Just as he was about to go forward for a closer look, the young man in black said coldly, "Look only, no touching." Qin Nan couldn't help but curse him inwardly for being stingy. This spiritual ginseng looked ordinary, but he could sense a mysterious power within. It was definitely a treasure. The corners of Qin Nan's mouth slightly curved upwards. "I'll buy this spiritual ginseng." The young man in black said indifferently, 1,008 pills. Hearing this, Bai Xing immediately exclaimed, "This spiritual ginseng is clearly withered, you're robbing him." The young man in black muttered, "Buy it or not, it's up to you." Although it pained him a little, Qin Nan guessed that this spiritual ginseng wasn't simple, so he readily completed the transaction. Bai Xing shook her head, "This trash is useless even if you buy it." Qin Nan smiled, his consciousness expanding to cover the spiritual ginseng. After all, it only cost him 10 martial king pills. Bai Xing secretly observed, as expected of young master Qin Nan, he completely disregards martial king pills. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "You're Qin Nan?" Seeing that the other party was hostile, Bai Xing immediately stepped forward. "Who are you?" The arrogant young man looked at Qin Nan with disdain. "I'm Nangong Ershao, Nangong Cheng's younger brother. Don't even think about participating in this auction today." The surrounding crowd immediately started buzzing. "I heard this guy is lecherous, who knows how many female disciples he has harmed." Bai Xing hurriedly whispered in Qin Nan's ear, "Nangong Cheng is the top outer courtyard disciple among the outer sect disciples, and is highly valued by the outer sect grand elder." Nangong Ershao said smugly, "So? Are you scared now?" Qin Nan glanced at him with disdain and spat out 2 words. "Trash." Nangong Ershao was slightly stunned. Since entering Xianling's sect, this was the first time he had met someone who dared to look down on him like this. But he quickly regained his composure and shouted angrily, "Very good, Qin Nan, you." Qin Nan directly interrupted him, "You what? If you have the guts, come to the life and death arena with me." Nangong Ershao sneered, "If you don't know your place, then I'll let you see my methods." After speaking, he clapped his hands. A steward who had been waiting for a long time immediately ran over. "Second young master. It's this guy, speaking arrogantly and disrupting the order. I think this kind of person is not qualified to participate in the auction at all." The steward's face turned cold. "I am the first floor steward of one treasure hall. I now revoke your qualification to participate in the auction. Within a month, you are not allowed to enter one treasure hall, otherwise you will be dealt with according to the sect rules." Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. Slowly taking out the purple dragon divine eye from his chest, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid you don't have the authority to deal with me." Everyone stared at the token. You dare to forge the Supreme Elder's token?" "You." At this point, the steward's voice trembled. "Damn Qin Nan. If it weren't for you, how would he dare to look down on me? Today I'll show you what your identity is worth." Qin Nan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this steward didn't recognize the purple dragon divine eye. The steward shouted, "Someone seize him." Immediately, more than 10 guards appeared, surrounding Qin Nan. But at this moment, a shout rang out. "Why is it so noisy here?" The person who came was the first floor elder of one treasure hall. The steward hurriedly said, "This person forged the elder's token, violating the sect rules, and has offended the sect's authority." After speaking, he handed the purple dragon divine eye to the elder. The elder at first only glanced at it casually. But upon closer inspection, his face drastically changed. He slapped the steward. "You bastard. You don't even recognize this token. Get lost. Don't ever show your face in one treasure hall again." The steward trembled, kneeling down and kowtowing repeatedly, "I'll leave. I'll leave immediately. Elder, please spare me." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the elder was so furious. "Young Master Qin Nan, I sincerely apologize, that steward was blind. I hope he didn't offend you." Qin Nan said calmly, "It's fine." "So, according to you, how should this Nangong Ershao be dealt with?" The elder didn't hesitate. "From now on, you are also not allowed to step into one treasure hall. If you violate this, you will be expelled from Xianling's sect." Nangong Ershao was struck by lightning, his originally arrogant face turning pale. "Good. Very good. Qin Nan, I'll remember this incident today. I'll make you kneel and beg me." Nangong Ershao was struck by lightning, his originally arrogant and aggressive face instantly turning pale. "Good. Very good. Qin Nan, I'll remember this incident today. I'll definitely make you kneel and beg me." This was the token that all auction participants dreamed of. Because having it in hand at the auction, not only could one choose 3 treasures for free, but no one could compete for them either. Just now, the one treasure hall elder returned the purple dragon divine eye to Qin Nan, and told him the token's function at the auction. Qin Nan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, elder." I hope Elder will keep our identities a secret. After the Elder left, Bai Xing couldn't help but ask carefully, the token you just took out is? Qin Nan said calmly, it was a gift from an Elder, it allows free access to every floor of one treasure hall. Bai Xing took a deep breath, her admiration for Qin Nan growing even stronger. Her determination to follow him becoming even firmer. Time slowly passed, and the auction time drew closer and closer. Suddenly, someone shouted, Nangong Chang is here. Qin Nan immediately activated his war god eyes, observing the young man in white. 9th level bone body, perfection of the human chi unity realm, half-step innate cultivation. This strength was even greater than Lin Zixiao's. Next, Nangong Chang walked in front of Qin Nan. You are Qin Nan? Qin Nan calmly replied, yes. The surrounding disciples all took a deep breath. This Qin Nan was truly too arrogant, he even dared to disregard Nangong Chang. Nangong Chang's face remained unchanged. My younger brother has always been arrogant and conceited, he offended you many times just now, please forgive him. Qin Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect the first sentence the other party said to be an apology. You caused my younger brother to be unable to take another step forward in his life, it can only be said that he brought it upon himself. But you'd better not anger me, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. After saying that, Nangong Chang went straight into the auction room. Bai Xing was about to say something but was interrupted by Qin Nan, let's go in too. At this time, the Elder was already standing on the stage presiding. I believe everyone is clear about the rules, so I won't waste any more time. The outer courtyard auction officially begins. After speaking, she clapped her hands. The first item to be auctioned was the 3 transformation scripture wheel that Qin Nan had used before. The scene immediately became lively, this outer courtyard auction was truly something. A smile flickered in the Elder's eyes, the starting price is 1008 pills, each increment must not be less than 500. Hearing this, many disciples immediately started bidding. In the end, the 3 transformation scripture wheel was sold for 8008 pills. Qin Nan secretly felt a pang of regret, he didn't expect the price of the 3 transformation scripture wheel to be so high. Next, the treasure to be auctioned is one of the 3 supreme treasures of this auction. I'm sure many disciples here have come for it. After saying that, a woman carrying a jade tray slowly walked up. Inside was the 7-colored flower bone body pill. Just one pill was enough to break through to the first level of the innate realm. Although the starting price was 5008 pills, it couldn't suppress the lively atmosphere. The price kept rising. At this time, Nangong Chang stood up, I bid 50,008 pills. I hope my fellow disciples won't compete with me. As everyone knows, I'm only one step away from the innate realm. As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples stopped. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to compete with Nangong Chang. A smile flickered in the Elder's eyes, if no one competes, then this 7-colored flower belongs to. Before she could finish, Qin Nan's voice rang out. I want this 7-colored flower. The Elder frowned, this disciple, I'm truly sorry, someone has already bid. The 7-colored flower belongs to Nangong Chang. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged, today, no matter who comes, it's mine. The Elder was angered, but before she could speak, Nangong Chang interrupted, if this junior brother wants to compete with me, then I want to see how much he can bid. Qin Nan said coldly, why should I bid? I've taken a fancy to this 7-colored flower, so it's mine. Nangong Chang laughed as if he had heard a joke, if you can't afford it, then don't embarrass yourself here. At this time, the Elder in charge of the auction suddenly appeared and whispered a few words in the Elder's ear. The Elder's face immediately changed drastically. Then, she looked at Qin Nan respectfully, just now, I was blind and didn't know your identity. Just as you said, as long as you want it, it's yours, without having to pay any fees. At this time, Nangong Chang was stunned. Why did the Elder's attitude change so quickly? Isn't an auction about who bids higher gets it? Why can he get the 7-colored flower for nothing? The Elder waved her hand, these are the sex rules. Alright, let's start auctioning the next treasure. Nangong Chang was trembling with anger. Qin Nan, this time I'm giving you face. Remember, I will definitely make you regret this. The auction continued until the second treasure. The Elder said loudly, the next treasure to be auctioned is the second supreme treasure, called Dragon Immortal Incense. When lit, it can emit a fragrance that helps people break through bottlenecks, and there's a high chance of reaching the entering the minute realm. The starting price is 10,008 pills. The disciples immediately became excited, and the price quickly rose to 20,008 pills. Nangong Chang, without hesitation, bid 80,000. Something worth hundreds of millions. Yet the host gave it to a new disciple. It turned out this young man had the Supreme Elder's token. Not only could he choose 3 treasures for free, but no one could compete with him. Just now, the Elder introduced the second item being auctioned. Called Dragon Immortal Incense, with a starting price of 10,008 pills. Nangong Chang, without hesitation, bid 80,000 pills. The other disciples' faces changed, they couldn't afford this price. Qin Nan transmitted his voice, this dragon immortal incense is a once-in-a-century opportunity. If you miss this, it will be very difficult to encounter it again. Nangong Chang's voice was neither cold nor warm, but full of mockery. Qin Nan nodded, senior brother is right. In that case, I want this dragon immortal incense. You haven't even bid against me, and you already want to take it? You got the 7-colored flower, do you want to take this one too? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the elder. The dragon immortal incense belongs to Qin Nan. Let's start auctioning the next treasure. Nangong Chang was completely dumbfounded. Qin Nan hadn't even bid, so why? The elder ignored him. The next treasure is called the dust-settling sword. The disciples finally came back to their senses, looking at Qin Nan with both awe and envy. As for Nangong Chang, his face was ashen. If he hadn't retained some reason, he might have flown into a rage and started a fight. 3 hours later, the auction had sold more than 50 treasures, many of which broadened Qin Nan's horizons. The auction entered its final stage. Next is the penultimate treasure, the 7 deadly sins. As soon as she finished speaking, the large door behind the elder rumbled open. 7 ancient sabers floated in mid-air, like the primordial night sky, extremely mysterious. Qin Nan secretly activated his war god eyes, and discovered that these 7 ancient sabers were somewhat strange, as if they had some connection with each other. According to the sex appraisal, these 7 ancient sabers have a mysterious origin and unknown grade, but the aura they exude far surpasses that of spiritual weapons. Moreover, according to the elder's speculation, if these 7 ancient sabers are used together, their power will be no different from a spiritual weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire scene buzzed with excitement, because even inner-sect disciples of Xianling's sect might not possess spiritual weapons. The 7 deadly sins set, the starting price is 50,008 pills, let the bidding begin. But the scene wasn't lively at all, but rather silent. All the disciples looked at Qin Nan, as if waiting for him to speak. The elder rubbed her forehead, smiling wryly, I almost forgot about him. Junior brother Qin Nan, do you want this 7 deadly sins set? All the disciples became tense. From the elder's attitude, it could be seen that if Qin Nan spoke, the 7 deadly sins set would definitely belong to him. Suddenly, Nangong Chang laughed loudly, I don't believe it today. Can you get another treasure for free? I bid 100,008 pills, anyone who wants to compete can go ahead. Qin Nan closed his eyes and said calmly, the 7 deadly sins set is very much to my liking, so I want it. The elder immediately announced loudly, the 7 deadly sins belongs to Qin Nan, the auction ends here. All the disciples secretly sighed. Who could compete with Qin Nan's deep background? Of course, they didn't hate Qin Nan. After all, if Qin Nan didn't take it, the 7 deadly sins would eventually fall into Nangong Chang's hands. Congratulations to junior brother Qin Nan for obtaining this 7 deadly sins set. I was actually asked by senior brother Lung Feng to buy this set, I didn't expect you to snatch it away. By the way, senior brother Lung Feng really likes the 7 deadly sins set. When he returns after completing his mission and finds out you took it, he will definitely come to have a chat with you. Towards the end, the killing intent in Nangong Chang's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Hearing the name Lung Feng, Bai Xing's face drastically changed. Among the outer sect disciples, they were divided into outer courtyard and inner courtyard. The disciples in the outer courtyard were all at the bone-body realm, and only by reaching the innate realm could they enter the inner courtyard. Lang Feng was ranked 10th among the inner courtyard disciples, and he was ruthless. Anyone who offended him was killed. Afterwards, the auction ended, and Qin Nan and Bai Xing left one treasure hall. Suddenly, Bai Xing whispered, young master Qin Nan, look behind you. All the elders of one treasure hall respectfully saw him off as if he were a Buddha. Qin Nan smiled and said, I had a great time at one treasure hall today. If there's another auction next time, please be sure to inform me. Hearing this, the elders felt a sharp pain in their chests and almost fainted on the spot. Afterwards, Bai Xing explained the division of courtyards within Xianling sect. The spiritual energy in the first courtyard was 5 times that of the 5th courtyard, and 10 times that of the 10th courtyard. Currently, Qin Nan was ranked 10th among the outer sect disciples, so he resided in the 5th courtyard of the outer courtyard. Of course, as long as his ranking continued to rise, the courtyard he resided in would also change accordingly. Soon, the two arrived at Qin Nan's residence, which was the 5th courtyard of the outer courtyard. Although the place looked simple, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Qin Nan couldn't imagine how dense the spiritual energy in the first courtyard would be. At this time, Bai Xing carefully said, young master Qin Nan, then I'll take my leave. Qin Nan smiled and nodded, thank you for your hard work along the way. Bai Xing bowed. To her, this thank you was more valuable than martial king pills. Back in his room, Qin Nan took out the treasures he had recently obtained. He knew the effects of most of the items, only this mysterious ancient ginseng was unknown. Observing with his war god eyes, this ancient ginseng contained a tremendous power, but it was always in a dormant state. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Nan's mind: divine weapons, natural treasures, spiritual objects, innate spiritual fire. He immediately bit his finger, dripping a drop of fresh blood onto the seven-colored ancient ginseng. The young man bit his finger, dripping blood onto the ancient ginseng. In an instant, a mutation occurred. The seven-colored flower, dragon immortal incense, and 9 transformations golden pill, all transformed into extremely dense spiritual energy, merging into the ancient ginseng. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Nan suddenly had a bad feeling. Along with cracking sounds, the outer layer of the mysterious ancient ginseng shattered. By the time Qin Nan reacted, it was too late. A terrifying aura spread throughout the 5th courtyard, startling the nearby disciples who were cultivating. At this moment, Qin Nan felt like his heart was about to stop. All his treasures were actually devoured. Immediately afterwards, he flew into a rage, fiercely punching the mysterious ancient ginseng. Boom! Qin Nan was sent flying, retreating several meters before steadying himself. And the ancient ginseng didn't move at all, nor was it damaged in the slightest. Qin Nan went completely mad, frantically attacking the ancient ginseng, wishing he could grind it into pieces. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the ancient ginseng. Qin Nan was stunned. What's going on? He hurriedly activated his war god eyes and discovered a human figure inside the ancient ginseng. What are you looking at? Don't peek at this princess. This princess doesn't have enough energy right now and is about to fall into a deep sleep. As my servant, from now on, remember to collect a lot of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines for me. Hearing this, the already angry Qin Nan became even more furious. I'll collect for you. He grabbed his saber and slashed down with all his might. The loud noise alerted all the surrounding disciples. What's going on? Are they practicing? It seems like the person over there is Qin Nan, the top ranker of this one's Xiang Grand competition. I heard he has grasped the entering the minute realm, and killed a 9th level bone body genius with his 8th level bone body cultivation. Behind the crowd, someone had a resentful expression. Just you wait, I'll let you get complacent for a while, and then I'll show you the methods of Nangong Ershao. It wasn't until the next morning that the commotion in the 5th courtyard subsided. Qin Nan breathed heavily, exhausted. This feeling of helplessness was something he had experienced for the first time. He seemed to have used all his strength today. But the mysterious ancient ginseng remained motionless, as if it had truly fallen into a deep sleep. After a long while, Qin Nan sighed. Wait until you come out of this ancient ginseng, I'll deal with you. For the next 10 days, Qin Nan was like a statue, immersed in cultivation. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level bone body. With his current cultivation, plus the entering the minute realm, he had enough strength to deal with Nangong Chang. But unfortunately, Nangong Chang had already stepped into half-step innate. The power he possessed far surpassed the 9th level bone body. Just as Qin Nan was about to continue cultivating, a sudden announcement came. Attention all disciples, in 1 hour, at the outer courtyard training ground, an inner courtyard disciple will be giving a lecture. Qin Nan shook his head. He'd rather stay and cultivate than go listen to a lecture. But the voice came again. If you don't come, you will be fined 10,008 pills. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and immediately disappeared from the spot. At this time, many disciples had gathered at the outer courtyard training ground. I heard that the person giving the lecture is senior brother Li Hong. He has a gold level 9th grade 5 souls and is ranked 10th among the inner courtyard disciples. If senior brother Li Hong is coming, it definitely won't be like that guy who only knows how to show off his strength. We can definitely learn a lot this time. While everyone was chatting, a red figure broke through the air and arrived. Like a sharp and domineering spear, it tore through space, making people focus their attention. Today, I'm not preaching, nor am I imparting cultivation techniques, but I'm here to tell you how vast this world is. Listen carefully, anyone who dares to slack off, I'll stab with my spear. In an instant, the image of Li Hong holding a silver spear with overwhelming appeared in the disciples' minds. They immediately felt extremely frightened and didn't dare to slack off. But Qin Nan was somewhat interested, because since entering Xianling sect, he hadn't had the chance to learn about the Thuong Lam continent. The Thuong Lam continent is divided into the upper region and the lower region. The upper region is boundless, with countless strong individuals. The lower region, compared to the upper region, is like a small pond compared to the vast ocean. Our Xianling sect belongs to the lower region. There are countless countries in the lower region, and there are also more than 500 sects, all of which are on the same level as our Xianling sect. Above these 500 sects, there are 3 great sacred lands. All sects are managed by these 3 great sacred lands. They are the peak of cultivation in the lower region. At this time, everyone's eyes widened, feeling as if they were dreaming. Suddenly, Li Hong pointed at Qin Nan, this disciple, tell me, how many realms is cultivation divided into? Cultivation is divided into the bone-body realm, innate realm, king realm, sovereign realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, saint realm, ancestor realm, earth realm, and divine realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. Our Xianling sect master's cultivation has reached the peak of the sovereign realm. And in the upper region, there is the legendary divine realm. Therefore, you must understand that entering Xianling sect is just the beginning. Don't think that having a little talent and a little opportunity makes you superior. Looking at the entire continent, you are still just. After speaking, Li Hong threw a token to Qin Nan. This disciple answered well just now, you can come find me in the inner courtyard later. Something that looked like an ordinary 1,000-year-old Lingji. The young man watered it with his blood every day. It turned out this ancient ginseng was the heaven-devouring tree. As long as it sensed spiritual pills and miraculous medicines, it would immediately absorb them. Just now, Li Hong directly gave the token to Qin Nan, and told him that he could come to her anytime. The other disciples showed envious looks. Qin Nan smiled wryly and was about to leave when Nangong Ershao suddenly appeared behind him. Last time at Yibao Dian, you dared to humiliate me. Now, kneel down and apologize. After saying that, the 5 thugs behind him laughed loudly. Many people gasped, who is this guy? How dare he offend Nangong Ershao? I'm not free today. Let's talk another day. Qin Nan said, then turned and left. Nangong Ershao laughed heartily because, in his eyes, Qin Nan was running away in fear. I heard you topped the Wan Xiang Grand competition. Hand over all the rewards, or don't blame me for being impolite. Before he could finish, Qin Nan interrupted, unfortunately, I have nothing left. Today, I can only compete with you all. The thug's eyes were fierce. I didn't expect you to have reached the Ruwei realm, but so what? The 5 of us together, you still have to lose. Next is the Xianguang Wuxing formation. Unless you are a Xiantian expert, even if your cultivation reaches half-step Xiantian, you can't break this formation. Qin Nan, do you see? This is the consequence of offending me, Nangong Ershao. Qin Nan sneered, then today, I'll show you how I break the formation. After saying that, the war gods I quickly activated, finding the flaw in the formation. The 5 thugs attacked simultaneously, their momentum condensing into a mountain, pressing down on Qin Nan. Qin Nan's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly struck. With a loud bang, the Xianguang Wuxing formation was instantly broken. The smug look on Nangong Ershao's face instantly turned into shock. Impossible. Even Nangong Cheng couldn't break this formation. How did he do it? The thug couldn't help but cry out, how is this possible? How could you break the Xianguang Wuxing formation? Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged as he walked forward step by step. What do you want to do? This is the Lian Wu Chang. No fighting is allowed, otherwise it's a violation of the sect rules. The corner of Qin Nan's mouth twitched. Initially, I didn't want to get involved with you, but you wanted to rob my pills. As he spoke, killing intent surged in his eyes. Next, a flurry of blows rained down on the thug. Nangong, it's your turn. Nangong Ershao trembled like a leaf, as if facing a demon. Master Qin Nan, I know I was wrong. These are all my pills. Please don't hit me, and if you do, please don't hit my face. Qin Nan slapped him 50 times, then took the pills and left. Nangong Ershao lay on the ground, wailing, didn't you say you wouldn't hit my face? Returning to the 5th courtyard, Qin Nan chuckled inwardly, feeling extremely refreshed. This time, he not only received senior brother Li Hong's token but also someone offered him so many pills. Speaking of pills, Qin Nan thought of the mysterious ancient ginseng. Last time you tricked me, this time I will definitely not let you swallow my pills again. When my cultivation level increases, I will definitely break you and see what's hidden inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient ginseng suddenly trembled, as if understanding Qin Nan's words and expressing anger. Next, a blinding golden light erupted, absorbing all the Xiantian pills he had just obtained. Seeing this, Qin Nan roared, I'll fight you to the death. He unleashed all his aura, drew out the 7 deadly sins, and like a madman, frantically slashed at the white ancient ginseng. But just like last time, the little girl's voice rang out. This princess gave you face and didn't want to rob you of these few pills. I didn't expect this native to dare provoke this princess. Quickly find more pills for me, or you will bear the wrath of this princess. Qin Nan's face turned red with anger, his chest heaving, and his fury soared. Just as he was about to explode, Xiao Yunhe's voice rang out from outside, "Qin Nan, we're back." Qin Nan suppressed his anger and glared fiercely at the white ancient ginseng. Then went out. Outside, not only was Xiao Yunhe there, but also Zhu Yun. "Not bad, you've become stronger again. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll both enter the top 10 soon." Next, Xiao Yunhe was stunned because he discovered that Qin Nan's cultivation had actually reached the 9th level of the bone refining realm. He immediately lowered his head, somewhat dejected. "I still can't compare to brother Qin Nan. Zhu Yun, even Lin Zixiao isn't Qin Nan's match. Junior brother, you have to work harder." Hearing this, Zhu Yun cheered up. "This time I went out to gain experience, I also had some insights. Brother Qin Nan, I've always regarded you as my goal." Zhu Yun patted his shoulder. "Alright, we're here for something important. Junior brother Qin Nan, the outer disciple assessment is about to begin. Are you participating?" Qin Nan frowned. "What's that?" A seemingly ordinary drop of blood caused the young man's cultivation to soar by 2 realms. Just now, Xiao Yunhe introduced the outer disciple assessment to Qin Nan. Outer disciples are assessed every 3 months, and those who make it into the top 5 receive generous rewards. Hearing this, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. But then he clutched his chest. The 8,000 Xiantian pills he had just obtained were swallowed by the white ancient ginseng. Xiao Yunhe and Zhu Yun were puzzled to see Qin Nan clutching his chest with a painful expression. Xiao Yunhe continued, "The outer disciple assessment is in 10 days. Senior brother Huang Long asked me to tell you before he went into seclusion that he hopes to compete with you in this assessment." Qin Nan's fighting spirit immediately surged. "Alright, I'll participate." At the same time, in the first courtyard of the outer disciples' peak, second young master Nangong Chang went to his elder brother Nangong Chang and said, "Elder brother, you said all this was caused by Qin Nan? A piece of trash from the Qing Nan sword sect, unexpectedly, in this outer disciple assessment. Wash your neck and wait for him." 8 days later, Qin Nan broke through, left the body refining chamber, and consolidated his cultivation. Now, his strength. Against Mo Zishang, even without using the giant sky strike, he could defeat her with 1 move. However, if he were to face a Xiantian expert, it might not be so simple. In this assessment, both Huang Long and Nangong Chang were participating and had the potential to break through to the Xiantian realm. If Qin Nan wanted to take first place, he might face a big problem. If Huang Long's spiritual energy, the immortal fragrance wine, and the golden pill hadn't been swallowed, I'm afraid I would have already reached half-step Xiantian. The white jade ancient body trembled slightly. "This princess swallowed a tiny bit of your energy. That's your honor. You should also cherish it and serve this princess well." Qin Nan's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "However, since you are my cauldron, this princess won't let you suffer. I'll give you a little benefit now." After saying that, the white jade ancient body spat out a drop of purple spiritual liquid, hitting Qin Nan's forehead. In an instant, Qin Nan felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flowing in. Even the previous 3 transformations' golden pill couldn't compare to 1/10 of this spiritual energy. This is a drop of primordial spiritual liquid, a reward from this princess. Refine it quickly. Qin Nan was slightly startled, and before he could think, he immediately clenched his teeth, sat cross-legged, and absorbed it with all his might. 8 hours later, Qin Nan's cultivation broke through again, reaching half-step Xiantian. This drop of spiritual liquid contained incredibly powerful energy, allowing him to attempt a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm today. Qin Nan smiled wryly. It seemed that this ancient body wasn't so bad after all. Then, Qin Nan shook his head, calmed his mind, and immersed himself in cultivation once more. The next day, the outer disciple assessment took place at the Lian Wu Chang. The disciples participating were at least at the first level of the body refining realm. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from behind the crowd. Nangong Chang led a group of disciples with an overwhelming aura, clearly demonstrating his status as the #1 outer disciple. A faint smile appeared on Qin Nan's lips. Just as he had predicted, Nangong Chang had broken through to the Xiantian realm. "So, are you confident about entering our 5th courtyard?" Xiaoling shook his head. "Ranked first is Nangong Chang, second is Huang Long, and third is Mo Zishan. All of them have 9th grade Huang-level spiritual roots. Surpassing them will certainly be difficult. In addition, the 4th ranked also has an 8th grade Huang-level spiritual root. Moreover, if we encounter them in a match, not to mention Qin Nan." Xiaoling frowned. "Don't worry, there are 600 disciples in total. It won't be easy to encounter them." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chang and the other elders stood up. "The outer disciple assessment officially begins now. This assessment is divided into 2 rounds. Now, we will first announce the rewards for the top 5. Fifth place will be rewarded with 10,000 Xiantian pills, fourth place, 20,000. Third place, 30,000, second place, 50,000, first place, 100,000 Xiantian pills, and a breakthrough king pill. The last sentence was like a thunderclap, causing the entire venue to erupt in an uproar. Because it was rumored that after consuming the breakthrough king pill, the chances of breaking through to the martial king realm would increase by half. Hearing these words, even Qin Nan couldn't remain calm. Not only that, the top 5 in this assessment will represent Xianling sect in the 5 Academies tournament. The entire venue was in an uproar again, with everyone showing yearning expressions. Gong Yan once participated in the 5 Academies tournament. After returning, his cultivation soared, increasing by 3 realms in a single day. Qin Nan was shocked beyond words. What kind of concept was this? No wonder all the disciples were so excited. This 5 Academies tournament, I must go. Not only that, I must also take first place in this outer disciple assessment. Next, the first round of the assessment was announced, called Herb and Pill Identification. Here are 50 portions of different heavenly and earthly spiritual herbs and 50 different pills. You need to identify them, write down the characteristics of the spiritual herbs, and identify the remaining impurities in the pills. Each person only has one chance. The expressions of all the disciples were strange. The Grand Elder was a high-level alchemist, and Nangong Chang was his disciple, so he must also be proficient in alchemy. This first round of assessment was basically prepared for Nangong Chang. Elder Chang became angry, and the entire venue immediately fell silent. Who dares to speak nonsense? Start the herb and pill identification immediately. The young man, taking the exam for the first time, scored 99 points. But wasn't happy at all. Because he thought the answer was wrong. Otherwise, he would definitely get a perfect score. Just now, Nangong Chang was the first to participate in the assessment. About 2.5 minutes later, he finished writing his answers. And was the first to hand it over to the assessment elder. Seeing this, the other disciples went up one after another to conduct the herb and pill identification. 3 hours later, it was finally Qin Nan's turn. This herb and pill identification is extremely profound. Don't end up with 0 points. That would be too embarrassing. Qin Nan secretly sneered. Elder Chang and Nangong Chang specially prepared this herb and pill identification, but they didn't expect me to have the War God's eye, which can see through everything. Then, without hesitation, he quickly wrote down the answers, the entire process taking less than 5 seconds. It made Elder Chang think that he didn't understand at all and was just writing randomly. Good, as expected of junior brother Qin Nan, I admire you. Snatching the first place from me this time, I feel ashamed. Qin Nan remained indifferent, ignoring Nangong Chang's sarcasm, and instead asked, snatching the first place from senior brother this time, I feel ashamed. Nangong Chang's expression changed slightly. Since junior brother is so confident, why don't we make a bet? If you win, I'll give you 100,000 Xiantian pills. If you lose, hand over the 7 deadly sins to me. Xiao Lang and Zhu Yan looked at each other. Nangong Chang was too shameless. This bet was clearly in his favor, yet he still said it. Qin Nan spoke indifferently, as if unaware of anything. If senior brother wants to gift me 100,000 Xiantian pills, I respectfully accept. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. No one expected Qin Nan to be so courageous as to dare to bet with Nangong Chang. Suddenly, Elder Chang laughed heartily. The younger generation is fearsome. So you think you can defeat this old man? If that's the case, this old man will also participate in this bet. I bet 400,000 Xiantian pills that Nangong Chang will win. All the disciples were dumbfounded, and the same thought appeared in their minds. This is a big deal. Grand Elder, I don't have that many Xiantian pills right now. How about you put out 200,000 Xiantian pills? No need. If you win, these 400,000 Xiantian pills are all yours. If you lose, kneel in this Lian Wuchang for 10 days and 10 nights. Xiao Lang hurriedly said, Qin Nan, this is completely that old man's trap. Don't agree. Qin Nan's eyes flashed with a cold light. I originally intended to save face for the Grand Elder. Since the Grand Elder doesn't know what's good for him, I'll take this bet with you. Elder Chang laughed angrily. Then today, this elder wants to see what kind of ability you have. Now, let's announce the examination results. The elder in charge of announcing the answers stood up. In this herb and pill identification assessment, there are a total of 100 participants. Those with less than 30 points are eliminated. And those with 30 points or more will proceed to the next round. The scores of the top 5 will be added to the next round's score. Now, we will begin the announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, scores were announced one by one, some passing and some being eliminated. After more than 100 people, Elder Shinyu suddenly paused slightly. This test paper belongs to Nangong Chang. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone widened their eyes, even holding their breaths, listening attentively, as if they didn't want to miss a single word. Nangong Chang scored 99 points this time, temporarily ranking first. The whole venue was in an uproar, just 1 point away from 100 points, as expected of Nangong Chang. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Nangong Chang being able to achieve such a result, the first place in the first round definitely belongs to him. Elder Chang looked at Qin Nan smugly. I want to see how long you can remain smug. Then, Elder Shinyu continued to announce the results. This test paper belongs to Qin Nan. Zhu Yun began to pray for Qin Nan in her heart, hoping that he wouldn't lose too badly. Elder Shinyu cleared his throat and said, Qin Nan's score is also 99 points, tied for first place with Nangong Chang. Nangong Chang and Elder Chang's expressions changed. How is this possible? Could it be that Qin Nan is also a hidden alchemist? Nangong Chang took a deep breath. I didn't expect you to be able to tie with me for first place. It seems I underestimated you before. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even glance at him. If you two have the same score, then this bet is considered a tie. Before Elder Chang could finish, Qin Nan suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, I have an objection. Grand Elder Chang frowned. What objection do you have? Qin Nan walked to the spiritual herbs and pills. I have an objection to my score. I should have gotten 100 points, not 99. At this moment, everyone was astonished. His score was already tied with Nangong Chang, so what was he still dissatisfied with? Elder Chang was furious. Nonsense. Every test paper is graded according to the answer key. How could your score be 100 points? Qin Nan said indifferently, I'm not questioning the test paper, I just want to say that the answer to the last question is wrong. And my answer is the correct one. Nangong Chang was furious and pointed at Qin Nan, you're going too far, how dare you question my master? But Qin Nan directly ignored him. I wonder if the Grand Elder would be willing to give me a chance to correct the answer to the last question? Elder Chang sneered, in that case, I'll give you a chance. I want to see where the answer to his last question is wrong. If you can't prove it today, prepare to be punished. The young man who once had twin martial spirits became the #1 genius of the super sect. But now he was threatened by an elder who wanted to send him to the punishment hall. At this moment, everyone gasped. Because once they entered the punishment hall, they would suffer endless torture, a fate worse than death. However, Qin Nan didn't care at all. This 5-colored bewilderment pill has some impurities left behind by the Grand Elder using a special technique. If I'm not mistaken, the previous 49 pills had at most 3 impurities, but the last Dragon and Phoenix pill has 5 impurities. A trace of surprise appeared on Elder Chang's face. You're right. But Grand Elder, have you forgotten one problem? Once too many impurities are added, it will affect the medicinal properties of the entire Dragon and Phoenix pill, causing the medicinal properties to collapse, ultimately turning this Dragon and Phoenix pill into a waste pill. Hearing this, Nangong Chang was furious. My master is a high-level alchemist. How dare you utter such naive words? Immediately afterward, Elder Chang also reacted, impudent brat, how can you prove it? Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. He exerted force with 2 fingers, instantly splitting the Dragon and Phoenix pill in half. One half turned black, emitting a foul odor, while the other half turned golden, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Seeing this scene, Elder Chang was as if struck by lightning. Qin Nan said calmly, the answer to the last question on my test paper is half-waste pill. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Nangong Chang. I'm sorry, but in this competition, I am the only one who deserves first place. The entire Lian Wuchang fell silent. To everyone, everything before their eyes felt like a dream. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the scene erupted in thunderous cheers. At this moment, Elder Shinyu looked at the Grand Elder with an unsightly expression. Elder Chung coughed twice. This Dragon and Phoenix pill does indeed have half a waste pill, so in this competition, Qin Nan takes first place. Qin Nan sneered, then Grand Elder, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and give me the 400,000 Xiantian pills from the bet? Initially, I only wanted 200,000, but you insisted on giving me 400,000. As a disciple, I can only accept the Grand Elder's kindness. Elder Chang suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Here are 200,000, along with 5 breakthrough king pills. Qin Nan accepted the jade bottle, then looked at Nangong Chang. What about you? Nangong Chang reluctantly took out 10 jade bottles. Take it. Qin Nan put the spoils into his storage bag, then casually said, these pills are too easy to earn. Hearing this, Nangong Chang almost vomited blood from anger. Elder Chang directly waved his hand and left. Today's assessment is temporarily over. The second round of the assessment will be postponed until tomorrow. As soon as the Grand Elder left, all the disciples immediately swarmed around Qin Nan. Senior brother Qin Nan, I wonder if you would accept me as your disciple? Are you free tonight? Could you give me some guidance on cultivation? Senior brother Qin Nan, don't run, my door is always open for you. At the same time, in the first courtyard, Nangong Chang vented his anger on the stone table. Damn Qin Nan, how dare he humiliate me in front of everyone. I must kill him. Elder Chang said in a deep voice, that kid can't be killed for now, but we can target his friends. If he still doesn't obey in the second round, this can also be used, just as a precaution. Looking at the pill, the corners of Nangong Chang's mouth slightly curled up, as if everything was once again within his grasp. Scene change, Qin Nan hesitantly entered the fifth courtyard. You must have sensed my immense energy. Don't rush to swallow me. I hope we can cooperate. The white jade ancient body, about to make its move, trembled slightly. My cauldron, how do you want to cooperate? Qin Nan took a deep breath. These 5,000 martial king pills, I can give you 2,000. I need the remaining 3,000 for something important. When I give you the 2,000, I hope you can give me 3 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. The white jade ancient body immediately shot out golden medicinal light, surging and overflowing. Qin Nan suddenly became angry. Don't push your luck. The white jade ancient body said smugly, I am pushing my luck, what can you do about it? The next moment, the war god's soul automatically appeared, and the golden light emitted by the white jade ancient body instantly disappeared. This time, I sincerely want to trade with you. If you swallow the pills again, I will never come here again. I hope you agree to cooperate. This will be a mutually beneficial exchange. The white jade ancient body was silent for a moment. Alright, this princess agrees. With a whoosh, 3 drops of primordial spiritual liquid flew into Qin Nan's forehead. Qin Nan immediately sat cross-legged. It was unknown what realm this absorption would help him reach. While Qin Nan was regulating his breath, a faint image of a little azure dragon slowly emerged from the ancient body. What exactly was his martial spirit just now? Even I felt it was inviolable. This guy seems unusual. Forget it, he's my cauldron anyway. Being unusual just means he's this princess's unusual cauldron. Let this princess see how far you can grow. It was clearly just an ordinary competition. Yet it attracted martial king realm experts to observe. Just now, Qin Nan had completely absorbed the 3 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. Although the concentration of spiritual energy had reached the Xiantian realm, his cultivation was still at the body refining realm. He could still feel a barrier preventing him from breaking through. The next day, the second round of the arena competition began, with a total of 10 competition areas. This round's opponents were randomly assigned based on ranking. And only by winning 10 consecutive matches could one advance to the next round. 7th Elder was currently presiding over this round of the assessment. Number 11 versus number 83, number 97 versus number 320, number 5 versus number 12. Qin Nan's figure flashed and landed on an arena. Unexpectedly, his opponent was Xiao Lang. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. Let's start the fight quickly, don't waste time. Xiao Lang didn't hesitate. I choose to forfeit. Qin Nan, you must win first place. Qin Nan nodded, suddenly feeling that this match was a bit pointless. Very quickly, the first match ended, and the second match began. Qin Nan encountered Zhu Yun again. Zhu Yun also chose to forfeit. It seems someone is using us to pressure you, wanting you to submit. Qin Nan said indifferently, I guessed as much. After saying that, he looked towards the elder, just in time to meet Elder Chang's smug gaze. Next, the matches continued. In the 5th match, Qin Nan encountered Xiao Lang again, and Xiao Lang forfeited. In the 6th match, Qin Nan encountered Zhu Yun again, and Zhu Yun forfeited. In the 12th match, Xiao Lang fought against Huang Long, and Xiao Lang lost. In the 18th match, Zhu Yun fought against Nangong Chang, and Zhu Yun lost. At this time, the observing disciples had noticed the clues, and their expressions became extremely indignant. Wasn't this clearly targeting Qin Nan? Nangong Chang sneered, you've won 10 matches in a row, but it's a pity for your 2 friends. They originally had a chance to compete for the top 5. Qin Nan suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold. Right now, you'd better pray you don't meet me, otherwise I will cripple you. Nangong Chang immediately became enraged, his killing intent unconcealed. Before he could make a move, the voice of the presiding elder came from beside him. Private fights are forbidden, otherwise you will be disqualified from the assessment. Next, number 5 versus number 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lang's face turned pale, because number 5 was Qin Nan, and number 3 was Mo Zishan. Nangong Chang laughed heartily. Today I want to see who is stronger between you and brother Mo. The entire venue became even more indignant. When 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Today, I finally get to witness what true shamelessness is. Mo Zishan, holding a long sword, stepped onto the arena, but didn't attack. In my eyes, you are a formidable opponent, worthy of my full strength. But today, I've seen through it, so I won't fight you under these circumstances. Instead, I want to witness you challenge Nan Gongcheng step by step. I forfeit this match. Qin Nan nodded slightly, silently expressing his gratitude. Thus, Qin Nan had won 10 consecutive matches, successfully advancing to the second round. Afterward, the entire Lian Wuchang continued the matches, with a total of 392 disciples eliminated, leaving only 30 disciples to enter the second round. Unexpectedly, as soon as it began, Elder Chang arranged for the 4th-ranked Suyu to fight against Qin Nan. Qin Nan, I wouldn't normally hold back. But out of respect for you breaking my Xian Guang martial soul formation, I forfeit. We'll have a chance to fight again in the future. Nan Gongcheng's face turned pale. It seemed that even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't have expected things to develop to this point, causing his plan to completely fail. Time continued to pass, and this time, Qin Nan's opponent was Huang Long. Even if you don't give way, I can still enter the top 5 and directly challenge Nan Gongcheng, so you don't need to worry about me. Huang Long's eyes flashed. Are you implying that I will definitely lose? The atmosphere in the entire arena suddenly became heavy, a great battle about to erupt. But at this moment, Huang Long suddenly withdrew his aura. My strength is far inferior to yours. Even after a month of seclusion, I'm still no match for you. I don't need to embarrass myself in this match. I forfeit. Qin Nan was a little surprised. It seems this guy's martial spirit bloodline can sense the aura within my body. After several hours of fighting, the competition had now entered its final stage. Next, the final match would begin. Nan Gongcheng and Qin Nan, please proceed to the final duel. As a result, as soon as the two stepped onto the arena, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. A woman clad in battle armor, majestic and imposing like a war general, landed beside the elder. The scene erupted. Last time, in the secret realm, Jiang Ku had given Qin Nan a token. Her arrival here was clearly to support Qin Nan. Next, another martial king realm expert descended. The person who arrived was Emoli, the son of the inner sect's third elder. Elder Chang immediately stood up to greet him. Senior brother Emoli, long time no see. I wonder who you favor. Emoli laughed heartily. This time I came specifically to support Nan Gongcheng. In my eyes, Qin Nan will definitely lose. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out. Junior brother Emoli is very confident. In today's match, my brother, Qin Nan, will definitely win. If you're not convinced, or if the Grand Elder isn't convinced, feel free to make a bet with me. Nan Gongcheng sneered. I didn't expect junior brother Qin Nan to have such a background. But no matter what, I must win this duel. After saying that, a vast aura suddenly erupted. At this moment, the entire venue was shocked. What? Nan Gongcheng had actually stepped into the Xiantian realm? The young man continuously surpassed 2 major realms. Surely he could defeat his opponent. However, the elder was not happy at all, and even wanted to expel him from the sect. Just now, Nan Gongcheng suddenly charged forward. Before he could even touch Qin Nan, he was sent flying by a powerful slap, only managing to steady himself after 2 meters. On his fair face, there was a very clear handprint. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What just happened? Nan Gongcheng was still slightly dazed. He reached up to touch his face, feeling a burst of pain. He immediately became furious. Qin Nan, I'll kill your entire family. After saying that, he drew his sword and charged forward frantically like a hungry wolf. With a slap, another powerful slap landed. Nan Gongcheng staggered again. He was a dignified Xiantian realm expert, yet he couldn't even see his opponent's movements clearly. Qin Nan, I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. This slap, the third one, also landed on Nan Gongcheng's face. At this moment, Elder Cheng's expression suddenly changed. Qin Nan has reached the half-step Xiantian realm. No, the spiritual energy in his body is extremely ancient. He must be a primordial cultivator. Mo Zishan and Suyu looked at each other. Initially, they had objected to Elder Chang, actively forfeiting to give way to Qin Nan. It seemed that Qin Nan didn't need it at all. The entire venue suddenly erupted in cheers. This is called retribution. Who told them to try and manipulate the assessment? Finally, Elder Chang couldn't hold back any longer. Nan Gongcheng, what are you still standing there for? Quickly use your ultimate move. Nan Gongcheng immediately regained his composure. Qin Nan, you forced me to do this. Don't even think about returning alive today. After saying that, he swallowed a pill. The next moment, Nan Gongcheng's aura suddenly exploded, his cultivation directly rising to the second level of the Xiantian realm. Seeing this scene, Gong Yang's expression became extremely gloomy. Nan Gongcheng actually used the Berserk Demon Pill. This is a violation of the assessment rules. Elder Cheng's attitude was extremely firm. Rules or not, this elder has the final say. The disciples in the entire venue were furious and cursed loudly. This master and disciple pair are truly shameless, using the berserk demon pill when they can't win. Mo Li was extremely excited. It would be best if he could directly kill Qin Nan. Nangong Cheng shouted, "Qin Nan, die!" After saying that, he held his martial spirit greatsword and suddenly slashed down, a powerful sword intent suddenly erupting. Gong Yang hurriedly said, "Nangong Cheng's move is extremely terrifying. Even a third-level Xiantian expert would find it difficult to withstand." But Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. He simply swung the giant sky strike, a fierce saber intent suddenly surging, transforming into a primordial war saber, fiercely slashing towards Nangong Cheng. With a loud boom, Nangong Cheng was instantly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Lang and Zhu Yun were completely dumbfounded. From this, it seemed that Qin Nan's true strength could at least rival a third-level Xiantian expert. Mo Li gulped. In his memory, only the super geniuses of Xianling's sect could defeat opponents of higher realms. The entire venue was stunned for a long time, then immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Huang Long looked at Qin Nan for a long time. "I didn't expect the power within your body to have surpassed the third level of the Xiantian realm." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Silence! This match is invalid. Qin Nan, you cultivated primordial techniques, violating the rules, and you may even have used some kind of forbidden medicine. Now, on behalf of the entire Xianling sect, I expel you from the sect." Gong Yang said coldly, "Do you think you, as the Grand Elder, can forcibly cancel the match? Stop talking nonsense. The matters of outer disciples have nothing to do with you. As for the other disciples, since you followed Qin Nan, you are all accomplices. Now, I invite the punishment hall to uphold justice." After saying that, Elder Chung shot a talisman into the distance. Very quickly, an extremely powerful aura surged from the horizon. The person leading the way had an expressionless face and the character punishment on his forehead. It was indeed someone from the punishment hall. "I am the deputy hall master of the punishment hall. Senior Brother Chang called me here." Could it be that something happened? Elder Chang recounted the events of Qin Nan defeating Nangong Cheng. After hearing this, the deputy hall master nodded. It seems that what the outer sect Grand Elder said is true. Qin Nan violated the rules. From today onwards, he is no longer a disciple of Xianling sect. The disciples in the entire venue, who were originally indignant, now had strange expressions and took 2 steps back. Gong Yang's face was cold as he stepped forward and said, "Deputy Hallmaster, you convicted my brother after only hearing one side of the story. Could it be that a first-level Xiantian realm primordial cultivator can't defeat a second-level Xiantian realm cultivator?" The deputy hallmaster sneered, "Junior brother Gong Yang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Our punishment hall only acts according to the rules." Gong Yang shook his head. "I hope you won't regret your decision later." The deputy hallmaster sneered inwardly, "It's just suppressing a mere outer disciple. He won't be able to resist." However, before the storm could subside, another one arose. Xiao Lang and Zhu Yun stood up one after another. "If you want to expel Qin Nan, then expel us as well." Not only them, but even Huang Long, Mo Zishan, and Suyu also stood up. Seeing this scene, Elder Chung laughed angrily. Good, so you are all Qin Nan's accomplices. In that case, from today onwards, none of you are members of Xianling sect anymore. Before he could finish, a cold voice echoed throughout the venue, "Wait a moment." It was clearly just an ordinary disciple competition. Yet it led to 4 elders coming personally. Just now, the deputy hall master announced Qin Nan's expulsion from the sect. Nangong Cheng lay on the ground laughing loudly. "So what if you defeated me today? The first place in this assessment is still mine." Qin Nan looked directly at the deputy hallmaster. "You expelled us from the sect based on a single statement?" On the contrary, the entire assessment process was manipulated by Elder Chang. Why not deal with him? What about the Grand Elder? Is this how the punishment hall operates? What qualifies you to be the deputy hall master of the punishment hall? The deputy hall master shouted angrily, "A mere outer disciple, how dare you question me? Just based on this statement of yours, you have seriously violated the sect rules. Enforcement elders, listen to my command, attack with full force and kill this person." Qin Nan immediately shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see what this token is." After saying that, he threw the token towards the deputy hall master. As a result, the deputy hall master didn't even bother to look. The token fell to the ground, breaking into 4 or 5 pieces. This guy actually dared to attack me? Quickly, seize him. Dozens of enforcement elders shouted in unison and charged towards Qin Nan together. Seeing this scene, Elder Cheng sneered, "Qin Nan, aren't you very powerful? So what? I decide whether you live or die. Gong Yang immediately shouted. A martial king realm cultivation suddenly erupted, blocking dozens of enforcement elders. The deputy hallmaster said coldly, Gong Yang, you are very bold, daring to interfere with the punishment hall's law enforcement duties. After this matter, our punishment hall will definitely settle the score with you. Now, this deputy hallmaster will personally take action. No matter who it is, I will take his life today. The deputy hallmaster shouted loudly, his martial king realm spiritual energy transforming into a giant hand, fiercely striking towards Qin Nan. But at this moment, a loud shout rang out, stop. This shout contained immense power, like a violent storm sweeping across the entire venue. The entire venue trembled, expressions drastically changing. Disciples with lower cultivations were directly pushed back 4 or 5 steps. The deputy hall master's body froze. Who is it? This is the punishment hall's law enforcement duty. Who dares to obstruct? As he spoke, he turned around. Upon seeing this bald-headed man, he immediately trembled. Hall master, why are you here? Elder Chang and Emoli were shocked beyond words. Unexpectedly, the hall master of the punishment hall had personally arrived. Before everyone could recover, another aura surged in the sky. A middle-aged man descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. Elder Chang was completely dumbfounded. The hall master of the punishment hall alone was enough to make him tremble, but now even the hall master of the law enforcement hall had arrived. Could something major have happened in the sect? But at this moment, 2 more terrifying auras erupted from 2 different directions. It was the hall masters of the merit hall and the enforcement hall. The deputy hall master's face turned pale, no longer as arrogant as before. What was happening today? 4 of the 6 hall masters had arrived. The deputy hall master took a deep breath. This lowly one greets the 4 hall masters. May I know what brings you here? The hall master of the punishment hall snorted coldly. Tell me, what exactly happened that required you to personally take action? The deputy hall master hurriedly said, Hall master, today this lowly one came here mainly to. The hall master of the punishment hall raised his hand and slapped him. Shut up. You can't even speak properly, you're truly useless. Then, his gaze turned to Elder Chang. You speak? Elder Chang lowered his head and recounted what had happened. However, he told half-truths and concealed most of the events. In his estimation, the 4 hall masters would probably only make a cursory inquiry. The hall master of the punishment hall nodded and looked at the other 3 hall masters. So that's what happened. Who is Qin Nan? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chang and Emoli's expressions changed drastically. The hall master of the punishment hall was actually personally looking for Qin Nan. Qin Nan stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. This lowly one is Qin Nan. Greetings to the 4 hall masters. The hall master of the law enforcement hall smiled and said, I heard about you and another super genius fighting in the Lianwu Chang, causing purple light to appear. Qin Nan said indifferently, to be praised by the hall master is this lowly one's honor. The hall master of the punishment hall waved his hand. Kid, just speak your mind. The 4 of us came here today to uphold justice for you. These words were like a thunderclap, striking the ears of the deputy hall master and the others. Qin Nan's background was actually so significant. Qin Nan said calmly, this matter is a bit complicated. First, let's talk about Grand Elder Chang. In this outer disciple assessment, in order for his disciple Nangong Chang to win the championship, he did not hesitate to forcibly interfere with the assessment, changing the first round to herb and pill identification. Everyone knows that the Grand Elder is a high-level alchemist, and his disciple is skilled in alchemy. Do you dare say that this first round wasn't specifically prepared for Nangong Chang? In an instant, the gazes of the 4 hall masters simultaneously fell upon Elder Chang. 4 elders joined forces. Yet it was only to protect a new disciple. Just now, Qin Nan questioned Elder Chang. Was the first round of the assessment specifically prepared for Nangong Chang? Elder Chang trembled, feeling as if he was being stared at by 4 ferocious beasts, and had to nod. In the second round of the arena competition, Grand Elder Chang, in order to harm me, made my friends repeatedly fight against me. This was because they couldn't pass the first round. Not only that, he also wanted me to repeatedly encounter high-ranking geniuses in the subsequent rounds. This was clearly suppressing me. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 hall masters became somewhat unsightly. However, Grand Elder Chang didn't expect that I would win repeatedly and ultimately duel with his disciple, Nangong Chang. With my cultivation at the first level of the Xiantian realm, I defeated Nangong Chang, who was at the second level of the Xiantian realm. Yet Grand Elder Chang falsely accused me and wanted to expel me from the sect, even summoning the deputy hall master. And the deputy hall master was even more overbearing, wanting to expel me without a word. I only retorted once, and he wanted to kill me on the spot. For Hall Masters, I've said everything I wanted to say. How should these two be dealt with? The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall glanced at the two. You two are truly capable, daring to do such things. From today onwards, you are sentenced to confinement and are not allowed to leave the sect. The Deputy Hall Master and Elder Chang breathed a sigh of relief. This level of punishment suggested that the relationship between the four Hall Masters and Qin Nan wasn't that close. Qin Nan said with dissatisfaction, I don't agree. They didn't respect the Jiangku token. And even shattered it. The expressions of the four Hall Masters changed drastically. They naturally knew who the Jiangku token represented. Are you too tired of living? The four Hall Masters joining forces this time was due to Elder Jiang's request. Elder Jiang only told them to protect Qin Nan and leave the rest to their discretion. However, the four Hall Masters didn't expect that the Deputy Hall Master and Elder Chang would dare to act so recklessly, shattering the Jiangku token. The Jiangku token being broken was no different from provoking the Supreme Elder. The Deputy Hall Master and the others shattering the Jiangku token was no different from provoking the Supreme Elder. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was enraged. He unleashed his terrifying peak martial king realm cultivation, instantly striking towards those two scoundrels. Under this power, they had no resistance whatsoever. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall transformed into a human-shaped beast, each fist containing Xiantian killing intent and immense power, raining down on the two like a storm. Moments later, the Deputy Hall Master and Elder Chang were covered in blood, their auras weak, as if they were about to collapse. The Deputy Hall Master and Elder Chang colluded and committed heinous crimes. Today, this Hall Master announces that their positions as Deputy Hall Master and Elder are revoked. And they are banished to the Punishment Hall, imprisoned for 100 years. Nangong Chang, who was originally arrogant and complacent, never expected that his imposing demeanor would one day be beaten so miserably. Qin Nan glanced over indifferently. Hall Master, Nangong Chang and Mo Li were also involved this time. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall waved his hand, revoked Nangong Chang and Mo Li's status and imprisoned them for 10 years. The remaining enforcement elders, according to sect rules, are imprisoned for 30 years. Kid, are you satisfied with this result? Qin Nan cupped his hands in greeting. My two friends are both top geniuses. They were harmed by Grand Elder Chang and couldn't participate in the assessment, suffering a great loss. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall felt extremely uncomfortable but couldn't express it. Alright, your two friends will become my disciples from now on. The matter is settled, let's go. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall didn't say anything more and directly escorted Mo Li and the others away. A trace of guilt appeared in Qin Nan's eyes. You were all implicated because of me this time. I could only secure these benefits for you. Xiao Lang and Zhu Yun simultaneously waved their hands. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall holds supreme power. Becoming his disciples is even better than the benefits of the top 5. Qin Nan nodded. The disciples in the entire venue were incredibly excited, as if they wanted to lift the entire Lian Wu Chang. Senior brother Qin Nan, you are truly our idol. At this time, the second elder, who managed the Elder Hall, spoke. This elder announces that Qin Nan has won first place in this assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. The outer disciple assessment officially ended. Qin Nan, Huan Long, Mo Zishan, Suyu, Xiao Lang, Zhu Yun, these outer disciple geniuses, all followed the elder's instructions and went to the outer sect Elder Hall. Although this outer disciple grand competition had many unforeseen events, it finally ended satisfactorily. Now, this elder will temporarily take over the position of Grand Elder and distribute the rewards for this assessment. After saying that, the second elder waved his hand. And several jade bottles flew out, landing in everyone's hands. Qin Nan, as the champion, received 2 jade bottles, 100,000 Xiantian pills, and a breakthrough king pill. Such immense energy, this breakthrough king pill truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder Nangong Chang went through so much trouble to obtain it. Xiao Hua picked up a broken statue at the garbage dump, and unexpectedly discovered a peerless beauty inside. Just now, the second elder coughed, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Nan, Huan Long, Mo Zishan, Suyu, the 5 of you remember. There are still 10 days until the 5 Academies tournament. Do not break through to the Xiantian realm, otherwise you won't be able to receive the opportunities within. Xiaolang, Zhu Yun, to compensate for your losses, you can choose a magical treasure from the Yibao Dian. Qin Nan smiled at the two of them and also breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Also, the 5 of you, remember to gather at the outer disciple Lian Wuchang in 10 days. At that time, the sect will send an inner sect elder to lead you to the 5 Academies tournament. After leaving the outer sect elder hall, none of Mo Zishan and the others left. Instead, they gathered around Qin Nan. Thank you all for your help in this assessment. From now on, you are all my friends, Jean Nan's friends. Suyu snorted coldly, if I weren't no match for you, I wouldn't have forfeited. Everyone laughed loudly. Among them, the only one who remained calm was Huang Long. After all, they had once offended Jean Nan. Senior brother, if you have any instructions in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, the five of us will absolutely not refuse. Jean Nan glared at them, behave yourselves in the future and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The events of the outer disciple assessment, after several hours, finally spread throughout the Xianling sect. This time, everyone remembered the name Jean Nan. But at this moment, at the inner sect peak, a young man, after hearing Li Hong's report, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. This kid called Jean Nan has a good relationship with my little junior sister. In that case, let's teach him a little lesson. Scene change, Jean Nan returned to the fifth courtyard, but didn't rush inside, because he was currently worried, what if the ancient body swallowed everything again? Now that I've absorbed the primordial spiritual energy, if I don't subdue the white jade ancient body, I definitely won't be able to continue cultivating primordial true chi. After hesitating for a moment, Jean Nan still pushed the door open, you can swallow the pills on me, but... Before he could finish speaking, the white jade ancient body emitted golden light, enveloping Jean Nan's entire body. This sudden change caught him completely off guard. Damn it! You didn't even leave a single pill, swallowing everything. But at this moment, there was a sudden movement beside him. The white jade ancient body shattered like a mirror. Immediately afterward, a young woman in a pink dress appeared, exuding an invisible holy light. She appeared calm and gentle, yet it made people look directly at her. A look of astonishment appeared on Jean Nan's face. Could this be the legendary spiritual herb transformation? The young woman gently landed on the ground. Being this princess's cauldron, yet so foolish, truly disappoints this princess. Hearing this, Jean Nan slightly regained his composure. Who are you? The beautiful young woman, like a fairy, said, I am your master, Princess Miao Miao. Jean Nan smiled wryly. Now he believed it, the ancient body had transformed into a living young woman. Just as he was about to ask further, he suddenly thought of something. I don't care what princess you are, now you have to return all the pills to me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Princess Miao Miao glanced at him with disdain, as my cauldron, everything you have belongs to this princess. Jean Nan couldn't hold back any longer, he charged forward. His aura overwhelming, striking towards Princess Miao Miao. Princess Miao Miao frowned, and gently waved her hand towards Jean Nan. This move seemed to have no power at all. Yet it sent Jean Nan flying dozens of meters away. Jean Nan was enraged. After rolling a few times, he propped himself up, cold sweat dripping down his back. Although this force wasn't great, it caused him immense pain. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, as my cauldron, don't be too arrogant. That was just a small lesson. Jean Nan silently activated his war god's eye. This Princess Miao Miao's strength was actually on par with Elder Jiang. Princess Miao Miao seemed to have sensed something, her large eyes suddenly turning cold. If you dare probe this princess again, don't blame this princess for being impolite. These words immediately frightened Jean Nan, and he hurriedly withdrew his war god's eye. Princess Miao Miao, with your immense strength, why bother with me? I hope you can return the pills to me. From now on, we'll be strangers. Princess Miao Miao sneered, if it weren't for you using your will to form a blood contract with me that year, preventing us from separating by more than 100 miles. This princess would have left long ago. Considering it's your first time as a cauldron and you don't understand anything, this princess will generously forgive you. Hearing these words, Jean Nan almost vomited blood from anger. Was he destined to spend his entire life with Princess Miao Miao? Then, he released his war god's soul. Let me tell you, don't push your luck. She was just an adorable ponytail loli. Yet her cultivation could surpass an enforcement elder. Just now, Princess Miao Miao didn't hesitate. Her aura surged, charging towards the war god's soul. The next moment, she was sent flying, rolling 10 meters away. What kind of martial spirit is this? It's so terrifying, this power is simply unfathomable. Jean Nan sneered, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, if it weren't for the blood contract, this princess wouldn't be able to kill you. Otherwise, with just your martial spirit, how could you withstand this princess? But since you are this princess's cauldron, I naturally won't be stingy with you. I'll reward you with 20 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. Jean Nan was astonished, wondering if he had heard wrong. Princess Miao Miao coughed, due to the restrictions of the blood contract, we can't be separated for 10 years, so this princess has a few conditions. First, you cannot reveal this princess's identity. We must keep each other's secrets. Second, this princess will no longer forcibly take your pills but will exchange them for benefits. Third, as this princess's cauldron. She listed 6 conditions in one breath before stopping, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Agree to these conditions, and I'll give you the primordial spiritual liquid, how about it? Qin Nan didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Princess Miao Miao extended her fair finger and immediately spat out 20 drops of primordial spiritual liquid. Qin Nan's eyes lit up. He took out a jade bottle and quickly stored the primordial spiritual liquid inside. In an extremely cheerful mood, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Princess Miao Miao." Hearing this, Princess Miao Miao's expression immediately changed, as if she had drunk fake wine. She said angrily, "Not bad, kid. From now on, you will be under this princess's care." At this moment, Qin Nan finally realized that having Princess Miao Miao by his side wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Afterward, the two went together to Elder Zhang's residence. Qin Nan being safe and sound in this outer disciple assessment was all thanks to Elder Zhang's assistance. And he had to express his gratitude. Moreover, his current realm was clearly only half-step Xiantian, but the true qi in his body was equivalent to the third level of the Xiantian realm. He had to investigate the mystery behind this. Most importantly, Princess Miao Miao had suddenly appeared at the Xianling sect with such powerful cultivation. To avoid trouble, he had to give her an identity. Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao entered the pavilion next to the law enforcement hall. Elder Shan's slightly dissatisfied voice rang out, "Kid Qin Nan, you finally decided to come." Since the outer disciple examination, Elder Shan had been waiting for Qin Nan. Since Qin Nan had only just arrived, he was naturally unhappy. Now, seeing that Qin Nan had even brought an outsider, Elder Shan's expression turned somewhat unsightly. "Why did you bring a little girl here?" Princess Miao Miao's face immediately darkened. "Old man, what did you say? Who's a little girl? If you don't compensate this princess with 500,000 spiritual heaven pills today, this princess will definitely not let you off." Elder Shan narrowed his eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, a terrifying aura erupting, like a prehistoric beast suddenly opening its bloody maw. Elder Shan was instantly stunned, completely unexpected that this little girl before him possessed such terrifying cultivation, even stronger than him by quite a bit. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and looked at Qin Nan. "Who is this princess?" Of course, Qin Nan wouldn't reveal Princess Miao Miao's true identity. He only said that she was a benefactor of the Qin family and hoped to arrange an identity for her here. A smile appeared on Elder Shan's face. "Since the princess has come to our Xianling sect, she is naturally worthy of the status of an elder." "Princess, what do you think?" In an instant, Princess Miao Miao completely changed, no longer the fierce and domineering person from before, but gentle and virtuous. "Old man, you're so cute. Call me princess again. How many spiritual pills can an honorary elder receive each month?" Elder Shan cleared his throat. "You can receive 100,000 spiritual king pills each month and enjoy equivalent treatment." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Nan was stunned. Princess Miao Miao didn't have to do anything and could receive 100,000 spiritual king pills every month. Princess Miao Miao immediately nodded happily. "Old man, it's settled then. From now on, this princess is your Xianling sect's honorary elder." Elder Shan was in a very good mood and casually tossed a token to Qin Nan. "Don't break this one this time. I have something to ask you. What rank is your martial spirit?" Hearing this, Qin Nan understood. It must have been on Wanxiang Island that the mysterious black-robed man had met Elder Shan. "The rank of my martial spirit cannot be revealed to Elder Shan at this time. I hope Elder Shan can understand. As for being able to defeat a second-level Xiantian realm expert, it's mainly because I obtained a type of primordial cultivation technique. After cultivating it, the true qi in my body transformed into primordial true qi. I came here this time to ask about this matter." Elder Shan smiled faintly. "Cultivating primordial true qi is different from others. Your realm will always remain at half-step Xiantian until your true qi accumulates to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Then, you can break through to the Martial King realm in one go, becoming a Martial King realm expert. My senior brother thinks highly of you, so I must tell you, the cultivation speed of primordial martial cultivators is very fast, but the difficulty of breaking through to the Martial King realm is 3 times that of ordinary people. Xianling sect once had dozens of disciples who, coveting the cultivation speed, tried to cultivate primordial techniques. As a result, they couldn't break through to the Martial King realm for decades. Even a super genius with the potential to reach the Martial King realm took 5 years and consumed countless resources to become a Martial King." Qin Nan nodded as he pondered, his thoughts about his future path gradually becoming clearer. Although breaking through to the Martial King realm as a primordial martial cultivator was extremely difficult. By that time, his war god's flame should have evolved into a Xian-level martial spirit. It takes an ordinary person 2.5 years to refine a divine weapon. However, the young man before him could refine 7 simultaneously. Moreover, it only took him a day. Qin Nan just arrived at the 3rd floor of the law enforcement hall. The black-robed elder led him directly. He respectfully invited him in. Then he announced to the outside that the 3rd floor was closed and protected. Looking at the books on countless shelves, Qin Nan's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally back on the 3rd floor, this is my paradise. After that, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. But he didn't know that in the next few days, strange things would continuously happen in Xianling sect. Whether it was the inner sect elders or the punishment hall master, they were all tricked by a mysterious girl who stole their spirit pills. From then on, a saying circulated among the higher-ups of Xianling sect: it's better to offend the hall master than to provoke that girl. Time passed slowly, 8 days in a flash. Qin Nan slowly opened his eyes, as if countless divine lights flashed within them. In these 8 days, his harvest was huge, and his understanding of divine weapons had deepened greatly. With the last 2 days remaining, it's better to properly refine the 7 deadly sins. Having made up his mind, Qin Nan took out the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, gluttony, greed, lust, wrath, and sloth. Qin Nan knew that although the 7 deadly sins were only spirit weapons, they contained a powerful force. If fully awakened, they wouldn't be weaker than postnatal spirit weapons. One must know that even ordinary inner disciples find it extremely difficult to obtain a postnatal spirit weapon, let alone the 7 deadly sins, which were 7 knives. If awakened, they would be 7 postnatal spirit weapons, capable of forming a killing formation, even more powerful than ordinary postnatal spirit weapons. I'll first circulate my cultivation technique and integrate my blood essence, Qin Nan said as he dripped fresh blood onto the 7 ancient knives. He wanted to maintain the stability of the 7 deadly sins, so he could only use the simplest method of integrating blood essence, thereby fusing the spirit weapons with himself. In an instant, the 7 ancient knives vibrated intensely, 7 different wills erupted, directly entering Qin Nan's body. My martial Dao heart is unshakable, even across the continent and in myths, it won't be affected by negative wills. Qin Nan's eyes were cold. He directly ignored the negative emotions and continued refining, until after a day and a night, the 7 ancient knives finally fused with him. He stood up and took out a sound transmission jade talisman. Time to go to the martial arts practice field. After saying that, Qin Nan left the law enforcement hall. At this time, at the outer court's martial arts practice field, Huang Long, Mu Zishan and the others had already arrived. Qin Nan's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 4 of them, including Huang Long, sighed inwardly. They were once geniuses on the same level as Qin Nan, but who would have thought that in one assessment? Qin Nan would soar and become famous throughout the sect? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the horizon. Inner sect 3rd elder, Mo Qing, by the sect's order, will lead you 5 to the 5 Elements Valley. Speaking of which, Mo Qing's gaze suddenly shifted, landing on Qin Nan. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. You are Qin Nan? I'm very interested in you. Qin Nan was slightly puzzled. He always felt that he had seen this black-robed elder somewhere before. My son, Emoli, had no grievances with you, but just for saying a few extra words, he was harmed by you and imprisoned in the punishment hall for 10 years. Do you not take me, an inner sect 3rd elder, seriously? Qin Nan said calmly, please be mindful of your words. Emoli's imprisonment in the punishment hall was entirely the decision of the punishment hall master and has nothing to do with me. Mo Qing's expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. Good, good, good. You're right, I won't argue with you about this. But your cultivation is too weak. I'm worried you'll suffer from qi deviation. Before going to 5 Elements Valley, I'll give you some special guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger, piercing Qin Nan's right shoulder. At this moment, Huang Long and the others were completely stunned. They didn't expect Elder Mo Qing to be so overbearing, directly attacking Qin Nan in front of everyone. Your reaction is too slow, you need more practice. Mo Qing attacked again, but this time it wasn't 1 finger, but 3. They aimed at Qin Nan's 2 legs in Dantian. Qin Nan hurriedly used his movement technique. He burst forth with his fastest speed, dodging to the side. Even so, he only dodged 2 fingers, the remaining 1 hit his left leg. Qin Nan's face paled, the pain from his left leg and shoulder was unbearable even for him. Mo Qing, if you don't kill me today, then wait for my revenge. A sneer appeared on the corner of Mo Qing's mouth. This little pain has already caused you qi deviation? I see you as a genius with unlimited potential. Today, I'll abolish your Dantian, then use spirit pills to heal it, start from the beginning, and cultivate peacefully. Just at this critical moment, a vast aura suddenly descended from the sky, like a primordial beast descending. How dare you bully this princess's servant, you want to die. Don't underestimate this little Luoli, she's the supreme elder of Xianling sect. Just now, when Qin Nan was being hit. This has nothing to do with you, I can handle it myself. Mo Qing said indifferently, Princess Miao Miao, I don't care whose child you are, leave now. Princess Miao Miao suddenly smiled, like blooming spring flowers. Her petite figure flashed, the pressure of the fifth stage of body refinement realm rumblingly dispersed. Mo Qing's face immediately turned pale, a hint of terror appearing in his eyes. This 12 or 13-year-old girl in front of him was actually a terrifying fifth stage expert. Slap! Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, raising her hand and slapping him, sending Mo Qing flying. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded, even their breathing slowed down. Mo Qing was completely bewildered, even though Princess Miao Miao had terrifying strength, he wasn't afraid. You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Before he could finish his words, another resounding slap. This old man, he's got guts. He even dared to hit this princess's people. Slaps rained down like a storm, continuously hitting Mo Qing's face. Qin Nan's expression changed slightly, he never thought Princess Miao Miao would be so overbearing and stand up for him. After 99 slaps, Princess Miao Miao finally stopped. Do you know your mistake now? At this time, Mo Qing's face was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes were swollen shut, and he could only beg for mercy. Princess Miao Miao couldn't help but feel smug. Do you have any spirit pills on you? Lend some to this princess. Mo Chang and Qin Nan were stunned at the same time. The change was too fast, wasn't it? Let me tell you, Qin Nan is this princess's person. Even if it's your Xianling sect master, as long as he dares to touch him, this princess will definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. Hearing these words, waves surged in Qin Nan's heart. Princess Miao Miao then added, of course, if you pay enough spirit pills, you can do whatever you want with Qin Nan. Qin Nan took a deep breath. Thank you for this, Princess Miao Miao. You're welcome. Princess Miao Miao glanced at him. Where are my spirit pills? The corners of Qin Nan's mouth twitched, as expected, the only thing this guy cared about was spirit pills. A moment later, a white-haired old man flew over. Due to the unexpected incident just now, I, Zhang Tai, will now lead everyone to the Five Elements Valley. You five follow me, let's set off quickly. Due to the blood contract, Princess Miao Miao and Qin Nan couldn't be too far apart, so she also had to go on this Five Elements Valley trip. 10 days later. West of the Xia Luo Kingdom, Mount Xiuxing. We have arrived at Mount Xiuxing. The Five Elements Valley will open in 5 days, you are free to move around. But remember, every time the Five Elements Valley opens, the number of rogue cultivators in Mount Xiuxing will greatly increase, try not to conflict with them. Take this token, if you encounter danger, crush it and I will rush over with all my might. Everyone nodded and accepted the tokens, but no one entered Mount Xiuxing. Because there were only 5 days left, instead of taking risks, it was better to take the time to rest well. Suddenly, Princess Miao Miao mysteriously said, I have something I want to cooperate with you on. Qin Nan was wary. What is it? Princess Miao Miao took out a map. Follow this mark and go deep into the mountain, find all the things there for me. Qin Nan couldn't help but ask, where did you get this map? What's there? There should be 80 tianxin flowers there. Although this type of spiritual herb is of a very low level, if sold, one can be sold for 1,000 spirit king pills. Qin Nan thought for a moment, if you want me to go, I want half. Princess Miao Miao immediately acted aggrieved. I saved you once, and you still want half. I thought you were a loyal and righteous person. Qin Nan didn't listen at all. Alright, I'll go, isn't that enough? Princess Miao Miao immediately cheered up. That's more like this princess's servant. Suddenly, Qin Nan thought of a key issue. We have a blood contract, we can't be too far apart. I'll go get the tianxin flowers. Where will you go? Also, why don't you go yourself? Princess Miao Miao glanced at the towering Mount Xiuxing, an invisible terrifying killing intent arose. I have my own plans. After that, Qin Nan entered Mount Xiuxing alone, quickly heading towards the location on the map. The tianxin flowers were not far from him, less than 5 miles away. At this moment, a cry for help suddenly came from ahead. Qin Nan stopped and walked towards the source of the sound. He saw a young girl with torn clothes and handprints all over her beautiful face. Little girl, even if you are from Xianling sect, today you can only accept your fate. If you serve us 3 brothers well now, we might spare your life. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale. I kindly reminded you, but you falsely accused me. Today, I'd rather die than let you humiliate me. The 3 burly men laughed heartily. There are countless rogue cultivators in Mount Xiuxing. How many are good people? You can only blame yourself for being too naive. You still want to commit suicide? Let's see if we agree. Despair flashed in the girl's eyes. Was she really going to die here today? The first time she went out to gain experience, she encountered 3 burly men. Just when she was in despair, A young man stood up. Discovering he only had half-step Xiantian cultivation, the three burly men couldn't help but laugh loudly. This big brother, thank you for your chivalrous act. You're no match for them, leave quickly. A piece of trash dares to interfere in other people's business. Kid, since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Before he could finish his words, a blade of light suddenly flashed. When everyone reacted, the burly man's head had been cut off. At this moment, the girl was shocked, and the remaining two burly men were also shocked. Half-step Xiantian instantly killed a first-level Xiantian. What level had this young man's cultivation reached? Qin Nan coldly looked at the remaining two. As if waking up from a dream, the two burly men ran away at their fastest speed. Gratitude appeared in the girl's eyes. Big brother, thank you, if it weren't for you today. Before she could finish, Qin Nan flashed and disappeared into the forest. The girl was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Nan to leave so quickly. Big brother, I will definitely see you again next time and repay your kindness. After half an hour, Qin Nan finally reached the location on the map. There's demonic chi in this cave. It's probably reached the third level of Xiantian. I can't underestimate it. Since I'm here, with my primordial true chi, driving this demonic beast away shouldn't be difficult. Qin Nan's eyes flashed, and he entered the cave without hesitation. But as he went deeper into the cave, a terrifying roar suddenly exploded. A giant demonic beast awakened, two streams of hot air constantly puffing out of its nostrils. It turned out that the wind coming from the stone cave wasn't the breath of this demonic bear. Qin Nan stepped onto the suspended stone platform, unleashing an astonishing domain, constantly entangled with the giant hand. But as the battle continued, Qin Nan's expression became more serious, because this demonic beast not only had a huge body, but its entire body was also covered in a thick layer of scales, which even his small success nascent domain couldn't break. This won't do, continuing like this, I don't know when I'll be able to kill it, I must think of a way. Qin Nan's spirit shook, and he immediately used his war god's eye to scan the surroundings. The demonic bear's weakness immediately became clear. It was a spiritual body exposed on its chest. Qin Nan shouted, War God Soul, unleash! At this moment, he entered his strongest state, unleashing his strongest attack. Boom! A loud bang, the entire cave shook, bright as day. But the demonic bear didn't die, instead it was injured in the abdomen and fled desperately. Qin Nan watched its retreating figure, didn't pursue the victory, but walked towards the depths of the cave. When he saw the bottom of the cave, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just as Princess Miao Miao said, there were exactly 80 tianqing flowers here, no more, no less. He didn't know where she got such an accurate map. Qin Nan became excited, just as he was about to pick the tianqing flowers. Rustling sounds came from outside. At this time, 5 women had gathered outside the cave. After Qin Nan finished picking the tianqing flowers, the leading woman immediately asked, Who are you? Before Qin Nan could answer, a joyful voice rang out. Big brother, you saved me just now, I haven't had a chance to thank you. The leading woman's expression changed, and she immediately reached out to stop Qin Shui. What's your purpose in approaching Shui'er? Qin Nan glanced indifferently, not even bothering to speak. You might be able to fool Shui'er, but you can't fool me. You deliberately let that demonic bear escape just now. Even so, I, Wang Ruoling, am not afraid of you. You better confess honestly. Qin Nan said bluntly, anyone with a bit of sense would know that with my cultivation, I wouldn't have any designs on Shui'er. There's no need to deliberately approach her. Most importantly, I saved you, and not only did you not thank me, you even falsely accused me. Where's the logic in that? The other 3 Qing Nu sect women shouted, How dare you be so rude to senior sister Wang? Qin Nan seemed to not hear their words and said calmly, Let's be frank, don't you want the tianqing flowers in my hands? Why bother making up false accusations against me? Wang Ruoling sneered, Since you know my purpose, then you better obediently hand over all the tianqing flowers, otherwise, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Qin Nan burst out laughing, his laughter carrying a hint of mockery. The aura of the first level of the Xiantian realm suddenly erupted, strongly suppressing the other side. Wang Ruoling's face changed drastically. She was only at the half-step Xiantian realm. Under this pressure, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her chest. I am the #1 genius of the outer court of Qingnu sect. My master is the #1 elder of the inner court of Qingnu sect. If you offend me today, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. He shouted again, a powerful force surging from his body. Wang Ruoling showed a look of shock. You have already comprehended the small success nascent domain. But that wasn't all. Qin Nan waved his hand. 7 or 8 blade intents suddenly rose behind him. I'll ask you again, how are you going to make me regret it for the rest of my life? The young man only revealed 1,000th of his power. But it scared the Qing Nu sect disciples to the point of kneeling on the ground. Wang Ruoling's mouth was agape, completely losing her previous arrogance. Qing Nan withdrew his aura and said coldly, "You are not qualified to make me regret for the rest of my life." After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Shui'er came back to her senses and looked at Wang Ruoling. Wang Ruoling suddenly raised her hand, about to vent her anger, when a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky, piercing deeply into a thick tree trunk. Wang Ruoling immediately lowered her raised hand. When Cheng Nan returned to the camp in the Xianlin mountain range, Princess Miao Miao hadn't returned yet. Huang Rong and the other three were resting on the spot. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion came from afar. On a distant mountain peak, two enormous forces constantly collided, emitting dazzling light. Seeing this scene, Cheng Nan was extremely shocked. What kind of power could create such a terrifying impact? After a long while, Zhang Tai finally regained his senses and said, "This is probably two martial ancestor realm experts fighting on that mountain peak. Cheng Nan, could it be that Princess Miao Miao robbed some heavenly and earthly treasures and is fighting with a martial ancestor expert on that mountain peak?" 3 days later, the northern mountain peak. When Cheng Nan and everyone arrived, the place was already packed. Most were rogue cultivators from the Luoha kingdom. Mo Zishan frowned and asked Shumai, "Senior sister Qing Mai, only disciples of the four great sects can enter the Woyuan pavilion this time. What are these rogue cultivators doing here?" Zhang Tai smiled gently, "They're here for another event. You'll find out later." Just then, a massive silver-white wave suddenly surged from the sea of clouds, rolling towards them. An excited elderly rogue cultivator shouted, "The Woyuan pavilion is here." A brilliant golden beam of light flashed, shooting straight up. Within the golden light, a magnificent pavilion appeared, completely unaffected by the waves. The surrounding rogue cultivators exclaimed, "What is that?" Even with his current cultivation, Cheng Nan's war gods, I couldn't penetrate it. At that moment, hearty laughter echoed. Cheng Nan looked back and saw a middle-aged man leading 4 or 5 young men walking over. The rogue cultivators' expressions changed. These were disciples of the Feijian sect, their 5 souls a rare type. The middle-aged man approached Zhang Tai. "Isn't Mo Qing representing Xianling sect this time?" Zhang Tai, without looking at him, said, "Brother Fong, is that how you address me? The Woyuan pavilion won't open for hours. I don't want any conflicts before then." Qing Nan frowned slightly, observing the young man leading the Feijian sect. He was an ancient variant cultivator, his spiritual energy concentration at the peak of the 2nd level of Xiantian realm. Zhang Tai transmitted, "His name is Huang Ju. He has 10th grade yellow ranked 5 souls, a strong opponent in this competition." Cheng Nan nodded, looking away. Just then, another powerful aura surged. A beautiful middle-aged woman walked over leisurely, followed by Wang Ruoling and Chen Xuanyi. The Qingnu sect's arrival immediately drew the rogue cultivators' attention. Wang Ruoling had been cold towards Cheng Nan since their last encounter. But seeing Huang Ju, she brightened, "Big brother Huang Ju, you're early." Huang Ju smirked, "Come to my room after I win first place in the Woyuan pavilion." Wang Ruoling blushed, "Okay." The rogue cultivators murmured, surprised their goddess was being teased so openly. Suddenly, Chen Xuanyi waved at Qing Nan, "Big brother." Qing Nan smiled faintly, waving back. Wang Ruoling's expression changed drastically, "Big brother Huang, he bullied me last time and stole all my Tianqin flowers." Huang Ju looked at Qing Nan, an invisible pressure bearing down. "I don't care what happened between you and Ruoling. Apologize to her now." The rogue cultivators held their breath, anticipating the confrontation. Before Cheng Nan could respond, Zhang Tai said indifferently, "Kid, don't make trouble. Elder Fong, this is between disciples. Aren't you ashamed to interfere?" The Qingnu sect's middle-aged beauty quickly interjected, "Brother Fong, you're right. Let the disciples handle it themselves." Elder Fong had observed Cheng Nan. Both were ancient variant cultivators, but Huang Ju's 5 souls were 10th grade yellow ranked. The outcome seemed certain. The opportunity to humiliate Xianling sect before so many rogue cultivators was rare. Huang Ju sneered, "Since you're also an ancient variant cultivator, I'll spare you. Just apologize. A disciple who's only cultivated for 2.5 years dares to provoke our sect's genius." The other Feijian sect disciples laughed. Elder Fang also sneered, surprised by Qing Nan's arrogance. Wang Ruoling snapped, "You're tired of living." Qing Nan glanced at her, uttering just 2 words. "Stupid." Killing intent flashed in Huang Ju's eyes, "You've crossed the line. Don't blame me." Elder Fong sneered continuously, certain of Qing Nan's demise. A gleam of joy flickered in Wang Ruoling's eyes. She'd long awaited this. Only Zhang Tai and Huang Ron looked at Huang Ju with mocking expressions. He was courting death. A loud laugh boomed, "Ha, who dared to anger our Feijian sect's genius Huang Ju? Interesting, very interesting. How could I miss this?" Members of the Luanya sect arrived. Their oppressive aura intensified the surrounding heat. Huang Ju said coldly, Wei Hao, this doesn't concern you. Hearing the name, everyone was startled. Not only was he comparable in strength to Qing Nan, but he was also the Luanya sect master's son, famous throughout the land at a young age. Even Qing Nan looked serious. I'm interested. I'll interfere. If you're not convinced, I'll make you submit. Huang Ju's face darkened, but he held back. The situation was complex. He didn't want to fight Wei Hao before entering the Wuyuan pavilion. Wei Hao looked at Wang Ruoling. The girl beside you is not bad. Give her to me, and I'll cooperate with you. How about it? Huang Ju didn't hesitate. If you like her, take her. Wang Ruoling's face paled, about to refuse. But Huang Ju glared, follow Wei Hao. Your future will be brighter. This opportunity only comes once. Wang Ruoling's face was ashen, humiliated at being treated like a commodity. She forced a smile, Brother Wei, I'll rely on you from now on. Don't worry, there's nothing between me and Huang Ju. Wei Hao was overjoyed, immediately embracing Wang Ruoling and groping her without any restraint. Seeing this scene, Elder Fong and the middle-aged beautiful woman gritted their teeth. Although they were furious, they couldn't do anything. Every year, when the Wuyuan Pavilion opened, it was almost always a competition between Xianling sect and Feijian sect, but now it seemed that the remaining three sects tended to form an alliance. After Wei Hao groped Wang Ruoling for a while, he looked at Qing Nan. Were you the one who confronted Huang Ju just now? Wang Ruoling blushed and said, Brother Wei, he bullied me. Wei Hao's eyes narrowed at elders, senior brothers, this little brat from Xianling sect is a bit unruly, break his limbs. If Xianling sect wants to protect him, then let's fight. Zheng Taiyi's face turned cold, and he said angrily, Young Master Wei, don't go too far. If you dare to touch the disciples of Xianling sect, I will fight you to the death today. The middle-aged beautiful woman from King's sect persuaded, to fall out with Luwaniman for a disciple, you should turn a blind eye. After all, it's just crippling his limbs. Zhang Taiyi said sternly, if anyone touches the disciples of Xianling sect, I will never back down. Wei Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light, stop talking nonsense with this old man, kill them all. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Shang Daming is here, please calm down everyone. 4 elders in black slowly walked over. Behind them, 8 warriors in black armor carried a large sedan chair. 4 peak Martial King Realm experts carried the sedan chair, and 8 Martial King Realm experts followed. Luwaniman, who was about to attack, immediately stopped, not daring to act rashly. Shang Daming, a force spread across countries, with unfathomable strength, even the 2 great sacred lands dared not provoke them, but they never interfered in the affairs of the Jianghu. Only engaging in activities such as auction houses, casinos. Elder Fong hurriedly cupped his hands and said respectfully, may I know which important figure from Shang Daming is in the sedan chair? Not only him, Zhang Taiyi, the middle-aged beautiful woman, and the elders of Luwaniman all saluted. Qing Nan was still doubtful, what was Shang Daming doing here? Why did they stop the elders of Luwaniman from attacking just now? Zhang Taiyi seemed to know what he was thinking and said, every time the Wuyuan Pavilion opens, Shang Daming sends people to organize betting activities, betting on which sect's disciples will ultimately win. That's why it attracts countless wandering cultivators. At this time, Wei Hao spoke, if I remember correctly, Shang Daming has never interfered in the affairs of the Jianghu, why are you intervening this time when I want to deal with Xianling sect? A gentle voice came from the sedan chair, this little girl has just received some news, hoping that young Master Wei Hao will give me some face and listen. The drama is about to unfold. Qing Nan's background was completely exposed by Shang Daming. Just now, everyone was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there was a woman in the sedan chair. Wei Hao immediately laughed loudly, I'm very curious, what news can Shang Daming bring? The woman in the sedan chair said calmly, young Master Wei Hao must be talking about Qing Nan, the outer court disciple of Xianling sect. 3 months ago, Qing Nan joined Xianling sect, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of body refinement. After joining the sect, he fought against inner court disciples Mu Ling and Lin Zixiao, who possessed a 9th grade yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit, and even suppressed Lin Zixiao in the subsequent battle. Hearing this, many wandering cultivators looked at Qing Nan with surprised eyes. Only Huang Ju said disdainfully, it's just a slightly higher talent. The woman continued, half a month later, Qing Nan climbed the 1000th mountain peak in the Wanqing ancient domain, killed Lin Zixiao, and won the first place in the Wanxiang Grand competition. At this time, Qing Nan had already reached the early stage of the 8th level of body refinement. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. An 8th grade yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit killed a genius with a 9th grade yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit and broke through 3 realms in half a month. And just half a month ago, Qing Nan won first place in the Xianling sect's outer court examination with his strong strength. According to our investigation, after joining Xianling sect, Nan immediately became a disciple of the Supreme Elder. There was also a martial sect expert following him, who is likely to be another master of Nan. Young Master Wei Hao, after hearing this news, do you still want to attack Nan? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the seemingly ordinary Nan to have such a shocking background. As the son of the Luaniman sect master, Wei Hao naturally reacted quickly. Brother Nan, I'm really sorry, I'll hold a banquet to apologize to you after we leave the Wuyuan pavilion. Seeing Wei Hao backing down, Nan said calmly, no need, it's just a small matter. Wei Hao hurriedly said, right, a small matter. A cold glint flashed in Nan's eyes. You, Shangdaming, have nothing to do with me, yet you investigated my background so clearly and even made it public. The woman in the sedan chair saw through his thoughts. Fellow Taoist Nan, I'm truly sorry, this little girl has a golden victory token, I hope fellow Taoist Nan will accept it. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a stir. It was said that possessing the golden victory token not only grants a 30% discount on fees when participating in Shangdaming's auction houses but also makes one a VIP of Shangdaming. In the entire Luowa kingdom, there are no more than 10 people who possess the golden victory token. Zhang Tai couldn't help but say enviously, Nan, your luck is really good, to actually receive the golden victory token. But before he could finish his words, Nan said unceremoniously, sorry, I don't need it. These 7 short words caused the surrounding atmosphere to instantly fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that Nan had actually rejected the golden victory token. The woman in the sedan chair was silent for a moment. The old man beside her said coldly, this kid Nan is so bold as to reject the saintess's kindness. I'll cripple him now and let him know the consequences of rejecting the saintess. The saintess smiled and said, no need, I didn't expect that the first time I offered the golden victory token, it would be rejected. This fellow Taoist Nan is really interesting. It seems that the information I investigated before was not wrong. If he is not happy, he will not back down even when facing anyone. It seems that he is truly a person with great character today. The old man was stunned and said with some confusion, what's so good about this kid that you would say that? You wouldn't be. The saintess's face flushed slightly. How could that be? Although I appreciate him very much, his martial spirit rank is too low. No matter how great his opportunities are, he can only stop at martial sect, and it's impossible for him to reach martial king. This world is like this, even if a person is exceptionally talented. In the end, it still depends on talent. Wei Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed heartily. Brother Nan really has character, to actually reject the golden victory token, even I can't do that, I admire you. Nan glanced at him indifferently, not paying attention at all. Being looked down upon like this, Wei Hao felt extremely uncomfortable, but considering Nan's identity, he didn't dare to say anything more at the moment. After about an hour, a wandering cultivator whispered, the Wuyuan pavilion is open. The entire Wuyuan pavilion suddenly emitted 5-colored light, breaking through the void and arriving. It transformed into a long rainbow, falling onto the mountain peak where everyone was standing. Zhang Tai immediately waved his hand, hold your tokens, quickly step onto this rainbow and enter the pavilion. Nan didn't hesitate, tapping his foot. He chose a rainbow in the middle and quickly moved forward. The other 3 major sects were also very fast, and their disciples entered one after another. After they all entered, the entire Wuyuan pavilion directly sank. Zhang Tai and the 3 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Then they turned around and looked towards Shangdaming. Everyone knew that Shangdaming had a treasure that could reproduce everything that happened inside the Wuyuan pavilion for everyone to observe. That's why Shangdaming could open casinos. This treasure was called the martial mirror. Now, this little girl would like to announce the situation of the 4 great sex geniuses. Please place your bets quickly. After the examination begins, it will no longer be valid. An ordinary-looking black stone. It could actually predict the future of these geniuses. Just now, the saintess had announced the information of the 20 participating disciples. All the wandering cultivators quickly calculated, among these 20 geniuses, who was ultimately more outstanding. In fact, this data was not easy to calculate because the martial spirit ranks of these 20 geniuses had all reached the 8th grade of yellow rank or above, and there was no significant difference. At this time, the old man in black shouted loudly, Shangdaming has opened the bets for the first round, now we begin the announcement. Next, a light screen appeared in front of everyone, and behind each genius's name was their relevant information. When they learned that Nan's martial spirit rank was the lowest, many wandering cultivators immediately gave up on him. After all, in the Wuyuan pavilion, what was compared was strength and aptitude, not background. Soon, the first round began. The images inside the Wuyuan pavilion were projected. Within the light screen, all the geniuses were gathered in a square. What exactly was this first round of examination? While everyone was puzzled, a white-haired old man walked out. I am the examiner for the first level of the Wuyuan Pavilion. Before the examination begins, I want to introduce something to everyone. This thing is called the aptitude stone. As long as you put your hand on it, it will emit different lights. For example, if the aptitude stone emits a yellow light, then the future achievement is Martial King. If it emits a purple light, then the future achievement is Martial Sect. Everyone was astonished that this ordinary-looking black stone could actually predict a person's future. Now, let me introduce the rules. As long as you reach the yellow light, you can pass this round and receive the rewards of the Wuyuan Pavilion, and you can also enter the second round. Of course, the person who achieves first place will have a special reward. Speaking of this, the old man smiled slyly, his eyes fixed on Wang Ruoling and 5 other female disciples. Before that, I must make it clear, you are female cultivators. Right? If you let this old man grope you a bit, I'll go easy on you. The faces of the 5 female disciples all flushed red. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to retort. A Feijian sect disciple immediately said indignantly, "What kind of examination is this? It's completely unfair." The old man not only wasn't angry, but he also wiggled his butt and said, "Come and bite me. If you don't bite, you're a bastard." This Feijian sect disciple had never seen such a shameless person. Alright, let's begin the examination. At the same time, on the mountain peak, the saintess in the sedan chair reminded everyone, "Please place your bets quickly, it will no longer be valid after the examination begins." Ha, my bet on Wei Hao just now was indeed correct. He is a super genius, and also the sect master's son. His future achievements will definitely be the strongest. Elder Fong of Feijian sect laughed loudly. 5,000 Martial King pills, I bet on Huang Ju. The elder of Luwaniman and the middle-aged beautiful woman of King's sect also took out 5,000 Martial King pills and bet on Wei Hao and Wang Ruoling, respectively. The surrounding wandering cultivators who heard these 3 people's bets were secretly amazed. This was 15,000 Martial King pills. Then, the eyes of the 3 elders all looked towards Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai smiled bitterly, "I'll bet 5,000 Martial King pills on Qingnan." Back in the Wuyuan Pavilion, the first person to be examined was a female disciple of King's sect. The lecherous old man smiled, his eyes fixed on her. "The reward for this first round is very generous. If you want to receive double the reward, just let this old man grope you a bit." The female disciple blushed, directly ignoring the old man's words. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the aptitude stone. After a while, the aptitude stone emitted a faint yellow light. This represented that her future achievements could reach the 9th level of Martial King. Seeing this, the old man still said, "Are you really not considering it? I won't even give those men double the reward if they want it." In the subsequent examination, a total of 9 disciples emitted a yellow light. Just as the old man was bored and yawning, Huang Ju walked out with a vigorous aura, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's expressions became serious. Huang Ju calmly placed his hand on the aptitude stone. In a flash, a brilliant yellow light shot up into the sky. Everyone was astonished and admired. Huang Ju's future achievement was actually Martial Sect. One must know that in the entire Luowa kingdom, there were probably no more than 10 Martial Sect experts. It could be seen how rare Martial Sect experts were. The old man nodded with satisfaction. "Kid, not bad talent, keep up the good work." Huang Ju was overjoyed, his eyes glancing provocatively at Qingnan with a hint of mockery. "Ha, it's finally young Master Wei Hao's turn." With a confident expression, he stepped forward. When he placed his hand on the aptitude stone, shock appeared on everyone's faces. A brilliant golden light shot straight up into the sky, taking the shape of a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing. This light was golden, representing the Martial King realm. But while everyone was still shocked, the golden light didn't last long, then quickly dissipated, turning into a purple light. The old man was stunned. "Kid, you're not bad, you have a chance to step into the Martial King realm in your destiny. But you must seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life." The saintess in the sedan chair said calmly, "I didn't expect Wei Hao to have the opportunity to step into the Martial King realm. I'm afraid that in the entire Luowa kingdom, except for the direct disciples of the 4 great sects, no one can compare to him. It seems that the first place in this first round of examination must belong to him. An ordinary-looking black stone. It could actually predict the future achievements of geniuses." Just now, Wei Hao emitted the light of the Martial King realm. The Luwaniman elder immediately clapped his hands and said, "It seems that young Master Wei Hao has won this competition." The corners of Elder Fong's mouth twitched, speechless. Zhang Tai was extremely regretful. If he had bet on Wei Hao, he would have won 5,000 Martial King pills, but now, not only did he not win, but he also lost 5,000 Martial King pills. Wei Hao held Wang Ruoling in his arms. "Little vixen, see? Your man is just that powerful. It's your blessing to be able to serve me. Watching Wei Hao grope Wang Ruoling, a glint of envy flashed in the old man's eyes. He felt extremely uncomfortable. The rest of you, do you still want to participate in the examination? If not, get lost quickly, otherwise, no matter how great your background is, I won't show any mercy. Huang Ju looked at Qing Nan with provocative eyes. With such an impressive background, I wonder what kind of results he can achieve in this examination. Wang Ruoling chuckled. Fellow Taoist Qing Nan is the disciple of two martial sect experts. His future is boundless. Maybe he will be the top scorer in this round of examination. Qing Nan ignored their words, directly stepping forward and placing his hand on the aptitude stone. However, the aptitude stone only vibrated slightly and didn't emit any light. Not even reaching the martial king realm, it seems that the first round of examination already has a result. Before the old man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qing Nan. Senior, please let me try again. My god of war martial spirit has now reached the 10th grade of yellow rank, and it can even infinitely level up. No matter what, my achievements can't be so low that I can't even reach the martial king realm. The only possible reason is that there is a problem with this aptitude stone, and it cannot detect my potential. Let me try again. But after the initial vibration, the aptitude stone quickly returned to normal. Huang Ju immediately burst out laughing. Ha, what's the point of trying again? You are destined to not become a martial king realm expert in this life, no matter how many times you try. It will be the same. Qing Nan quickly placed his hand on the aptitude stone again. In these dozen or so short breaths, he seemed to have turned into a statue. Repeating the same action, continuously placing his hand on the aptitude stone, a total of 6 times. But in these 6 times, the aptitude stone didn't react at all. Wei Hao directly cursed. Just admit that you're trash, don't waste everyone's time here. Otherwise, no matter how great your background is, I won't show any mercy. The examining elder also came back to his senses, saying coldly, there's only one chance for the examination. If you don't stop, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless in the Wuyuan pavilion. At this time, outside the Wuyuan pavilion, many wandering cultivators began to murmur. The corners of Elder Fong's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes looking towards Zhang Tai. That damn Qing Nan, isn't he embarrassed yet? Not being able to reach the martial king realm is embarrassing enough, but he still tried so many times. Since the old man appeared, he had always been smiling. This was the first time he got angry. But just as the old man was furious, Qing Nan said with great determination, Senior, please give me one last try. If the result is still the same this time, I am willing to sever my meridians and cripple my cultivation. At this moment, the geniuses inside the Wuyuan pavilion all looked at Qing Nan in astonishment. To be so crazy for one last chance. One must know that if Qing Nan really became a cripple, then his life would be over. The old man was also stunned. This was the first time he had met such a foolish person. Even with his strong heart, he couldn't recover in a short time. But Qing Nan didn't wait for his reply at all. Once again placing his hand on the aptitude stone. The result was still the same, not even the yellow light could be activated. Humph, knowing the result is like this, yet still refusing to give up, truly stubborn. Since you want to become a cripple so much, even the heavens must fulfill your wish. Huang Rong and everyone felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts, turning their heads away, unable to bear to watch Qing Nan become a cripple. Disappointment appeared in the saintess's eyes. I have always admired Qing Nan's character, but I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. At this time, on the first floor of the Wuyuan pavilion, the old man's eyes turned cold. Since you violated the rules, then this old man will cripple you myself. Qing Nan's mind raced. Could it be that the god of war martial spirit is too powerful, and this aptitude stone can't detect it? No, if that were the reason, it should have exploded like it did at the Nanhai Yaoni. Suddenly, Qing Nan sneered. This so-called aptitude stone was simply a decoration, incapable of testing future achievements. Future achievements were inherently unpredictable. How far one could reach in the future all depended on one's own efforts, opportunities, and luck. How could a stone determine my future? I don't believe it. As soon as he placed his hand on the aptitude stone, it vibrated. A powerful light, like a dragon soaring out to sea, quickly shot up into the sky. He was clearly the top genius of the sect. Yet the aptitude stone couldn't detect his future achievements. Qing Nan thought this was just an ordinary stone. The next second, the aptitude stone vibrated again automatically. A powerful light, like a dragon soaring out to sea, quickly shot up into the sky. The old man, who was about to attack, was immediately stunned, his whole body's movements stopping in an instant. Not only him, but many geniuses inside the Wuyuan pavilion were almost simultaneously dumbfounded. After 2 seconds, the old man came back to his senses. Why did it suddenly burst out with golden light this 7th time? Huang Ju firmly believed that Qing Nan must have used some means to influence the aptitude stone. Wei Hao shouted, his voice like it came from hell, everyone knows that to reach the Martial King realm, one must have a yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit. I'll give you a chance to confess honestly, otherwise, I'll take your life. Qing Nan said coldly, you two are right, I really can't become a Martial King realm expert. Huang Ju and Wei Hao were both stunned. Why did he admit it so quickly? Because my achievements won't stop at the Martial King realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the aptitude stone vibrated violently, and the golden light soaring into the sky immediately turned into a purple light. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This is purple light, martial sect aptitude. Wei Hao, who was originally aggressive and threatening, felt his mind explode with a bang, losing all ability to think. Before the examination began, you three ridiculed me vigorously. Now it seems, who is the real trash, who is the real waste? I can tell you frankly, being able to become a martial sect realm expert in the future is nothing to be proud of. Because my future achievements won't stop there. The aptitude stone vibrated again, emitting a dazzling green light. The saintess in the sedan chair stood up with a whoosh, her eyes full of disbelief. For her, such a thing simply didn't exist. Inside the first floor of the Wuyuan Pavilion, Qing Nan spoke again. According to the rules of the Thuanlan continent, with my 5 souls, I can't reach the martial venerable realm at all. But I want to tell you, the martial venerable realm is just the beginning. The next second, the green light turned into blue light. This represented that Qing Nan's future achievements could reach the legendary martial saint realm. But that's not enough, it's far from my limit. With a thunderous explosion, the blue light turned into red light. At this moment, all the geniuses were dumbfounded. A person with an 8th grade yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit could actually reach the martial emperor realm. Qing Nan smiled. Do you think I can only stop at the martial emperor realm, or can I continue to rise? The old man in charge of the examination was completely dumbfounded. After all, on the entire continent, a martial emperor was already a peak existence. Qing Nan suddenly said in a loud voice, what about the martial emperor realm? How can my achievements stop at the martial emperor realm? An extremely dazzling 9-colored light erupted from the aptitude stone, as if it wanted to replace the entire heaven and earth. Not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, only the peak, looking down upon all heroes. The 9-colored light turned into golden light. This was the martial god realm. A legendary existence, known as a god. Everyone was dumbfounded, never to wake up. You must all be very curious, how can a person with an 8th grade yellow rank 5 soul martial spirit reach the martial god realm? Now I'll tell you, my future achievements may not even reach the martial king realm, or I may become a martial god, or even surpass the martial god realm. The future is always changing, a word, an action, even a moment of pause can change the future of countless people. Therefore, the future is unpredictable, no one knows what the future will be like. This so-called aptitude stone is just a decoration, and this is the true test of the Wuyuan Pavilion. A person's future is difficult to predict, my future has infinite possibilities. After saying that, Qing Nan gently patted the aptitude stone, and it immediately shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. The elders of the 4 great sects were all stunned on the spot when they saw the scene. Finally, Zhang Tai was the first to react. Qing Nan won first place, as expected of the genius of our Xianling sect, worthy of being the disciple of 2 martial sect experts. Oh dear, I didn't expect us to win this round. Of course, you don't need to be too heartbroken, Wei Hao and Huang Ju's results are also very good. The Lawaniman elder's face became extremely ugly. Don't get too cocky, there are still 2 more rounds. The saintess looked at Qing Nan in the light screen, muttering, unexpectedly, when everyone thought you were destined to fail, even I misunderstood you, you actually fought back so strongly. Seeing through the essence behind it. What a rare genius, such a talent belongs to Xianling sect, what a pity. The old man on the first floor of the Wuyuan Pavilion sighed and said, as the examiner for the first round, I have studied the aptitude stone for many years. But I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary stone. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have known. Qing Nan said calmly, I also have to thank Senior for letting me come into contact with the aptitude stone so many times, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover the mystery within. The old man waved his hand, his expression becoming serious. All right, no need for such words. The first round of the Wuyuan Pavilion examination ends here. The first place winner is Qing Nan. The remaining 9 people who can continue to compete are Wei Hao, Huang Ju, Huang Rong, and Wang Ruoling. Killing intent surged in Wei Hao's eyes. You dare to snatch my first place, I will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Next, distribute the rewards. Because Qing Nan saw through the aptitude stone, the Wuyuan Pavilion decided to give Qing Nan a special reward in addition to the reward for first place. Hearing this, Qing Nan's eyes lit up. He was the trash that everyone looked down upon. Yet he relied on his strength to hit a power of 9,999. Just now, the old man distributed rewards to those who passed the examination. 3 fruits of equal size for each person, landing in everyone's hands. Qing Nan immediately used his God of War eyes to examine them, and he found that the spiritual energy contained within each fruit was twice that of the first level of the Xiantian realm. The old man said calmly, as long as this power fruit is swallowed within the Xiantian realm, one can immediately break through a realm. Of course, it only works the first time. As soon as these words were spoken, all the geniuses were astonished. One must know that unless one was an ancient deviant cultivator, within the Xiantian realm, every increase in realm was extremely difficult. Qing Nan quickly put the 3 fruits into his storage bag, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation. Senior, what is my special reward? The old man took out an ancient key. If you can pass the next 2 rounds of examination, then you can take this key to the 4th floor. But if you can't pass, it will disappear directly. Since the appearance of the Wuyuan Pavilion, countless geniuses have stopped at the 3rd round, yet now someone could reach the 4th floor. At this moment, Wei Hao's eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Qing Nan. The old man waved his hand. Those who failed, leave the Wuyuan Pavilion. The rest, begin the 2nd round of examination. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene quickly changed. Everyone only felt darkness before their eyes, having been teleported to a new location. This round tests your strength, pure strength. The top 5 in this round of examination can continue to compete and receive rewards. The 5 who fail will leave the Wuyuan Pavilion. After saying that, the cold man waved his hand. A large rock, like a small mountain, fell onto the training ground with a bang. This is called the strength stone. Use all your strength to hit it, and your strength can be tested. Who's first? At the same time, Shang Daming announced the odds for the 2nd round. The odds for Qing Nan were 1-2, the odds for Huang Ju were 1-1, and the odds for Wei Hao were 1-3. There was an immediate uproar. Qing Nan's odds are increasing so fast, I'll bet on Qing Nan in this 2nd round. Zhang Taiyi was also about to place a bet, but before he could finish, a sweet and cute voice rang out. This princess bets 1 million martial king pills on Qing Nan. In an instant, all the wandering cultivators and elders widened their eyes, looking towards Princess Miao Miao. Remembering the earth-shattering battle a few days ago, Zhang Taiyi said fearfully, Princess, when did you arrive? Princess Miao Miao kicked him in dissatisfaction. Why can't I come here? Could it be that Shang Daming doesn't accept my bet? Or does Shang Daming not value this princess? The saintess in the sedan chair said gently, anyone can participate in Shang Daming's casino. Your Highness, are you sure you want to bet 1 million martial king pills on Qing Nan? Princess Miao Miao threw out her storage bag without hesitation. Of course, as this princess's husband, Qing Nan will definitely win first place. The saintess was silent for a few breaths. 1 million martial king pills, bet accepted. As soon as these words were spoken, all the wandering cultivators were dumbfounded. She actually bet 1 million martial king pills. What was the background of this little girl? At this time, inside the 2nd floor of the Wuyuan Pavilion, disciples had already stepped forward for the examination. Striking out with all his might, 4 large numbers immediately appeared on the strength stone, 1500. You must all understand what this means. The total strength for this examination is 9999, and the outcome is determined based on the numbers. Alright, next. Next, Huang Rong stepped forward. Using all her strength, she struck the strength stone. The cold man said indifferently, 3200 strength. Next, 5 or 6 geniuses took the examination one after another. It was worth mentioning that Wang Ruoling used some kind of secret technique. In her strongest state, she hit 3500 strength. This time, it was Wei Hao's turn, and he stepped forward, rubbing his hands together. Heaven and earth spiritual energy, divine fire burning. In an instant, a wave of heat rose from his body, as if an invisible flame was burning. He roared, fire wings erupted, and he transformed into a fist, fiercely striking the strength stone. The strength stone vibrated, displaying the number with a faint golden light, 5100. All the wandering cultivators exclaimed, as expected of Wei Hao. If he used his 5 souls, it would definitely be higher. The cold man glanced at the remaining geniuses. Don't waste any more time, come and take the examination quickly. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Huang Ju's mouth as he slowly stepped forward. The next second, he displayed his remnant sword martial spirit, and 8 golden lights suddenly appeared behind him. The sword in my hand, man and sword united, spiritual energy, obey me. Huang Ju shouted loudly, carrying a shocking amount of spiritual energy, transforming into a sword and directly striking the strength stone. The strength stone finally vibrated, displaying 8900 strength. All the geniuses were shocked and their mouths gaped open. As expected of an ancient deviant cultivator, it seems that the first place this time belongs to him. Even the cold man nodded slightly. This combat power is not bad, completely comparable to the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. Huang Ju looked at Qing Nan smugly. If I remember correctly, you are also an ancient deviant cultivator. If so, I want to see who is stronger between you and me. Qing Nan said coldly, to be so smug with just 8,900 strength, in my eyes, you are truly embarrassing. Huang Ju's expression changed drastically. What's so great about you? If you weren't an ancient deviant cultivator, I'm afraid you wouldn't even achieve half of my results. Before he could finish speaking, Qing Nan suddenly attacked. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Compared to you, I don't even need my 5 souls. Qing Nan shouted. Reaching out his hand, he pointed at the strength stone, this point as gentle as flowing water and drifting clouds. Seeing Qing Nan's actions, the expressionless cold man's eyes completely changed. The strength stone vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling light, and 4 numbers appeared, 9999. The young man just casually pointed. It astonished everyone. Because the force of a single finger reached 9,999 kilograms. Qing Nan looked at Huang Ju coldly. Where is your momentum from just now? If you're not convinced, continue the challenge. Huang Ju's face paled, stammering, don't be complacent. Qing Nan chuckled, I am complacent, so what? If you have the ability, feel free to come. At this time, the cold man finally regained his composure. The examination ends here. Qing Nan won first place, Huang Ju, Wei Hao, Wang Ruoling, and Huang Rong will continue to compete. Now, distribute the rewards, 3 strength fruits per person, 7 strength fruits for the first place. Qing Nan was both amused and exasperated. Each person can only use 1 strength fruit. Now there are so many rewards. What is Wu Yuan Chamber's intention? The cold man waved his hand. No nonsense, prepare to start the next round of examination. At this time, on the top of the mountain, all the rogue cultivators looked at the scene inside the martial mirror, unable to regain their composure. Zhang Taiyi laughed loudly. I'm sorry, our Xianling sect's disciple accidentally won first place again in this round. Don't worry too much, although Huang Ju's strength is not as good as Qing Nan's, it is also very good. Elder Fong trembled with anger, but couldn't refute. After all, Huang Ju had lost this strength test round. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice rang out. What do you mean, Shang Daoming? The result of the match is clear, why haven't you paid yet? Do you want to cheat this princess? Everyone looked at Princess Miao Miao, their eyes undisguised with surprise and curiosity. The saintess immediately sent someone to deliver a storage bag. Our Shang Daoming has always put credibility first. Here are 10,000 martial sect pills. Please check. Princess Miao Miao's displeased expression immediately disappeared. Not bad, not bad, I like your work attitude. This princess will take care of you in the future. Under the stimulation of this huge fortune, all the rogue cultivators went crazy. No matter what the third test was, they all decided to bet everything on Qing Nan. The screen changed, and Qing Nan and everyone arrived at a strange forest. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it almost condensed into a physical form, looking like a sea of clouds from afar. While everyone was puzzled, an old man walked out with a cane. First of all, I congratulate you on entering the 3rd round. Next, as you can see, this place is very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, this 3rd round will compare the speed of cultivation. There are 5 jade pendants here, please sit on them, then circulate your cultivation techniques to absorb spiritual energy. Within 3 hours, whoever absorbs the most spiritual energy will win this round. In addition, fighting is prohibited in this round of examination, and there is only one winner. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 of them were stunned. Actually, what was being compared was not the speed of cultivation, but the level of one's martial soul. Zhang Taiyi's face changed drastically. Damn it, this 3rd round is testing this. Elder Fong laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I was hoping that Qing Nan could pass the 3 rounds and enter the legendary 4th floor of Wu Yuan Chamber. Now it seems that he definitely can't. In an instant, those rogue cultivators who had bet on Qing Nan changed their minds and placed their bets on Huang Ju and Wei Hao. Very quickly, the odds for this round were announced. Huang Ju's odds were 1-1, Wei Hao's odds were 1-1. Huang Rong's odds were 1-3, and Wang Ruoling's odds were 1-3. Qing Nan's odds were 1-10. It can be seen that the saintess didn't think that Qing Nan could pass at all, otherwise she wouldn't offer such high odds. But Princess Miao Miao said, in this 3rd round, this princess bets on Qing Nan to win, betting 3 million martial king pills. Hearing this, everyone was struck by lightning, too astonished to believe it. Princess Miao Miao immediately glared. What are you looking at? This princess has money, are you not convinced? Get out of here. The saintess was silent for a moment, and asked in disbelief, Princess, let me confirm again, are you sure you want to bet 3 million martial king pills on Qing Nan? Princess Miao Miao threw out the storage bag. Ada, this girl is so sensible, she even knows to call me princess. He is this princess's husband, if even this princess doesn't believe in him, then who else will? Elder Fong sneered inwardly, stupid, this is clearly a sure loss bet, you'll know what it means to lose everything later. At the same time, inside the third floor of Woyuan Chamber, Huang Ju laughed loudly, Xing Nan, no matter how strong you are destined to be the last in this round. A mocking expression appeared on Wei Hao's face. What a pity, if this third round was changed to another test, you might still have a glimmer of hope. Among the 5 geniuses, only Huang Rong sighed. If Xing Nan's martial soul level was 10th grade emperor level, I'm afraid no one here could stop him. At this time, the old man couldn't bear it anymore, and said impatiently, if you don't start the test quickly, then it will be considered that none of you are participating. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Sit down and start the test quickly. The young man simply revealed his martial soul, and astonished everyone. Because his martial soul could not only suppress martial souls of the same level, but also continuously level up. Just now, the 5 of them obediently sat on the jade pendants. Only Huang Rong shouted, I'll try first. Then, the blood sword behind her back emerged, emitting a strong suction force, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Wang Ruoling smiled and said, your cultivation speed is really fast, but I'm not bad either. A long sword appeared behind her, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Huang Ju did not hide his disdain. My martial soul becomes stronger when it encounters a stronger opponent, and weaker when it encounters a weaker one. Spiritual energy is indeed a very good ability. But after all, it's only a 9th grade emperor level martial soul, it's not on the same level as mine at all. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the Stone Valley moved, most of it was absorbed into Huang Ju's body. Huang Rong and Wang Ruoling could hardly absorb anything. Wei Hao chuckled and said, Huang Ju, don't think you're the only one with a 10th grade emperor level martial soul. In my eyes, your martial soul is nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire lotus appeared on top of his head. Under my broken heart fire lotus martial soul, all martial souls must bow their heads. Huang Ju shouted, in my eyes, only Wei Hao is on the same level as me. Today I want to compete with you. Wei Hao's entire body was filled with fighting spirit, as if he really wanted to compete with Huang Ju. His entire body's spiritual energy surged continuously. And Xing Nan was like an outsider, completely ignored. Soon, the old man noticed his abnormality. Why hasn't this kid started yet? Has he given up already? He doesn't even have the intention to try, how can such trash enter the third round? Huang Ju sneered, ha 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 ha, what's wrong, Xing Nan? Want to give up? That's right, after all, you only have an 8th grade emperor level martial soul, you can't absorb a single bit of the spiritual energy in this Stone Valley. Wei Hao chuckled, Huang Ju, what are you talking about? Anyone can participate in this competition, and Xing Nan is naturally no exception. But I must remind you that with your 8th grade emperor level martial soul, you will probably be suppressed by the 2 of us. Hearing this, the old man really couldn't bear it anymore. I heard that you achieved good results in the first 2 rounds. But in this old man's 3rd round, with your 8th grade emperor level martial soul, you don't even have the qualifications to participate. I advise you to leave early. Xing Nan, who had been silent all this time, finally laughed. Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting. On the way here, I met countless people. None of them didn't laugh at my martial soul level, they targeted me everywhere, completely disregarding me. Senior, I want to ask you a question, is it true that in this world, a low-level martial soul is destined to be ridiculed and despised by others? The old man said coldly, let me tell you the truth, an 8th grade emperor level martial soul is trash, and has no dignity in this world. Xing Nan's expression was calm, completely unaffected, so that's how it is. I've always had a question in my mind, my talent is not bad no matter where I am, why do you laugh at me and suppress me? Then I understood, it's because all of you are too stupid, you don't know how powerful I really am, so you dare to laugh at me and put on a show in front of me. All the rogue cultivators on the mountaintop changed their expressions, who is this kid scolding? You are the trash, and you blame others. Among these people, only Princess Miao Miao looked at Xing Nan with bright eyes. But you probably didn't expect that this round, this moment, this instant, the opportunity to show my true strength, I've been waiting for so long. Today I will let you know who is the true king. Xing Nan shouted. 8 golden rays of light immediately radiated out, the god of war soul erupted, the fighting spirit filled the sky, looking down upon the heroes. At this moment, Wei Hao and Huang Ju, and Wang Ruoling, Huang Rong, all had shocked expressions on their faces. Not only the 4 of them, the old man who was originally cold and disdainful, seeing these 8 golden rays of light, was speechless. At this time, everyone on the mountaintop was dumbfounded. Isn't Xing Nan's martial soul 8th grade emperor level? Why has it become 10th grade emperor level? The reason why they thought so was because Shang Daoming had provided information before. The saintess in the palanquin stood up with a whoosh, losing her composure for the first time. This is simply against common sense. Xing Nan seemed to have guessed everyone's doubts. I happen to be taught a secret technique by an expert, which can hide the level of my martial soul. The 8th grade emperor level you see is just intentional. Huang Ju completely lost his mind. How can your martial soul be 10th grade emperor level? I don't believe it. I'm not convinced. Wei Hao also angrily cursed. Even if he hadn't lost his mind, he was on the verge of exploding. Stop your nonsense, you two. Weren't we comparing martial soul levels just now? If so, let's compete to see whose martial soul is stronger. The two great geniuses immediately joined forces against Qing Nan. One was responsible for suppressing, and the other specialized in absorbing spiritual energy. Qing Nan said coldly, "You are truly delusional. My martial soul covers the sky and the earth, it is everywhere, invincible in the world." It was clearly the person everyone looked down upon. Who used the god of warfire, and easily won the first 2 rounds of Wu Yuan Chamber. Now in the 3rd round, facing the joint efforts of 2 great geniuses, Qing Nan decided not to hide anymore. The god of war soul completely understood his intention and burst out with an extremely powerful force. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire Stone Valley moved violently. As if a huge whirlwind had appeared, all the spiritual energy was swept away by Qing Nan. They were all 10th grade emperor level martial souls, yet his martial soul could monopolize everything, making it impossible for other martial souls to absorb anything. Qing Nan looked at everyone proudly. It seems that the result of this round of examination is clear. Huang Ju and Wei Hao were both dejected, completely losing their genius demeanor. And Wang Ruoling was completely immersed in fear. Only Huang Rong had very complicated feelings. Has the distance between us become so far unknowingly? The old man looked at Qing Nan with some guilt. I was rude just now, please don't mind. Qing Nan said calmly, there's no need for that, senior, I've encountered this kind of thing too many times. The old man sighed. Take it, this is your reward. Qing Nan opened the storage bag. Inside was the entering subtlety stone. Thus, the realm of his saber intent could reach the great perfection of entering subtlety. It was no longer a problem. Alright, as the only winner, go to the 4th floor and have a look. The old man waved his hand. Qing Nan immediately disappeared from the 3rd floor. At this time, on the top of the mountain, when Huang Ju, Wei Hao, and the other 3 were teleported out, everyone looked at them. They completely lost their previous complacency, their faces extremely unsightly. Everyone's eyes showed sympathy. They understood what it felt like to be suppressed as a genius. Suddenly, a rogue cultivator shouted, Qing Nan has entered the 4th floor. Quick, see what the 4th floor is all about. As a result, in the next second, a line of text appeared on the martial mirror. Damn it, what's going on? Why did it suddenly stop showing? What's the joke? It's such a waste of my emotions. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the Wu Yuan chamber. Qing Nan, you must pass the 4th floor. A cold light flashed in Elder Fang's eyes, and he immediately transmitted his voice to the other 2 elders. If Qing Nan passes the 4th floor, you know what to do. At this moment, Princess Miao Miao started to make noise. This princess bet on Qing Nan to win. You quickly pay me. The saintess took a deep breath. Princess, please rest assured, our Shang Daoming will absolutely not break our promise. Now that Qing Nan has entered the 4th floor, if he can pass, it will create history. After witnessing this historical moment, Shang Daoming will make compensation. Hearing this, Princess Miao Miao said angrily, what does the historical moment have to do with me? But before she could finish speaking, the 4th floor of the Wu Yuan chamber suddenly erupted with countless dazzling rays of light. Everyone was captivated by this scene, speechless. Could it be that Qing Nan really passed the legendary 4th floor? What exactly is the test of this 4th floor of the Wu Yuan chamber? Countless questions arose in everyone's minds almost simultaneously. The saintess was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I once saw in the secret records of Shang Daoming that the mystery related to the Wu Yuan chamber completely surpasses the entire lower region. The secrets hidden within are likely to be inheritance from the upper region. Hearing the 2 words upper region, Elder Fang's eyes became even colder. If Qing Nan really received a great inheritance, it would not be a good thing for their 3 major sects. The saintess said again, of course, this is not yet completely certain. After all, no one has ever reached the 4th floor. For Qing Nan to pass, the difficulty is probably even higher than the previous 3 rounds. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The 4th floor, which was emitting dazzling light, suddenly darkened. And the top 5th floor radiated a dazzling light. Seeing this scene, the saintess was completely stunned. Could it be that Qing Nan not only passed the 4th floor, but even the 5th floor? As soon as she finished speaking, a figure flew out from inside the Wu Yuan chamber. It transformed into a rainbow and landed on the top of the mountain. It was Qing Nan. Only at this moment, there was no joy on his face, his whole body was slightly trembling, as if he had just encountered an extremely terrifying existence. Zhang Tai immediately asked worriedly, did you pass the 5th floor? What is inside? Qing Nan gasped, Don't say those words now, let's go back to Xianling sect immediately. Just as Elder Fawn was about to make a move, Qingnan said again, I did pass the 4th and 5th floors, but the situation on these 2 floors is a bit special, I didn't receive any rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, the Weiyuan chamber and the sea of clouds dissipated, turning into nothingness. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the Weiyuan chamber had disappeared. But the Saintess was not surprised. The Weiyuan chamber has been here for decades, and now it has suddenly disappeared. It must be because the young master has received the inheritance inside. If the young master can tell me the secret inside, I will do my best to repay you. Qingnan sneered, you want to know the secret inside? Although I really want to tell you, I have to tell you the truth. Whether it's you, or your Shang Daoming, or everyone here, you are not qualified to know this secret. He was clearly a martial emperor realm expert of Shang Daoming. Yet he had to bow before a little girl. Just now, when Cheng Nan entered the 4th floor of the Weiyuan chamber, he didn't encounter any tests, he only met an old man who spoke strangely. There is a big secret on the 5th floor, you can go up and see if you want to know, but this will bring great danger to you. If you don't go, I can directly give you great benefits. Everyone knows that since the appearance of the Weiyuan chamber, no one has ever entered the 5th floor. For Cheng Nan, this could be a great opportunity. Then I have to go to the 5th floor and see. The old man in black waved his hand, if so, then enter the 5th floor. With a flash of light, Cheng Nan arrived at the 5th floor. The young man seemed to glance at Cheng Nan, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he put it down. The aptitude stone on the 1st floor is not fake, it's real. Hearing this, Cheng Nan's heart was shaken. Could it be that I can really surpass the martial god realm in the future? If this is known by others, it will chase me to the ends of the earth. I absolutely cannot reveal this secret. At this moment, he was pulled back to reality by a loud shout. Elder Feng, what do you mean? Let me tell you. If you dare to touch Cheng Nan and anger the martial sect expert, you will only have one way to die. Zhang Tai directly revealed Cheng Nan's background, preparing to make the 3 elders give up their intentions. Suddenly, the Saintess spoke, although we don't want to be enemies with Xianling sect, if young Master Cheng Nan resolutely refuses to reveal the secret, then Shang Daoming will also intervene. Fang Lin is right, this secret should be analyzed together with everyone in the world. The corner of Qin Nan's mouth curled into a sneer, then his eyes fell on Shang Daoming. Are you sure you want to do this? Just because you witnessed the 5-sex competition. You want to deal with me, you're truly delusional. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience was shocked. Qin Nan didn't even take the martial intermediate realm expert seriously. Saintess Qinsha's face slightly changed, and she said, this young master, your information is really well informed. If you already know, then this little girl wants to see what your trump card is. Zhang Taiyi's mind raced, what should he do now? Should he really share the secret? Just as the atmosphere was extremely tense, an extremely unpleasant voice rang out. Shang Daoming, why haven't you brought this princess's divine replenishing pill yet? What are you doing? The Saintess said calmly, the pills have been prepared, they will be given to the princess after the competition ends, please understand. Princess Miao Miao directly glared, no, this princess wants the divine replenishing pill now, if something happens to my husband, do you not take this princess seriously? As soon as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, exuding the terrifying pressure of the 5-sex realm. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, even their breathing became rapid. Princess Miao Miao was furious, this princess thinks you're tired of living. The pressure exuding from her was like a prehistoric beast from ancient times. Even stronger than the old man's pressure. The gap between the two, anyone could clearly distinguish. The old man's expression changed, and he hurriedly landed on the ground. I didn't expect you to be Elder Rongyu of Xianling sect, Princess Miao Miao. I offended you with my words just now, please forgive me. The Saintess's expression also changed, and she said, your medicine will be ready soon. This little girl has a request, I hope young Master Qin can tell me the secret of Shang Daoming. And take an oath not to reveal it. Young Master Qin, if you can agree, this little girl will reward you heavily. Princess Miao Miao's eyes suddenly lit up, are you serious? As long as Qin Nan tells you the secret, you will give this princess more pills? The Saintess nodded solemnly, that's right, if it's really an ancient secret, Shang Daoming promises to compensate and guarantee your satisfaction in the future. Princess Miao Miao's face was full of greed, her small mouth slightly opened, as if she was about to agree immediately. Qin Nan was shocked and shouted in a low voice, don't agree. This secret cannot be told to anyone. Princess Miao Miao said angrily, deaf and dumb person, get out of the way, this princess is discussing business, what are you interrupting for? Qin Nan's face immediately became extremely unsightly, he didn't expect Princess Miao Miao to be so unreliable at this critical moment. However, Princess Meow Meow changed her mind. Although this princess likes pills, this is after all related to this princess's husband. This princess naturally cannot harm him. So don't ask about this matter anymore, let it go. The saintess remained silent for a long time, and said, if you insist, then this little girl will not say more. But from now on, young Master Qin is not allowed to enter any auction of Shang Daoming. Of course, if young Master Qin changes his mind, Shang Daoming welcomes you to exchange. After saying that, she turned and returned to the mansion. Everyone looked at Qin Nan with sympathy in their eyes. He originally held the winning gold token, but now he has become an enemy and been banned. This matter quickly reached Fong Lin. It seems that the three elders want to take action here. The young man relied on his dual martial souls. Not only did he pass the Wuyuan chamber, but he also learned the secrets within. But he wasn't happy at all. Because Princess Meow Meow had taken all the heavenly scripture flowers, not leaving him a single one. On the way back to Xianling sect, Qin Nan casually took out 20 ancient spiritual herbs, refining them as he walked. Zhang Taiyi was secretly surprised. He actually dared to refine while walking, no wonder he could achieve such accomplishments. Huang Long and the others' expressions gradually became firm. Qin Nan not only had strong talent, but also worked so hard. What qualifications did they have to waste time? Only Princess Meow Meow said disdainfully, small tricks, not worth mentioning, this princess doesn't care. After saying that, she took out the 9-8 diagrams and continuously suppressed Qin Nan. Time passed quickly. 3 days later. Qin Nan's eyes suddenly opened, and a vast aura emerged from his body. Through continuously compressing his true qi, he finally comprehended the ancient true qi. Zhang Tai nodded and said, it seems that you have comprehended the wonders of ancient true qi. Cultivating ancient true qi progresses very quickly, but if you only pursue speed, it will leave hidden dangers and create bottlenecks. Alright, let's continue on our way. We'll arrive at Xianling sect in 5 days. The matter of the Wuyuan chamber quickly spread back to the sect. Even some core disciples in seclusion knew the name Qin Nan. At this time, Qin Nan was standing at Old Shan's residence. It seems that I underestimated you before, kid. From today onwards, I have to take a serious look at you again. Qin Nan smiled and said, it's all thanks to Old Shan. Ha, you underestimate me. I didn't help at all. On the contrary, you always bring me all kinds of surprises. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the sky. It was the 4 palace masters of Xianling sect. Old Shan said calmly, you must have something important to come here, just say it directly. The sect master personally ordered, hoping that Qin Nan could tell the sect the secret of the Wuyuan chamber. Of course, the sect will definitely not treat him badly. Qin Nan directly shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but this secret is related to ourselves. Even if the sect knows, it won't get any benefits. The cultivation technique palace master was about to speak and continue to persuade, but was interrupted by Old Shan. Alright, let's stop here. Tell the sect master that Qin Nan is my disciple. Tell him not to bother him with this small matter. See them off. After the 4 palace masters left, Old Shan asked curiously, what exactly is the secret? Can you tell me? Qin Nan's expression was serious. Old Shan, I'm sorry, the secret is related to the 5 of us. Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't, I won't force you. Go back and cultivate. Your senior brother has always been paying attention to you. I hope you don't disappoint him. Returning to the 5th courtyard of the outer courtyard peak, Xin had been waiting for a long time. Young Master Qin Nan, your reputation is widespread now. The Grand Elder has specially approved for you to live in the 3rd courtyard of the inner courtyard. Qin Nan casually threw out a strength fruit. I've troubled you during this time. Xin was extremely excited. His martial soul was only 6th grade yellow rank. This strength fruit was truly a treasure to him. I have something for you to do. Take these 5 strength fruits to the artifact treasure hall and exchange them for 5 king pills. Then Qin Nan went to the inner courtyard peak. The spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as the outer courtyard peak. Many disciples were shocked after seeing him. Look, senior brother Qin Nan, walking with the stride of a dragon and the tread of a tiger, his aura is overwhelming. He is truly a peerless genius. 1st level innate strength, challenging 3rd level innate strength, so terrifying, no wonder he could top the Wuyuan chamber. This is reality. On the path of cultivation, proving one's strength will be admired by thousands of people. However, fame is fleeting, although this feeling is refreshing. One cannot indulge in it. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of inner courtyard disciples, Qin Nan entered the 3rd courtyard. However, at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly rang out. A silver light came through the air. It was clearly a silver needle. Qin Nan caught it without hesitation. There was clearly a small letter on it. Junior brother Qin Nan, please come to the 43rd courtyard, disciple Li Hong. A trace of doubt appeared on Qin Nan's face. What is Li Hong looking for me for? With this question, Qin Nan went to the 43rd courtyard of the inner courtyard peak. At this time, Li Hong was concentrating on cultivating martial skills. After seeing Qin Nan, he immediately withdrew his aura. Junior brother Qin Nan, you're here. I called you here today mainly because someone asked me to take you to meet someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out of the small house. This person's name was Ouyang Jun, 10th grade yellow rank martial soul, 10th level innate strength cultivation, only a short step away from the 5-sex realm. Li Hong introduced from the side, senior brother Ouyang Jun is the #1 genius in our inner courtyard, he also wants to see you today. Qin Nan's face was calm. May I know what senior brother Ouyang is looking for me for? Ouyang Jun said arrogantly, I'm looking for you today mainly to give you a chance to join the Jun Alliance. 3664, Li Hong was afraid that Qin Nan would misunderstand, so he hurriedly said, the Jun Alliance is an organization founded by senior brother Ouyang himself. Specializing in recruiting geniuses within the sect, I am currently a member of the Jun Alliance. Joining the Jun Alliance, as long as you serve me and obey my orders, you can do whatever you want in the sect, even killing people is no problem. Qin Nan didn't hesitate, I'm used to being free, I'm not interested in joining the Jun Alliance. After saying that, he didn't turn back and left. Ouyang Jun suddenly shouted, stop. The young man, who had just joined the sect, dared to refuse the request of the sect master's son. If you dare to leave today, I will make your life a living hell. Qin Nan didn't turn back, he just left, from beginning to end, he didn't even look at Ouyang Jun. Li Hong frowned, you shouldn't talk to Qin Nan like that, whether it's talent or background, you're not that different. Ouyang Jun was completely enraged, you shouldn't talk to me like that. If it weren't for my elder brother's sake, I would definitely kill you today. Li Hong snorted, that's right, if it weren't for your elder brother's sake, even if you were the sect master's son, I wouldn't help you. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, you go find Lung Feng now, let him deal with Qin Nan with peace of mind, I'll handle the rest. Li Hong snorted and left angrily. Ouyang Jun's face was full of ferocity, I want to see how capable you are, how dare you disobey me like this. Back in the third courtyard of the inner courtyard peak, Qin Nan was about to sit down and adjust his breath, preparing to rest. Before he could even start, the third courtyard welcomed its first guest. You hide it really well, how many trump cards do you have? I really can't understand you more and more. A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Nan's mouth, Brother Gongyang, I didn't mean to hide it from you, the main thing is that whether I say it or not, we are still brothers. Gongyang laughed loudly. Then his smile quickly disappeared, and his face became serious. Did you have a conflict with Ouyang Jun just now? Do you know who he is? Qin Nan's expression was calm, without any fear. Brother Gongyang, you know my temper, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I don't care what Ouyang Jun's background is. Gongyang sighed and said with a wry smile, of course I know your temper, however, this matter is not that simple. Ouyang Jun is the son of the current sect master of Xinling sect. Qin Nan's eyes flashed, no wonder Ouyang Jun is so arrogant. Gongyang paused, and said, moreover, he and Xiao Qingxue have a marriage contract. Xiao Qingxue's parents were originally the sect master of Xinling sect, but later they unfortunately met with an accident. The sect master then took Xiao Qingxue as his adopted daughter and arranged a marriage contract, waiting for Ouyang Jun to reach the 5-sex realm to marry Xiao Qingxue. Before you went to the Wuyuan chamber, Mu Qing suddenly attacked you because Ouyang Jun ordered it. Qin Nan punched the table angrily, Qingxue and I are innocent, he's so narrow-minded. Gongyang was slightly stunned, with a hint of disbelief, don't you have any feelings for Xiao Qingxue? Qin Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head, you're overthinking it. I'm just very grateful for her help. Gongyang hesitated to speak, then sighed, you just need to know about this, I don't care what you do. But no matter who it is, as long as they bully us, even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, we will never back down. Also, I heard that the sect master and the supreme elder are at odds now. Ouyang Jun has no scruples and will definitely suppress you unscrupulously. Qin Nan suddenly realized, so that's how it is, no wonder Ouyang Jun has such killing intent towards me, and immediately turned hostile. Gongyang patted Qin Nan's shoulder, alright, I won't say more, you should cultivate quickly and break through to the Martial King realm soon. Back in his room, Qin Nan took out the strength fruit and began to refine it. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, he finally comprehended the great perfection of refining. Qin Nan immediately stood up and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, an extremely sharp saber easily cut the mountaintop. With his current strength, challenging the 3rd level of innate strength was no problem at all. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out from outside the door, I am Langfeng, come out and meet me. Qin Nan smiled slightly, it seems that they've finally come knocking because of the 7 deadly sins. He directly went out of the courtyard. Standing there was a young man in black, with a cold expression. Like 10,000 years of ice, with a murderous aura that made people approach. Qin Nan, I know you have some skills, but if you hand over the 7 deadly sins to me today, I will spare your life. Hearing these words, Qin Nan almost laughed, as the top existence in the inner courtyard, With a cultivation level of 7th level and 8th strength, you want to kill me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? So what? I'm most afraid of being threatened. Lang Feng released his killing intent without hesitation. Good, you've got guts. Many inner courtyard disciples were immediately attracted. Damn, did he eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, to dare to provoke Qin Nan? I heard that he never backs down from challenges. This time I want to challenge you, a life or death duel. If you lose, the 7 deadly sins belong to me. If I lose, all the pills and treasures on me belong to you. Qin Nan sneered, you're at 7th level and 8th strength, challenging me. I'm bound to lose this life or death battle. Why should I accept? At this moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the sky. Ha, junior brother Qin Nan, you're not afraid of heaven or earth. You're only afraid of me. Why don't you even dare to accept Ling Feng's challenge? If I were you, I would have already beaten him up and made him regret it for the rest of his life. Qin Nan glanced at Ouyang Jun indifferently. What does my business with Lang Feng have to do with you? Ouyang Jun's face immediately turned pale. However, he didn't get angry. You really disappoint me. I thought you were a man of integrity. Now it seems that I overestimated you before. Farewell. Lang Feng sneered, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then I won't say more. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Qin Nan suddenly called him back. Just a simple sentence shook the entire sect. Qin Nan suddenly called Lang Feng back. You challenged me to a deathmatch, so how can I back down? 2 months later, you and I will decide the winner. Whoever loses, their belongings will belong to the other. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the entire hall was shocked. Qin Nan actually took the initiative to challenge Lang Feng. If you don't dare to accept, then stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Lang Feng was furious. Fine, as expected of Qin Nan, you fear neither heaven nor earth. If that's the case, 2 months later, we'll meet at the Life and Death Palace. After saying this, Lang Feng turned around and left, without any further ado. At this time, another person arrived at courtyard number 3, and this person was Gong Yang. You offended Ouyang Jun, and now you're challenging Lang Feng. Do you not want to live anymore? Qin Nan smiled. Brother Gong Yang, don't be angry. I'm not doing this without a plan. Gong Yang's face became even uglier. Lang Feng is at the 7th level of Xiantian Qi. You can't possibly advance 6 realms in 2 months, can you? Qin Nan nodded and said in a low voice, you're right. The world of martial arts is inherently cruel. Behind every strong person's rise are countless corpses. 2 months later, if I stand on the stage, I will step on his head to prove my strength. If I lose, it will be an attack that I, an outer disciple, launch towards the number 1 position. This is the path I must take. Gong Yang was stunned. He always felt that there was something wrong with Qin Nan's words, but he didn't know what it was. After a long while, he sighed, since you've decided, I won't say anything more. 2 months later, don't lose. Qin Nan showed a confident smile. Lang Feng isn't qualified to defeat me. After Gong Yang left, a small mountain of items was piled up in front of Qin Nan. It was the 4,000 Wu Wang pills that he had asked Bai Xian to exchange for from the exotic treasure hall using force fruits. Qin Nan initially thought that with these war god souls, he could advance to the Xian level martial soul. However, after swallowing them all, there was no sign of a breakthrough. Just at this moment, a mocking voice rang out, as expected of this princess's husband, a 4th level Xiantian Qi dares to challenge a 7th level Xiantian Qi. It seems that 2 months later, this princess will have to change husbands. Qin Nan directly ignored her mockery, his eyes shining as if he saw hope. Princess, can I borrow some pills? Princess Miao Miao immediately pouted. This princess is now penniless. As my husband, you don't offer pills, but you want to ask me for them? Qin Nan closed his eyes and said indifferently, if there are no pills, then forget it. I want to start cultivating now. Princess, do as you please. Seeing him angry, Princess Miao Miao immediately approached. She explained the entire method of borrowing pills in one breath. After listening, Qin Nan was dumbfounded. This is the method? Princess Miao Miao said seriously, of course, I used this method before and borrowed a lot of pills from those hallmasters and elders. The corners of Qin Nan's mouth twitched. In these times, he could only try. The scene changed to the small courtyard of the punishment hall. Xiao Lang Feng was meditating cross-legged, swallowing spiritual energy mouthful by mouthful, constantly resting. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared. It was Princess Miao Miao, smiling charmingly as she took out a piece of parchment. This is a letter Qin Nan sent to you. When they saw the contents of the letter, the expressions of the two were very strange. A letter to borrow pills? A moment later, in the punishment hall's meeting hall, the punishment hall master sat upright at the top, while elders continuously reported their work below. Everyone is here, that's great. This princess, on behalf of my husband Qin Nan, has brought a letter for everyone. Everyone opened the letter, their faces immediately changing, and they couldn't help but cough up blood. IOUs. Very quickly, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Exotic Treasure Hall, the Merit Hall, the Life and Death Hall. These 4 halls all received Qin Nan's IOUs delivered by Princess Miao Miao. At this time, at the outer courtyard Peaks martial arts training ground, all the disciples were sitting cross-legged, concentrating on resting. Suddenly, Princess Miao Miao's figure descended from the sky. All disciples, wake up. This princess is Elder Rongyu of the Xianlin sect. This time, I'm here on behalf of Qin Nan to borrow pills. Just lend him 2,000 heaven pills. Otherwise, if Qin Nan holds a grudge, it will be dangerous. Forget it, I'll lend him some too. I don't expect him to return them, as long as he doesn't cause me any trouble. Gong Yang looked at the disciples discussing all around, then at the parchment in his hand, and revealed a wry smile. At the same time, the grand elders of the Xianlin sect were discussing. Second elder, are you going to lend or not? Lend my ass. That kid even offended young Master Jun. I'm not lending him any pills. The key is that this kid has Elder Rongyu backing him. We can't afford to offend her, so let's lend him some. Looking at the mountain of pills in front of him. I actually borrowed so many, there must be more than 100,000, right? Princess Miao Miao, I won't rest until you die, a total of 500,000 Wu Wang pills. This princess borrowed 100,000 from Elder Shan, 20,000 from each of the hall masters, which is 200,000, and there are also inner sect elders. Outer sect elders, under this princess's charm, a total of 100,000 borrowed. Qin Nan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The original plan he and Princess Miao Miao discussed was to borrow 20,000 Wu Wang pills from the disciples. Do you want me to die? Princess Miao Miao glared at him. This princess worked so hard for you, spent so much time and treasures, and you're still blaming this princess? It was clearly a war for pills. Now the young man couldn't cry even if he wanted to. Just now, Princess Miao Miao wanted to make a request to Qin Nan. But before she could say it, she was rejected. These 500,000 pills were all borrowed and had to be returned eventually. They absolutely couldn't be shared. Seeing him like this, Princess Miao Miao said angrily, looking at your stingy appearance, this princess doesn't want your pills. Qin Nan didn't believe it at all, a look of vigilance in his eyes. Then what do you want? Princess Miao Miao sized him up from top to bottom. This princess wants to see what you're going to do with your martial soul with these pills. Qin Nan's face immediately darkened. No way. Even if I don't take a single one of these 500,000 pills, I absolutely can't agree to this. I don't need the pills, you can take them. Seeing his firm attitude, Princess Miao Miao was also extremely angry. If you don't want to show me, then forget it. I don't want to see it anyway. After saying that, she took the pills away. Looking at her angry back as she left, Qin Nan said thank you in his heart. The war god soul is my biggest secret. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. 500,000 Wu Wang pills, this time it should be enough for the war god soul to level up. In a short time of less than an hour, Qin Nan swallowed 100,000 Wu Wang pills. However, a trace of worry rose in his heart. The war god soul didn't have any reaction at all. Therefore, Qin Nan seemed to fall into a state of madness. When he swallowed 450,000 Wu Wang pills, the war god soul behind him suddenly vibrated, sparkling with light, and a vast pressure surged, as if it was about to break through the bottleneck. However, in the next moment, it returned to normal, without any abnormalities occurring. Qin Nan was slightly disappointed, his heart feeling oppressed, a kind of uncomfortable feeling weighing him down. This time, I must succeed. Qin Nan gritted his teeth and swallowed the last 50,000 Wu Wang pills. This time, the war god soul suddenly vibrated, its light flashing and its pressure surging. The pressure in Qin Nan's heart completely disappeared, and a strong smile appeared on his face. However, this abnormal state only lasted for 2 seconds before gradually calming down, as if nothing had happened. Qin Nan was completely stunned. How could this be? The war god soul is extremely powerful, it's absolutely impossible for it not to advance to the Xian level martial soul. Then the only explanation is that 500,000 Wu Wang pills are simply not enough, and I need more Wu Wang pills. But I've borrowed from the entire sect, where can I find more Wu Wang pills? That's right, there's one more place I can borrow from. At the same time, at the inner courtyard Peak's first courtyard, Ouyang Jun sat on the main seat of the hall, with Lung Feng below him. What is Qin Nan trying to do? Is he cultivating some kind of secret technique that requires a large number of pills to maintain? Ouyang Jun glanced at Lung Feng. What are you afraid of? I've already talked to the Merit Hall Master and arranged for you to enter the Nirvana Pavilion with me for closed-door cultivation. 2 months, plus some supplementary spiritual herbs, although it won't be enough for you to break through to the 5-sex realm. It's completely fine for you to reach the 9th level of Xian Tian. He Hearing this, Lung Feng was immediately overjoyed, and his killing intent completely disappeared. He immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, young Master Ouyang." However, before he could finish his words, a whistling sound was heard, and a piece of parchment directly broke through the air and arrived. "To be honest, I'm short of pills recently, and I hope the two of you can help me with 100,000 Wu Wang pills. I will definitely return the favor in the future." Qin Nan. Ouyang Jun's face turned green with anger, and he gritted his teeth. This Qin Nan is really too arrogant. Lung Feng's eyes immediately turned colder. "I think this guy deliberately wrote this letter to provoke me." Ouyang Jun ignited a flame in his hand and directly burned the letter to ashes. "Since he deliberately provoked me and wants to borrow pills, I'll lend him some. But not 100,000, and not Wu Wang pills. This marrow cleansing pill, you personally deliver it to Qin Nan. The bigger the commotion the better, you understand what I mean?" Lung Feng immediately smiled sinisterly. "Understood, I'll go right away." Looking at the round and shiny marrow cleansing pill in the jade bottle, Qin Nan fell into deep thought. Using a marrow cleansing pill to provoke me? I don't care about this kind of trick at all. Anyway, a marrow cleansing pill is better than nothing. He then directly swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The war god soul automatically appeared, floating in mid-air, its battle intent soaring to the heavens. Qin Nan was surprised. "What is this?" From top to bottom of the war god soul, streaks of miraculous light emerged as if breaking out of a cocoon, constantly shining. "Ah, I didn't expect a single marrow cleansing pill to help me advance. Heaven helps me. If Ouyang Jun and Lung Feng knew, I wonder if they would die of anger." Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from the top of the war god soul. An ancient picture appeared in Qin Nan's mind. Countless powerful ancient auras soared into the sky, and a earth-shattering battle erupted. Finally, at the moment of doomsday, a vast figure descended from the sky. All the ancient auras and terrifying techniques were annihilated by this vast figure. This vast figure was a person whose face could not be seen clearly. Qin Nan's eyes reddened, and he didn't know why tears were streaming down his face. What kind of battle was that just now? Why does my heart ache and tears fall? The young man swallowed 500,000 pills in one go. But instead of taking revenge, he unexpectedly caused a pill-borrowing storm. Qin Nan never expected that just a one-star Xian-level martial soul would be so powerful. Now, with sufficient spiritual energy support, coupled with the ancient attributes, he was bound to have a breakthrough in a short time. Very quickly, his mood calmed down and he entered a state of cultivation. At this time, the entire courtyard number 3 was filled with the sounds of thunder and wind. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Qin Nan's aura actually reached the 3rd level of Xiantian Qi. At this rate, with more than 50 days remaining, his cultivation could increase to the 6th level of Xiantian Qi. But this time, advancing to the Xian-level martial soul and consuming 500,000 Wu Wang pills, could it be just to increase my cultivation speed? Just as Qin Nan was puzzled, a purple light flashed between the eyebrows of the war god soul. Qin Nan immediately pondered, but couldn't find any clues. However, he had a premonition that this purple light was likely some kind of ability. Forget it, since things have come to this, there's no need to think too much about these issues now. I've now advanced to the 3rd level of Xiantian Qi and reached the Xiantian Qi bottleneck. So I might as well try externalizing my true Qi. The so-called externalization of true Qi was the eruption of true Qi from the body, condensing into various tangible forms, such as swords, sabers, spears, and staffs. In a sense, only those who mastered the externalization of true Qi could be called Xiantian realm experts. Qin Nan quickly entered a state of concentration, his mind racing. But after a day and night of contemplation, he still couldn't figure out how to release his true Qi. At this moment, Princess Miao Miao arrived. The externalization of true Qi is originally a reflection of the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the easier it is to externalize. As this princess's husband, you haven't even reached this realm, you're really too incompetent. Hearing this, Qin Nan suddenly realized, my physical body simply can't withstand true Qi, so naturally, it can't be externalized. So why not change my thinking? True Qi is mine, it moves with me. It can gather at a point on my body, and it can also gather around me. In the next instant, a surge of true Qi erupted from his body, fiercely domineering, circulating on its own. Qin Nan was extremely excited. "Ha, I succeeded." The externalization of true Qi is to disperse the true Qi within the body and then gather it on the physical body. Immediately afterward, with a thought, the true Qi instantly condensed into a large saber, slashing towards the void. The saber Qi surged, filled with killing intent. And its power was exceptional. The externalization of true Qi is truly powerful. Thank you, Princess, for your guidance. Princess Miao Miao smiled slyly. Then how are you going to thank me? How about casually giving me 180,000 pills? Qin Nan's face immediately darkened. He was penniless now, where would he get pills to give her? 500,000 Wu Wang pills, you used them all? Your aura is much stronger than before, and it has become more mysterious. What exactly did you do? Qin Nan immediately changed the subject. Princess, I've discovered that you've become more beautiful. After saying that, he suddenly thought of an important question. This time, the war god's soul advanced, so did the war god's eye change? Qin Nan immediately activated the war god's eye and looked at Princess Miao Miao. If it was the previous war god's eye, he could only see Princess Miao Miao's approximate cultivation level, but now he could see through everything. Princess Miao Miao was only one step away from the Martial King realm. It's a pity, it seems like she was once seriously injured and hasn't fully recovered yet. Forget it, my cultivation is too weak. Even if Princess Miao Miao has gone through something, I can't help. The most important thing now is to increase my cultivation. Princess, can you lend me some ancient spiritual herbs? Princess Miao Miao refused without thinking. Qin Nan persisted, if the princess can lend me some, I will definitely repay you in the future. Princess Miao Miao stretched out a finger, 1,000 Wu Wang pills per drop. Qin Nan's face immediately changed, why don't you just rob me? Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, borrow or not? If not, then forget it. Qin Nan's face immediately darkened, anyway, I've already signed an IOU for 500,000 Wu Wang pills, signing a few more doesn't matter. Then lend me 100,000 drops first. Do you think I'm a cow? I don't have that many. Qin Nan seemed to be thinking about something and remained silent. Then his eyes unconsciously looked towards her breasts. Princess Miao Miao immediately blushed, and a wave of pressure came over him. Only 100 drops, borrow or not? Of course, I'll borrow. Princess Miao Miao took out the parchment, wait, write the IOU first. Qin Nan was a little embarrassed, our relationship doesn't need an IOU, does it? Princess Miao Miao was a little impatient, are you writing or not? If not, then forget it. Just like that, Qin Nan obediently signed the IOU, can you give me the ancient spiritual herbs now? Princess Miao Miao directly took out the jade bottle, what? This princess personally delivered it, and you dare to rush me? Qin Nan was immediately angry, don't go too far. If you don't borrow, don't even think about getting the ancient spiritual herbs. Also, quickly return the 100,000 Wu Wang pills you owe me, or I'll beat you to death. Qin Nan wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he offend this evil star? Then Princess Miao Miao made a bunch of unreasonable demands. Qin Nan was busy for 3 hours and finally collapsed on the ground exhausted. But the result was satisfactory. He finally got 100 drops of ancient spiritual liquid. He was clearly the invincible existence of the entire sect. Yet he willingly worked like a horse for a little girl. It turned out that only in this way could he obtain the ancient spiritual liquid and increase his cultivation. While Qin Nan was in secluded cultivation, Ouyang Jun took Lang Feng to the Bright Moon Pavilion for closed-door cultivation. Countless disciples looked forward to the day. In their eyes, there was no suspense left in this challenge. Qin Nan was bound to lose. One must know that not only was the spiritual energy in the Bright Moon Pavilion 10 times denser than outside, but there were also a series of auxiliary formations within. And time passed slowly. Until a month later, Qin Nan suddenly opened his eyes, finally breaking through to the 5th level of Xian Tian Qi. Now he had 50 drops of ancient spiritual liquid left. Within the last month, he would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level of Xian Tian Qi. Just as Qin Nan was about to continue cultivating, a rapid knock came from outside the door. Qingxue, why are you here? Aren't you out on a mission? Xiao Qingxue's expression was slightly gloomy. Regarding the duel between you and Lang Feng, I hope you can admit defeat. Qin Nan was slightly puzzled. Could it be that even you think I'm no match for Lang Feng? Xiao Qingxue shook her head and said seriously, since I met you in Lingshui City, every single thing you've done has far exceeded my expectations. I know you can definitely defeat Lang Feng. But as long as you choose to admit defeat, to endure, I can guarantee that Ouyang Jun will never take action against you again. A hint of determination flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. If Ouyang Jun wants revenge, then let him come. I, Qin Nan, am not afraid of anyone. Xiao Qingxue's tears welled up in her eyes. Just treat it as me begging you, okay? I really don't want to see anything happen to you. Qin Nan sighed helplessly. Alright, I admit defeat. As soon as this news spread, everyone was astonished. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. He's truly embarrassing our Xianlin sect. Xiao Longfeng angrily shouted, shut up. Senior brother Qin Nan has a backbone of steel, he would absolutely never admit defeat. If you dare to fabricate rumors, Don't blame me for being impolite. As a result, even more convincing news reached Xiao Langfeng's ears. The anger on his face completely disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if senior brother Qin Nan were crippled, he would absolutely never admit defeat. At this moment, Mu Zishan, Huang Long, Su Yu and the others. They didn't expect Qin Nan to actually admit defeat. Could it be that he was really afraid of Ling Feng? Huang Long shook his head firmly. Ever since Qin Nan entered the Xinlin sect, he has looked down on everyone and has never been afraid of anyone. A mere Ling Feng could absolutely not scare him. Perhaps he has his own difficulties. At the same time, at the law enforcement hall, in a nearby pavilion, Elder Shan was so angry that he jumped up. I once thought highly of him, but I didn't expect him, a 7-foot man, to not even be able to keep his own promise. I really misjudged him. Gong Yang hurriedly persuaded, I think this matter is not as simple as it seems. He must have his reasons. Elder Shan's face darkened. No matter what his reasons are, it's not an excuse for him to actively admit defeat. Although it was very unwise of him to challenge Ling Feng in the first place, I believe he can break through his limits and create a miracle. Even if he loses to Ling Feng, he's still a man who stands tall. Gong Yang said respectfully, let's give him some more time. Things won't end here. Elder Shan's face remained unsightly, and it wasn't until Gong Yang left that he calmed down. Senior brother, I didn't expect him to admit defeat. The mysterious old man said calmly, it's all right, his appearance was already extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, he will soon cause a stir, shaking the 4 great sects, shaking the entire Luoha kingdom. At this time, in courtyard number 3, Qin Nan's face was expressionless, and Bai Xian stood before him. Young Master Qin Nan, the whole sect is now saying. Before Bai Xian could finish, Qin Nan interrupted, enough, let them say what they want, I don't care. I called you here today to ask if there's any way to earn a large number of pills. Bai Xian was stunned for a moment and blurted out, you still want to borrow pills? Qin Nan smiled, his eyes extremely firm, I won't owe anyone anything. They lent me pills to help me, so naturally, I have to return them. Bai Xian immediately thought seriously, if you want to earn pills, there's only one way, and that's to accept missions from the merit hall. The most common one is to hunt demonic beasts. Very quickly, Qin Nan arrived at the first floor of the merit hall. A giant crystal was hung here, with many missions displayed on it. Qin Nan stood in the hall, the crowd bustling and noisy. But the final result was somewhat disappointing. Those missions with sufficient pill rewards either had all sorts of harsh conditions or required one to reach the 5-sex realm to accept. As for other missions, the maximum reward didn't exceed 1,000 Xiantian pills. Until 2 hours later, Qin Nan suddenly saw a small line of text. Baiyun Mountain Range, demonic beasts appearing continuously, requesting cultivators to join the demon hunting team. Reward, 30,000 Wu Wang pills. Just as he was about to accept the mission, a strange voice suddenly rang out behind him, are you Qin Nan? Qin Nan turned around and immediately saw a tall young man, I am Qin Nan, may I know who you are? The young man went down the mountain for the first time and returned to his family. Only to be blocked at the door by his wife. Just now, Qin Nan was about to accept the demon hunting mission, when a young man suddenly appeared behind him. My name is Pang Kuan, and I admire you greatly. Qin Nan smiled wryly, right now, I'm covered in bad rumors. Before, when Qin Nan actively admitted defeat, Pang Kuan had also looked down on him, but now he felt a bit ashamed. So he immediately changed the subject, are you here today to accept a mission? Qin Nan didn't hide anything, not long ago, I borrowed pills from the entire sect, so naturally, I have to return them now. At this moment, Pang Kuan couldn't help but admire him, brother Qin Nan is truly impressive. I just happen to have a very suitable mission, hunting an early-stage demon commander. The reward is 10,000 Xiantian pills. Hunting a mid-stage demon commander, the reward is 50,000 Xiantian pills. Hunting a late-stage demon commander, the reward is 100,000 Xiantian pills. Of course, you must keep the demon core to count. Hearing such a generous reward, Qin Nan agreed without hesitation. This mission is to hunt demonic beasts, so where should I go to hunt? That's right, I can go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range, and I can also take the opportunity to go home and visit my parents, see how they're doing. Returning to courtyard number 3 of the inner courtyard peak, Qin Nan immediately called for Princess Miao Miao. Speak quickly, what do you need this princess for? This princess's time is very precious, every minute and every second is money. Qin Nan went straight to the point, I've accepted a mission in the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range, so we'll have to leave the Xinlin sect for a while. Princess Miao Miao frowned, as if thinking of something, and said, this princess also happens to have a mission in the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range that requires your assistance to complete. Thinking of the heavenly scripture flower incident at Mount Xiu, Qin Nan asked curiously, I can help you complete it, but there must be benefits. Princess Meow Meow immediately flew into a rage. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Do you have any shame? Qin Nan took a deep breath. Alright, I do owe you once. I can unconditionally help you once, but only this once. Princess Meow Meow's face lit up, and she said triumphantly, then let's set off now. At the same time, in courtyard number 1 of the inner courtyard peak, Lung Feng and Ouyang Jun were sitting together. Senior brother Ouyang, now that Qin Nan has left the Xianlin sect, in my opinion, he won't be able to lift his head from now on. Ouyang Jun snorted coldly. I still don't understand why this coward is valued by the Supreme Elder. Lang Feng sneered. I heard that after Qin Nan admitted defeat, the Supreme Elder was extremely angry and very disappointed. Ouyang Jun's eyes flashed. That old man still values Qin Nan very much, otherwise why didn't he ask about the 5 Elements Pavilion? Quickly give the order. Summon the geniuses in the Jun Alliance, and have them deal with Qin Nan. Lang Feng immediately hesitated. It seems that Elder Rongyu accompanied Qin Nan on this trip outside. Ouyang Jun laughed loudly, then let him live for a few more days. Since he dared to offend me, even admitting defeat won't do, he must die. On the other side, after 3 days of travel, Qin Nan and Princess Meow Meow finally arrived at Lingshui City. During these 3 days, Qin Nan cultivated while traveling, and after consuming 30 drops of ancient spiritual liquid, his cultivation increased again, reaching the 6th level of Xian Tian Qi. The Qin family's mansion had changed a lot now. Its area had doubled, its aura majestic, and many rogue cultivators called it Qin City. But in Princess Meow Meow's eyes, it was a different story. This is your family? It's nothing. Qin Nan didn't say much and took her into the Qin family. Stop. Who are you? This is the Qin family. If you don't have an invitation, please leave immediately. Qin Nan directly used his movement technique and disappeared in front of the 2 large men. At this time, in the Qin family's meeting hall, Qin Tian was sitting in the main seat, chatting with the elders. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and 2 figures appeared in midair. Qin Nan smiled. Father, it's me. Qin Tian quickly reacted, a look of great joy appearing on his face. Haha, you stinky brat finally came home. Quickly tell me, what realm has your cultivation reached? Qin Nan smiled, not hiding anything, 6th level of Xian Tian Qi. Hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Good. Good. As expected of my son, my Qin family finally has a dragon. After saying that, he glanced at Princess Meow Meow, and this is? A friend Qin Nan introduced. This is Elder Rongyu of our Xianlin sect, who's going to the Dragon Tiger Mountain range with me. Qin Tian's expression immediately changed. You can't go. Right now, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain range is blocked by the 4 great families. If you barge in, you will definitely be killed. Qin Nan frowned. Since when did the Luoha kingdom have 4 great families? The 4 great families have existed since the founding of the Luoha kingdom. Although their strength is completely incomparable to the 4 great sects, they are also extremely powerful, each with martial king realm experts presiding over them. Qin Nan said calmly, Father, don't worry, I'm a disciple of the Xianlin sect, the 4 great families wouldn't dare to touch me. Hearing this, Qin Tian shook his head. Under normal circumstances, the 4 great families indeed wouldn't dare to offend us, but this time is different. Not long ago, the Dragon Tiger Mountain range emitted a dragon and tiger aura, and strange phenomena emerged everywhere. A glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes, a treasure in the Dragon Tiger Mountain range. He had always thought that this was just a legend. Since I've encountered it, then no matter what, I must compete for a share of this Dragon Tiger Mountain range treasure. As expected of an impressive young man, he dared to monopolize tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Just now, Qin Nan had revealed Princess Meow Meow's cultivation. Qin Tian and the elders were all shocked as if struck by lightning. This seemingly harmless person in front of them was actually a 5-sex realm expert. Are you done with your nonsense? Let's hurry to the Dragon Tiger Mountain range. If we delay any longer, the treasures will all be snatched away by others. Before leaving, Qin Nan specifically asked Princess Meow Meow to set up a protective formation for the Qin family. After all, the 4 great families were all if the Qin family were implicated, with their current strength, they would have no power to resist. Princess Meow Meow winked at Qin Nan. I can, but I have one condition. After entering the Dragon Tiger Mountain range, you have to do a lot of things for me. Qin Nan gritted his teeth. You're taking advantage of the situation to raise the price. As a result, Princess Meow Meow gave a long list of reasons, which finally forced him to agree. Then everyone arrived at the gate of the Qin mansion. Princess Meow Meow closed her eyes, as if 2 invisible divine lights shot out, and the pressure of a 5-sex realm expert was completely released. Hope shatters the boundless temple, 99 returns to 1, the sect's secret language, boundless and limitless. A terrifying energy condensed into a shield, enveloping the entire Qin family. Qin Tian was secretly shocked. This shield was probably enough to block even a peak martial king realm expert. Now that the Qin family was protected, Qin Nan was completely at ease. "Thank you, princess." Princess Miao Miao raised her chin. "Can we go now?" Qin Nan nodded. "Father, after I finish the mission, I will." Before he could finish his words, Princess Miao Miao grabbed him. "So much nonsense, let's go." Qin Tian watched Qin Nan's departing figure and only then came back to his senses. "Your family has given birth to a good son. In the future, the Qin family will definitely reach unprecedented heights, even surpassing the 4 great families." A hint of pride appeared in Qin Tian's eyes. "With a 5-sex realm expert protecting us, what are those 4 great families? A man's world is different from ours. His future is no longer Lingshui City, no longer the Qin family, but somewhere higher." Scene change, Dragon Tiger Mountain Range. "You follow these 2 maps and find everything on them for me." After saying that, Princess Miao Miao entered the majestic mountain range without hesitation. Qin Nan rolled his eyes helplessly. As soon as Princess Miao Miao mentioned the Dragon Tiger Mountain Range treasure, she became extremely agitated. It seemed that she was aiming for this treasure. "Such a good thing, and she didn't take me along, how selfish." "Forget it, even if there are opportunities, I can't enter now. I might as well obediently find the things on the map first." Qin Nan didn't think much more, and continued forward according to the markings on the map. After more than 10 breaths, he finally approached a small mountain. Qin Nan immediately activated his War God's Eye. This is actually Return Ruin Stone. Legend has it that this is needed to cultivate postnatal qi. If I have this, wouldn't I be able to awaken the 7 deadly sins, restore its postnatal qi, and unleash its power? Forget it, I promised the princess, I shouldn't have any wicked thoughts. Qin Nan suppressed the thoughts in his heart, swung his saber, and fiercely slashed down. With a boom, the entire small mountain was split in 2, and the ore was immediately exposed. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and reached out to grab the Return Ruin Stone. However, at this moment, a spot suddenly burst out with dazzling light. The Return Ruin Stone flew up in fright and fled into the distance. As expected of the Return Ruin Stone, it has actually gained sentience. Qin Nan immediately used the 100 Revolutions 8 steps. Like a flash of lightning, in an instant, he caught the Return Ruin Stone in his hand. But before he could do anything else, Qin Nan was about to leave when an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from behind. Reminder. His face revealed extreme shock. He saw an ancient insect covered in ice armor, moving its 16 bronze-colored legs. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and fiercely charged towards Qin Nan. In this critical moment, Qin Nan forcefully retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Then, he quickly understood. This ice-armored ancient insect was the guardian demonic beast of the Return Ruin Stone. A 3rd-level Sentian realm beast dares to attack me? You're courting death. Qin Nan shouted loudly and fiercely struck out with a palm. As a result, the ice-armored ancient insect's defense was astonishing, and it was completely unharmed. Immediately afterward, it let out sharp cries, as if provoking Qin Nan. Do you think strong defense makes you invincible? Today, I will chop you into 100 pieces. After a series of Qin Nan's continuous attacks, he finally managed to kill this ice-armored ancient insect. But just as he was about to retrieve the wooden box, thousands of other ice-armored ancient insects suddenly rushed towards him from all directions. Seeing this scene, Qin Nan couldn't help but gasp. Regaining his senses, he immediately used the 100 Revolutions 8 steps. Erupting with his fastest speed, he ran for his life. But unexpectedly, the speed of the ice-armored ancient insects was even faster, and they quickly caught up. Qin Nan stopped. This battle is unavoidable, then let you all taste my blades. After saying that, he held the greedy wolf in his left hand and the breaker in his right, and the 2 ancient sabers simultaneously emitted astonishing saber chi. They seemed to transform into 2 giant sabers, fiercely slashing at the swarm of ancient insects. A burst of metallic clashes rang out. Under these 2 sabers, at least 30 ice-armored ancient insects were hit. However, only 2 were cut in half by the saber chi and instantly killed. The other ice-armored ancient insects were unharmed, only being knocked back. At this rate, it would probably take 100 saber strikes to end this battle. Countless ice-armored ancient insects were charging towards him. Qin Nan took the initiative to charge into the swarm of insects, continuously wielding his ancient sabers, displaying exquisite saber techniques. However, after more than 10 saber strikes, he hadn't killed many. If this continued, he would definitely be torn to shreds by them. Therefore, Qin Nan immediately activated the War God chart, observing the weaknesses of the entire swarm. Very quickly, he locked onto a weak spot. In this area, the number of ancient insects was relatively small. Qin Nan took a deep breath, and the true qi in his body suddenly circulated, erupting with astonishing speed and saber qi. He quickly charged forward. forcibly opening a bloody path. Qin Nan immediately seized the opportunity to escape this terrifying encirclement. However, no matter how fast he was, the speed of the ice-armored ancient insects was even fiercer. They transformed into hard rocks, directly sending Qin Nan flying. He was thrown to the ground not far away. This was the first time Qin Nan had been so seriously injured while fighting a demonic beast. Before Qin Nan could catch his breath, the swarm of ice-armored ancient insects, like triumphant victors, became even fiercer in their momentum, continuously charging towards him, transforming into pieces of ice shards, giving him no time to rest. Along with a deafening thunderous explosion, Qin Nan suddenly unleashed 2 saber strikes. A total of 4 ice-armored ancient insects exploded on the spot. But this rate of extermination was still too slow. Therefore, Qin Nan had a bold idea: these ice-armored ancient insects could be countered with fire-attribute weapons. His eyes suddenly sharpened, filled with killing intent. "You beasts, die!" As a result, his next action suddenly stopped. "Wait, I don't seem to know any fire-attribute techniques." Seeing the ice-armored ancient insects rushing towards him again, Qin Nan gritted his teeth. It's better to run first. Then, he used the 100 revolutions 8 steps, thinking as he ran. I've seen a palm technique called the Ice Mountain Palm. One palm strike, icy winds, possessing extremely powerful ice force. Through this palm technique, I can go against the grain and create a saber technique with fire force. I remember, the saber intent of the Star Dragon Tiger Saber is, heaven and earth vast, boundless and limitless, the rising sun in the east, heaven and earth as a furnace. Qin Nan muttered, and the 2 ancient sabers in his hands vibrated continuously. Gather the chi of heaven, gather the chi of earth, gather the chi of mountains, gather the chi of rivers. Gather the chi of all things, I use the profound gathering, gather the fire force of heaven and earth. Gather and generate, enter the saber body. I know, saber intent is born from the heart, the saber body is the body of saber intent. The saber body gathers fire, the mind transforms into fire. Qin Nan's aura suddenly surged, and a rolling heat erupted from his body. Giant fire saber technique, there's nothing more suitable at this moment. The surging true chi in the 2 ancient sabers in Qin Nan's hands suddenly transformed into raging flames, burning and causing the surrounding temperature to rapidly rise. Gathering fire saber technique. Kill for me. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The ice-armored ancient insects, which originally had extremely strong defenses, under these fire sabers, were like thin paper, easily torn apart, their bodies instantly chopped into fine powder, completely without any resistance. In an instant, Qin Nan had unleashed dozens of saber strikes, killing a total of 60 ice-armored ancient insects. The surviving ones fled in terror. They frantically flapped their wings, scattering in all directions, without any of their previous imposing manner. But how could Qin Nan let them go? In just half an incense stick of time, he had eliminated over 1,000 ice-armored ancient insects. However, he only harvested 40 complete wooden boxes. Not bad, can be exchanged for 400,000 Xiantian pills, equivalent to 4,005 elements pills. Qin Nan comforted himself, then sat cross-legged, quickly recuperating from his injuries. After 3 hours, Qin Nan's injuries had recovered by 60%, allowing him to exert 70% of his strength, equivalent to a 5th-level Xiantian realm existence. This constant Star Dragon Tiger mountain range is truly extraordinary. Qin Nan didn't waste any time and quickly got up, heading towards the location marked on the second map. But when he arrived, he discovered that there was no spiritual energy of spiritual herbs here at all. What's going on? Could the 9 transformations flower have already been taken? Suddenly, Qin Nan's war god chart caught a strange aura. So it turns out that the 9 transformations flower has 9 different forms, so ordinary people can't distinguish it at all. Even with ocular techniques, it's difficult to detect its transformations. However, before Qin Nan could pick the 9 transformations flower, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the sky. A giant, pitch-black demonic bird swooped down with its sharp claws extended. Fortunately, Qin Nan reacted quickly and dodged in time. So it's the guardian demonic beast of the 9 transformations flower, a mid-6th-level Xiantian realm demon commander, the black feather bird. Just as Qin Nan was slightly stunned, the 9 transformations flower quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. Qin Nan immediately reached out to grab it, but was blocked by the black feather bird. However, this bird was injured, let out a mournful cry, and disappeared over the horizon. Qin Nan became thoroughly enraged, and directly used the Star Thunder Saber technique, knocking the black feather bird back 100 meters. Seizing this opportunity, he used the 100-step sky soar, successfully catching the escaping 9 transformations flower, and stored it in his storage bag. But at this moment, the black feather bird fiercely returned. Qin Nan sneered. Good timing. The hand seals in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light, fiercely clashing with the black feather bird. Unexpectedly, right after, dozens of sharp golden needles shot towards him. Although Qin Nan wasn't injured, this surprise attack still scared the black feather bird into fleeing. Who dares to sneak attack me? From behind Qin Nan, several young men walked over. The leader said, I am Dong Yuehao, you must know my name, right? Hand over the 9 transformations flower. Qin Nan went down the mountain for training for the first time. Only to be intercepted and robbed by a dandy young master from a prominent family. Humph, what if I don't? Dong Yuehao said coldly, then die. After saying that, he immediately threw a punch. As a result, he was kicked away by Qin Nan, flying dozens of meters away. I am the younger brother of the Dong family's young master, and you don't know me? Qin Nan drew his ancient saber from the void. Placed it against Dong Yuehao's neck. Quickly compensate me with 50,000 Xiantian pills, or I'll kill you. Dong Yuehao quickly came to his senses. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Do you know that this constant star dragon tiger mountain range has been occupied by our 4 great families? Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Qin Nan glanced at him indifferently. Such big words. This constant star dragon tiger mountain range was created by heaven and earth. What ability do your 4 great families have? To dare occupy the entire mountain range? Forget it, stop talking nonsense, quickly compensate, or I'll kill you. Dong Yuehao's face turned pale. You dare look down on our 4 great families? You're dead. Qin Nan completely lost his patience. It seems you still don't understand the situation. A miserable scream rang out, and only a pile of minced meat remained on the ground. Dong Yuehao tremblingly took out his storage bag. I'll compensate, okay? Seeing this, the other Dong family disciples followed suit. Qin Nan unexpectedly extorted 5 million Xiantian pills. These guys don't look poor, why do they carry so many Xiantian pills? It turned out that this time, the 4 great families had dispatched many Xiantian realm martial artists to enter the constant star dragon tiger mountain range. And each of them was equipped with a lot of resources. Dong Yuehao was the son of the Dong family's patriarch. Although his talent was ordinary, he received special treatment. I'll spare you this time. If you dare to provoke me again, I will definitely kill you. Just as Qin Nan was about to leave, Dong Yuehao suddenly took out a transmission talisman. It transformed into a mysterious ray of light and flew into the sky. Qin Nan was enraged and transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward. But before he could touch Dong Yuehao, a burst of cold air broke through the air and arrived. Qin Nan activated the War God chart, and the scene, as fast as lightning, became crystal clear. He easily dodged with a slight tilt of his body. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, several sharp needles shot towards him again. In a critical moment, Qin Nan retreated a few steps. Unexpectedly, the ground behind him suddenly exploded. As soon as Qin Nan landed, a young man in yellow clothes walked out. It was the Dong family's #1 genius, Dong Xiaoshu, possessing a 9th-grade yellow-ranked martial soul, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of Xiantian realm. Dong Yuehao hurriedly ran over, knelt down, and cried, "Brother, you're here." A little later and I would have been killed by this guy. Dong Xiaoshu flew into a rage. This trash isn't worthy of being my younger brother. If you dare call me brother again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dong Yuehao's face turned pale, and his body trembled. Dong Xiaoshu ignored him and stared at Qin Nan. Being able to dodge 2 of my attacks in a row, you must be no ordinary person. State your name. If I give face to the power behind you, I can spare you. Qin Nan said calmly, "You're not qualified." Dong Xiaoshu suppressed his anger. Reaching the 6th level of Xiantian realm at such a young age, you're indeed a bit arrogant. But today I'll let you know. There are differences even among those at the 6th level of Xiantian realm. In my eyes, you're just an ant. Killing you only takes 1 move. You want to die, I'll grant your wish. But before he could make a move, a powerful aura surged towards them. The person who arrived was Shi Fengxiao, the #1 genius of the Shi family, also possessing a 9th-grade yellow-ranked martial soul, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of Xiantian realm. Dong Xiaoshu was slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" Shi Fengxiao ignored him and looked directly at Qin Nan. "Are you the one who barged into the constant star dragon tiger mountain range?" Qin Nan said coldly, "What's it to you?" Shi Fengxiao's expression changed. Even at this point, the young man in front of him was still arrogant. Suddenly, charming laughter rang out from the forest. "Hee, how interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to disrespect Dong Xiaoshu and Shi Fengxiao." Following the laughter, a woman walked out. It was Beiyu, the #1 genius of the Bei family. Shi Fengxiao chuckled. "You're here too?" Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, another laugh rang out from the forest. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I want to see which genius dares to disregard our four great families. The speaker was Nangon Lai, the number one genius of the Nangong family. Only then did Dong Xiaoxiu speak, looking at Qin Nan. You're really lucky today, to have us four great geniuses appear together. You said I wasn't qualified to know your name, so are the four of us qualified now? Qin Nan sneered. I didn't expect the four great families to go through so much trouble just to know my name. Then listen carefully. I am Qin Nan. Just to kill a new disciple. The four great families had to mobilize their full force. As soon as Qin Nan said his name, the four great geniuses all gasped. As geniuses of the four great families of the Luoha kingdom, they always paid attention to the news of the four great sects, and the name Qin Nan had long been like thunder to their ears. Dong Xiaoxiu frowned. Are you really Qin Nan? Qin Nan of the Qin family in Lingshui City? Qin Nan's face darkened. Since you know who I am, should we now decide whether to let me leave the constant Star Dragon Tiger Mountain Range or not? Everyone fell silent. If it were an ordinary genius, they wouldn't hesitate to kill. But the person in front of them was not only a genius, but also had a formidable background. Beiyu transmitted her voice to the other three. We shouldn't provoke this person. Shi Fengxiao frowned. Are we just going to let him go? Where will we put the dignity and face of our four great families? I heard that Qin Nan recently competed with Leng Feng and actively admitted defeat, which greatly disappointed his two masters. Beiyu said coldly, so what? He's still the disciple of two martial ancestor experts. Offending him is offending the power behind him. Do you think they won't take action? Dong Xiaoxiu chuckled. Don't worry, Miss Beiyu, we'll let Qin Nan go, but we can't just let him go like that. We're threatening him. If we let him go, he might not let it go. And if we don't, we'll definitely anger the experts behind him. It's better to find a middle ground, demand appropriate compensation from him, and then let him go. This way, we can compensate for the losses of the four great families. Hearing the words compensation, the other three's eyes lit up. Dong Yuehao eagerly said, you must all know that Qin Nan passed the 5 Elements Pavilion trial and obtained the secret within. How valuable that secret is, everyone must be clear. Even the four great sects and the Trade Island Alliance covet it. If our four great families obtain that secret, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and even surpassing the four great sects and the Trade Island Alliance is not impossible. The other three were excited when they heard this and immediately agreed. Beiyu was still worried, but what if he refuses? Dong Xiaoxiu sneered, then kill him. Everyone fell silent again. We've heard that this Qin Nan is ruthless and unscrupulous. We've offended him today. Even if we let him go, do you think he'll let us off? It's better to strike first. With the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion, the strength of our four great families will surely surpass the four great sects. By then, will the Xianlin sect or the martial sect expert behind Qin Nan cause trouble with us over a dead man? They do, what I said is true. If the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion can't make our four great families stronger, Dong Xiaoxiu already has an excuse ready. Then we'll sell the secret to other sects in exchange for protection. Such a good opportunity, what are you still hesitating for? That's right, how can we catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? We must obtain the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion. Enough with the long talk. Do it or don't. If everyone agrees, I agree too. Dong Xiaoxiu slightly raised his head to look at Qin Nan. Unexpectedly, Qin Nan has graced us with his presence. We just offended you, please forgive us. Moreover, we have decided. The Hengqing Dragon Tiger Mountain Range has been sealed off by our four great families. Anyone who trespasses will be eliminated. Qin Nan narrowed his eyes, you mean your four great families want to join forces against me? Dong Xiaoxiu shook his head, if it were anyone else, we wouldn't hesitate to kill. But you are different. Therefore, we have discussed it. As long as you hand over sufficient benefits, we will let you go. This way, our four families will also have an answer for outsiders. Qin Nan sneered, what benefits do you want? Dong Xiaoxiu said frankly, just hand over the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion, we don't need much. Qin Nan smiled. Then suddenly burst out laughing, interesting, truly interesting. Even Shang Daoming couldn't do anything to me, where does your four families get such confidence? I declare, Dong Xiaoxiu, hand over all your storage bags. As for the rest of you, scram while I'm still calm. Dong Xiaoxiu's face turned purple with rage. Qin Nan was clearly targeting him. Qin Nan said coldly, you scolded and humiliated your own brother for being weak, and even wanted to sever ties with him. You colluded with many people against me for your own benefit, and yet you pretend to be righteous. A heartless and unrighteous person like you is not even as good as an animal. If I were your father, I would surely be angered to death by you. Dong Xiaoxiu's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing control. He let out a loud roar and charged straight at Qin Nan. This move was the Dong family's strongest technique, Dragon Tiger Fist. Qin Nan just casually swung his saber. Yet he defeated the genius of the four great families. Dong Xiaoxiu, using the Dragon Tiger Fist, charged forward with extreme speed. Qin Nan's fighting spirit ignited, he stomped his foot and threw a punch. Dong Xiaoxiu was sent flying. Shi Fengxiao and the other geniuses were shocked. This was the great completion of the initial integration realm. Dong Xiaoxiu clutched his chest, as expected of the Xianlin Sect's super genius. You have some skills. But even if you've reached the great completion of the initial integration realm, you must die today. After saying that, he pulled out a long spear from his storage bag. The spear shimmered with golden light, dragon patterns coiled around it, embodying the Jiao Dragon's will as its spear intent. Radiating a sharp aura that filled the sky. Dong Xiaoxiu held the spear, man and spear becoming one, bursting forth with boundless momentum, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing. This spear is not bad, tempered with spiritual energy, a top-grade weapon with powerful might. Qin Nan circulated the war god chart, observing the Jiao Dragon spear while using the 100 profound 8 steps, his movements ghostly as he dodged every spear attack. Dong Xiaoxiu was so angry he almost vomited blood. He looked toward Shi Fengxiao. Are you not going to make a move? Shi Fengxiao and Nangon Lai made their moves simultaneously. The two of them unleashed astonishing combat power, rushing into the battlefield. Beidou hesitated slightly before joining the fight. The four great geniuses simultaneously attacked Qin Nan from four sides. Surrounded, Qin Nan became even calmer. He drew his two ancient sabers and casually swung them, pushing back Nangon Lai, Shi Fengxiao, and Beidou. Then, with a downward slash, saber energy erupted like a prehistoric python. Dong Xiaoxiu's scalp went numb. Even with the Jiao Dragon spear in hand, he still felt the imminent danger. Seeing this, Shi Fengxiao knew that if Dong Xiaoxiu were killed, the situation would be very unfavorable. He immediately threw out a golden shield, blocking the blow for Dong Xiaoxiu. Qin Nan roared, pouring all his strength into his ancient saber. With a clang, the shield was split in two. Shi Fengxiao's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qin Nan ignored him and slashed again at Dong Xiaoxiu. Ignoring him again, he slashed another blow towards Dong Xiaoxiu. In this critical moment, Dong Xiaoxiu could only unleash the 5 element needles. His hands seemed to transform into demonic claws, continuously shooting out sharp needles. After a series of explosions, the silver needles were cut down by Qin Nan. Dong Xiaoxiu spat out blood, his injuries worsening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Fengxiao launched a golden shield, restraining Qin Nan. Nangon Lai, Beidou, hurry up and suppress this guy. Seeing that Shi Fengxiao had used his trump card, Nangon Lai and Beidou didn't dare hold back anymore, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Dong Xiaoxiu gritted his teeth, urging the last of his true energy, causing the Jiao Dragon spear to erupt with astonishing power. 3 streams of true energy exploded simultaneously, creating a terrifying energy wave. But immediately after, Qin Nan remained unaffected, easily escaping the encirclement. With one saber slash, all 4 geniuses were severely injured. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon. How could you break it so quickly? Shi Fengxiao was almost driven mad, urging the Sun Moon Ring to attack Qin Nan again. Don't use the same trick twice. The Sun Moon Ring is wasted in your hands. After saying that, Qin Nan pointed a finger, and the power of the Sun Moon Ring instantly weakened, transforming into a palm-sized bracelet. Qin Nan reached out and grabbed it directly. Shi Fengxiao spat out blood, losing his connection with the Sun Moon Ring. Qin Nan didn't stop, his gaze immediately locking onto Nangon Lai, Beidou, and Dong Xiaoxiu. He took a step forward, rushing towards them like lightning. The first one to suffer was Dong Xiaoxiu, who was kicked away before he could react, completely losing his will to fight and fainting on the spot. Immediately after, Nangon Lai and Beidou were also defeated, and the Jiao Dragon Spear was taken by Qin Nan. The 4 great families are truly wealthy. I've struck it rich this time. At this moment, the 4 great geniuses could only beg Qin Nan to return their spiritual weapons. Qin Nan sneered, spiritual weapons are wasted in the hands of trash like you, might as well give them to me. Shi Fengxiao immediately shouted, disciples of the Shi family, listen to my command, kill this guy with me. For the Sun Moon Ring. In an instant, all the disciples of the Shi family soared into the air, wishing they could tear Qin Nan apart. The Nangong and Bei families were the same, all sending out their disciples, intending to overwhelm him with numbers. At this moment, Qin Nan's blood was boiling. Previously, facing the 4 great geniuses hadn't fazed him. But now, with more than 30 young disciples charging at him, he finally felt the pressure of life and death. This pressure made him extremely excited. He wanted to fight against all these people alone. The sounds of clashes rang out continuously. Qin Nan, with sabers in both hands, his body like a shuttle, continuously slashed, his attacks like a torrential downpour. One disciple after another fell beneath his saber. Finally, Nangonglai couldn't bear it anymore, shouting, "We can't let him continue. Primordial stone, appear!" With bloodshot eyes, he used all his strength, and the primordial stone immediately soared into the sky, descending like a meteorite, unleashing terrifying power. Seeing this, Qin Nan's eyes flashed. Primordial martial spirit. Qin Nan just nodded slightly. To be able to break another's martial spirit. Nangonglai spat out a mouthful of blood. Nangonglai's face was pale as he collapsed to the ground. How can you be so strong? Qin Nan said coldly, "I'm not strong, you're just too weak." At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "The super genius of the Xianlin sect truly lives up to his reputation. To be able to fight to the end while besieged by so many. I love outstanding men the most. Because only outstanding men are worthy of being my servants. Qin Nan, submit to me." Qin Nan sneered and used the Star Thunder steps, dodging to the side. Beidou pretended to be shy, smiling, "I admit you're very strong. If you were at your peak, I would definitely not be your match. But now you've gone through a great battle, consuming a lot of true energy and stamina. So I advise you to obediently submit to me and become my servant." As she spoke, she even tried to reach out her hand. But Qin Nan coldly swatted it away. "I already said, you're not worthy." Beidou sneered, "Humph, you don't have a choice." She stepped back, a powerful aura suddenly erupting. A tall woman with long black hair slowly walked out. In an instant, a cold, gloomy wind swept through, causing everyone to shiver. Shi Fengxiao gritted his teeth. "Damn it, we've been used by Beidou. She's using us to exhaust Qin Nan's strength." Dong Xiaoxiu also came to a sudden realization. "I heard that Beidou has awakened an extremely mysterious martial spirit. With a special ability. This ability can only be used once in a lifetime. Capable of bewitching people's hearts. If successful, the target will lose their mind, becoming absolutely loyal to her, completely becoming her servant. If Beidou subdues Qin Nan, the Bei family will surely rise in the future, and our three families might even become slaves of the Bei family. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let Beidou succeed." Nangonglai said calmly, "We've all been severely injured by Qin Nan, we're no match for Beidou now." Beidou's face was full of excitement, her hands forming seals. "Above the 9 heavens is heaven, below the 9 earths is the netherworld. Heaven and earth in all directions, the vast netherworld. I offer 30 years of my life in exchange for the power of the netherworld. Summon the heavenly demon, subdue Qin Nan, and make him my eternal servant." The black hair behind her continuously emitted strange laughter. Dong Xiaoxiu and Shi Fengxiao were both blown away by the gloomy wind, completely losing their fighting ability. "Being burned by my netherworld incense fire is the honor of your lifetime. Remember my name. Beidou." The black-haired woman suddenly erupted with boundless black energy, condensing into netherworld-locking lotuses, enveloping Qin Nan. Everyone felt dizzy, as if being swallowed by endless darkness. Qin Nan's face also showed surprise. "This is a soul attack." Seeing this, Beidou was overjoyed. "Ha, Qin Nan, you're mine now." But before she could finish the word "now," Qin Nan suddenly opened his eyes, his killing intent soaring, and let out a loud roar. The war god's soul suddenly appeared, shattering the black-haired woman's martial spirit. Countless lotuses shattered, the surrounding darkness dispersed like it was blown away by a gale, instantly becoming bright. Shi Fengxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "He's unexpectedly so powerful. No wonder he looked down on us. With this strength, he could easily defeat all of us. How ridiculous, we actually wanted to deal with such an expert." Beidou was severely injured, no longer carrying any of her previous arrogance. Cough cough, "With just this little bit of strength, you want me to submit? Trash." Beidou felt a sharp pain in her chest. And then fainted. Qin Nan looked around. "Anyone else want to spar with me?" The crowd remained silent, their faces filled with fear. "It seems no one dares to fight me anymore." "Then let's talk about compensation. If I remember correctly, you wanted me to hand over the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion. Now I've won, so obediently hand over all your storage bags. If you conceal anything, don't blame me for being ruthless." All the young disciples were terrified and hurriedly handed over their storage bags. Of course, this included the geniuses as well. In the blink of an eye, a pile of storage bags formed a small mountain in front of Qin Nan. After calming down, Qin Nan looked at the unconscious Beidou. Her storage bag unexpectedly contained 30,000 5-element pills. In addition, there was also an ancient map fragment, made from the hide of some kind of demon beast. Qin Nan immediately activated the God of War chart. This map piece wasn't simple, it definitely marked some kind of treasure. It was a pity it was only 1/4, he couldn't figure out the marked location at all. No, this map was clearly divided into 4 parts. They do had one, so. Thinking of this, Jin Nan suddenly turned around, hand over the remaining 3 map pieces. Dong Xiaoshu gritted his teeth. Just now, our 4 great families were wrong. We apologize. But we can't hand over the map. Jin Nan drew out his ancient saber. Less nonsense. Hand over the map, or die. His first time down the mountain for training. He unexpectedly earned over 500,000 Wu Xing pills. Unexpectedly got 500,000 Wu Wang. Jin Nan pressed everyone to hand over the map. Shi Fengxiao became angry. Don't push your luck. Jin Nan said coldly, then die. At this time, Dong Xiaoshu stepped forward. Alright, stop the noise. Jin Nan's strength far surpasses ours. It's better to hand over the map than die. After speaking, he took out his map piece and gave it to Jin Nan. Seeing this, Shi Fengxiao and Nangon Lai also had to follow suit, handing over their map pieces. Jin Nan nodded with satisfaction. Good. The 3 immediately ran for their lives. Dong Yuehao, because he ran too slowly, was grabbed by Jin Nan. You can't leave yet. Dong Yuehao cried. Why me? I already gave you the map. Jin Nan just sneered. Tell Dong Xiaoshu to apologize to him. Dong Xiaoshu was surprised. How can I apologize to this loser? Before he finished speaking, Jin Nan slapped him. Dong Xiaoshu was dazed, and before he could react, Jin Nan slapped him again, making his face swell. Several slaps in a row left Dong Xiaoshu's face bruised and battered. After being beaten for 2 hours, Dong Xiaoshu finally had a chance to speak. Stop hitting me. I apologize, okay? Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you, shouldn't have severed ties with you. Please forgive me. Dong Yuehao stared blankly at this scene, never expecting Jin Nan to help him. Good. I'll ask you one question. What did your 4 great families enter the Hangqing Dragon Tiger Mountain range for? Dong Xiaoshu didn't dare to hide anything. We came here for the cross-shaped secret treasure. Our ancestors said that if we can obtain the cross-shaped secret treasure, our 4 great families will definitely be able to surpass the 4 great sects. Jin Nan frowned. So that's how it is. No wonder the 4 great families made such a big commotion. Then what are these map pieces? And where are the elders of your families now? This map marks another secret treasure within the Hangqing Dragon Tiger Mountain range. Today, our young generation plan to join forces to search for this secret treasure. As for the elders, they are deep in the mountain range, searching for the cross-shaped secret treasure. This time, for the sake of the spiritual herbs in the map, I'll spare your life. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, I'll kill you. Dong Xiaoshu kowtowed repeatedly. Jin Nan didn't stop, taking his step and leaving. Soon, he found a secluded cave. This place should be safe. Now let's take a look at the harvest this time. Jin Nan took out all the storage bags, piling them into a small mountain in front of him. This is Shi Fengxiao's storage bag, and it actually has 3 spiritual artifacts. So many Wu Xing pills, what does Nangon Lai plan to do? TSK, this loser Dong Xiaoshu's storage bag actually has more than Nangon Lai's. Jin Nan's exclamations echoed in the desolate cave. Half an hour later, his face was flushed, as if he were drunk. A total of 360,000 Wu Xing pills, other spiritual herbs and materials worth 80,000 Wu Xing pills, and 5 spiritual artifacts worth 30,000 Wu Xing pills. Adding in the sun and moon ring, the flood dragon spear, and the other spiritual artifacts, this time I've gained a total of 520,000 Wu Xing pills. Almost enough to cultivate the god of war soul. These are just the resources of the disciples. If I can rob the resources of the elders, the god of war soul will definitely improve greatly. Forget it, those elders are very strong, and there are even martial king realm experts. Going to rob them would be like courting death. Currently, I don't know where the cross-shaped secret treasure is. For now, I can only check the location on this map. Jin Nan quickly made up his mind, piecing the 4 map fragments together. Immediately, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the map. A phantom image of a primordial era giant beast appeared, obscuring the sky. Jin Nan felt the blood in his entire body freeze, and his breathing became difficult under this terrifying pressure. The earth-shattering roar of the giant beast awakened Jin Nan. But before he could react, countless runes poured out from his body, causing it to swell. Even as a demon sect member, he couldn't resist it. Until his body completely exploded, transforming into countless points of light. These points of light condensed into a map. Jin Nan immediately memorized this map. After a few dozen breaths, the points of light disappeared. The surroundings returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Jin Nan came back to his senses, preparing to go to the location marked on the map. But at this moment, a terrifying heat suddenly erupted from his eyes, as if they were burning, incredibly painful. While he was horrified, his eyes pulsed repeatedly like a heart. What's happening? Could it be the god of war chart guiding me? The disciples of the four great families arrived aggressively, only to be beaten to a pulp by a little girl. It turned out this little girl was a martial ancestor realm expert, practically invincible in the world. Following the guidance of the god of war chart, Qin Nan quickly flew towards the treasure location. At the same time, Dong Xiaoxiu and the others found an open space, took out a transmission talisman, intending to call the elders to deal with Qin Nan. Their eyes were full of killing intent, feeling unprecedented humiliation. But after the transmission talisman was activated for an hour, there was still no response, making the disciples feel uneasy. Don't panic, everyone. It's possible the elders have found the cross-shaped secret treasure and can't answer right away. Half an hour later, the sound of wind tearing through the air finally came. The elders are here. The disciples rejoiced. But when the elders appeared, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Dozens of elders were all seriously injured, no longer possessing the demeanor of martial king realm experts. What happened to the elders? The disciples were horrified. Just now, when we found the cross-shaped secret treasure, a little girl about 15 years old suddenly appeared and beat us to a pulp, robbed us of everything, and warned us not to step foot deep into the mountain range again, or she would kill us all. Hearing this, the disciples were dumbfounded. Not only were they robbed by Qin Nan, but even the elders were robbed. With a martial ancestor realm expert guarding it, we can't get the cross-shaped secret treasure anymore. We can only rely on the map pieces in your hands. Right, have you found that treasure location yet? Also, what did you call us here for? Shi Fengxiao stepped forward and recounted the story of being robbed by Qin Nan. What? The map was also robbed? Could it be Qin Nan of the Qin family of Lin Shui City? We must get the map back. It's our only hope. But Qin Nan is the super genius of Xian Lin Zone, and he also has two martial ancestor realm experts backing him. The elders all sighed. This time, the losses were heavy, and it was feared that the four great families wouldn't be able to recover even after 10 years. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. What happened? The person who arrived was Bei Du's father, the patriarch of the Bei family, Bei Lieshue. The elders immediately recounted the whole story. Bei Lieshue flew into a rage. You actually encountered a martial ancestor realm expert? Then how can we get the cross-shaped secret treasure? And Qin Nan, he alone dared to sweep through the four great families? Where's my daughter? Why don't I see her? A young man from the Bei family recounted the story of Bei Du's defeat. Patriarch, young master, she was defeated by Qin Nan. Before he finished speaking, Bei Lieshue rushed over and embraced Bei Du. Bastard! How dare he hit my daughter? I must kill him. Profound Jiao Mirror. The four great families each had a family's treasured formation, and the Profound Jiao Mirror was one of them. It was a bagua-shaped mirror, a primordial treasure. Once activated, it could see everything within 1,000 miles. Heaven sends down heavy rain, flood dragon appears. Following a loud explosion, everyone felt their ears ringing and in great pain. Bei Lieshue sneered, this little beast, don't try to escape. An elder reminded him in a low voice, but Qin Nan is the super genius of Xian Lin Zone, and he has two martial ancestor realm experts behind him. Bei Lieshue turned his head and shouted, he dared to hit my daughter. Even if he were the Jade Emperor, I would kill him. Are you afraid of him? The other patriarchs lowered their heads, not daring to speak, but their eyes revealed fear. What's there to be afraid of? The Hangxing Dragon Tiger Mountain Range is very far from Xian Lin Zone, and moreover, it has been sealed by our four great families. Without our permission, news simply can't get out. Now, the treasure in the Hangxing Dragon Tiger Mountain Range is about to appear. We'll kill Qin Nan and blame it on the demonic beasts in the mountain range. Xian Lin Zone won't be able to find us. The cross-shaped secret treasure has been taken by a martial ancestor realm expert. Our only hope is the treasure on the map. Don't you want to get it back? Dong Xiaoxiu immediately echoed, the patriarch is right. We must get the map back. Shi Fengxiao also stood up, Qin Nan also has the secrets of the Wuxinggu on him. Patriarch Bei, you elders must know about this, right? Clearly, they didn't know, and their faces showed surprise. Then, they all said in unison, we must capture Qin Nan and force him to hand over the secrets of the Wuxinggu. Bei Lieshue looked around, the four great families have reached an agreement. Now, I will use the Profound Jiao Mirror to search for Qin Nan's location. After speaking, he released a burst of Jin Qi carrying the pressure of a martial king realm, pouring it into the Profound Jiao Mirror. The Profound Jiao Mirror immediately shone brilliantly, and a monstrous demonic qi surged up. Soon, Bailieshua found Qin Nan. Qin Nan simply shot 2 beams of golden light from his eyes and destroyed the flood dragon phantom. Qin Nan was moving quickly through the forest, suddenly having a feeling that the treasure location was right in front of him. At this moment, a strange feeling arose in his heart, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. Qin Nan immediately looked up at the sky. He saw a green flood dragon hovering in the clouds. It suddenly swooped down, attacking Qin Nan. Fortunately, Qin Nan reacted quickly, jumping up to dodge. This flood dragon is too terrifying, not something I can deal with. I have to run. But strangely, the flood dragon didn't chase after him. Qin Nan hurriedly stopped. He activated the God of War chart to investigate. It turned out that this flood dragon was just a phantom, without any combat power. Qin Nan suddenly understood that in the 5-element world, many magical treasures possess spiritual intelligence. This flood dragon was definitely transformed by someone using a secret technique or activating a magical treasure. Such a mysterious magical treasure was certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. Could it be an elder of the 4 great families? Qin Nan's expression changed. He didn't take the 4 geniuses seriously, but if he angered the 4 elders, he would definitely be in danger. Moreover, his eyes were currently undergoing a strange transformation, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. While Qin Nan was thinking, a terrifying heat suddenly emanated from his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot out, heading straight for the flood dragon phantom. The flood dragon phantom couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the golden light. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, the flood dragon phantom disappeared. What's going on? How can my eyes have such great power? Qin Nan was both surprised and delighted. Using his eyes to observe the path, he headed towards the Hangxing Dragon Tiger mountain range. The 4 great families were gathered here. When they saw Qin Nan's image appear in the profound Jiao mirror, they were all excited. Bailieshua sneered, "It's him. I must make his life worse than death." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the flood dragon suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and the profound Jiao mirror exploded. All the elders and disciples were stunned. The profound Jiao mirror was a primordial treasure. Even a martial king realm expert would find it difficult to destroy. All clan members, retreat. From now on, never mention the cross-shaped secret treasure again. Hearing the Dong family patriarch speak, the Nangong and Shi families didn't dare to stay any longer and retreated one after another. Only Bailieshua, after hesitating for a moment, his killing intent intensified. Useless bunch. Just one Qin Nan has scared you witless? Since I can't find him for the time being, then go and destroy the Qin family of Lin Shui City first. Everyone of the Bei family, follow me. 3 hours later, Qin Nan finally arrived at the Hangxing Dragon Tiger mountain range. The guidance of the God of War chart became increasingly clear. Have I arrived? But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally sunny and warm mountain range suddenly became gloomy. What is it? Come out. A gust of eerie wind blew past, and 2 human-shaped phantoms floated in the air, constantly emitting strange laughter. Weak souls dare to cause trouble here. You're courting death. Qin Nan shouted, using the martial king formation to dispel the 2 phantoms. But immediately after, more and more phantoms appeared, as if gathering into a sea of people. Qin Nan, carrying righteous qi, walked forward. Wherever he went, the phantoms retreated. It turned out these phantoms were a type of yin qi called yin souls, without any cultivation. Usually only harassing ordinary people. As long as one possessed strong killing intent and fighting spirit, these yin souls wouldn't dare to approach. But this made Qin Nan even more worried. Why did the world change color and so many yin souls appear in such a short time? Under the guidance of his eyes, Qin Nan walked another 100 miles, arriving at a square in front of a mountain temple. When he looked down from the temple, his expression drastically changed. The undulating mountains in front of him were actually enveloped in black qi. 9 towering palaces, 30 zhang tall, seemed to rise from the ground. Suddenly, Qin Nan remembered an ancient saying. 9 layers of the underworld palace, each layer a trial. What did this sentence mean? Could it be that each of these 9 palaces was a trial? What did this 9 layers underworld palace have to do with the God of War chart? Why did it lead him here? Could it be the cross-shaped secret treasure? Qin Nan shook his head, completely clueless. But this didn't affect his decision. He immediately jumped down from the cliff. Soon, he arrived in front of the first black palace. The palace doors were tightly shut, with 10 pillars on the door, each exuding an ancient aura that made people fearful. Not only that, the most noteworthy thing was the plaque above the palace door with only one word, Lin. This character Lin wasn't written in blood, but was condensed from a type of black qi, filled with evil aura. No matter how strange you are, my god of war chart can see through you. But before he could activate it, the Lin plaque suddenly exploded, and a small figure was sent flying. Looking at that figure, Qin Nan felt incredibly familiar. Princess Miao Miao? Why is she here? The originally murderous trial was easily broken by Qin Nan. Princess Miao Miao, who had just been sent flying by the Lin plaque, was now lying on the ground, her clothes tattered, the spiritual light on her body weak. What kind of damn thing? I, Princess Miao Miao, am being bullied by you. If this princess's cultivation wasn't currently reduced, I would have wiped you bastards out long ago. She angrily shouted. Finally noticing Qin Nan standing behind her, why are you here? Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly adjusted her clothes, and her previous fierce expression completely disappeared. What are you looking at? This princess is asking you. Qin Nan said calmly, it seems like I should be asking you this question, shouldn't I? How do you know about the 9 layers underworld palace? What exactly is inside? Princess Miao Miao lifted her chin, is that how you speak to your master? Where are my Gue Su Shi and 9 transformations flower? Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged, I have them. But first, I have a request. Tell me everything you know, don't hide anything. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your Gue Su Shi and 9 transformations flower back. But before he could finish, Princess Miao Miao slapped him. You dare threaten this princess? You're tired of living. The more Princess Miao Miao thought about it, the angrier she became. Rebellion. Complete rebellion. This Qin Nan actually dared to make demands of me. She slapped him dozens more times. Qin Nan almost fainted. Princess, stop hitting me. I was just kidding. You helped me deal with my family before, so I should repay you. Just take those 2 things. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, you know what's good for you. This is the proper attitude a servant should have when speaking to their master. Don't joke like that again in the future, this princess will beat you to death. Seeing her fierce demeanor again, Qin Nan didn't dare to linger any longer and was about to leave. Even Princess Miao Miao was sent flying by the Lin plaque. With his strength, he definitely couldn't enter, it was a dead end. But at this moment, Princess Miao Miao suddenly called him back, wait. Qin Nan stopped, what else does the princess need? Princess Miao Miao said proudly, this princess wants to grant you a heaven-sent opportunity. We can cooperate and search for the treasures in the cross-shaped secret treasure together. What do you think? Qin Nan's eyes widened, do you have no shame? How can you say such shameless words? Princess Miao Miao crossed her arms, you're still not satisfied? If it weren't for the fact that you're this princess's servant, I wouldn't give anyone else this opportunity. Qin Nan sneered, I only have Xiantian realm cultivation, and you're a peak martial ancestor realm expert. How can we cooperate? I'm not interested in this so-called opportunity, you can find someone else. After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing that Qin Nan wasn't falling for it, Princess Miao Miao hurriedly said, 80%, okay? 70%. This is my limit. Don't go too far. 60%. This is the minimum. If you don't agree, then forget it, this princess would rather not have the treasures here. Hearing this, Qin Nan finally stopped. The 2 looked at each other and said with a smile, happy cooperation. Princess Miao Miao was so angry that she trembled, Qin Nan laughed, Princess, you're wrong. I just wanted to strive for a little more benefit. Princess Miao Miao gritted her teeth, about to explode, but Qin Nan interrupted her. Time is limited, we should still discuss cooperation. What do you need me to do? Also, what exactly is in this cross-shaped secret treasure? Princess Miao Miao rubbed her chin, in this cooperation, this princess needs you to use your eyes to break the restrictions inside. As for the cross-shaped secret treasure, I don't know much about it either. But one thing is for sure, there are 3 extremely precious treasures in each palace. Hearing this, Qin Nan's eyes lit up, then what are we waiting for? Let's go in. Princess Miao Miao immediately stepped into the first palace. The inside of the palace was filled with black qi, and even Qin Nan, with his god of war chart, could only see within a 10-meter radius. Within that 10-meter radius, there was a 34-meter tall black stone. Above the stone, a long sword was floating. Qin Nan took a deep breath, this is a primordial spiritual artifact. Everyone knew that magical treasures were divided into spiritual artifacts, postnatal spiritual artifacts, primordial spiritual artifacts, king-grade spiritual artifacts, and emperor-grade spiritual artifacts. A primordial spiritual artifact already possessed complete sentience, and its value was something even the 4 great sects of the Luohe kingdom coveted. Princess Miao Miao glanced at it, it's just a primordial spiritual artifact, is there a need to be so excited? Hurry up and break the restriction. Qin Nan came back to his senses and immediately activated the God of War chart, observing the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. As soon as he looked, his expression changed drastically, even more shocked than by the primordial spiritual artifact. There was a terrifying killing formation on that bronze long sword. If this killing formation were activated, it was feared that even an ordinary martial ancestor realm expert would be seriously injured. No wonder she wanted to cooperate with him. No wonder she said she needed the God of War chart. Qin Nan suddenly understood, focusing all his energy on activating the God of War chart, examining this killing formation. After the God of War chart appeared, its detection ability became much stronger. It only took him an hour to see through the killing formation. Here! Qin Nan moved, continuously striking Jinqi into the formation's core points. With a boom, the killing formation collapsed. Qin Nan's eyes shone brightly as he reached for the long sword. But Princess Miao Miao stopped him. Stop! You can't take it. Absolutely not. The legendary primordial spiritual artifact was right in front of him. Yet he couldn't take it. Because you can only take one treasure from each palace. If you take the bronze longsword, you won't be able to take anything else. Qin Nan stopped. You're not lying to me, are you? Princess Miao Miao said with a serious face. This princess is a powerful martial tongs realm expert. How could I deceive you for a mere Xiantian spirit tool? Qin Nan laughed heartily. Then I believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze longsword flew into Qin Nan's hand on its own. Qin Nan was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. At this moment, the first palace suddenly shook violently. An invisible force pushed Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao out. The 9 palaces boomed and crumbled, then slowly condensed in the air, forming a giant tower 50 feet tall. Qin Nan was dumbfounded. He only took one Xiantian spirit tool, so why did it cause such a big commotion? Princess Miao Miao's face turned pale. You're useless. Just because of one Xiantian spirit tool. It's over. I can't get the 9-character true words anymore. Why did I cooperate with you? Qin Nan looked innocent. If you hadn't hidden it before entering the first palace, how could this have happened? Princess Miao Miao trembled with anger. Seeing that you're still somewhat useful, this princess won't argue with you anymore. Hurry up and enter the 9 layers Earth Prison Tower. Qin Nan didn't move, saying coldly, what does this have to do with the 9 layers Earth Prison Palace? Also, you haven't told me the whole truth about the 9-character true words. If you don't tell me, I won't cooperate anymore. The 9-character true words are Lin, Ding, Do, Jia, Jia, Zheng, Lai, Zhen, Xian. Each character seals a king-rank spirit tool. If combined, they will form the 9-character true words formation, with power comparable to an emperor-ranked spirit tool. Not only that, only by gathering all 9 characters can one obtain the legendary Earth Slaughter diagram. Qin Nan took a deep breath. The 9-character true words are so powerful, how terrifying would the Earth Slaughter diagram be? Princess Miao Miao seemed to guess his thoughts. If you obtain the legendary Earth Slaughter diagram, you will possess heaven-shaking power. I originally had a chance to obtain the Earth Slaughter diagram, but you ruined it. Now, I can't even get the 9-character true words, let alone the Earth Slaughter diagram. Princess Miao Miao's unintentional words were like a bolt from the blue for Qin Nan. He had a strong feeling that the mutation of the God of War's map was definitely related to the legendary Earth Slaughter diagram. Now I'll tell you, this 10-character hidden treasure doesn't have a fixed location. It moves all over the continent and opens only once every 10 years. Although there's no chance to get the 9-character true words now, there are still countless treasures in this tower. Let's cooperate and split it 50-50. How about it? Qin Nan nodded without hesitation. Okay. Princess Miao Miao didn't even look at him, leading him straight to the 9 layers Earth Prison Tower. But as the two stepped onto the first floor, countless demonic beasts appeared, blocking their path. Even Qin Nan felt danger from this wave of demonic beasts, as if a single breath would tear him apart. Courting death. Princess Miao Miao shouted. She clapped her hands forward, and countless divine lights shot out. Each divine light transformed into a type of magic. A series of explosions echoed, and hundreds of demon kings on the first floor were annihilated. 7 wonders, appear. 7 wonders, unite. Princess Miao Miao, exquisite profound tool, appear. 7 giant illusory images appeared behind Princess Miao Miao. She pointed forward. Exquisite profound tool, illuminate. Wherever the light passed, the demon kings turned into smoke. Qin Nan was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen Princess Miao Miao take action. He didn't expect a Martial Tong's realm expert to be so terrifying, instantly reducing the Demon Kings to ashes. While he was astonished, Qin Nan suddenly discovered that among the corpses of the Demon Kings, the demon cores were still intact. This discovery made him overjoyed. So many demon cores. And they're all Demon King cores. I'm rich. I'm rich. Qin Nan's heart pounded as he hurriedly collected the demon cores. Earth-shattering explosions echoed on the first floor. Demon Kings were continuously killed by Princess Meow Meow. But because there were too many, even for a peak Martial Tong's realm expert, Princess Meow Meow's face turned pale, and her aura became chaotic. Qin Nan, what are you doing? This princess is risking her life for you, and you're picking up demon cores? Do you want me to die? Hurry up to the second floor. These demonic beasts are endless. I can't hold on anymore. Qin Nan seemed not to hear, continuing to collect demon cores. Princess Meow Meow gritted her teeth. Get to the second floor. With a whoosh, Qin Nan was kicked to the second floor. This was an extremely powerful killing formation. Even a Martial Tong's realm expert couldn't break it. But the young man before her could easily neutralize it. Meow Meow unleashed the seven-colored divine thunder, instantly turning the Demon Kings into smoke, which transformed into countless demon cores. Qin Nan quickly collected them all. Reaching the second floor of the 9 layers Earth Prison Tower, he took stock of his spoils. 360 Demon King cores. Ha, I'm really rich this time. Princess Meow Meow said with disdain, that's all? Being this princess's servant with only this much ability is truly embarrassing. A whooshing sound echoed as Princess Meow Meow couldn't hold back any longer, reaching out to grab a crystal stone. But just as she was about to touch it, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, sending Princess Meow Meow flying. Hearing the commotion, Qin Nan looked up with a shocked expression. He saw that the place was filled with crystal stones, each containing 35 element pills. If converted to 5 element pills, it would be a massive number. At this moment, Princess Meow Meow interrupted Qin Nan's train of thought. These crystal stones are all protected by ancient restrictions. See if you can break them. Qin Nan immediately activated the God of War's map, his eyes flashing. This restriction is a bit special, but breaking it is very troublesome. I want 50% of the 5 element pills. Princess Meow Meow's eyes widened. Are you taking advantage of the situation? We already agreed on a 60-40 split. Qin Nan turned to leave. Forget it, you can find someone else. Princess Meow Meow sighed helplessly. I agree, alright? Stop dawdling and break the restriction. Unexpectedly, Qin Nan took out a piece of paper. Let's sign a contract first. What if you go back on your word? I can't beat you. Princess Meow Meow was furious. You. She punched Qin Nan away. If you keep nagging, I'll kill you. Qin Nan felt wronged. If you don't want to sign, then don't. Why hit me? Time passed, and 2 hours later. Qin Nan swiftly moved his fingers across the mirror, like small fish swimming. Finally, with a boom, the restriction that could withstand the attacks of a Martial King realm expert was broken. Looking at the 5 element pills raining down, Qin Nan was overjoyed. He immediately took out his storage pouch and frantically collected the fiery flaw, but Princess Mumu had already arrived behind him, raising her small, white hand. Well said. Woo-woo, do you dare to swallow it and spit out what belongs to me? If not, this princess will definitely kill you. Qin Nan pretended to be wronged, a series of misunderstandings. I saw you were still busy, so I didn't want to disturb you and wanted to help you clean up. Princess Mumu finished checking and suddenly raised her head. Cut the crap. You still owe me 10 pieces of Ruyan stones. Qin Nan hurriedly flew towards the 3rd floor. Why are you so stingy? Let it go, let it go. Killing intent flickered in Princess Mumu's heart. Wait until we get out of the 9 layers Earth prison. I'll see how this princess deals with you. Soon, the two arrived at the 3rd floor. Here, countless dragon and phoenix bones intertwined, forming a giant sword. Within this terrifying formation, brilliant light shone, and 8 Xiantian swords were suspended. Princess Mumu glanced at Qin Nan. This is the dragon and phoenix seal formation. Its power is absolute. Even this princess can't open it. What about it? Do you have a way to break the formation? Qin Nan put on a troubled expression. I can break it, but this time I want a 60-40 split. No way. Princess Mumu threw another punch. You dare to take advantage of the situation again? Do you think this princess is easy to bully? Qin Nan rubbed his face. I'm looking for Xiantian spirit treasures. Breaking this formation will come at a great cost. What's wrong with me taking a little more? Princess Mumu immediately flew into a rage. Stop talking nonsense. 50-50 split. If you don't want to, then forget it. Qin Nan reluctantly agreed. Alright, next time we encounter this situation, I must take 60%. After saying that, he activated his God of War eyes and observed the surroundings. In an instant, the structure of the dragon and phoenix seal formation and countless mysteries continuously appeared in his mind. Princess, move 3 steps to the left, attack upwards. Princess Mumu was startled. She was a dignified princess, yet someone dared to order her around. She quickly reacted, realizing that Qin Nan probably wanted to borrow her cultivation to activate the formation's path. Sure enough, she followed Qin Nan's instructions and didn't trigger the formation's attack. Princess Mumu was surprised. This guy had some skills. Take 1 more step forward, attack downwards, move 5 steps to the left, attack downwards, step back, and attack that purple orb. Princess Mumu was like a puppet, each attack hitting the exact location. Suddenly, Qin Nan shouted, "Stop!" Traces of terrifying heavenly might emanated from the dragon and phoenix seal formation. Princess Mumu's expression changed drastically. Are you playing with this princess? How can this formation be broken? Qin Nan didn't speak, his gaze focused, and his figure flashed. He unexpectedly charged directly towards the formation. Princess Mumu was horrified. Is this guy seeking death? Just as she was about to take action, she saw Qin Nan pass through the formation unharmed. She immediately widened her eyes. How is that possible? Qin Nan smiled. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, my eyesight and ability to understand formations are much stronger than yours. This formation looks unchanged, but in reality, it has long been broken. That aura is just an illusion. Princess Mumu's face flushed slightly, but she still said stubbornly, "Humph. Don't get cocky. Last night, I tried to sneak in and steal the treasure. But I didn't expect to be so embarrassed by the strange ancient golden ant. I forgot to tell you, although the illusion formation is an illusion, if you don't take the right steps, it will still activate the attack." Serves you right. Princess Mumu was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Ever since they arrived at the 9 layers Earth prison, this bastard had been taking advantage of her whenever she needed him. Constantly finding ways to provoke her. Wait until this princess obtains the treasure, I will definitely teach you a good lesson. Clearly, the power of the dragon and phoenix seal formation was very strong. But its actual strength was no different from a child's. At that moment, Qin Nan and Princess Mumu arrived at the 4th floor, but it was empty, with nothing there. Princess Mumu's small face was full of doubt. This shouldn't be the case. Afterwards, the two immediately moved forward and entered the 5th floor. This place was identical to the 4th floor, eerily quiet. Princess Mumu's expression gradually became serious. Let's continue. The 6th floor. The 7th floor. The 8th floor. These 3 floors were all empty, with nothing at all. A light flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Are you still hiding something from me? Princess Mumu immediately became angry. You dare to doubt this princess? I don't know anything about what's happening here. Qin Nan hurriedly apologized. I just misspoke. We should still go to the 9th floor and see. In Princess Mumu's originally angry eyes, a burning light suddenly flashed. Soon, the two arrived at the 9th floor. Before them was only an ancient stone. Qin Nan quietly activated his God of War eyes to observe. On the stone were 3 ancient wooden boxes, clearly made of ordinary ebony. But they emitted a mysterious power that even the God of War eyes couldn't see through. A thought immediately appeared in Qin Nan's mind. These 3 wooden boxes must contain precious treasures. Before he could make a move, Princess Mumu quickly reached out to grab a wooden box. As soon as she touched it, an invisible force knocked her back. Roar! A roar echoed, and 4 giant dragons and a fierce tiger charged out. So eager to make a move? Do you take this deity for nothing? A tall and imposing man slowly walked out from the shadows. His aura was astonishingly powerful, no less than Princess Mumu's. Princess Mumu sneered, Dragon Tiger Demon Sect. So it's you, you piece of trash. You didn't immediately stay in the Dragon Tiger mountain range, but came to the 9 layers Earth prison to seek death? The Dragon Tiger Demon Sect acted as if he had stepped on its tail. This deity is of noble heavenly dragon, heaven-shaking thunder tiger bloodline. You dare call me trash? Attack! Today, this deity will fight you to the death. Princess Mumu said coldly, come on. She opened her mouth wide. A golden stream erupted. Princess Mumu immediately retreated, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from her body, condensing into 7 formation seals, which she directed towards the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect's red stream. Even standing at the edge, Qin Nan felt like a small blade of grass that could be crushed and completely destroyed by this energy at any moment. Suddenly, his God of War eyes heated up again. This time, it was even more intense than before. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly boomed, 9-character true words, seal. Along with this thunderous sound, 9 blurry figures appeared, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. As soon as they appeared, the 9 layers Earth prison tower emitted rays of light, transforming into a divine hall. Both Princess Mumu and the Dragon Tiger Demon Sex expressions changed. At this moment, even though both of them had 5 martial ancestor realm cultivation, they were completely suppressed under these 9 pressures. Qin Nan thought to himself, these 9 terrifying pressures, could they be the 9 character true words Qi? Princess Mumu quickly regained her composure. 9 character true words, you've come at the right time. There's someone I need here. If you hand him over to me, in 100 years, this princess will definitely help you become descendants of emperors. The Dragon Tiger Demon Sect looked at her with disdain. Huh? How ridiculous. It seems you don't know the origins of the 9 character true words. Legend has it that the 9 character true words are related to a great secret. Although I don't know what this secret is, their identities when they were alive far surpassed emperors. Otherwise, how could they catch this deity's eye? Princess Mumu was filled with killing intent, and fought with the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect again. At this moment, the 9 character true words shouted, "Stop!" They then unleashed a supreme divine light, separating the two. Our existence is solely to choose an inheritor. Whoever becomes the inheritor will obtain everything, including the 9 character true words. Princess Mumu's eyes widened. How do we become the inheritor? The 9 figures said, the 3 of you just need to pass a trial. This trial will have only one victor. The losers will permanently lose their lives. Will the 3 of you participate in the trial? The Dragon Tiger Demon Sect immediately became excited. Haha. I must participate. I carry the ancient heavenly dragon, heaven-shaking thunder tiger bloodline. This trial will definitely belong to me. What trial? I must have that treasure. If you don't give it to me, then let's fight. No one expected that Princess Mumu, at this moment, suddenly shouted, and a mysterious power erupted from her body. She was no longer a cute little girl, but transformed into a beautiful young woman. Princess Mumu waved her hand, and boundless layers of Dharma seals appeared, striking towards the 9 character true words. Although this move looked ordinary, it contained earth-shattering power. Why bother? You originally had your father's identity, now using your essence will only worsen your injuries. Even the heaven-severing fate incense in the wooden box would have difficulty restoring you to your previous state. The 9 figures simultaneously attacked, striking towards the void. Time seemed to freeze, and everything became motionless. Princess Mumu's body trembled, as if afflicted by a serious illness. 9 character true words, no matter what, I must obtain the heaven-severing fate incense today. Even if it costs me everything, I won't hesitate. My Qin Nan actually died. At that moment, Princess Mumu formed hand seals again, wanting to use her essence power. But she was stopped by some force, causing her to stagger. Why seal my power? Today, this princess must win. She tried dozens of times, but she still couldn't break the mysterious seal within her body. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Then this princess will participate in the trial. No matter what, I must obtain the heaven-severing fate incense. The 9 figures sighed, why bother, why bother? After saying that, they looked at Qin Nan. Are you the Qin Nan sent by the divine artifact? We, the 9 character true words, have traveled throughout the continent, precisely to search for an inheritor. 1,000 years ago, the divine artifact descended. And from then on, we have obeyed the divine artifact's commands. While searching for an inheritor, we were also searching for you. Not long ago, the divine artifact sensed your arrival and specifically ordered us to open the 9 layers Earth prison and lead you here. Both the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect and Princess Mumu were stunned. What kind of terrifying existence could actually command the 9 character true words? Now that you've arrived, we have completed our mission, returning everything to its rightful place. A ray of light flashed. A unique wooden box fell into Qin Nan's hands. This time, it wasn't just heat, but a surging wave of warmth emanating from its entire body. Who are you? Why did you start looking for me 1,000 years ago? Qin Nan trembled, about to open the wooden box. But the 9 character true words stopped him. According to the divine artifact, you cannot open it yet. You must participate in this trial, and only by winning can you open it and meet the divine artifact. Qin Nan nodded, trying to suppress his excitement. Asking again, do you two want to participate in the trial? This trial will have only one victor. The losers will die. Princess Meow Meow didn't hesitate, I'll participate. The Dragon Tiger Demon Sect said arrogantly, although I heard this trial is specifically for Qin Nan, I am a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon and Thunder Tiger. Am I inferior to the Xian Tian realm brat? This deity is not convinced. I must participate. I must crush him under my feet. Qin Nan completely ignored him. The 9-character true words waved their hands. Since you've decided, then the trial begins. In an instant, Qin Nan and the others were transported to a mysterious space. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Tiger Demon sect landed headfirst. Damn it! What the hell is this? My cultivation is sealed. Not only him, but Qin Nan was the same. Qin Nan, can you see the terrain clearly? Princess Meow Meow asked. Then her figure flashed, running forward. Seeing this, the Dragon Tiger Demon sect immediately chased after her. After the two had gone far away, Qin Nan immediately opened the wooden box. In an instant, the world changed color, and countless divine lights converged, transforming into a giant red eye. You are the god of war's left eye. Why did you bring me here? This time, I brought you here, originally intending to merge the god of war's soul with you, so that the god of war's decisive nature would reappear in you. But you, in order to eliminate evil thoughts, bowed your head and admitted defeat. This is the greatest taboo of the god of war's soul. Now, in the name of the god of war's left eye, I strip you of your identity as the god of war's successor. From now on, you are no longer Qin Nan. The giant red eye immediately rushed forward, transforming into a mysterious light, merging into Qin Nan's left eye. On the other side, Princess Meow Meow and the Dragon Tiger Demon sect were sprinting through the forest. They accidentally discovered an ancient stone tablet. Large characters were engraved on the stone tablet. Break this stone tablet, and you are the final victor. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the stone tablet. As a result, he was knocked back by an invisible force. To break this stone tablet, you need at least king-ranked cultivation. Now we're no different from ordinary people. How can we break it? Are the 9-character true words playing with us? Seeing his angry appearance, Princess Meow Meow couldn't help but sneer. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the dark night sky. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect exclaimed, "It's the divine artifact. That brat has opened the divine artifact." After more than 10 breaths, the two approached the brilliant light. Such terrifying pressure. It's impossible to see what's happening inside. Princess Meow Meow prayed silently, "Qin Nan, you must be alright." A moment later, the brilliant light disappeared, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. When the two entered, they saw Qin Nan lying on the ground. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect immediately extended his claws, about to touch Qin Nan. As a result, a surge of pressure erupted from Qin Nan's body, knocking the Dragon Tiger Demon sect back. This guy isn't the brat from before. He's being possessed. Princess Meow Meow's expression changed, and she hurriedly rushed to Qin Nan's side, reaching out to check. No signs of life. Qin Nan is dead. Princess Meow Meow knelt down, her mood plummeting. You still owe me 100,000 5-element pills. How can you die? I bullied you so many times. Didn't you say you wanted revenge? Get up and take your revenge. I'm your master. I haven't allowed you to die. Who gave you the guts to die? Come back to life. Come back to life. Come back to life. Suddenly, Qin Nan actually came back to life. Just as the Dragon Tiger Demon sect was about to approach Princess Meow Meow. Qin Nan wasn't completely dead, only his soul was being possessed. Princess Meow Meow hurriedly asked, "Is there any way to save him? Unless we use immortal medicine to restore his vitality, otherwise." Before the Dragon Tiger Demon sect could finish, Princess Meow Meow formed hand seals, all things in heaven and earth, every flower and every blade of grass, every tree and every stone. In the name of the creation scripture, I borrow the essence of heaven and earth. 9 transformations exquisite body, first transformation life force. My essence, awaken. In an instant, Princess Meow Meow transformed into a ginseng plant, sprouting 3,000 roots, each emitting abundant life force, connecting to Qin Nan's body. Seeing this, the Dragon Tiger Demon sect was horrified. Are you crazy? You're destroying yourself. Even if you are a 9 transformations exquisite body, you will be severely injured. It will be very difficult to recover. Princess Meow Meow didn't stop. What do you understand? If it weren't for him forming a contract with me, helping my soul to nourish and recover, I would have died long ago. At worst, I'll die. The 3,000 roots transformed into red rays of light, completely merging into Qin Nan's body. In an instant, Princess Meow Meow returned to her young woman form, her face pale and bloodless, her aura extremely weak. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect sighed, "I didn't expect this brat to make you pay such a high price. In that case, this deity will also lend him a hand. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate." After saying that, he opened his mouth and spat out a bead as big as a human head, striking Qin Nan's body. This bead is called the Dragon Tiger bead. It takes 100 years of cultivation to condense one. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect immediately weakened, even breathing became difficult. Damn it. I've suffered a huge loss because of this brat. Princess Meow Meow caressed Qin Nan's face. You must come back to life. At the same time, Qin Nan's consciousness was constantly churning. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Wasn't I dead? Immediately afterwards, the God of War's soul appeared, like a descending emperor, standing before Qin Nan. God of War's left eye, why do you want to possess me? The God of War needs no friends. Friends will only hinder you. If you are willing to abandon these weak and ridiculous emotions, I will not possess you, and you will remain the God of War's successor. Qin Nan said firmly, you are indeed very powerful. Since I've had you, I've never been defeated. But I'm not wrong. I will not lose myself for power. I am not the God of War. I am Qin Nan. I know you are mysterious and powerful, but if you want to possess me, I will not submit. What's wrong with fighting you? Come on. Let's see who lives and who dies. The God of War's left eye laughed loudly, his laughter shaking the world. His towering soul immediately rushed towards Qin Nan. A great battle erupted. The God of War's soul emitted a brilliant golden light, unexpectedly merging with Qin Nan's body. Before Qin Nan could think, his entire being underwent an earth-shattering transformation. At this moment, Qin Nan didn't know that the God of War's left eye, after merging with his body, could no longer possess him. A tear flowed down. This wasn't a tear of sadness, nor was it a tear of pain, but a tear of joy. Congratulations on passing the trial. From now on, you are my master. In this life, I am willing to conquer the world with you. On the other side, seeing Princess Meow Meow and Qin Nan embracing, the Dragon Tiger Demon sect felt a bit melancholic. Tell me honestly, have you fallen in love with this brat? Princess Meow Meow blushed. What the hell is love? The Dragon Tiger Demon sect looked at her in surprise. You don't know what love is? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for him, isn't that love? Before Princess Meow Meow could answer, Qin Nan's body suddenly convulsed. His previously abundant vitality completely disappeared, becoming incredibly weak. Princess Meow Meow's expression changed drastically as she reached out to grab Qin Nan. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect sighed, I told you, saving him is useless. He can't overcome this tribulation. After all, what possessed him is a divine artifact. Even the 9-character true words don't know its origins. At this moment, beside them, Qin Nan, who was lying on the ground, slowly floated into the air. Waves of terrifying pressure emanated from his body. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect's eyes widened. That's not right. He's not being possessed. He's merging with the divine artifact. Something big is about to happen. Suddenly, Qin Nan's heart began to beat, the sound like a great bell, echoing everywhere. Mysterious forces continuously converged within his body. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was horrified. This is he's actually reconstructing his bloodline. When the sound of surging blood within Qin Nan's body stopped, his dantian suddenly emitted an earth-shattering roar. Xiantian 7th stage. Xiantian 8th stage. Xiantian 9th stage. Xiantian 10th stage. His cultivation sword, finally stopping at half-step Martial King. An astonishing fluctuation suddenly emanated from his mind, spreading in all directions. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect yelled, this is divine sense. What kind of divine artifact did this guy merge with to cause such a huge commotion? But Qin Nan's transformation wasn't over yet. Just a single beat of his heart shocked the 2-5 martial ancestor realm experts. Because not only did he condense the God of War's soul, but he also instantly reached half-step Martial King. Princess Meow Meow was astonished. Is this Qin Nan's secret? Your Highness, thank you for saving me. Rest assured, I will definitely obtain the treasure you need. Princess Meow Meow snorted coldly, consider yourself conscientious. Immediately afterwards, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swaying as she almost fell. Qin Nan hurriedly supported her. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out, let go of my goddess. I want to duel with you. Qin Nan smiled, his strange left eye suddenly opening. In an instant, a pressure like a descending god of war emanated from it. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect acted as if he had stepped on his tail, letting out a frightened cry. What kind of pressure is this? It turned out that after Qin Nan merged with the God of War's left eye, he gained an additional ability called God of War's Pressure. By releasing this pressure, he could intimidate his opponents and weaken their combat strength. The power of the God of War's left eye is boundless, but my cultivation is too low, and I've only awakened this one ability. After my cultivation increases, I'll be able to awaken more abilities. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect didn't dare to act rashly anymore. I won't fight. I won't fight. You're a monster. Qin Nan raised his head and looked at the sky. 9-character true words, why aren't you coming out yet? In an instant, 9 figures appeared. Congratulations on passing the trial. You can now leave this place. Qin Nan cupped his hands and said, before I leave, I have a favor to ask. I want to take the heaven-severing fate incense. The 9 figures smiled. You are the successor of the divine artifact, we naturally won't refuse. However, according to our rules, only by becoming our successor can you take things from here. Fellow cultivator Qin Nan, why not become the successor of our 9-character true words? In the future, we can also lend you a hand. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was stunned. What's going on? The 9-character true words actually took the initiative to want Qin Nan to be their successor? Qin Nan didn't rush to agree. What are the requirements for becoming your successor? The 9 figures said with a smile, you just need to help us complete a mission. This mission is very simple for you. Qin Nan didn't hesitate, no need. I don't want to become your successor. I only want the heaven-severing fate incense. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone reject the 9-character true words. Besides becoming your successor, is there any other way for me to obtain the heaven-severing fate incense? The Dragon Tiger Demon sect hurriedly said, you can choose me as your successor. I can help you complete the mission. The 9 figures said in unison, you are not qualified. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was furious, you dare to look down on me. I want to duel with you. Before he could make a move, he was sent flying by a terrifying force. We can give you the heaven-severing fate incense, but we hope you can owe us a favor. We might need your help in the future. Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded solemnly. The 9 figures didn't hesitate, snapping their fingers. And the wooden box that Princess Meow Meow had long desired fell into Qin Nan's hands. After finishing, the 9-character true words waved their sleeves, sending Qin Nan, Princess Meow Meow, and the Dragon Tiger Demon sect back to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect laughed loudly, his aura quickly returning to the 5 martial ancestor realm. Qin Nan, you were very arrogant just now. Now I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand over the divine artifact. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Qin Nan calmly said, are you sure you want to attack me? The Dragon Tiger Demon sect hesitated slightly, consider yourself spared this time. Remember, this deity is the Heavenly Dragon and Thunder Tiger. You owe me a favor. When I need you, come to me immediately. After saying that, he was about to leave, but Princess Meow Meow woke up. You already know this princess's secret, this princess can't spare you. Become my servant. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was furious. I am of the noble Heavenly Dragon and Thunder Tiger bloodline, and you want me to be his servant? Princess Meow Meow snorted coldly, it's your honor to be this princess's servant. This is for you. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect was about to refuse. Qin Nan suddenly spoke, Dragon Tiger Demon sect, you don't need to be my servant. Since you know too many secrets, we don't want you to leave. You're not a bad person. Why not join us in our adventures? The Dragon Tiger Demon sect snorted arrogantly. That sounds acceptable. Then this deity will reluctantly agree. Qin Nan then handed the wooden box to Princess Meow Meow. Princess Meow Meow smiled charmingly. Good. As this princess's servant, you performed very well. You don't need to repay the 100,000 5-element pills. She then went deep into the mountains to refine the heaven-severing fate incense. Qin Nan only needed to exhale slightly to cause a great commotion. In an instant, the spiritual chi he absorbed was at least 15 times greater than before. Now that I'm a half-step martial king, the chi in my body has condensed into form. I need to absorb more abundant spiritual chi to fully solidify my chi before I can become a true martial king. Besides cultivation, this powerful body can't be wasted. I need to find a top-tier body refining technique. And divine sense, I'm already a half-step martial king, yet I've already awakened divine sense. This is my opportunity. Cultivating a divine sense technique would be a great help. Also, there are my assets, 570,000 martial king pills, 5 Xiantian spirit treasures, 360 demon kings and demon emperors, 540 pieces of Ruyan stone. Exchanging these for pills would probably be enough for me to reach the 9th heavenly layer. After making his next plan, Qin Nan began to cultivate. 8 days later, he suddenly received news from his father. The Bei family had led many experts to attack our Qin family. Thanks to the supporting formation left by Princess Meow Meow, we were able to activate the Grand Formation and stop them. You don't need to worry about the family. The Bei family really overestimates themselves. They came to the Qin family, but they won't pose a threat in the short term. Once Princess Miao Miao finishes refining the heaven-severing fate incense, she will return to the Xianling sect. Just as Qin Nan was thinking this, Princess Miao Miao emerged from seclusion, her strength fully restored. Moreover, the essence power within her body had been greatly enhanced. 5 days later, at the foot of Dongtian Peak, Xianling sect, 3 figures appeared. One of them was the Dragon Tiger Demon sect, who had transformed into human form. Qin Nan, is this your Xianling sect? Just a 5 martial ancestor realm sect. If you continue to stay here, this deity won't play with you anymore. Princess Miao Miao echoed from the side, this Xianling sect is nothing interesting. With your half-step martial king strength and your Xianling 7 stars 5 souls talent, you should go to the 2 great sacred lands in the lower region and become a sacred land disciple. Qin Nan raised his head, the 2 great sacred lands? The Thuan-Kung continent is divided into the upper region and the lower region. In the lower region, the 2 great sacred lands are the most powerful forces, controlling all the cultivation resources of the entire lower region. After I deal with the Xianling 5 souls and arrange some matters, I'll go find Elder Shan and talk to him about this. At the same time, in the first courtyard of the inner sect peak, Ouyang Jun sought out Xiao Qingxue. Now that I'm a martial king, according to our promise from back then, you must marry me. Xiao Qingxue trembled, biting her lip. I'm not free. Xiao Qingxue, do you still miss Qin Nan? Let me tell you, if it weren't for your pleas, even if Qin Nan admitted defeat, I would have killed him. Xiao Qingxue took a deep breath. I know, I will marry you, don't worry. Ouyang Jun sneered, in a few days, the Xianling sect will be the domain of my Ouyang family. You'd better obey me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. Qin Nan is back. Ouyang Jun's eyes immediately lit up. He came back at the right time. This time I must teach him a lesson. On the other side, Qin Nan arrived at the Merit Hall, intending to exchange demon cores for pills. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by a young disciple. Have you completed your mission? With Xiantian realm cultivation, how many demonic beasts can you hunt? My time is precious, don't delay me. Qin Nan said calmly, why do you look down on others, senior brother? I'm worried you don't have enough martial king pills. Ma Chen immediately became angry, I'll see about that today. Qin Nan didn't hold back, punching him. Look closely, senior brother. Before him, 360 high-grade demon king cores piled up like a small mountain. Ma Chen was completely stunned. Who the hell is this guy? Even a 5 martial ancestor realm expert probably couldn't hunt so many high-grade demon cores. It turned out that the young man in front of him wasn't Elder Shou at all, but someone with ample resources. Ma Chen hurriedly said, as expected, a hero emerges from youth. I was just offended, please forgive me. Seeing him apologize, a smile appeared on the corner of Qin Nan's mouth. Senior brother is too polite. Do you think these demon cores are enough? Ma Chen nodded hurriedly. Enough. 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 For each of these demon cores, I'll exchange them for 20,000 5-element pills, how about that? Qin Nan immediately agreed. He didn't expect demon cores to be so valuable. He'd have to try and get more in the future. Soon, Ma Chen took out a bag. May I know how to address junior brother? Qin Nan cupped his hands. I am Qin Nan, from the inner sect peak, 3rd courtyard. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Watching Qin Nan leave, Ma Chen thought to himself, strange, this name sounds familiar. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face changed drastically. It's him. Damn it. Why did he return to the sect at this time? At this time, in the 1st courtyard of the inner sect peak, Ouyang Jun said coldly, Qin Nan is currently heading to the One Treasure Pavilion, probably to sell treasures. He has fallen so far that he has to do missions to obtain pills. He wants pills so badly, I won't let him have his way. Someone go deal with Qin Nan and rob him of everything he has. Just a single glance from the young man made the sect elder tremble with fear. Just now, Qin Nan arrived at the 2nd floor of the One Treasure Pavilion. Senior, I want to sell some spirit treasures. An old man looked Qin Nan up and down. State your name and disciple identity. I am Qin Nan, from the inner sect peak, 3rd courtyard. The old man was surprised, so you are Qin Nan. Take out the items you want to trade. Qin Nan waved his hand, taking out the 4 ancestral treasures of the 4 great families. The surrounding disciples were astonished. Oh my god. So generous. The old man quickly examined them. These 4 spirit treasures are all heavily damaged. Their power is not what it used to be. Considering you once brought glory to the sect, we'll offer 1 million 5-element pills for these. Qin Nan immediately understood that someone was targeting him. I call you senior, don't push your luck. The old man immediately became angry. You better apologize immediately. Otherwise, you won't get a single 5-element pill. Qin Nan said calmly, I think you're the shameless one. You dare to openly harm me in the One Treasure Pavilion. The old man was furious. "Brat, you dare to be so impudent? Don't you know?" Before he could finish, a loud shout echoed, "Kneel!" Under everyone's gaze, the old man immediately knelt down. As if he had encountered something extremely terrifying, his face filled with fear. "Call out the person behind you. I'm not interested in dealing with the likes of you." At this moment, a loud laugh came from behind Qin Nan. "Ha! How interesting. The number one genius of the Xianling sect, Qin Nan, is actually bullying people in the small one treasure pavilion." Qin Nan said coldly, "It seems you were sent by Ouyang Jun. I'll give you a chance now, confess honestly, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Xu Yang's expression immediately changed. "Qin Nan, you're all talk. Previously, you challenged senior brother Lang Feng, but you ran away in fear, wasn't it you?" Qin Nan didn't turn around. "It seems you want to be my enemy. I have a principle, my enemies must kneel down and talk to me." Xu Yang and the 9 disciples beside him all sneered. "Qin Nan, you dare to publicly humiliate a member of the Jun Alliance. According to the Alliance rules, you should be crippled on the spot." Immediately afterwards, several killing moves came crashing towards Qin Nan. "How dare you? Kneel down." In an instant, Xu Yang and the 9 disciples all knelt down. "You were talking about crippling me just now, are you obedient now?" After saying that, he withdrew the god of war's pressure and shook his head. "For these, the one treasure pavilion will pay me 10 million 5-element pills." The old man was terrified. Just as he was about to get up and fetch the pills, a 5 martial ancestor realm pressure suddenly descended. Qin Nan immediately turned to look. The person who arrived was unexpectedly Vice Pavilion Master Zhang, the future Pavilion Master of the One Treasure Pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master Zhang glanced at Xu Yang, who was kneeling on the ground. "Get up!" Xu Yang and the 9 disciples had ugly expressions on their faces, but they remained kneeling on the ground. Qin Nan said calmly, "Vice Pavilion Master Zhang, although illusions can confuse the mind, they have no effect on them, because they all willingly knelt before me." This Qin Nan was previously only at the Xiantian second stage. Unexpectedly he now has such cultivation. Unfortunately, even if you are a genius, offending Ouyang Jun, even having the Supreme Elder's protection is useless. After sighing, Vice Pavilion Master Zhang said, "You dare to cause trouble in the One Treasure Pavilion, don't you know this violates the trading rules?" Qin Nan sneered, "Vice Pavilion Master Zhang, if you were sent by Ouyang Jun, then just make your move. 1 million 5-element pills to buy spirit treasures? Are you, the One Treasure Pavilion, trying to extort me? I'm not someone to be trifled with." After saying that, he took out a token. Zhang Fu, the Hall Master of the Life and Death Hall, inwardly groaned. "If what you say is true, they are indeed at fault. However, I must make it clear that we do not offer protection for items worth less than 3 million 5-element pills." Qin Nan chuckled, "So there's such a rule. Alright, then let's do things by the rules. I wonder, how much is this Xiantian Qi worth?" Vice Pavilion Master Zhang sneered, "At most 70,000 5-element pills. What about this strand of nascent awareness?" Vice Pavilion Master Zhang scoffed, 200,000 5-element pills. A Xiantian Qi, plus a strand of nascent awareness. Doesn't even reach half of our standard. Qin Nan raised an eyebrow. He then took out 5 Xiantian Qi and over 500 strands of nascent awareness. "Do these combined qualify for your protection?" Vice Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes widened. Even the entire Xianling sect's reserves didn't have this much nascent awareness. Even if they sold it all, it wouldn't be worth this much. What? Cat got your tongue? You want to buy these with 1,000 5-element pills as well? Or do you not have the money, can't afford it? Such a prestigious One Treasure Pavilion can't even afford protection for its own disciples? How shameful. Qin Nan said coldly. Putting away all the Xiantian Qi and nascent awareness, he returned to his small courtyard. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect said discontentedly, "You said you were going to overturn the entire continent, yet you're making me stay in this small courtyard?" Qin Nan sneered, "Didn't you say this place was boring? Get ready to overturn this entire Zhengzhou." The Dragon Tiger Demon sect immediately became excited. "That's right. That's right. This is the feeling I want." Qin Nan thought to himself, "Before, when Xiao Qingxue told me to admit defeat to Lung Feng, she probably knew something. I am the dignified disciple of the Supreme Elder, my status is higher than Ouyang Jun's, why should I suffer this suppression? Something must be happening within the Xianling sect." While he was thinking, Gong Yang rushed in with a group of people. "Qin Nan, we want to apologize to you. Before, when you admitted defeat to Lung Feng, we didn't believe it. Until today, we finally understand, you weren't afraid to retreat, but the reality was too cruel, even you had to lower your head." Qin Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What happened?" "Don't worry, leave everything to me. Gong Yang's expression was serious. I contacted the 3 ancient reincarnations. For nearly a month, I've been investigating within the Xianling sect. Just now, I finally found out some news. The Xianling sect master is in secluded cultivation in a secret location, preparing to break through to the 5 Emperor realm. At this point, Qin Nan understood. He blamed Xiao Qingxue for telling him to admit defeat, blamed Ouyang Jun's recent arrogance. 100 years ago, the Xianling sect also had a martial king. After that senior ascended, he killed 3 mid-stage martial king supreme elders in just 60 breaths. If the sect master successfully ascends, it will definitely be a disaster for you. Qin Nan, you'd better leave the sect quickly while you still can. At the same time, in the first courtyard of the inner sect peak, Ouyang Jun sneered, has the One Treasure Pavilion sent news yet? That brat must have been cleaned out, right? Li Hong received the letter from a disciple and recounted what happened at the One Treasure Pavilion. Ouyang Jun slammed his fist on the table angrily, damn it. That Qin Nan must have obtained the treasure of the Dragon Tiger Mountain range. It seems that after I ascend to Martial King, the first person I must kill is him. Xiao Qingxue's expression changed drastically. If you dare touch him, I'd rather die than let you off. Ouyang Jun turned around and said coldly, who do you think you are? This king will kill whoever I want, cripple whoever I want. Men, depart immediately, to the 3rd courtyard. Li Hong hurriedly stopped him. Your father is currently attempting to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Whether he succeeds or not is still unknown. Provoking Qin Nan at this time will definitely result in punishment from the Supreme Elder. Ouyang Jun suddenly realized, I almost forgot about that. Then let the geniuses of the Jun Alliance take care of it for me. If Qin Nan knows his place and admits defeat, then spare his life. If he doesn't, then let him die in the life and death hall. In the 3rd courtyard, Qin Nan's expression gradually became serious. You want me to leave this place? Gong Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It can't be called running away. A true man can bend but not break. If the sect master fails to break through to the 5 Emperor realm, you can always come back. Hearing this, Qin Nan felt a warmth in his heart. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. I chose to admit defeat before because someone asked me to. That person has shown me great kindness, I couldn't refuse. Gong Yang's expression turned serious. I know you've never admitted defeat, but this time it's not a joke. Even if you don't want to leave, I still want to beg you to leave the Xianling sect. Princess Nguyen looked at Qin Nan with interest, wanting to know whether he would choose to refuse his friends or submit to power and leave the Xianling sect. Just as the atmosphere was extremely tense, the purple Dragon Guard token suddenly emitted a sound. Qin Nan, leave the Xianling sect immediately, the farther the better. From today onwards, using my authority as Supreme Elder, I revoke your disciple status. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Xianling sect. Qin Nan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Elder Shan to expel him from the sect to protect him. You are the most talented disciple I have ever met. Even if there's only a 1% chance, I can't let you take the risk. Remember, as long as the Green Hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. After saying that, Elder Shan's voice disappeared. Gong Yang patted Qin Nan's shoulder. Don't blame Elder Shan, he's doing this for your own good. Your future is limitless, you shouldn't be buried in this small Xianling sect. Qin Nan remained silent. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill voice rang out from outside. Qin Nan, come out here and die. More than 20 disciples aggressively charged onto the path leading to the inner courtyard. Isn't that Ouyang Jun's friend? The son of the law enforcement hall master, Zhu Guilu, is here too. Are these all members of the Jun Alliance? Are they here to cause trouble for Qin Nan? Gong Yang's face darkened, and a 5 elements realm pressure spread out. What are you planning to do, bringing so many people here? So it's senior brother Gong Yang who is also in the 3rd courtyard. I am Zhu Guilu, I'm sure you've all heard of me. I pay my respects to senior brother Gong Yang. Huang Long, Mo Zishan, and Su Yu's faces all turned ugly. These two were top super geniuses of the inner sect, and Su Yu was even ranked 3rd. They didn't expect them to be ordered around by Ouyang Jun. No matter who you are, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Li Hong shouted. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Junior brother Gong Yang, long time no see, your demeanor remains the same. With just a glance, the geniuses of the Xianling sect all lowered their heads. Just now, the second-ranked inner sect disciple, Zhang Qian, had arrived at the 3rd courtyard. This matter has nothing to do with you all, I'm just looking for Qin Nan. Gong Yang didn't hesitate. Qin Nan is my brother, I hope you can give me face and let this matter go. Zhang Qian sneered, I can give you face today, but Qin Nan injured 10 disciples of the Jun Alliance. As long as he hands over all the pills on him, I will consider sparing his life. Gong Yang didn't hesitate. In that case, I will pay the compensation. Peng Wu and Xu Guilu couldn't help but sneer. Qin Nan has 5 Xiantian Qi and 540 strands of nascent awareness. If converted to 5-element pills, it's worth tens of millions. Can you afford to compensate? Gong Yang was startled. Qin Nan had recounted everything, and they were right. He hadn't had time to tell Gong Yang about this yet. Gong Yang quickly calmed down. The Supreme Elder personally issued the order. Qin Nan is no longer a disciple of the Xianling sect. Currently, Elder Mingyu is in the 3rd courtyard and will take Qin Nan away immediately. Therefore, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Zhang Qian's face turned extremely gloomy. Qin Nan is cunning and resourceful. If we can't deal with him, can't we deal with the people around him? Ha, cowardly Qin Nan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You can run, but your friends will bear the consequences. Blame them for their association with you. Qin Nan immediately shouted, what do you want to do? Zhang Qian looked at Gong Yang provocatively, I want to duel with you in the Life and Death Hall. You can refuse me, but from now on, you'd better stay within the Xianling sect forever. Otherwise I will definitely find an opportunity to kill you. Before Gong Yang could answer, Xu Guilu suddenly stepped forward. Huang Long, Suyu, you violated the sect rules, attempting to harm fellow disciples. From today onwards, your law enforcement hall disciple status is revoked, and you are sentenced to 100 years of imprisonment. Peng Wu sneered, as the divine judge, I will entertain you well. Gong Yang trembled with anger, this is a personal grudge. Zhang Qian laughed loudly, Qin Nan, see? Their fate is all because of you. Qin Nan stood up straight. Sorry, I can't accept your kindness. You are willing to protect me like this, I can't be a coward and accept it. If you want to leave, we leave together. If you want to stay, we fight to the end. I, Qin Nan, will never surrender. Zhang Qian immediately shouted, are you done talking nonsense? Today, you either hand over the treasures, or watch them die in your place. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Nan's black hair suddenly flew wildly, Jun Alliance scum. Today, I, God of War Qin Nan, swear that even if my chi is exhausted and my body is broken, I will use the 3-foot-long saber in my hand to fight you to the death. The entire Xianling sect seemed to tremble at this moment. Zhang Qian was amused. Just you, want to provoke our Jun Alliance? Qin Nan continued, anyone below the 5 elements realm, life and death hall, any challenge is accepted. If anyone can defeat me, the treasures on me are yours to take. Zhang Qian's eyes flashed, in that case, let's go. At the 3rd courtyard, the Jun Alliance members, along with Qin Nan, all aggressively headed towards the Life and Death Hall. At the same time, in the 1st courtyard, Ouyang Jun was overjoyed after hearing this news. Since Qin Nan wanted a duel in the Life and Death Hall, he would instruct the Jun Alliance members to cripple him. Before his father ascended to Martial King, he couldn't die yet. Xiao Qingshue's nose tingled. Telling him to admit defeat before was indeed the worst decision of my life. With his arrogant personality, how could he easily back down? In a loft beside the technique hall, Elder Shan shook his head. This brat, he doesn't listen to me at all. I told him to leave, but he insisted on staying. Senior brother, is he the person you're looking for? The mysterious old man smiled. Whether he is or not depends on his determination. The person I'm looking for not only needs martial arts talent but also unwavering resolve. Among the 6 halls of the Xianling sect, the Life and Death Hall was the most mysterious and powerful. It was rumored that the Life and Death Hall master was only 1 step away from the 5 Emperor realm. Even the sect master had to give him face. Who are you, and who do you want to duel? Qin Nan said loudly, anyone below the 5 elements realm, I accept any challenge. Who wants to die first? A chi-refining realm disciple stepped forward, let me, Li Baon, deal with him. The Life and Death Hall master stood up, preparing to lead the 2 inside. Wait! Qin Nan shouted, sorry, I don't accept your challenge. You're not qualified for me to take action. Li Baon was enraged, what? You dare say I'm not before he could finish his sentence. A boundless god of war pressure surged towards him like a torrential flood. A scream echoed, and Li Baon, as if he had been terrified to the extreme, knelt on the ground, trembling. Qin Nan then kicked him away. Peng Wu, Xu Guilu, you were so arrogant before, why are you so scared now? In that case, both of you come at me together. Gong Yang, Huang Long, and Mo Zishan, and Su Yu's faces all changed drastically. Peng Wu and Xu Guilu's eyes were bloodshot. Fine, then we'll fight you. The Life and Death Hall master said calmly, since you've come to an agreement, then follow me inside. Before leaving, Zhang Qian instructed, you two must cripple him for me. What happened? All 3 hall masters, 8 prominent figures, are all present. Just now, the Life and Death Hall Master hovered above the platform. Step onto the platform, life and death are up to fate. Now, the battle begins. Pang Wu and Chu Guilu took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the platform. Qin Nan drew his Overlord Ancient Saber. Dealing with you, one move is enough. Pang Wu and Chu Guilu simultaneously unleashed their strongest killing moves, transforming into 2 giant beams of light, bombarding Qin Nan. Everyone was horrified. Even a Xian Tian 10th stage expert would find it hard to avoid this attack. This time, Qin Nan will definitely die. Su Yu thought to himself. But at this moment, Qin Nan's arm suddenly moved. A monstrous saber chi instantly erupted from the Overlord Ancient Saber. 2 screams echoed, and Pang Wu and Chu Guilu were sent flying. Zhang Qian's face was filled with horror. How is this possible? He's actually reached half-step Martial King. These words were like a bolt from the blue, echoing within the Life and Death Hall. It must be known that just a month ago, Qin Nan was only at the Xiantian 2nd stage. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged as he pressed towards Pang Wu and Chu Guilu step by step. Hand over Zhang Qian, and I'll spare your lives. Chu Guilu cried out loudly, Law Enforcement Hall Master, if you dare to kill him today, the Law Enforcement Hall Master will definitely not let you off. Gong Yang also said, even if you cripple them, you absolutely cannot take their lives. In this critical moment, Chu Guilu disregarded everything else and pleaded, please don't kill me. From now on, I will definitely not be your enemy again. The saber in Qin Nan's hand flashed, and Chu Guilu and Pang Wu completely disappeared. The entire Life and Death Hall fell into a deathly silence. At this time, in the first courtyard of the Inner Sec Peak, Lung Feng sneered, Qin Nan boasted about sweeping everyone below the 5 elements realm. I bet the Life and Death Hall has already beaten Pang Wu and Chu Guilu to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light streaked across the sky. Li Hong hurriedly intercepted it. Qin Nan actually reached half-step Martial King, and even killed Pang Wu and Chu Guilu with one move? Oudang Jun's face changed drastically. Quickly send an order, let Lung Feng and Tan Jian fight. Also, immediately inform the Law Enforcement Hall Master about Chu Guilu's death. Back in the Life and Death Hall, Qin Nan looked around. Jun Alliance, who else can fight me? Zhang Qian pointed at him, his finger trembling with anger. At this moment, the entire Life and Death Hall suddenly shook violently. Zhang Qian laughed loudly, the Law Enforcement Hall Master has personally come to take your life. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Qin Nan, you dare to kill my son. I want you to die a horrible death. Gong Yang, Huang Long, and Mo Zishan, and Suya shouted in unison, Qin Nan, be careful. Qin Nan was fearless, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. But before the Law Enforcement Hall Master could approach, the Life and Death Hall Master stopped him. The entire Life and Death Hall fell silent. The Law Enforcement Hall Master roared, Huang Tong, get out of the way. This is a grudge between me and Qin Nan. The Life and Death Hall Master's expression remained unchanged. The Life and Death Hall has its rules. Even if the Sect Master comes, I will not change my mind. Although Qin Nan killed your son, he is innocent. You cannot attack him here. These are the rules. The Law Enforcement Hall Master's aura suddenly surged, transforming into a giant. The Life and Death Hall Master waved his left hand, and a 9-foot-long spear appeared. Out of respect for you as an elder of the Xianling sect, leave immediately. The Law Enforcement Hall Master roared, Elders, Hall Masters, my beloved son was killed, and now I'm being stopped. Are you not going to help me? Countless streams of light streaked across the sky, and Martial King experts descended one after another. In less than 5 breaths, 8 prominent figures of the Xianling sect had arrived. At this moment, a voice rang out, it's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Upon his appearance, the 8 prominent figures who had just arrived all bowed respectfully, we pay our respects to the Technique Hall Master. The Law Enforcement Hall Master had lost all reason, his eyes fixated on the Life and Death Hall Master, Huang Tong, I know your cultivation has reached half-step martial tongs. On any other day, I would definitely respect you. But today, you must get out of the way. I must personally kill Qin Nan, this brat, he dares to kill my son, he truly thinks he can defy the heavens. The Life and Death Hall Master remained unfazed. The Life and Death Hall has its rules. Even if the Sect Master comes, I will not change my mind. Good. I admire your backbone. Then let's settle this with strength. In an instant, the 3 Hall Masters and 8 prominent figures attacked simultaneously. All of them attacked the Life and Death Hall Master. But unexpectedly, it only resulted in a loud explosion. No one knew how this great battle would end. Just as everyone was discussing, A brilliant golden light shone on the Life and Death Hall Master. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through it. Then, the One Treasure Pavilion Master spoke. This is the 7-colored Phoenix Wing. Just a Xian Tianqi, yet it can seal a 5 martial ancestor realm expert for 30 breaths. Why don't you take this opportunity to quickly kill Qin Nan? The law enforcement hall master's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, kill. At this critical moment, Qin Nan shouted, Princess Lion, Dragon Tiger Demon Sect, if you don't act now, when will you? A giant dragon head emerged from the sky above the Life and Death Hall. So many people bullying Qin Nan alone, aren't you ashamed? With just a glance, the two super geniuses were immobilized. At this moment, the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect suddenly appeared. The One Treasure Pavilion Master stammered in horror, Dragon Head? Is he the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect? Then, a clear voice rang out, this play is truly today. Seeing Princess Nguyen appear, the law enforcement hall master gasped, his soul trembling. At this moment, on the platform, Qin Nan looked at the 4 hall masters and 8 prominent figures. May I ask, do you still want to attack me now? The law enforcement hall master's face turned pale. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for a 5 Emperor Realm expert, he still couldn't help but shout, Princess Nguyen, Dragon Tiger Demon Sect, this has nothing to do with you. A life for a life, it's only right and proper. Wait until our sect master ascends to Martial Emperor. Before he could finish his sentence, the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect charged forward and kicked him away. When you were dealing with Qin Nan, why didn't you think about the repercussions? I hereby solemnly declare that only I am allowed to bully Qin Nan. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist slammed onto his dragon head. Princess Nguyen said coldly, you, a demon saint, what nonsense are you spouting here? Everyone here, hand over all your possessions. If anyone dares to have any ill intentions, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Nan spat out blood on the spot, so you did this to rob us. Then, his expression gradually turned serious, alright, stop messing around. Princess Nguyen shook her head. This rotten brat, a mere mortal, dares to put on airs in front of me. At this moment, the law enforcement hall master, who had been sent flying, got up. Qin Nan, I'm going to chop you into pieces. My son cannot die in vain like this. Qin Nan sneered, if your son hadn't provoked me and deliberately harmed my friend, how could he have ended up like this today? The farce should end now. Today, I stand on this life and death platform, challenging all enemies below the Martial King realm. As for those at Martial King realm and above, the 2 behind me will accompany you. Who dares to fight? Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed, arrogant brat. You dare to call yourself the god of war? Do you really think nothing of me? A young man stepped forward. With a cold expression, this person was Lung Feng. Qin Nan observed his cultivation, you're not my match yet. But Tan Jian's appearance surprised all the disciples. After all, he was a half-step martial king, known as one of the twin prides along with Qin Nan. You're not my match either. We have no grievances, why get involved in this? Tan Jian said coldly, you dare to challenge the June Alliance, I naturally have to come and experience your skills. Besides, I don't believe the 2 of us together can't defeat you. Gong Yang angrily cursed, shameless. You actually want a 2-on-1. Tan Jian ignored him, his eyes fixed on Qin Nan. How can you guarantee that the 2 5 Emperor Realm experts behind you won't interfere? If you 2 can kill Qin Nan, this princess will take you as my personal disciples. Rest assured, this deity will absolutely not interfere. Tan Jian, Leng Feng, if you can kill Qin Nan today, 10 years later, I will let you do as you please. Qin Nan solemnly swore, I, Qin Nan, swear that in this battle, I will absolutely not ask for help from anyone, and absolutely no one will help me. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning and forever fall into ruin. The Life and Death Hall Master's expression remained unchanged as he announced loudly, the duel begins. Tan Jian and Leng Feng, like 2 bolts of lightning, charged towards Qin Nan. Qin Nan's entire body was filled with fighting spirit, but he didn't use any martial skills. Instead using the Great Qi Pagoda, unleashing countless punches. The disciples all changed color, facing 2 geniuses with just his physical body? How strong is his physical body? Suddenly, Qin Nan roared, his entire body burning intensely. This shocked the 2 geniuses. Leng Feng hurriedly took out a top-grade spirit weapon, and a monstrous saber intent filled the surroundings. Transforming into a giant dragon, roaring above Qin Nan's head. Your saber intent is far inferior to mine. A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. And his great completion nascent realm saber principle, like a roaring dragon, charged out. Just as Leng Feng sensed danger, Tan Jian rushed forward, slashing down with his blood-red longsword. But Qin Nan didn't move, only the light in his left eye flickered. In an instant, Tan Jian's longsword was suppressed mid-air, unable to move. Tan Jian and Leng Feng's faces changed drastically, feeling as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. What kind of eye technique is this? This Qin Nan is hiding too much. The originally sturdy battle platform trembled violently under this god of war pressure, as if it could collapse. The fighting spirit on Qin Nan's face gradually disappeared. If you two can't even withstand my pressure, then you've disappointed me too much. Anger appeared on Tan Jian and Lang Feng's distorted faces as they unleashed their 5th-grade Huang-ranked martial spirits. Tan Jian's giant sword martial spirit tore through space, transforming into a giant boulder, smashing down on Qin Nan's head. Lang Feng's long saber martial spirit appeared behind Qin Nan, attempting to pierce through his head. Heaven and earth trembled, and the void collapsed. Qin Nan threw a punch. The giant sword martial spirit was unexpectedly shattered. The light in his left eye flickered as he stared at the approaching saber martial spirit. Under this light, the saber lost all its weight and plunged into the ground. Finally, Qin Nan used the Star Thunder saber art, preparing to end this suspense-free battle. The surrounding hall masters and elders all wanted to intervene. But they heard a cold shout that made their scalps tingle, and they didn't dare to move. Tan Jian and Lang Feng, their martial spirits shattered, felt a chill in their hearts. We admit defeat. But Qin Nan showed no mercy, slashing down with his saber. The two geniuses completely disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Qin Nan stood firm and sheathed his saber. Although this battle didn't bring him any progress, he still couldn't help but shout, "Outer Sect, I am the #1." At the same time, in the first courtyard of the Inner Sect Peak, after Ouyang Jun heard the latest news, he jumped up in anger. After my father ascends to Martial Emperor, I will personally kill Qin Nan and take everything he has. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, carrying a strong king-ranked aura, and flew through the void. After seeing the news inside, Ouyang Jun's face turned extremely ugly, as if struck by lightning. Back in the Life and Death Hall, the law enforcement hall master felt utter despair. Can I really not take revenge? But at this moment, dozens of 5 Emperor Realm auras tore through space and arrived. Gong Yang rushed in with a group of people, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, the sect master failed to ascend to Martial Emperor. The law enforcement hall master and the one treasure pavilion master were stunned. Doesn't that mean the supreme elder lost, and there's no one left to resist? The Dragon Tiger Demon sect had long anticipated this outcome. Did you really think it was that easy to ascend to Martial Emperor? The right time, the right place. The right people, you can't miss a single one. Qin Nan was slightly startled, but quickly calmed down. To him, whether the sect master ascended to Martial Emperor or not wasn't important. The one treasure pavilion master forced a smile. I was wrong about what happened earlier, please don't take it to heart. I believe you remember that when the outer sect Grand Elder caused trouble for you before, we all helped you. Qin Nan smiled, but it was a cold smile. Just as he was about to speak, the purple Dragon Guard token suddenly vibrated. Deal with these people yourself. After saying that, Qin Nan went to Elder Shan's residence. You brat, with your strength, how could you not be Lang Feng's match? Since you chose to admit defeat, why didn't you discuss it with me first? Qin Nan scratched his head. At that time, I owed a large debt, and time was of the essence. Elder Shan waved his hand. Considering you returned triumphantly, I won't hold it against you. I'm looking for you today to tell you something. Do you know why the sect master and I are at odds? Qin Nan sat down and listened attentively. Hundreds of years ago, when I was still an inner sect disciple of the Xianling sect, an unparalleled genius appeared in the sect. He ascended to Martial Emperor after only a few decades of cultivation. He could kill 2 peak Martial Tong's realm experts in 60 breaths and was known as the #1 in the world. Later, he went to the lower Rain realm alone. In less than 5 years, we heard news of his rise. But after that, he disappeared. I don't know if he's still alive, but back then, after he ascended to Martial Emperor, before he left, he entrusted me with a scripture. A glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Could this be the reason for the conflict between Elder Shan and the sect master? This scripture is called the Emperor Slaughter Scripture. My senior brother said back then that no matter who it is, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they cultivate the Emperor Slaughter Scripture, they will be invincible within the same realm. The sect master in the lower Rain realm has always wanted to obtain the Emperor Slaughter Scripture. But I observed that his intentions are impure. If he obtains this scripture, it will definitely cause disaster. Therefore, I didn't want to give him the scripture. He then used all sorts of methods to pressure me, and this internal strife is also because of this. Qin Nan took a deep breath. I didn't expect there to be such a twist in this matter. Now that the sect master has failed to ascend, the crisis has been resolved. Next, there's something that needs to be arranged. The sect master plans to hold a longevity feast in 10 days. Not only will the other 3 great sects attend, But even the Azure Dragon's sacred land will send an envoy. Therefore, before that, I will take you to secluded cultivation. If you can shine at the longevity feast and gain the envoy's favor, you won't need to participate in the 100 sects battle and can directly enter the Azure Dragon's sacred land. After a few dozen breaths, the two landed on a mountain in the Tianfeng mountain range. Elder Shan chanted an incantation, his hands forming seals, which transformed into an ancient golden light and burrowed into the ground. Before Qin Nan could react, the ground beneath his feet suddenly vanished, and his body rapidly fell, as if into an abyss. In an instant, a loud bang echoed as Qin Nan landed. When he saw the scene before him, shock appeared on his face. There was actually a giant dragon formed from condensed spiritual qi here, its entire body covered in glistening scales. Each breath was like a wave, inhaling and exhaling endless spiritual qi. It was clearly a majestic and domineering divine dragon. But it was being pinned down by a young man, trembling. Elder Shan had led Qin Nan into the dragon vein. Before leaving, he left behind 2 cultivation techniques and instructed, the divining art is for cultivating the soul, and the blazing sun golden armor body is for tempering the physical body. But after Elder Shan left, Qin Nan didn't rush to cultivate, but sat down cross-legged, released his god of war martial spirit, and then, with the fastest speed, grabbed a handful of 5-element pills and stuffed them into his mouth. But after Qin Nan swallowed nearly 3 million 5-element pills, the god of war martial spirit remained motionless, as if it had become a bottomless pit. But just as he swallowed the 3 millionth pill, a golden light flashed, and the god of war martial spirit ascended to the 8th rank of the profound grade. Qin Nan was overjoyed and suddenly seemed to discover something. His left pupil continuously twitched, as if a door was about to open. In an instant, the scene changed, and Qin Nan arrived in an endless darkness. There was a spherical light cluster here, shining brightly. Before he could react, from that light cluster, a grayish-black aura suddenly flew out and entered Qin Nan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, his divine sense suddenly exploded, expanding threefold. Moreover, this divine sense gradually filled with an ancient aura. Qin Nan was slightly startled and immediately realized that his left eye could communicate with that mysterious world. The aura from that light cluster was extremely beneficial to his divine sense. Just as Qin Nan was about to continue communicating, he returned to the real world. It seems that with this ascension of the god of war martial spirit, the god of war's left eye has awakened another ability. It's just that there are some changes in the rules within that I can't understand yet. But I will definitely be able to communicate with that mysterious world again in the future. Now, time is running out. If I want to shine at the longevity feast in 10 days, I must quickly rest. Thinking this, Qin Nan immediately calmed down, landed on the head of the spiritual Qi dragon, and opened the 2 cultivation techniques, preparing to comprehend them. His left eye suddenly flashed with golden light. The profound contents of the 2 cultivation techniques were clearly displayed under his left eye. In less than 3 hours, he had cultivated both techniques to small completion. At the same time, a shrill scream echoed in the Life and Death Hall, "Don't come near me!" The Life and Death Hall master was sitting on the ground, his body continuously retreating. Princess Nguyen directly snatched his storage pouch. "I didn't expect you, old witch, to have so many treasures." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion echoed, shaking the entire Xianling sect. The Dragon Tiger Demon sect and Princess Nguyen simultaneously raised their heads and looked towards the Tianfeng mountain range. Several spiritual qi dragons were rapidly absorbing spiritual qi. The scene changed to the first courtyard of the inner sect peak. Ouyang Jun's face was pale, his eyes bloodshot. "Ouyang Ba, aren't you an unparalleled genius? Weren't you completely confident? Why didn't you ascend to 5 Emperor realm?" Li Hong, standing beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression and unceremoniously poured cold water on him. Just now, the remaining 72 members of the June Alliance have all left. Suddenly, Xiao Qingxue felt the spiritual qi of the entire sect rapidly disappearing at a visible speed. Ouyang Jun looked up. Someone is cultivating in the Dragon Vein area? Could it be that Big Brother has returned? Li Hong took a deep breath. Just now, the Life and Death Hall sent news that Qin Nan is being taken care of by the Supreme Elder. Ouyang Jun's face was distorted, and a monstrous killing intent surged within his chest. Why can he cultivate in the Dragon Vein area? I want to kill him. At this time, within the Tianfeng mountain, Qin Nan thought to himself, strange, after such a long time, with such abundant qi supporting me, I should have already broken through to Martial King. Could it be that the ancient martial cultivator left behind some after effects? Not good. It's about to wake up. If I'm killed by a single palm strike from it, won't all my efforts be in vain? No, I have to try. I can't care less. I can't miss such a rare opportunity. But at this moment, the spiritual Qi dragon, which had its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Human. You're courting death. The spiritual chi dragon's voice boomed like thunder, and the spiritual chi in the entire space began to churn wildly, like a volcano about to erupt, ready to explode at any moment. Qin Nan hurriedly calmed himself. Senior, I'm just cultivating here for a bit. The spiritual chi dragon roared again. An invisible force surged forward, and a terrifying killing move was forming. Qin Nan's expression changed drastically as he felt his body being locked down by this force, unable to move. At this critical moment, the god of war's soul behind Qin Nan lowered its head slightly, and a faint tying light shot out from its left eye towards the spiritual chi dragon. The spiritual chi dragon suddenly let out a miserable scream, its killing move instantly dissipating, and its dragon eyes filled with endless fear. What exactly is your martial spirit? The spiritual chi dragon prostrated itself on the ground, its expression filled with fear, no longer showing any of its previous ferocity. Qin Nan adjusted his emotions. Senior, the origins of this junior's martial spirit are difficult to explain, please understand and allow this junior to continue cultivating. The fear in the spiritual chi dragon's eyes hadn't yet dissipated, and it remained silent for a long time before replying, alright. Why do I sense the power of the creation of heaven and earth on you? A super coincidence occurred. But it was merely a coincidence of location. Qin Nan had just received permission from the spiritual chi dragon. After 9 days and 9 nights of non-stop cultivation, he was finally able to attempt a breakthrough. The nascent core is unaware, the core is unaware of awareness. The chi in his body continuously compressed, refined, and condensed, forming a martial king core. The next step was to temper the inner core using the martial king core. Qin Nan opened his mouth and swallowed the semi-finished inner core. As soon as the inner core appeared, storms arose in all directions. At the same time, an invisible force descended, knocking the inner core back into Qin Nan's body. Qin Nan's face paled slightly, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He finally understood why it was so difficult for ancient martial cultivators to advance. It turned out that the inner core of an ancient martial cultivator would be rejected by heaven and earth. At this moment, a majestic voice echoed, "The heaven and earth feast begins." Qin Nan froze and immediately activated his god of war eyes, looking towards the main gate. This was probably the Flood Dragon Hall, where the 6 great sects held their feasts. This was a king ranked. These 400 tables were probably for the disciples, and only those with noble status were qualified to enter the Flood Dragon Hall. Suddenly, whooshing sounds echoed from the sky, and a person descended. I am Zhao Fong, representing the Flying Immortal sect, here to congratulate Sect Master Ouyang on his 40th birthday. New Moon Sect Master Long Ju, congratulating Ouyang on his 40th birthday. Luanyan Sect Master Wei Tong, also congratulating Ouyang on his 40th birthday. Qin Nan frowned. The 3 sect masters had arrived, yet Ouyang Ba still hadn't appeared. 5118, as soon as he thought of this, an endless golden light suddenly radiated from the entire Xianling sect, like a dazzling sun. The disciples and elders of the Xianling sect all knelt down and shouted, "Welcome Sect Master, may the Sect Master live forever." Under everyone's gaze, the golden light slowly receded and condensed into a middle-aged man, who was the Xianling sect master, Ouyang Ba. Qin Nan, deep within the Tianfeng mountain, immediately activated his god of war eyes and looked towards Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba instantly became alert, his gaze sweeping towards the Tianfeng mountain. In that moment, Qin Nan felt a great danger approaching, making his soul tremble and his hair stand on end. Fortunately, the spiritual chi dragon was also alarmed. It shielded Qin Nan with a silver light, and that terrifying feeling quickly disappeared. But before Qin Nan could breathe a sigh of relief, the dragon only managed to say, "Beware of Ouyang Ba." Before falling back into slumber, Qin Nan frowned slightly, feeling more and more that this longevity feast wasn't simple. Ouyang Ba had just failed to ascend to 5 Emperor realm. Why was he ostentatiously holding a 40th birthday celebration? Forget it, whatever, my current goal is to enter the Azure Dragon's sacred land. Qin Nan bowed to the spiritual chi dragon and then left Tianfeng mountain, heading towards the longevity feast. Upon his appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, apart from his cultivation level and martial spirit, he could be called the #1 genius. At this moment, Ouyang Jun's somewhat smug voice rang out, "Long time no see." Qin Nan simply ignored him, and when he passed by Shaoqing Xue, he just nodded slightly without saying anything. Watching his retreating figure, Ouyang Jun gritted his teeth. "Qin Nan, I will definitely not let you off." Suddenly, Qin Nan heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be Xiao Yong. When he came to attend the longevity feast, he bumped into Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon sect, and in the end, he had to reluctantly sit at the same table with them. Princess Miao Miao's face was flushed, her eyes shining. "Brat, come here, the green ice mountain here is delicious." The Dragon Tiger Demon sect hurriedly reminded, "It's called Ice Green Mountain." Princess Miao Miao slapped him, "Shut up. It's Green Ice Mountain. Dragon Tiger Demon Sect, do you want to try it? Let's continue. Qin Nan reluctantly sat down and asked about Gong Yang's whereabouts. Xiao Qingxue bit her lip and said, I don't know, I heard a few days ago that an expert was looking for him. So he left the sect. Qin Nan's eyes were firm. An expert? Isn't that Lin Zichen? Could it be that the 9-character True Eyes chose Gong Yang as their inheritor? It seems Big Brother Gong Yang's opportunity has arrived. At this moment, a shout echoed, and from the distant sky, a terrifying pressure descended without any concealment. Ouyang Ba and the other sect masters and hall masters simultaneously stood up and respectfully greeted, Welcome, envoy. Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon sect, who were arguing, also stopped because of the envoy's arrival. The middle-aged man sighed, so this is the sect of the Western Sun Sand Emperor? The Sand Emperor was so powerful back then, but now his sect is so desolate, with no talents, what a pity. Qin Nan didn't use his God of War eyes, because it was now clear that the envoy of the Azure Dragon Sacred Land was a martial emperor realm expert. Ouyang Ba smiled and said, Envoy, the Sand Emperor's current whereabouts are unknown, he's most likely dead, there's no need to mention him anymore. Today is my longevity feast. Why don't we go to the Flood Dragon Hall to watch the Heavenly Flood Dragon Martial Arts Competition and have a cup of Blue Snow River? Hearing the words Blue Snow River, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he slowly descended. Watching the Heavenly Flood Dragon Martial Arts Competition isn't very interesting. But if there's Blue Snow River, then I'll go. After saying that, he strode into the Flood Dragon Hall. Seeing this, the other sect masters hurriedly followed, majestically entering the hall. Just as Ouyang Ba entered the Flood Dragon Hall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to say, Qin Nan, come to the Flood Dragon Hall. He had clearly only cultivated for 2.5 years. Yet he dared to challenge the 3 great geniuses of the sect simultaneously. Just now, Qin Nan was summoned by Grand Elder Ouyang. Disciple pays his respects to the sect master, to the Supreme Elder, and to all seniors. Grand Elder Ouyang nodded expressionlessly. Today, I have gathered the 4 great sections. According to the rules of the great sects, each will send a genius for a martial arts competition. Qin Nan, will you represent the Xianling sect? Qin Nan sneered inwardly. This Grand Elder Ouyang clearly had bad intentions. The 3 disciples from the other sects were all peak martial kings. If they were to truly compete, even the second-ranked inner disciples were all at the Jade White training ground. So why would they need him? He just wanted to. Luanyan sect Elder Luo Yuantong clapped and laughed. Today, the representative of our Luanyan sect for the martial arts competition is our #1 inner disciple, Chao Fan. For fairness, Chao Fan, suppress your cultivation to half-step martial king. A tall young man in coarse linen clothing said arrogantly, disciple is willing to learn from Brother Qin Nan's skills. Elder Shan interjected with a smile, that's fair. I wonder what Brother Jiao Fong and Elder Lin think. We naturally have no objections. Martial arts competitions should prioritize fairness. Grand Elder Ouyang said calmly, in that case, the 4 of you go to the Jade White training ground for a competition. The rules are very simple, the range is 100 meters. If you are forced out of the range, you lose. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became lively. Who would win this competition between the 4 great sects? However, at this moment, an impatient voice rang out, can it be quieter? It's just a small competition, is there a need to be so noisy? Grand Elder Ouyang waved his hand and said, that person is right. You all go down and begin. As soon as the 4 geniuses appeared at the Jade White training ground, the eyes of thousands of disciples immediately focused on them. There are 3 rules for this competition. First, fair competition. Second, no killing or seriously injuring opponents. Third, being pushed out of the circle is considered a loss. All participants must suppress their cultivation to half-step martial king. Now, the competition begins. The 4 geniuses nodded, but didn't immediately attack, instead looking at each other. Brother Qin Nan, you once defeated our young master. It is because of this that our young master was able to reflect on himself and focus on cultivation. I must thank you for this. Therefore, in this competition, I will not only suppress my cultivation but also my martial arts realm to great completion nascent realm, and I will not use Xian Tianqi. I am Yang Yiming. As Brother Chao said, I will also suppress my cultivation realm in this competition, only seeking a fair fight. Brother Qin Nan, I am Li Qingwu. Since both of you are doing so, how can I be outdone? Qin Nan cupped his hands and said indifferently, in that case, I will definitely give it my all today. I hope the 3 of you will not hold back. After saying that, he moved to the center. A golden light flashed in his left eye. The god of war pressure, like a dragon emerging from the sea, enveloped the 100-meter range. Such a powerful tactic. He actually wants to face 3 geniuses simultaneously. Qin Nan shouted, and 3 sabers flew into the sky. He grabbed 2 of them and used the flying saber art. Void-breaking strike aimed at Yang Yiming and Li Qingwu. In this critical moment, Xiao Fan's figure flashed and appeared directly above Qin Nan's head, kicking down. Qin Nan immediately activated the blazing Sunstar armor body art, his entire body transforming into a piece of refined iron, his powerful physique pushed to the limit. He didn't let his guard down, each step he took unleashing an earth-shattering punch. 3 punches were thrown, and a terrifying gale stirred the entire jade-white training ground. Xiao Fan exclaimed, "Not good." The burning demonic chi flames on his body instantly converged, transforming into a single flame. Yang Yiming and Li Qingwu were caught off guard, and could only use their spirit weapons to defend. 3 explosions echoed, and Xiao Fan's demonic chi flames instantly shattered, as did Yang Yiming and Li Qingwu's spirit weapons. Before the 3 could react, they were struck by the violent gale, forcing them to take 3 steps back. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly soared into the air, continuously condensing terrifying demonic chi. Qin Nan had anticipated this and shifted his body slightly, easily dodging. "You 2 step back, let me handle this." A shout echoed, and Yang Yiming drew an ancient sword from his back. He stepped into the air, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from the ancient sword. Like a torrential downpour, it covered a 50-meter range, leaving Qin Nan with no escape. Qin Nan's entire body tensed up. His God of War eyes had detected a flaw in the all-encompassing sword intent. But with his current speed, he still couldn't dodge the attack. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. War God Soul, a force of level 8.2. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, and the circulating sword intent was fixed in midair. Yang Yiming waved his hand, decisively releasing the sword image. It formed a sword dragon rushing towards Qin Nan. With a ripping sound, under Qin Nan's heavy fist, the sword image instantly shattered. Yang Yiming's entire body was hit by an immense force, and he was pushed back 10 steps before stopping. These 10 steps caused his right foot to step just outside the circle. Yang Yiming's face was stunned, he hadn't expected this outcome. All the disciples were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The 3 geniuses' joint attack still couldn't defeat Qin Nan. This time, it was truly too abnormal. The young man was clearly experiencing his first tribulation. Yet he had attracted the attention of all the sect masters and elders. Because he not only triggered the heavenly and earthly phenomenon, but also condensed a 7-colored inner core. Just now, Xiao Fan and Li Qingwu joined forces, using their strongest techniques to attack Qin Nan. In an instant, layers of dark clouds combined, forming a giant prison, trapping Qin Nan. "Want to trap me?" Qin Nan snorted coldly and punched out. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The impact caused his blood and chi to surge, and immediately after, he was burned by a demonic fire, his entire body heating up rapidly, his skin turning crimson. Fortunately, he had cultivated the blazing sun astral body technique, otherwise, he might have been instantly incinerated by the demonic fire. Xiao Fan shouted, "Why haven't you admitted defeat yet?" "No, it's not the crucial moment yet, I can't reveal too much too soon." Qin Nan thought to himself, the pressure increasing. Suddenly, the inner core in his body vibrated, vaguely about to break out. Ouyangdi and the 10 elders of the Holy Land's expressions changed drastically. "This is a martial king inner core." With a loud roar, the martial king inner core spewed out violent flames, resisting the curtain of red fire and forming a layer of defense for Qin Nan. Xiao Fan and Li Qingwu were stunned, and so were all the talented disciples. Damn, within a month, from the 2nd level of Xiantian to a martial king inner core? Even direct disciples can't do that. When Yan and Zhao Fang's expressions changed drastically. They had received news that Qin Nan had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and his cultivation had greatly increased. But they hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. With a loud explosion, the violent energy converged, forming an energy vortex 20 meters in diameter. One must know that when ordinary people break through to the martial king realm, the energy vortex is only 3 meters. Even Ouyang Jun's was only 7 meters. Qin Nan's heavily injured body seemed to regain its vitality. The martial king inner core has formed, why hasn't the heavenly tribulation descended? He shouted, and the inner core shot out. Damn it, hold on a little longer, I must trigger the heavenly tribulation. Qin Nan gritted his teeth, desperately urging the martial king inner core to resist the pressure from heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone was terrified, so he is a reincarnated primordial cultivator, rejected by heaven and earth, and subjected to the heavenly tribulation. The Dragon Tiger Demon King was extremely excited, almost jumping up, truly miraculous. Well done, Qin Nan. Xiao Fan and Li Qingwu glanced at each other. Let's quickly urge our martial souls, increase the pressure on Qin Nan's martial king inner core, increase the rejection force of heaven and earth, and trigger the tribulation. Immediately afterward, they both urged their martial souls, releasing layers of martial soul pressure towards the martial king inner core. Qin Nan was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted. They were helping him stabilize his martial king inner core. Suddenly, Yang Yiming laughed loudly. "Brother Qin Nan, I'll help you too." Many ignorant disciples were stunned. These three geniuses were so foolish as to join forces to help Qin Nan overcome the tribulation? However, Elder Shan and the others shook their heads. These are the true geniuses. Disregarding personal grudges and joining forces to help someone overcome the tribulation. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Cracks appeared on the martial king inner core, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Xiao Fan, Li Qingwu, and Yang Yiming's expressions changed simultaneously. If Qin Nan couldn't withstand this pressure, not only would he be unable to break through, but he would also turn from a genius into a cripple. Ouyang Jun stared at this scene, a resentful voice constantly echoing in his heart. It must shatter. It must shatter. It must shatter. As the martial king inner core was about to explode, the three geniuses, without hesitation, prepared to withdraw their martial souls. But unexpectedly, Qin Nan stopped them. "Three fellow Taoists, no need to withdraw, please continue to support me." The three of Qiao Fan hesitated, but eventually gritted their teeth and continued to suppress. The martial king inner core was about to completely collapse, as was Qin Nan's entire body, his aura constantly declining. In the next second, a glint of golden light flashed in his left eye. "Martial king inner core, can't you even overcome this little difficulty? I will absolutely not give up so easily." With a cracking sound, Qin Nan's martial king inner core shattered. Everyone was horrified, but before they could react, 7 colored rainbows soared into the sky and finally converged. When all the radiance disappeared, a completely new 7-colored inner core appeared. At this moment, a long laugh rang out. It was Qin Nan. "Power of heaven and earth, break for me." The 7-colored inner core soared into the sky, striking directly at the energy vortex. The 20-meter diameter energy vortex expanded wildly, instantly spreading to 100 meters. The rolling thunder became even more violent, like thunder dragons and thunder serpents, emitting earth-shattering roars. This astonishing scene made all the disciples' hair stand on end, their faces pale. The great figures in the main hall were all shocked at this moment. This kid's fortuitous opportunity is truly extraordinary. Perhaps only the reincarnated Emperor Sha from back then could reach this level. The Dragon Tiger Demon King was so excited that he jumped up and almost fell to the ground, unaware that the wine cup in his hand had fallen. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Jun's eyes turned red. Why has he become the focus of everyone's attention? At this time, Qin Nan sat cross-legged, his body motionless, a strange force emanating from him, suspended in midair, murmuring, "Heaven and earth are inhumane," treating all things as insignificant. Everyone held their breath. This heaven-defying martial king inner core was about to successfully condense. But at this moment, Ouyang Jun suddenly charged out with his sword. "Qin Nan, accept your death." For the first time, the inner disciples saw the sect master's son launching a sneak attack. But just as he was about to succeed, 3 martial emperor experts appeared simultaneously. Ouyang Jun immediately let out a miserable cry and was sent flying. In an instant, he disappeared from his original position. Princess Miao Miao's expression changed drastically, and she quickly turned around. As she expected, Ouyang Jun's target was not Qin Nan but the martial king inner core. Princess Miao Miao was about to take action. But Ouyang Di appeared, directly blocking her path. "3 elders, please show mercy." Princess Miao Miao's eyes were spitting fire. Wasn't this creating an opportunity for Ouyang Jun? Sure enough, Ouyang Jun had approached the martial king inner core. And without hesitation, he unleashed an attack. But at this moment, Qin Nan woke up and immediately drew his ancient saber. Damn it! But as he was about to retrieve the inner core back into his body, Ouyang Jun sneered, revealing that he had already made preparations. He directly unleashed a move, transforming into a beam of light and rushing forward. With a loud bang, the martial king inner core instantly shattered, its divine power disappearing without a trace. Qin Nan spat out a mouthful of blood, the meridians throughout his body almost severed. Princess Miao Miao's face instantly stiffened, feeling as if her heart had been stabbed, filled with boundless rage. She transformed into the 9-tailed demon fox and charged towards Ouyang Di. Ouyang Di dodged. "Please calm down, you two." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Shan manipulated the void, locking onto Ouyang Jun. A palm strike carrying immense heavenly power struck down. Ouyang Jun let out a miserable scream. "Father, save me." At the critical moment, a giant hand suddenly reached out from the Elder Hall, shattering Elder Shan's attack. The Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy shouted, "Everyone, stop." Even the 3 martial emperor experts couldn't help but stop at this moment, withdrawing their attacks. Qin Nan spat out another mouthful of blood, staggering as he tried to retrieve the inner core. Is my martial king inner core about to shatter? However, at this moment, a drop of blood suddenly flowed out from the war god's left eye, dripping onto the inner core and beginning to repair it. Qin Nan sighed inwardly, I didn't expect to have to rely on you this time. Ouyang seemed to realize something, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It seems that besides Emperor Sha's inheritance, the things on Qin Nan's body cannot be ignored either. Princess Miu Miu shot out a drop of blood essence. Qin Nan, quickly heal your injuries, leave the rest to us. Qin Nan didn't say anything more, swallowing the drop of blood essence and beginning to heal. The Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy was furious. Look at you, all martial emperor experts, is such a small matter worth making such a fuss over? These words astonished everyone present. A small matter? Qin Nan's inner core almost shattered. Ouyang cupped his hands towards Princess Miao Miao. I was indeed negligent in my discipline just now. I hope everyone will give him a chance to make amends for his mistakes. Princess Miao Miao looked coldly at the Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy and the Xianling sect master. I don't care if you are martial emperors or whatever, if you don't hand over Ouyang Jun today, I will destroy you. Ouyang said coldly, I've made it clear. If the three of you are still so stubborn, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Suddenly, Ouyang Jun said loudly, wait a minute, seniors, I have something to say. Princess Miao Miao was angered by his shamelessness and was about to explode in rage, but was stopped by Elder Shan. Princess, calm down, I want to hear what he has to say. Ouyang Jun looked at Qin Nan. This conflict arose because of us too, so let us two resolve it. Qin Nan slowly opened his eyes and tried to stand up. His injuries had recovered somewhat at this moment. After all, Princess Miao Miao was a celestial demon, and the drop of blood essence just now contained a trace of origin power. I will now suppress my cultivation to half-step Martial King and have a fair duel with you to end the grudge between us. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples were stunned. Wasn't this taking advantage of the situation? Zhao Fan's face continuously changed, filled with pain and self-blame. The Dragon Tiger Demon King cursed loudly, shameless. I've never seen anyone more shameless than me. Ouyang Jun said, let me tell you something. Since you returned to the sect, all those who caused you trouble were sent by me. Don't you want to kill me? A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. I accept your challenge, but on one condition, this duel is to the death. Ouyang Jun laughed towards the sky, you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, so I will take your life. However, just as the battle was about to erupt, the Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy suddenly spoke. This duel is already disadvantageous for Qin Nan. If Qin Nan wins, I will take out 100 Blood Essence Stones and also promise him an opportunity to enter the Azure Dragon Holy Land. If Ouyang Jun wins, Elder Shan must take out the Emperor Sha Gold, how about that? Ouyang was the first to agree, I think this wager is very good. I wonder if the other sect masters have any other opinions? The envoy's suggestion is excellent, Zhao Fang said. The other two sect masters also nodded in agreement. The Dragon Tiger Demon King felt like he was about to go mad, because even 100 Blood Essence Stones plus a spot in the Azure Dragon Holy Land wasn't worth a tenth of the Emperor Sha Gold. This Azure Dragon envoy was basically cheating. Qin Nan suppressed the anger in his heart. Elder Shan agreed to their terms. Elder Shan said indifferently, since everyone has no objections, let's settle it this way. Make your move. Let me see what skills you have to be called the number one outer disciple. Although the young man was heavily injured, his aura was vigorous, daring to challenge the number one inner disciple. Qin Nan's war god aura erupted, like a huge mountain pressing down on Ouyang Jun. Not good. He knows my weakness. Qin Nan crossed his saber in his hands, forming a cross shape, and unleashed two earth-shattering saber auras towards Ouyang Jun's head. A duel to the death. Ouyang Jun exclaimed, Xian Tianqi, protect me. In an instant, a giant shield appeared, blocking the two saber strikes. The talented disciples couldn't help but curse, a fair duel, and he's using Xian Tianqi, how shameless. Ouyang Jun waved his hand, and a surge of Xian Tianqi erupted. Instantly, countless fireballs erupted from it. Qin Nan's figure flashed, dodging all the fireballs. His powerful physique transformed into flames, each fist striking out. Before Ouyang Jun could react, he was sent flying by a powerful force. I didn't expect your physical body to be so strong, so let you taste my ultimate move. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Jun's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, forming venomous snakes. At this moment, Princess Miao Miao's expression changed drastically, because she discovered that Ouyang Jun hadn't suppressed his cultivation at all, but had fully unleashed his martial king aura. You really are a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit. Utterly shameless. Qin Nan immediately circulated the war god power within his body, and the venomous snakes were instantly shattered. Ouyang Jun soared into the sky, his face furious. He didn't expect his scheme to be foiled. Immediately, the martial king inner core within his body spun wildly, condensing his strongest technique. Do you think we don't exist? Following a loud shout, the three martial emperor experts appeared simultaneously. Princess Miao was the first to attack. Qin Nan, you deserve to die. Ouyang Jun almost didn't hesitate. Father, envoy, save me. At this moment, Qin Nan shouted, stop. My duel with him isn't over. Even if he uses martial king cultivation, you don't need to interfere. Princess Miao was so astonished she was speechless. Has Qin Nan gone mad? Does he want to use his crippled body to resist Ouyang Jun's full power? You are truly arrogant. You want to challenge me? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Ouyang Jun opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black martial king inner core, which soared into the sky and transformed into a five-headed venomous snake. Princess Miao was about to take action. If Ouyang Jun were allowed to unleash this move, Qin Nan would definitely be in danger. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, get out of the way. Colossal strike. In an instant, the Xiantian Qi and the strongest technique were both shattered. How is this possible? How can you possess such terrifying power? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Nan charged forward with his bone saber, carrying an astonishing momentum. As a result, before even touching Ouyang Jun, he was scared into retreating. Ouyang De, enraged, unleashed a palm strike carrying violent energy. But his figure was blocked by Princess Miao. Even though he used thousands of killing moves, he still couldn't break free. Qin Nan sneered, want others to be like you? You can't even dream of it. Today, I can defeat Ouyang Jun with just one finger. The Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy's eyes turned cold. With your meager cultivation, you dare to plot against the sect master's son? Quickly hand over your fortuitous opportunity. And I might spare you. Qin Nan immediately retorted, who the hell are you? Get lost. The envoy didn't want to waste any more words and struck out with a palm. But it was immediately shattered by the Dragon Tiger Demon King and Elder Shan. Qin Nan, we're here to help you. Ouyang De and the envoy exclaimed simultaneously, what? This also gave Qin Nan an opportunity. Those who want to harm me will pay a heavy price. Under his overwhelming rage, his saber swung. A miserable scream rang out, a blood sword shot out, and Ouyang Jun completely fell. At this moment, everything was silent, time seemed to freeze. And only after a long time did Ouyang De react, the killing intent in his eyes erupting. His black hair began to flutter. Qin Nan. I want everyone related to you to be buried with my son. The other three sect masters' expressions changed. Martial Emperor. Ouyang De is a martial emperor. Qin Nan was extremely frightened. It turned out that Ouyang De had seen through his cultivation level earlier. Princess Miao unleashed her half-step martial emperor aura. Even if you are a martial emperor, you can't bully me. Countless onlookers started gloating. I've long disliked this little bastard. Serves him right. Excellent death. The killing intent in Ouyang De's eyes surged. How dare you be so disrespectful as a disciple of my Xianling sect? The Elder Hall immediately sensed his wrath, and a terrifying aura descended. At this moment, the Azure Dragon envoy shouted, stop. Do you want everything to be ruined? Ouyang De suppressed his anger. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Emperor Sha Gold. Elder Shan sneered and looked down. Ouyang De's face became ferocious. Zhao Feng, Yuan Tong, Lin Xian, the three of you, hurry up and attack. It turned out that Ouyang De had suddenly organized the competition because he had obtained a supreme treasure, which required the combined efforts of three martial emperor experts from three other sects to refine. Princess Miao's face changed drastically, and she was about to flee. But the Azure Dragon envoy sneered and unfolded a painting. In an instant, gusts of wind blew, and 7 ghostly deities appeared, condensing into a grand formation, trapping Princess Miao and the others. With a flick of the old man's wrist, the two elders of the two halls were defeated. Just now, the Azure Dragon envoy had used the 7 ghosts sealing heaven formation, trapping Princess Miao and the others. 99 Yang Soul refining formation. Ouyang De immediately let out a loud roar and unleashed a pitch-black mass of energy 8 meters long. Damn it! These two old geezers want to refine our souls. Fight them to the death. Due to the location of the formation's eye, which had the strongest defense, the three of them attacked simultaneously, continuously striking at the formation's eye. The entire 99 Yang Soul refining formation began to shake. But the force generated by the 4 sect masters and the Azure Dragon envoy was not something that Elder Shan and the others could shake. Ouyang De looked coldly at Qin Nan. Now you have no one to back you up. Princess Miao told Qin Nan not to worry, as Ouyang De needed to maintain the formation and couldn't move. But immediately after, a second Ouyang De appeared on the scene. Princess Miao's expression changed drastically. Not good. A martial emperor clone. Ouyang Da's clone waved his hand. And the entire White Jade Plaza almost collapsed. But Qin Nan stood tall, looking at Ouyang Da without fear. Qin Nan, you've harmed your fellow disciples, an unforgivable crime. I should have executed you in the name of the Xianling sect master. But considering you still have other fortuitous opportunities. If you hand over the treasures willingly, I can spare you. Qin Nan sneered, treasures? You're dreaming. Ouyang Da's clone roared furiously, little bastard. Kneel. But not only did Qin Nan not kneel, he remained fearless. Old man, you want me to kneel? Dream on. Ouyang Da was furious. I want to see how long you can stay stubborn. A streak of purple light condensed into a fire arrow and struck Qin Nan's forehead. Everyone thought Qin Nan would die. But the martial emperor aura emanating from Ouyang Da acted like a wall, blocking all attacks. When the fire on Qin Nan dissipated, his entire body was covered in wounds, but he still stood tall, his legs trembling incessantly. Old man, do you have any other tricks? Just use them. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Da was so angry that he jumped up. He didn't expect a half-step martial king disciple to be so resilient. At this moment, the Artifact Hallmaster and the Punishment Hallmaster stepped forward. Sect Master, I have a strange treasure called the Tihungu, which can help you. Sect Master, the Punishment Hall has an ancient punishment called the 10,000 Blades Blood Devouring. If combined with the Tihungu, it can make life worse than death. Even someone with an iron will can't withstand this kind of torture. Ouyang Da sneered, then do as you say. The Tihungu transformed into a small insect, biting into Qin Nan's shoulder and sucking his blood. Then, without hesitation, it burrowed inside. 3 breaths later, a 7-colored light broke through the sky. The Punishment Hall Master, as fast as lightning, unleashed countless saber auras that slashed at Qin Nan's body. Ouyang Da laughed towards the sky. Huh? You two have done well. Qin Nan, if you want to live, kneel and beg me now, while you still can. Qin Nan's lips moved slightly, and he struggled to utter a few words. With just these meager skills of yours, I scoff. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy thought of something. Don't waste any more time, quickly throw Qin Nan into this grand formation. It's not too late to interrogate his soul after he's completely refined. These words were like a bolt from the blue, awakening Ouyang Da. He immediately stretched out his giant hand, preparing to pull Qin Nan into the formation. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Qin Nan's crippled body, knocking Ouyang Da back hundreds of steps before he stopped. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Tiger Demon King rejoiced. This little monster, even I don't dare to provoke him, and you dare to anger him? You're courting death. Ouyang Da didn't believe in evil and directly used a terrifying divine ability. But just as it was about to hit Qin Nan, a bone saber descended from the sky, shattering the attack. Ouyang Da and the others exclaimed simultaneously, could it be that saber from back then? Why did it appear here? Could it be he's not dead yet? At some point, another person appeared beside Qin Nan. I'll give you 3 seconds to cripple your own cultivation. As for the 4 hall masters, cripple your own meridians. Zhao Feng and Yuan Tong's faces changed drastically. A name that only existed in legends appeared in their minds, Emperor Sha. Elder Shan's expression was slightly excited. His senior brother has appeared, which means that Qin Nan has been recognized by him. The old man raised his head and looked towards the sky. The 99 Yang Grand Formation was instantly broken. The Dragon Tiger Demon King was somewhat dazed. Damn. Where did this old man come from? Such terrifying strength. At this time, Qin Nan gradually regained consciousness. Senior, why are you here? The old man said calmly, don't worry, I'll show you a good show. After saying that, he glanced at the Artifact Hall Master and the Punishment Hall Master. In an instant, their meridians were severed, their inner cores shattered, and they let out miserable screams. The old man looked at them with disdain and gently patted them. With 2 booming sounds, the 2 Xianling sect hallmasters were instantly annihilated. The Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy's heart turned cold. Senior Emperor Sha, we were wrong about this matter. Please be magnanimous and spare us this once. The other 2 sect masters also said, we have nothing to do with this matter, it was all Ouyang Da's coercion. The old man just waved his hand slightly. And the entire sect trembled. The other sect masters were terrified. With only one thought in their minds, run. But how could the old man let them go? With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng's soul instantly exploded. Yuan Tong hurriedly used a secret technique, burning his life essence, and quickly fled. But it was useless. With a loud bang, he was also annihilated. Then, the old man's gaze fell on Ouyang Da. Didn't you always want Qin Nan to kneel before you? Then if you kneel before Qin Nan and kowtow to admit your guilt, I won't cripple your cultivation and will spare you. Ouyang Da's face turned pale. A martial emperor expert, kneeling before a junior? The old man's eyes turned cold. What? You don't want to? Ouyang Da's whole body trembled, he gritted his teeth. And finally knelt down. I was wrong. Emperor Sha. Qin Nan. Ouyang Da, swear to crush you into 10,000 pieces. But at this moment, a strange pressure suddenly descended. The entire Tianfeng mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Two figures, like descending immortals, appeared at the Xianling sect. The Dragon Tiger Demon King couldn't help but exclaim, two martial venerable experts. These were martial venerable realm experts, higher than martial emperors and martial kings. Even in the entire Xiaoyu, they were considered peak experts. The Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy's face changed drastically. Peak Master Duanmu. Peak Master Zhang. Peak Master Zhang, why are you two here? The envoys of the two Holy Lands were about to greet them, but were interrupted by Peak Master Duanmu. His gaze turned towards the old man. Second brother, after so many years, why haven't you visited us? The old man's expression remained calm, and he didn't say anything. At this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the sky. Peak Master Lu of the Feiyuan Holy Land flew out. Second uncle, why hasn't your bastard come out yet? I thought you were dead. Where is the successor you were looking for? Third brother, I want to see what kind of genius made you spend hundreds of years searching. The old man said calmly, I have indeed found my successor, but he is not a genius. Alright, you can leave now. Peak Master Duanmu's expression changed. Tang Qingshan, what kind of joke are you playing? If he's not a genius, how could you save him? Tang Qingshan said coldly, I have my own thoughts, you don't need to worry about it. I once said that I would definitely save him, even after 100 years. I would keep my promise. If you want to fight, go ahead, I won't entertain you. Peak Master Duanmu suppressed his anger and glanced at Qin Nan on the White Jade Plaza. Is this kid your successor? After saying that, he looked at the Azure Dragon Holy Land envoy. Tell me, who is this kid? Peak Master Duanmu said, let me tell you. I am the Xianling sect master. This kid is called Qin Nan. He is an outer disciple of my Xianling sect, and his cultivation has reached half-step martial king. His martial soul aptitude is not bad. He once entered the 5th floor of the 5 Elements Pavilion and obtained the 5 Elements Pavilion inheritance. Some time ago. He also had a fortuitous opportunity in the Dragon Tiger Mountain range. Peak Master Duanmu's eyes flashed. This kid can enter the 5th floor of the 5 Elements Pavilion. It seems his aptitude is not too bad. A sinister glint flashed in Ouyang Da's eyes. Qin Nan's martial soul is only yellow rank 1st grade. Peak Master Duanmu immediately flew into a rage. Tang Qingshan, you've disappointed me too much. I gave you hundreds of years, and you found a piece of trash. Peak Master Zhang and Peak Master Lu's expressions also changed. Second brother, don't think I don't dare to attack you. Qin Nan may have some fortuitous opportunities, but with his trash aptitude, he will never achieve anything in his life. Tang Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. My search for a successor has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight, fight. After saying that, he said to Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon King, you two, quickly take Qin Nan away from here. Peak Master Duanmu let out a loud roar. If you want your successor to live, kneel down and beg me. I can't kill you, but this trash successor must die. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth, carrying immense momentum. The speaker was Qin Nan. 3 seniors, there's something I need to clarify. I am not the trash you speak of. Half a year ago, when I joined the Xianling sect, my cultivation was only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, and now I am at half-step martial king. If it weren't for Ouyang Jun's repeated sneak attacks, I would have already reached the martial king realm. Although I have never been to the 2 great holy lands. I think that breaking through to martial king within half a year is something even the geniuses of the 2 great holy lands cannot achieve. Ouyang Di immediately said, 3 peak masters, I told you, his cultivation increased so rapidly because he continuously obtained fortuitous opportunities. The 3 peak masters all said coldly, kid, although you can rely on fortuitous opportunities to increase your cultivation, the level of your martial soul is determined by the heavens. And your aptitude is too poor. Qin Nan was not discouraged. On my path of cultivation, countless people have mocked my martial soul. I originally didn't intend to continue hiding it, but I just haven't found the opportunity to reveal my martial soul. The Dragon Tiger Demon King's eyes lit up. This kid is finally willing to announce his true strength to the world. He was clearly the inheritor of Emperor Sha. With just a word, he could destroy a sect. With a wave of his hand, he could kill the 2 sect masters. Yet now he had to kneel before a young man. Just now, Qin Nan shouted loudly. And the war god's soul suddenly rose, like a giant standing in the void. Whether it was the 3 peak masters or Emperor Sha, when the war god's soul appeared, everything fell silent. Ouyang Di couldn't help but exclaim, Shen rank 1st grade martial soul. Peak Master Zhang shook his head. So what if it's a Xian rank first grade martial soul? In our Azure Dragon Holy Land, that's just average aptitude. Qin Nan walked forward step by step. With each step, the war god's flames behind him flashed with a brilliant light. By the 8th step, the flames burned fiercely, and the war god's soul burned with 8 profound lights. Xian rank 8th grade martial soul. Everyone exclaimed. Even the 3 peak masters, including Tang Qingshan, their martial souls were only Xian rank 7th grade. In terms of talent, they were simply not as good as Qin Nan. Ouyang Da's face was as if he had been slapped hard. His eyes widened, his ears rang, and his mouth opened wide, speechless. The 3 peak masters all asked, a Xian rank 8th grade martial soul. Is that considered top-tier talent in the Azure Dragon Holy Land? Peak Master Zhang's attitude immediately changed. Second brother, I thought you hadn't paid attention to this matter for hundreds of years, so you chose this kid. Now it seems I've wronged you. The shock in Tang Qingshan's eyes gradually disappeared. Actually, I didn't know his martial soul was 8th grade. I chose him only because he has a firm heart. The 3 peak masters took a deep breath, their eyes looking at Qin Nan with a hint of fervor. We misunderstood you, we apologize to you. Princess Miao Miao pouted in dissatisfaction. What's the use of just apologizing? Shouldn't you compensate him? Peak Master Duanmu said, you're right. Qin Nan is seriously injured now, I'll give him a creation pill. At this time, Peak Master Zhang went to Tang Qingshan's side. Second brother, now that the successor has been found, if you're willing to come back, Master will forgive you. After all, you've suffered a lot these past 100 years. Tang Qingshan shook his head. I won't go back for now, I still have unfinished business. He suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Nan. Qin Nan hurriedly knelt down. Qin Nan, please, help me. At this moment, Tang Qingshan was no longer the Slaughter King, but a captive peak master. Qin Nan hurriedly helped him up. Senior Tang Qingshan, you have shown me great kindness. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. A glimmer of hope flashed in Tang Qingshan's eyes. You agree? Actually, I want you to save someone, but that place is called the Sea of Death. If you go, you're very likely to die. Therefore, even if you refuse, I won't blame you. Peak Master Zhang exclaimed. The Sea of Death is one of the 10 forbidden areas of Xiaoyu. It's said that even martial venerable experts can die there, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 10. But Princess Miao Miao wasn't afraid, so what if it's the Sea of Death? There's something I need to retrieve there. I'll go with Qin Nan. Dragon Tiger Demon King also said excitedly, I want to go too. I have a clansman suppressed in the Sea of Death. If I can save him, I'll become a martial venerable. Qin Nan said calmly, Senior, you've also heard of the Sea of Death. I will definitely go. Tang Qingshan said excitedly, the Sea of Death will open in 3 years. Before that, you should go to the Azure Dragon Holy Land or the Flying Young Holy Land to cultivate. I need to make some preparations. I'll come find you in 3 years. Today, I'll give you this token. No matter who wants to kill you, as long as you activate the token, I will help you kill them. But you only have 3 chances. After saying that, his figure disappeared. Qin Nan was slightly stunned. Senior Slaughter King just left like that? Elder Shan clasped his hands and apologized to everyone. My senior brother has waited for this day for too long and doesn't want to waste any time. Finally, Peak Master Zhang extended an invitation. Qin Nan, come with me to the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Of course, your 2 friends can come along too. Peak Master Duanmu and I will definitely take good care of you. Peak Master Lu immediately became anxious. Are you trying to steal him from me? Qin Nan, if you come with me to the Flying Yang Holy Land, even if you cause trouble there, I can protect you. Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon King's eyes lit up, wishing they could agree on Qin Nan's behalf immediately. Qin Nan cupped his hands and said calmly, thank you for your kindness, seniors, but I still have some matters to attend to in the Luoha Kingdom. I'll come to the Holy Land myself after I've dealt with them. The 3 peak masters nodded simultaneously. We respect your decision. But you must accept these 3 tokens and the map of Xiaoyu. If anyone bullies you, just activate the token. Don't let anyone push you around. After finishing Qin Nan's matters, Peak Master Zhang looked towards Ouyangde. Your crimes are heinous, you can't escape death. Before Ouyangde could cry out, he was turned into ashes. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Holy Land's envoy's face turned pale. The old man only extended a finger and easily defeated the envoy. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Holy Land's envoy turned pale with fright. But Peak Master Zhang didn't kill him, but let him follow him. Then we'll take our leave. After saying that, the 3 peak masters left. All disciples, listen to my command. Return to your sects quickly and inform the elders to merge into the Xianling sect. From now on, the four great sects no longer exist. Only the Xianling sect. Princess Miao shouted excitedly, "Dragon Tiger, let's go!" The Dragon Tiger Demon King immediately flew up, taking her away. Qin Nan thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, the two of them are planning to plunder the three great sects. At this time, Elder Shan flew over. "My senior brother asked you to save someone, and you agreed without even asking who it was? Aren't you afraid of dying in the sea of death?" Qin Nan smiled calmly. "Senior Slaughter King is my friend, and also your senior brother. Does it matter who I save? You just continue being the sect master. I should go refine the creation pill. I'm covered in wounds, and I don't know when I'll recover." Looking at Qin Nan's departing back, Elder Shan said, "When you come out, you will be the young sect master of the Xianling sect." At the same time, in the Dragon Tiger mountain range, at the top of the 9-layered hell tower, Gong Yang was meditating. Suddenly, Ling Si and Ling Er arrived, recounting everything that had happened at the Xianling sect. Gong Yang flew into a rage. "That damned Ouyangda." Ling Si said calmly, "He's dead now, so don't be too angry." Overall, Qin Nan still benefited. Gong Yang gradually calmed down. "I didn't expect that kid Qin Nan to cause such a stir in Xiaoyu so quickly. I hope to see him again in 3 years at the Sea of Death." After saying that, he suddenly stood up. At this moment, his martial spirit rank was no longer 8th grade Huang rank, but 8th grade Xian rank. Inside the Tianfeng Mountains main hall, after 6 days of seclusion, thanks to the creation pill, Qin Nan's injuries had completely healed, and his inner core had also recovered a bit. But it hadn't recovered its former divine power yet and would require a lot more time to temper. The scene changed, and Qin Nan returned to the third branch. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone waiting. "You're finally back. Come sit down. Qin Nan, today's banquet is to see you off. I always wanted to challenge you before, but I didn't expect you to have to go to the 2 Holy Lands before I could." Qin Nan raised his glass. "It's my honor to be friends with all of you. Let's drink to our heart's content today." After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was drunk. Princess Miao, completely drunk, pouted and said, "I want to drink more." Qin Nan had no choice but to take her back to rest. Qin Nan went to his father's room. And before he could speak, his father guessed. "You don't need to feel guilty, and you don't need to be afraid. Xiaoyu is like this. Just go out there and experience it." Qin Nan knelt down with a thud. "This time I'm going to Xiaoyu, and I don't know when I'll be able to return. I can't serve you anymore, so please take care of yourself, father." One day, Qin Nan received a letter from Chao Fan. "I deeply regret letting you experience this. If I were strong enough, perhaps I could help you in the future." Qin Nan sighed inwardly. He had never blamed Chao Fan. After all, he was only considering his safety. Oh well, if fate allows, they'll meet again in the future. After that, he stopped thinking about it and started studying the map left by Peak Master Duanmu. The Flying Yang Holy Land and the Azure Dragon Holy Land select disciples every year in Jianghuang City, conducting preliminary examinations. Qin Nan, the examination is 2 months away. After you leave the Xianling sect, go to Jianghuang City quickly. Dragon Tiger Demon Sect, Master Nan Nan. Jianghuang City is also known as Baocheng, one of the 3 ancient cities of Xiaoyu, with an extremely profound background. Many cultivators go there to sell treasures or exchange them for spiritual herbs. Princess Liu Miao, studying while working, asked in a low voice, "What about the other 2 ancient cities?" The Dragon Tiger Demon Sect seemed to be thinking. "They are Ducheng and Shacheng. Just by hearing the names, you can guess what they do." Qin Nan waved his hand. "Good, then our first stop will be Jianghuang City." Looking at Qin Nan's departing back, Tianyan's eyes were slightly moist. "Go, remember, you will always be my pride." In the following time, the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect transformed into its true form, carrying Qin Nan and Princess Liu Miao towards Jianghuang City. After half a month of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Jianghuang City. Qin Nan was about to activate his God of War's eye, but Jianghuang City was built on the foundation of Taiyao Qingxian stone, maintaining its eternal existence. It was truly extraordinary. Princess Liu Miao was extremely excited. "Let's go, let's enter the city." However, when the 3 arrived at the city gate, they saw 5 powerful guards, each with extraordinary cultivation. Everyone entering the city had to pay 3 entry stones. Qin Nan was inwardly shocked. 3 entry stones were equivalent to several 100,000 martial king pills. But he still took out 9 entry stones. "Since we're here, let's go in and have a look." The guards remained expressionless. "Within Jianghuang City, you are not allowed to release your aura, fight, or fly. Violators will be killed without mercy." Qin Nan nodded and entered Jianghuang City with Princess Liu Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon Sect. He was clearly the Ice Jade Saint physique, yet willingly acted as a mount for his junior sister. As soon as the 3 entered Jianghuang City, Before they could take 2 steps, a waiter came to greet them. "Seniors, please stop. Just 1 entry stone." Qin Nan smiled and took out an entry stone. "Then we'll trouble you." The waiter smiled. "Are you seniors here to exchange treasures, participate in the 2 Holy Lands selection, or the Ancient Dragon Auction?" Princess Liumiao asked curiously. "The Ancient Dragon Auction?" "Yes, the Merchant Guild holds a large-scale auction in Zhanghuang City every year. Geniuses from other kingdoms, as well as disciples from the 2 Holy Lands, come to participate." "Then we'll go to the auction too." Princess Liumiao didn't hesitate, but she wasn't going to bid on treasures, but to fight. That year at the 5 Elements Pavilion, the mysterious woman had declared that if Qin Nan dared to enter the Merchant Guild's auction, he would be hunted down. The Merchant Guild didn't allow him to go, but he wanted to go even more. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 3 black lights transformed into streams of light, shooting towards Qin Nan's forehead at terrifying speed, forming 3 black marks. Seeing this, the waiter was terrified. "This is the 3 black marks. I'm not doing this business. You can find someone else." Qin Nan was about to explode in anger, but suddenly calmed down. "Wait. What are the 3 black marks?" The waiter's face was full of fear. "This is a measure taken by the Merchant Guild against unscrupulous cultivators. The black marks are divided into 1, 2, and 3. 3 marks indicate a deceitful and tyrannical cultivator. If one is marked with the 3 black marks, they will be ostracized by all cultivators." Qin Nan's group immediately looked towards the main streets of Zhanghuang City. The stalls, which were originally bustling, now distanced themselves from the 3. Qin Nan took a deep breath. "I'll give you 2 entry stones. Continue being our guide." The waiter gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "In that case, I'll take this business. But with the 3 black marks on your forehead, you can't participate in the Ancient Dragon Auction. Nor can you participate in the Holy Land's disciple selection." Princess Liumiao immediately became furious. "The Merchant Guild is too arrogant. Quickly take us to the auction. I want to defeat them all." The waiter's face was covered in cold sweat. "Your Highness, you absolutely can't. Every year, during the Ancient Dragon Auction, there are powerful experts present. Moreover, fighting is forbidden within Zhanghuang City. Even peak masters can't cause trouble." Princess Liumiao was immediately stunned. The Merchant Guild's power far exceeded her imagination. Even with the Slaughter King and the 3 peak masters backing them, they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Suddenly, the waiter chuckled. "Seniors, you can't even rent a hotel now. If you don't mind, you can stay at my small shop, but you have to pay 2 entry stones per day." Qin Nan nodded somewhat helplessly. Although he felt the pain of losing the entry stones, he didn't have a clear understanding of the situation in Zhanghuang City yet, so he couldn't act rashly. Soon, the 3 arrived at a small shop. As soon as they entered the shop, Qin Nan immediately instructed Princess Liumiao and the Dragon Tiger Demon sect. "The auction is still some time away, and I can't go. You can go and investigate first." At this moment, a divine sense suddenly transmitted. "Fellow Taoist Qin Nan, come to the Qingqing Hotel, 1st floor, room number 1, to meet." Qin Nan's eyes flickered. He was naturally familiar with this voice. It was the mysterious woman from the 5 Elements Pavilion. Now that the Merchant Guild had marked him with the 3 black marks, before he could take the initiative to find them, they came to him instead. "Waiter, take me to the Qingqing Hotel." Upon hearing this, the waiter was surprised. "The Qingqing Hotel is the best hotel in Zhanghuang City. Not only is it expensive, but you also need to have a distinguished status. Wait for me here." Qin Nan dropped these words, turned around, and entered the hotel. The fate child of the Merchant Guild had been waiting for a long time. Qin Nan said, "Please, have a seat." Qin Nan sat down calmly, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. The mysterious woman said faintly, "Fellow Taoist Qin Nan is truly different. You drank a cup of Qinglu spring tea, worth 20 entry stones, in one gulp. If it were someone else, they would savor it slowly." Qin Nan placed the teacup heavily on the table. "Cut the crap. You marked me with the 3 black marks and then invited me for a talk. What do you want, miss?" The mysterious woman smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist Qin Nan, don't be impatient. I said before, if you give me the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion, I can give you immense benefits. If you don't, then don't blame me for using other methods. So, tell me, what is the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion?" As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings seemed to quiet down. Qin Nan's eyes became dull, and a triumphant look appeared on the mysterious woman's face. This was a secret technique she had recently cultivated, called Bewitching Mind. But in the next second, Qin Nan suddenly sneered, "Don't use this kind of trick on me, or don't blame me for being impolite." The mysterious woman was surprised but quickly regained her composure. Fellow Daoist Qin Nan truly lives up to his reputation. I was being presumptuous just now. However, I absolutely will not reveal the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion. If fellow Daoist Qin Nan is willing, we can cooperate. Qin Nan sneered, "Dream on." The mysterious woman still didn't give up, persuading, "With your current strength, you can't protect the secret of the 5 Elements Pavilion at all. Our merchant guild has immense power. So cooperating with me is your best choice." Qin Nan was completely enraged. "You will resort to any means to get what you want from me, and you dare to talk about trust with me?" After saying that, he left directly. It was clearly just a core fragment of the king's chi. Yet everyone was vying to offer a high price. However, the young man only glanced at it casually before determining that it was a fake. Not long after Qin Nan left, 2 nascent soul realm experts appeared out of thin air. "Miss, why bother wasting words with him? Why don't we use the Tai killing needle to extract this kid's soul and search his memories?" The mysterious woman waved her sleeve. "There's no need for that yet." "How is the situation in the Luoha kingdom?" The nascent soul realm expert frowned and said, "Still no news. Because of the covert obstruction by experts from the Azure Dragon Holy Land and the Flying Yang Holy Land. We've lost 12 shadows in the Luoha kingdom." The mysterious woman's eyes turned cold. "Withdraw the other shadows. You two follow Qin Nan first. You absolutely cannot let him out of your sight." The 2 experts accepted the order and disappeared. The mysterious woman muttered, "Qin Nan, you can't escape from my grasp." After leaving the Qingqing Hotel, Qin Nan prepared to return to the small shop with the waiter. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. "Waiter, you go ahead. I'll be there later." After saying that, he immediately sped up, his figure flickering through the crowd, sometimes left, sometimes right, looking blurry and unclear. "He's discovered us, chase after him." However, to their shock, they found themselves at a dead end. The faces of the 2 nascent soul realm experts were extremely unsightly. This was the first time they had failed to track someone. At this time, Qin Nan was walking on the main road. "It seems I have to find a way to quickly remove these 3 black marks." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Fellow Daoist, please stop. I have cheap king's chi here, only 100 entry stones. Are you interested in taking a look?" Qin Nan looked at the young man. On the table were a saber, an arrow, and a spear, exuding the aura of king's chi. "So cheap, there must be a problem. Could it be because I have the 3 black marks?" Thinking this, Qin Nan quietly activated his God of War's eye, and discovered 5 black marks on the young man's forehead. "Why do you look so shocked?" "Don't worry, although the items are cheap, their quality is absolutely guaranteed. I, Sima Kong, have been roaming Xiaoyu for more than 20 years. And I've never been killed. This is all thanks to..." Qin Nan directly transmitted his divine sense. "I'm very curious, if it's discovered that the king's chi is fake, and you have the 5 black marks, what will happen to you?" Sima Kong's expression changed drastically. He had used a secret technique to conceal his black marks. He hurriedly cried, "Fellow Daoist, please don't slander me." Qin Nan turned to leave. "Wait, what if I tell you how to remove the black marks?" Sima Kong immediately rolled on the ground. "Fellow Daoist, let's talk things over. In a sense, I can be considered your senior. Why don't we find a place to chat?" Qin Nan nodded. Sima Kong had a way to conceal the black marks. If he could learn it, he could resolve the current crisis. But before they could take a few steps, Sima Kong suddenly sped up, rushed into the crowd, and disappeared. Qin Nan sneered, "Your transformation technique is truly impressive, but this kind of trick is useless against me. If you don't want to attract the Merchant Guild's pursuit, you'd better be honest." At this moment, Sima Kong was panicking. Compared to his previous flattering appearance, he had undergone an earth-shattering change. There was no resemblance at all. However, he was still caught by Qin Nan. "Your transformation technique is indeed impressive, but such tricks are useless against me. If you don't want to attract the Merchant Guild's pursuit, you'd better be honest." Afterwards, Sima Kong led Qin Nan to a small courtyard. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and said directly, "Brother Sima, I wonder if you could teach me the secret technique to conceal the black marks?" Sima Kong took a deep breath. "What benefits can you offer me?" Qin Nan said solemnly, "I can make a heaven and earth oath that I will absolutely not reveal your whereabouts to the Merchant Guild. Moreover, I have a deep hatred for the Merchant Guild. If I have the chance, I will definitely destroy them." Hearing this, Sima Kong suddenly thought of something. "Brother Qin Nan, do you want to make a fortune from the Merchant Guild?" Zhanghuang City has 13 main streets, one of which is called Seeking Gold and Striking It Rich Street. The ancient fortune pavilion mixes various treasure fragments and ordinary items together and sells them like gambling. Qin Nan was suspicious. Does the merchant guild allow cultivators to cheat? Sima Kong chuckled. Of course, even if you have the 3 black marks, you can still buy. They are arrogant and don't worry about their treasures being discovered. Let's go to the ancient fortune pavilion. If you demonstrate your divine power, I only want 50% of the profit, and I'll tell you the method to conceal the 3 black marks. Qin Nan didn't hesitate, 30% at most. Sima Kong's expression changed constantly. After a while, he said with a pained expression, "Fine, who told me to hit it off with you at first sight? 30% it is." Soon, the two arrived at the bustling ancient fortune pavilion. As soon as they entered, a noisy voice rang in their ears. The second round of Seeking Gold and Striking It Rich is starting now. 10 entry stones can buy 1 fragment. These 1002 fragments contain 30 King's Chi core fragments. The other fragments are also transported from various secret realms and may be Emperor's Chi fragments. As soon as the old man finished speaking, hundreds of cultivators immediately crowded around. In a short time, almost all the fragments were sold out. Sima Kong looked at Qin Nan expectantly. Well? Qin Nan shook his head. This round isn't very effective. Most of them are fakes, and there aren't any special treasures. Most of the King's Chi fragments were bought by the Merchant Guild's people. Sima Kong was indignant. There's nothing good on the first floor, let's go to the second floor. However, as soon as they went upstairs, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Qin Nan, our ancient fortune pavilion doesn't welcome you. If you want to buy fragments, you have to pay 10 times the price. Young Master Fu was visiting the ancient fortune pavilion for the first time, but was unwelcomed by the owner, and was asked to pay 10 times the price for purchases. The reason was that he had offended a mysterious organization, leading to complete ostracization. However, Qin Nan didn't care at all and immediately looked at Sima Kong. If you trust me, lend me 6,000 entry stones. Sima Kong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Alright, but I want a 60% share. Soon, the second round of Seeking Gold and Striking It Rich began. There were a total of 500 fragments, including 50 King's Chi fragments and 3 Emperor's Chi fragments. Each fragment cost 20 entry stones. The cultivators on the second floor started bidding, but it wasn't as lively as the first floor. Qin Nan said 30 numbers. I want numbers 39, 72, 154. A sneer appeared on Feng Yu's lips, and he immediately ordered someone to bring out the 30 fragments Qin Nan had chosen. Everyone knew that the fragments were specially treated, making it impossible to detect their aura. Today, fellow Daiwas Qin Nan spent 6,000 entry stones. Let's see what he can open. Feng Yu clapped his hands, and the restriction on the first fragment disappeared with a rumble, and a shocking King's Chi erupted from it. It seems your luck isn't bad. Next, I'll open 20 at a time. I wonder if you'll still be so lucky. Qin Nan clapped his hands, and 20 King's Chi instantly erupted, causing the entire floor to tremble. It seems your eyesight is extraordinary. However, the restriction on the Emperor's Chi fragments is much stronger than that of the King's Chi. Even with your sharp eyesight, you can't see through it. Qin Nan said unceremoniously, if I open an Emperor's Chi fragment, you compensate me 3 times. If I don't, I compensate you 3 times, how about that? Feng Yu's expression changed and he didn't dare to agree. If Qin Nan really opened an Emperor's Chi fragment, he would not only lose face but also suffer heavy losses. As your senior, how can I take advantage of a junior? Now let's see what his remaining 8 pieces are. With a loud rumble, 3 Emperor's Chi fragments and 6 King's Chi fragments simultaneously erupted with a shocking aura, causing the entire second floor to shake. Sima Kong was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had earned 1,800 entry stones in an instant. Qin Nan looked at Feng Yu and said calmly, even if you increase the price tenfold, I still make a profit. The first round is over, shouldn't we start the second round? The result was the same. After 8 rounds, Qin Nan earned 14,400 entry stones. Let's go to the third floor, Pavilion Master Feng, lead the way. However, as he pushed open the door to the third floor, Feng Yu thought to himself, Qin Nan, I want you to spit out everything you've earned. The third floor of the ancient fortune pavilion was completely different from the first 2 floors. There were no displays, no hustle and bustle, only 50 fragments of various kinds on a table. These 50 fragments are interesting. I've made my choice, it's these 2. Feng Yu's eyes flickered. Crown Prince Hongfeng, let me introduce you. This is Qin Nan, the one being hunted by the Merchant Guild. Today, the Miss personally ordered us to capture him and not allow him to leave the ancient fortune pavilion. It's a pity that this kid has good eyesight. Even increasing the price of the fragments tenfold was useless, so I brought him to the third floor. Qin Nan, this is the current crown prince of the Hongfeng Empire, with a cultivation of second-grade Xiantian, a wind attribute martial spirit, a pair of wind attribute innate divine eyes, and is among the top 10 disciples on the preliminary selection disciple ranking. Qin Nan directly ignored the introduction and transmitted to Sima Kong. What is the preliminary selection disciple ranking? Sima Kong was surprised. You don't even know this? The Flying Yang Holy Land and the Azure Dragon Holy Land select disciples and create a ranking based on their strength assessment. Crown Prince Hongfeng looked Qin Nan up and down. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some eyesight. Behave yourself in the future, and don't provoke that miss. Or even if she doesn't take action, I will discipline you on her behalf. Qin Nan didn't bother to pay attention and looked at Hongfeng. What's the game on this third floor? Crown Prince Hongfeng's face darkened when he saw that Qin Nan was ignoring him. Fengyu secretly laughed and said with a serious face, the third floor is just a test. As long as you choose 3 Emperor's Chi fragments from these 50 fragments, you can enter the inner hall and participate. Before he could finish, Qin Nan said 3 numbers, 12, 32, 49. Can I go in now? Crown Prince Hongfeng frowned in anger. He was indeed an animal. Even she had to spend a small hour to pick out 3 Emperor's Chi fragments, but Qin Nan only used a few breaths. Hongyu discussed for a long time before turning around. Follow me. Soon, the 3 arrived at a secret chamber. In the middle of the secret chamber sat an old man. 2 young friends, I am Master Mu. All 100 items here have had their auras sealed by my 1000 hand seal. You can use any divine ability to choose, but each person can only choose 3 pieces, each requiring 1000 entry stones. 1000 was just a normal deposit. Yet it caused 2 great venerables to personally come to the scene. Just now, Master Mu told everyone that each fragment required 1000 entry stones as a deposit. Crown Prince Hongfeng's expression changed slightly. A piece of Emperor's Chi fragment could only be sold for 800 entry stones, which meant even if they chose correctly, they would still have to compensate. Master Mu seemed to see through his thoughts. Among these 100 fragments, there are only 30 Emperor's Chi fragments. Even our guild's sword examiners can't identify the remaining 70. Perhaps one of them is a heavenly and earthly treasure. Suddenly, Hongyu reminded, Qin Nan, don't forget the rules. Today, you have to pay 10 times the price to buy anything here. Crown Prince Hongfeng's eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Nan and said, how about we make a bet? We each choose 3 pieces. If you win, I'll compensate you 1000 entry stones. If you lose, you compensate me 10,000 entry stones. How about it? Sima Kong said indignantly, why is that? Crown Prince Hongfeng is bullying him. It's clear that an ordinary nobody like this kid isn't qualified to compare with him. So he's asking for 10 times the compensation. Qin Nan sneered, I can accept your condition, but let's modify the bet a little. If I win, you compensate me 10,000 entry stones. If I lose, I'll compensate you 100,000 entry stones. Do you dare? Crown Prince Hongfeng laughed heartily, such big words. Today, I'll see what abilities you have to make such a big bet with me. Hongyu also chuckled, since you two have decided on the conditions, then start choosing. Crown Prince Hongfeng has a noble status, so he should choose first. Sima Kong's face was grim. Isn't this clearly letting Crown Prince Hongfeng pick the most valuable items first? Qin Nan, if you lose, I'll have to slip away quietly. Crown Prince Hongfeng flicked his sleeves, and a mysterious light shot out from his eyes, covering all the hundreds of fragments. I choose number 8, number 32, number 99. Qin Nan said calmly, number 10, number 21, number 39. Then let's first see the 3 items chosen by Crown Prince Hongfeng. Hongyu waved her hand. 3 brilliant rays of light flashed. The most shocking thing was that all 3 were venerable Dao Qi fragments. An extremely smug look appeared on Crown Prince Hongfeng's face. Their guild had already appraised these 100 fragments. Apart from these 3 venerable Dao Qi fragments, the rest were Emperor's Qi fragments and some useless scrap metal. In other words, no matter what Qin Nan chose now, he was sure to lose. Qin Nan chuckled, the restrictions on these 3 fragments haven't been lifted yet. Whether they're scrap metal or not isn't up to you. Master Mu's face darkened. Crown Prince Hongfeng, then lift the restrictions on these 3 items for him to see. Let him see whether they are scrap metal or not. Hongyu immediately shot out 3 rays of light, breaking the restrictions on the 3 fragments. Sure enough, after the restrictions dissipated, the 3 items didn't have any aura at all. They were indeed the scrap metal Master Mu had mentioned. Crown Prince Hongfeng laughed loudly, hand over the 100,000 entry stones. If you don't blame me for being impolite. Before he could finish, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Master Mu couldn't help but exclaim, how is this possible? Why is there a Saint Dao Chi fragment here? Qin Nan said calmly, the formation on this Saint Dao Chi fragment was half damaged, so it fell into a dormant state. I just infused it with spiritual energy, which is why it recovered. Now I want to ask, how much is this Saint Dao Chi fragment worth? Hong Yu's expression changed constantly. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, this Saint Dao Chi fragment is roughly worth if our guild were to buy it, we would only spend 10,000 entry stones at most. You still win this round. Sima Kong immediately sneered, a Saint Dao Chi fragment, even if the formation inside is severely damaged, selling it for 40,000 entry stones would be considered cheap. Qin Nan picked up the second item, another Saint Dao Chi fragment. What about these two? As soon as he finished speaking, the fragments suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and a terrifying sword intent soared into the sky. This sword intent caused the entire Jianghuang city to tremble. Even Venerable Lure was alarmed. Two sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and the figures of Jiang Huang and an old man simultaneously appeared at the ancient fortune pavilion. I didn't expect Sword Venerable Jianpu to actually be here. Even though it's just a fragment, its power is still exceptional and awe-inspiring. Hong Yu, tell me what happened. Hong Yu trembled and stammeringly recounted everything to Jiang Huang. Jiang Huang smiled at Qin Nan, his eyes showing admiration. I didn't expect a young friend like you to have such profound divine abilities. At this time, Crown Prince Hongfeng's face was pale because he knew he had lost for sure. Even the Crown Prince of the Hongfeng Empire couldn't take out 10,000 entry stones. Suddenly, Venerable Lure spoke, Qin Nan, you now bear the 3 black marks and have a grudge against the Saintess. If you cancel this bet today and hand over the Saint Dao Chi fragment and Gen Pu to our guild, I will remove the 3 black marks for you. How about it? This old man was clearly Venerable Lure, yet he spoke like a deaf mute. Jiang Huang said, only when I get the sword will I remove the 3 black marks for Qin Nan. Sima Kong immediately became furious, as expected of the merchant guild, truly shameless. But before he could finish, Jiang Huang frowned, isn't this a bit too much? The value of these 2 items is so great, just to remove the 3 black marks seems insufficient. Venerable Lure smiled and said, Jiang Huang is right. In that case, I'll act as a mediator and resolve the conflict between Qin Nan and the Saintess. After all, offending our guild Saintess. Before he could finish, Qin Nan angrily shouted, good job, Merchant Guild. Good job, Saintess. Good job, Venerable Lure. Your guild Saintess, in order to seize the treasures on me, didn't hesitate to use the 3 black marks and all sorts of connections to suppress me. Now you want to rob these 2 treasures without a word. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Venerable Lure was enraged, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. This half-step king actually offended their guild and dared to speak to him in such a tone. Jiang Huang's face darkened, and he said to Venerable Lure, you'd better calm down. In Jianghuang City, if I remember correctly, you're the recently promoted Venerable. Venerable Lure's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Huang to personally stop him in order to protect Qin Nan. Alright, I'll give you face today. But Qin Nan, from today onwards, the guild will impose a complete blockade on you. No one in Jianghuang City will sell to you, and no one will buy from you. Once you leave Jianghuang City, you're on your own. After saying that, Venerable Lure flicked his sleeves and left. Jiang Huang waved his hand and sent out a token, the disciple selection is in 2 months. You can use this token to participate. You don't have to worry about the 3 black marks. I'll talk to the 2 Holy Lands. As long as you perform well enough, joining the 2 Holy Lands will definitely not be a problem. Qin Nan nodded respectfully, thank you, Jiang Huang. I will remember this kindness. Good, I'll leave now. I look forward to your performance in the disciple selection. Jiang Huang flashed and disappeared. Now let's settle our accounts. Crown Prince Hongfeng's heart was filled with despair, but he could only grit his teeth and say, I only have 2,000 entry stones and 23 Emperor's Chi fragments. I'll give you these first, can I owe you the rest? Qin Nan nodded expressionlessly, took the items, and didn't say anything more. After all, they had earned enough entry stones this time. Back at the inn, Sima Kong's eyes shone brightly, and he said directly, I don't need a share this time. Just give me the Jianpu fragment, and I'll remove the black marks for you. Qin Nan said calmly, the Jianpu fragment belongs to Sword Venerable and was recommended by Venerable Han. Its value far exceeds that of the Saint Dao Chi fragment. Do you think just removing the black marks can compare to it? Sima Kong pondered for a moment, his face constantly changing, then, what about adding the transformation technique? Can that equal the value of the Jianpu fragment? But you have to give me the Saint Dao Qi fragment too. Qin Nan immediately nodded, deal. Brother's seamless transformation technique is incredibly miraculous. It will definitely be useful in the future. Brother, I'll give you this courtyard. I'll take my leave now. See you later. Looking at Sima Kong's departing back, Qin Nan always felt that his background wasn't simple. But now, he should go back to his room and check his harvest from the ancient fortune pavilion. I earned a total of 13,000 entry stones and 23 Emperor's Qi fragments. Most importantly, I obtained this treasure. Qin Nan took a deep breath and took out a bronze mirror from his storage bag. This bronze mirror was one of the 3 items he had chosen. It was also the item Qin Nan hadn't revealed, because even his God of War's left eye couldn't see through the aura within the bronze mirror. Now the Saintess of the Merchant Guild and I are sworn enemies. I must quickly increase my strength to deal with their suppression. Fortunately, I bought a large amount of Martial King pills at the Academy. Now let's see if these 3 million Martial King pills can elevate my God of War's soul to the Xian rank. Qin Nan made up his mind and put a Martial King pill in his mouth. After swallowing 2 million pills, his God of War's left eye suddenly throbbed. Qin Nan felt the world spinning, and everything around him turned pitch black. There was a swirling point of light, as if illuminated by some force, and an ancient aura flowed into Qin Nan's body from the endless void. But this time, it didn't flow into the stone sea, but circulated through his meridians before merging into an Emperor's Qi fragment. This ancient aura can actually repair Emperor's Qi fragments, and it can also completely control them. As long as I find enough Emperor's Qi fragments, I can obtain a complete Emperor's Qi. Then, what about Imperial Qi, Saint Dao Qi? I can't celebrate too early. The most important thing now is to figure out how to obtain this mysterious ancient aura. The last time I obtained it was when I broke through the God of War's soul. And this time it's also when I'm breaking through the God of War's soul. It seems that this ancient aura is related to the God of War's soul. I need to swallow enough to nourish the God of War's soul to obtain it. Thinking this, Qin Nan didn't hesitate and took out the remaining 500,000 Martial King pills, swallowing them one by one. Other manga protagonists all have heaven-defying hacks. But this protagonist is like a fool, treating himself like an ATM. After Qin Nan swallowed 10,000 Martial King pills, his God of War's soul still hadn't broken through. But the God of War's left eye suddenly emitted a mysterious light, pulling Qin Nan into a space of ancient aura. This ancient aura is truly miraculous. Why not call it chaotic Qi? But the urgent matter now isn't repairing Emperor's Qi items, but accumulating more chaotic Qi and storing it in my Dantian. After swallowing 2.5 million Martial King pills, the God of War's soul behind Qin Nan finally radiated a brilliant light. 8th grade Xian rank. This war soul could shock even peak masters and the great Holy Lands. 8th grade Xian rank is probably a peak existence in the entire Xiaoyu. Qin Nan was overjoyed. I've accumulated a total of 151 strands of chaotic Qi in my body. Let's use it to repair the remaining Emperor's Qi items first. Thinking this, he waved his hand, and chaotic Qi shot out from his fingertips, landing on the 2 Emperor's Qi items. They were a broken tower and a broken staff. After absorbing the chaotic Qi, they immediately returned to their original state. Around them, the other 12 Emperor's Qi fragments merged in one after another. The chaotic Qi within them constantly evolved, and in an instant, a complete pagoda and staff were successfully restored. Qin Nan was overjoyed. Chaotic Qi is truly powerful. Let's go shopping. I still have 12,000 entry stones. I can definitely buy a lot of items. The scene shifted to a bustling street. Qin Nan stood in front of a stall and asked, "How much are these fragments?" The stall owner's eyes lit up, 100 entry stones each. Qin Nan pretended to have difficulty taking out 600 entry stones and bought 6 fragments. In fact, he had used his God of War's left eye to see through them. Among these 6 fragments, there was 1 Imperial Qi fragment and 5 Emperor's Qi fragments. The stall owner was secretly delighted. These 6 fragments are all waste products. I've made a huge profit this time. After spending the entire morning, Qin Nan only managed to buy 3 Imperial Qi fragments and 30 Emperor's Qi fragments, without a single Saint Dao Qi fragment. It seems I have to go to Treasure Gathering Street. In the following time, Qin Nan visited all the shops on Treasure Gathering Street. Although the Merchant Guild had imposed a complete blockade on him, because Qin Nan offered a high enough price, he still managed to buy quite a few fragments. Looking at the mountain of fragments of all kinds, Qin Nan's eyes burned with excitement. He didn't hesitate and released 12 strands of chaotic Qi, which landed on 9 Imperial Qi fragments and 3 Emperor's Qi fragments. The Emperor's Qi fragments were all restored, but although the Imperial Qi fragments reacted, it wasn't strong. It turns out that repairing Imperial Qi requires 10 strands of chaotic Qi. In the end, Jin Nan consumed 43 strands of chaotic Qi and 14,000 entry stones to repair 3 Imperial Qi and 11 Emperor's Qi items. If he sold these, their value would be immeasurable, and he would definitely make a fortune. After storing all the spoils of war in his storage bag, Jin Nan calmed down. It was time to return to the Waiter's Inn and meet Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon King. As soon as he entered the gate, the Dragon Tiger Demon King's furious voice rang out. Jin Nan, you're back just in time. I'm going to deal with those bastards from the Merchant Guild. Jin Nan frowned. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? The Dragon Tiger Demon King angrily cursed. Princess Miao Miao and I went to the ancient dragon auction to gather information. And that old man called Venerable Lure actually dared to put up a sign at the entrance of the auction, which read, Jin Nan, Miao Miao, Dragon Tiger are dogs, no entry. Jin Nan said angrily, that's great, Merchant Guild. Not buying from me is one thing, but to use such despicable methods. He took out Tang Qingshan's token, intending to transmit a message. But just as Jin Nan was about to transmit the message, a thought flashed through his mind. He had 3 Imperial Qi and 11 Emperor's Qi items. The aura of these 14 magical treasures was condensed from the chaotic Qi in his body, and he could control them freely. In addition, there was the transformation technique that Sima Kong had taught him. These things flashed through Jin Nan's mind, and in an instant, a grand plan formed. Waiter, here are 2 Emperor's Qi fragments. Buy 3 VIP tickets, and give you the remaining 100 entry stones as a reward. Princess Miao Miao and the Dragon Tiger Demon King were dumbfounded. Without alerting Senior Cheng Huang, how can we humiliate the Merchant Guild? What kind of plan is this? After hearing Jin Nan's plan, the Dragon Tiger Demon King couldn't help but curse, amazing. This plan is truly amazing. Jin Nan said seriously, now I'll teach you the Mortal World Transformations Dao Heart technique. It's best to master it today. At least, we must make sure Venerable Lure can't see through our true identities. Then the 3 entered the room, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating the Mortal World Transformations Dao Heart technique, instantly immersing themselves in a selfless state. Jin Nan opened his eyes, transformed into a pale-faced scholar. At this moment, a graceful woman with a gentle voice spoke, has Dragon Tiger not learned it yet? Then let's go to the ancient dragon auction first. She was clearly the stunning princess of an empire, yet was being scolded by a middle-aged woman on the street. Just now, Jin Nan shifted to the ancient dragon auction. In the secret chamber, Venerable Lure was worried. The auction is only 3 days away. The number of treasures our guild has prepared is far from satisfactory. At this moment, 3 people rushed in. Venerable 1, someone has brought a treasure deposit token. After appraisal, these were Emperor's Qi and Imperial Qi, of extremely high quality, but their spiritual auras were all of the same type, looking extremely ancient. Jin Nan smiled and said, don't worry, these were all taken from the same secret realm. They are all influenced by that place, and having the same spiritual aura isn't a bad thing. You can auction them off in groups of 3 or 5. Venerable Lure's eyes lit up. Young friend is right. The same type of spiritual aura can be refined simultaneously, and it will be even smoother to use. Suddenly, Jin Nan stood up and retrieved the 14 magical treasures. I don't have a good impression of your guild. If you doubt the origin of these treasures, then forget it. Venerable Lure hurriedly said, please calm down, young friend. Only by selling the treasures at our guild can you get the highest price. Moreover, we only take 20% of the profit. And the procedures are all according to the rules. Jin Nan's eyes turned cold. I don't care about that, but what's the meaning of the sign at the entrance of the auction? Although you're not qualified to know my name. This young master is also from a prestigious family. Aren't you insulting me? Venerable Lure forced a smile and said, if young Master Qin doesn't like it, we'll take it down immediately. Jin Nan praised, although you have ugly 6 ears, your handling ability isn't bad. Venerable Lure felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He even suspected that this person had deliberately come to find fault with him. Let me tell you, what I hate most in my life are those weirdos dangling in front of me. Jin Nan turned and left, ignoring him. Venerable Lure hurriedly shouted, we can split it 90 out of 10. You take 90%, we only take 10%. Jin Nan stopped, turned around, and smiled. Venerable Lure is indeed a venerable. I like making friends with generous people like you. Jin Nan and Princess Miao Miao exchanged glances. The first step of the plan was successful. 3 days passed in a flash, and the ancient dragon auction began. At this time, the entire Jianghuang city was more bustling than usual, with powerful figures constantly arriving. Even Lu Jianxiong, who ranked first on the preliminary selection disciple ranking, and Hongfu, who ranked second, were present. Seeing this, Qin Nan was a little disappointed. The first and second place only have 4th grade and 5th grade Xian rank. But the world of martial arts cannot be judged solely by rank. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from behind. A woman stood on a high platform and waved her hand, shouting, "Commence!" Saintess. Immediately afterwards, Crown Prince Hongfeng rushed to her side and flattered her, "Long time no see. The Saintess is even more beautiful today." The Saintess said calmly, "You're too kind, Crown Prince." After saying that, her gaze suddenly fell on Qin Nan. A palanquin appeared out of nowhere, and the Saintess smiled, "This young master, if you don't mind, please sit with me and enter the auction hall together." How about it? All the wandering cultivators were stunned. The Saintess had never allowed any man onto her palanquin, yet she invited him. Qin Nan waved his hand and said indifferently, embarrassed, "Your words alone aren't enough to make me ride in your palanquin." Immediately, curses and shouts erupted from all directions. Qin Nan sneered, "What right do you mortals have to make such a racket? If you anger this young master, not even the Chamber of Commerce can protect you." The Saintess spoke gently, "Young Master Qin, there's no need for such anger. If you don't wish to come along, just say so. Though heartbroken, I won't make things difficult." Seeing the Saintess being bullied, Crown Prince Hongfeng immediately jumped out, "You commoner, how dare you be so arrogant? I must." Before he could finish, he was slapped by Long Hu of the demonic tiger sect. "Which piece of trash dares to insult my master? Tired of living." Finally, Zhang Huang appeared and put an end to the commotion. "Everyone, don't forget the rules of Zhanghuang City. If you want to participate in the auction, quickly enter the hall." Arriving at the private rooms, the servant girl told Qin Nan his seat was in room number 6. Qin Nan deliberately asked loudly, "This young master is only worthy of room number 6? Then who is in room number 1? The servant girl stammered, "Room number 1 is Zhang Huang." Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, "Young Master Qin, if you don't want to sit in room number 6, you can come to my room number 1. It's quite boring sitting alone." Qin Nan waved his hand with a disgusted expression, "Forget it, this young master doesn't like sitting with seniors. Senior Zhang Huang, please enjoy yourself." Zhang Huang smiled, "Then if young Master Qin has time, come to my room number 1 for some tea." Arriving at room number 6, Qin Nan thought to himself, "Regardless of whether Zhang Huang has discovered my identity or not, I'll continue with the original plan. Clearly a penniless beggar. Yet putting on airs, trying to crush others with money." Just now, the Gulong auction officially began. Xing Xian had the Saintess introduce the first item. This is a healing saint pill, called the 9 replenishing true power pill. The starting price is 300 Ruwei stones, with each increment no less than 50 Ruwei stones. The auction hall immediately buzzed with activity, the price continuously climbing. Qin Nan pondered for a moment. His injuries hadn't fully healed, and this 9 replenishing true power pill was quite suitable for him. So he bought it for 2,000 Ruwei stones. The second item was a spiritual herb called the Ice Crystal Ancient Lotus, starting at 200 Ruwei stones. Princess Miao Miao's eyes lit up. "Qin Nan, I want this." Qin Nan didn't hesitate, immediately offering 2,000 Ruwei stones. "Next, we will auction the third treasure, a demonic sect inner core." Long Hu of the demonic tiger sect panted, "Qin Nan, I'm willing to be your ox or horse for 3 days in exchange for this inner core." But as each treasure was presented, Qin Nan, like a hunter smelling blood, continuously made his move, each time offering 2,000 Ruwei stones. Venerable Luer hastily transmitted to Xing Xian, "Quickly arrange for young Master Qin's auction items to be presented." Xing Xian nodded, "The auction is halfway through, it's time to present an important treasure. As our Chamber of Commerce suggests. This item is called the Dark Fire Sword, a saint weapon, starting at 1,000 Ruwei stones, with each increment no less than 100 Ruwei stones. In an instant, the price of this saint weapon soared to 4,000 Ruwei stones. Qin Nan chuckled and said, 7,000 Ruwei stones. Everyone gasped, many rogue cultivators widening their eyes, "This bastard is bidding again, and he's more than doubled the price." Suddenly, a cold voice came from room number 13, "That mysterious friend, 8,000 Ruwei stones. I really want this saint weapon, please give me some face." Lu Jianxiong. Qin Nan nodded, 8,000 Ruwei stones is indeed worthy of this saint weapon. At this moment, a strange laugh came from room number 10. "Lu Jianxiong, who do you think you are?" "I, Gui Jianwang, happen to need a sword. I offer 9,000 Ruwei stones." As soon as he finished speaking, many people gasped. He was the recently emerged Gui Jianwang, who had annihilated 2 sects in a short period. Lu Jianxiong's face paled. With his current strength, he was no match for Gui Jianwang. "Where did you crawl out from?" Lu Jianxiong at least greeted me. "You didn't even bother. Do you look down on me?" Now I'll give you a way out. Get lost, or this young master will crush you with money today. Gue Jianhuang's face immediately darkened. Oh? I'd like to see how young Master Qin plans to crush me with money. 10,000 Ru-Wei stones. Qin Nan directly raised the price to 10,000 and then suddenly stopped. Consider yourself lucky. The dark fire sword is yours. Gue Jianhuang was stunned, filled with regret. He had been completely tricked. The auction entered its final stage. The second-to-last treasure was a set of 5 saint weapons with the same spirit, from the Wujian sect, starting at 40,000 Ru-Wei stones. With each increment no less than 1,000. I offer 43,000. Hongyu was very interested in these 5 saint weapons, which could be used to form an array. Qin Nan chuckled, Lady Hong, my apologies, but I also need these 5 saint weapons. I offer 44,000. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Qin Nan and Hongyu to have a conflict and directly confront each other. Finally, Hongyu obtained the 5 saint weapons for 65,000 Ru-Wei stones. Now for the final auction. The last treasure is a set of 5 saint weapons and 3 emperor weapons. All with the same type of spirit. Starting at 100,000, with each increment no less than 5,000 Ru-Wei stones. An enormous number kept rising in the auction hall. Qin Nan sneered inwardly, keep fighting. The higher the price, the more I earn. Suddenly, Emperor Du Biu in room number 4 spoke. This emperor offers 300,000 Ru-Wei stones. This time, I'm joining forces with Envoy Fang Jian of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. I hope everyone will give us some face. The lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and countless important figures changed color. They naturally knew the name Fang Jian, a recently risen figure in the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. But at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out, who is Fang Jian? I offer 400,000 Ru-Wei stones. Just a young man. Yet he could cause the emperor weapon to erupt with power. Just now, Qin Nan, for the final treasure of the auction, offered 400,000 Ru-Wei stones. Since young Master Qin is so wealthy, let's play a game. I offer 500,000 Ru-Wei stones. Finally, Qin Nan stopped after raising the price to 1,300,000. If you insist, this young master will charitably grant it to you. Emperor Du Biu was so angry that he said 3 goods, young Master Qin, very good. This emperor will remember this grudge. Be careful in the future. If I see you, I'll let you know what it means to invite disaster with your words. Gue Jianhuang also sneered, Emperor Du Biu is right. With your strength, you can't do anything in the lower region. Hongyu's cold laugh also rang out, the 2 emperors are right. This young Master Qin's mouth really needs to be taught a lesson. Qin Nan erupted with his aura, less nonsense. If you have the guts, let's fight. This young master is here till the end. Emperor Du Biu was completely enraged, a terrifying pressure emanating from him, engulfing the entire hall. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Zhang Huang's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, don't forget the rules of Zhanghuang City. Venerable Luer hastily mediated, due to a slight misunderstanding, we are specially organizing a banquet. Those who spent over 40,000 Ru-Wei stones or are experts of Emperor Realm and above can participate. Arriving at the private room, Qin Nan glanced at Venerable Luer, the treasures I auctioned and the divided profits are ready. Young Master Qin, the items you auctioned totaled 1,370,000. After deducting the percentage and handling fees, 1,180,000 remains. Adding the amount you spent, which is 206,000, and ignoring the decimals, leaves 980,000 Ru-Wei stones. Please verify. Qin Nan stored the storage ring. Your Chamber of Commerce, though detestable, keeps its word. Let's cooperate again next time. This young master will take his leave. At this moment, the saintess suddenly spoke, this banquet will have many experts from the lower region and many geniuses on the earthly talent rankings. Don't you want to meet them? Why not join me at the banquet? Qin Nan put on a look of disgust, why bother talking to trash? Back at the courtyard, the 3 of them almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, reverting to their original forms, and then falling silent. After a while, their eyes met, and they burst into laughter. The plan was a success. Saintess, Venerable Luer, Emperor Du Biu, Gue Jianhuang, and that Fang Jian, prepare to face our wrath. 11 saint weapons, 3 emperor weapons self-destructing. The scene will surely be magnificent. At the same time, at the Gulong auction hall, for the 3rd time. Everyone, this humble woman has a request. Recently, I had a slight conflict with someone named Qin Nan. If you encounter him, please advise him to understand reality. Whoever can do this, I will definitely reward handsomely. Gui Jianhuang patted his chest. Saintess, rest assured. Leave this matter to me. Zhang Huang narrowed his eyes. Well played, Chamber of Commerce. But Qin Nan disguised himself to come to the Gulong auction. He must have been prepared. At this time, Huang Yu suddenly spoke. Gui Jianhuang, my 3 saint weapons seem to be of the same type as yours. Gui Jianhuang nodded and waved his hand, a dark red long sword appearing. Since we've met, why not use my 3 saint weapons as the core and arrange a saint weapon activation grand array to see what kind of power it can generate? What a powerful formation! After these 14 treasures form a grand array, with their spirits connected, the power emitted has at least tripled. Qin Nan sneered, Chaos Chi, heed my command. Within 10,000 miles, I am the master. With a deafening explosion, all the saint weapons and emperor weapons vanished. At this moment, both Emperor Du Biu and Gui Jianhuang were stunned. Chamber of Commerce, don't you have an explanation? Venerable Luer hurriedly replied, please calm down, everyone. This wasn't done by our Chamber of Commerce. We will compensate you for all your losses. Suddenly, the appraisal grandmaster realized something, so their spirits are all the same, not because of the influence of the secret realm, but because someone used some method to make their spirits identical. In other words, all the treasures here are controlled by that person. Venerable Luer's eyes reddened. It must be that commoner. It was all his scheme. Everyone, listen up. Immediately capture that commoner. Once caught, cripple him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huang didn't stop them. This brat is truly audacious. But I like it. An hour later, Emperor Du Biu and Gui Jianhuang returned to the auction hall but still couldn't find the saintess. Wait, something's strange. Why did the saintess deliberately frame us? Our merchant Dao League has always been fair and doesn't owe her anything. She has no reason to offend us. But if she is clearly the high and mighty saintess of the sacred ground. Yet she bowed to a young man. Just then, Venerable Luer kicked open the door of the courtyard and roared, Qin Nan, get out here. Long Hu and Mang Zun were filled with indignation. Let me tell you, this is Zhanghuang City. If you dare to make a move, Zhanghuang won't spare you, no matter who you are. Venerable Luer sneered, your merchant Dao League, what does this mean? Do you want to directly steal the treasures from me? Venerable Luer roared like thunder, stop your nonsense. Tell the truth, did you do this or not? Qin Nan replied coldly, do what? I've been in the courtyard the whole time, never leaving. Don't pretend. You did this. Venerable Luer was determined. Regardless of whether Qin Nan did it or not, this matter had to be pinned on him. At this time, the saintess also stepped forward. The culprit called himself Young Master Qin, and his cultivation is also at half-step Martial King, with 2 martial sovereign guards. This matches your situation perfectly. Qin Nan, could it be that you, a dignified 7th Palace disciple, dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Suddenly, Zhang Huang stepped out, blocking Qin Nan. Everyone, you need evidence for everything. You say Qin Nan did it, then please present your evidence. The saintess said coldly, there's something strange about Qin Nan. If we let him go, the losses to our merchant Dao League will be immeasurable. If Lord Zhang Huang insists on favoring Qin Nan, then our merchant Dao League can only become enemies with Lord Zhang Huang. Emperor Du Biu and Gui Jianhuang added without hesitation, Zhang Huang, do you really want to become enemies with us for this little cultivator? Zhang Huang's eyes flashed, yes. No matter if it's the merchant Dao League or anyone else, no one is allowed to cause trouble in Zhanghuang City. Otherwise, don't blame this emperor for being ruthless. The saintess was anxious, what should we do? Are we just going to let Qin Nan go? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Everyone gathered here, has something happened? The person who arrived was Fang Jian, the envoy of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground, now promoted to Saint Sun, with a high chance of competing for the position of Sacred Lord. Emperor Du Biu's face lit up, Brother Fang, you've arrived just in time. The culprit is right here, and Zhang Huang is disregarding right and wrong, protecting him. Fang Jian immediately shouted, who is the culprit you speak of? I want to see for myself. Venerable Luer immediately pointed at Qin Nan, it's him. Fang Jian turned his head and looked, his face full of respect, young master. Hearing this address, Venerable Luer and the others were struck like lightning. This Fang Jian was the envoy of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground who previously joined forces with Lord Ouyang at Xianlin Cave to deal with Old Shan. But later, Sacred Lord Duanmu subdued Taiyin Mei and conveniently kept her by his side, with other intentions. Fang Jian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Emperor Du Biu. Du Biu, come apologize to young Master Qin Nan immediately, or our friendship ends here. Emperor Du Biu was frightened by these words. He wasn't a fool and immediately understood that this Qin Nan probably had an extremely terrifying background. Young Master Qin Nan, this was a misunderstanding. Please forgive my previous rudeness. And you too, you'd better apologize to young Master Qin Nan immediately, or your merchant Dao League can wait for its destruction. The Saintess and Venerable Lu Er's faces paled as they lowered their heads. After a long silence, Qin Nan waved his hand. I quite like these 3 pieces of Xinjing. Thank you for the gift, Merchant Dao League. But don't let me catch you causing trouble again. Otherwise, the Merchant Dao League will only face death. Alright, get lost. Venerable Lu Er and the others' faces changed repeatedly. Finally, they shook their heads and quickly left. Because at this moment, staying any longer would only bring further humiliation. Jiang Huang beamed, so you were hiding your talent, kid. No wonder you dared to act like that. Qin Nan cupped his hands. Thank you, senior, for your assistance earlier. I was merely following the rules. However, I have a request. You must participate in this Jiang Huang City selection. Young Master Qin Nan, the Azure Dragon's Sacred Ground and the Flying Yang Sacred Ground have 2 methods of recruiting disciples. The first is to participate in the selection at Jiang Huang City. The second is to be directly led by sect experts for a collective assessment. True geniuses generally won't appear at the Jiang Huang City selection, so you really don't need to participate in this assessment. Qin Nan said calmly, since Senior Jiang Huang has spoken, I will naturally participate in the Jiang Huang City selection. Fang Jian didn't further, since young master has decided, then I'll take my leave. I wonder if I could disturb you at your residence. Jiang Huang agreed and left the courtyard with Fang Jian. Afterward, Qin Nan tossed a piece of Xinjing to each of Longhu, Mangzun, and Princess Miao Miao. This is your share. However, Princess Miao Miao wasn't excited but trembled all over, tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Nan couldn't help but worry, not enough? I can give you more. Princess Miao Miao shook her head. This thing is too much, the light is too dazzling, it's making my eyes blurry. Qin Nan's face darkened, then take your time to adapt. I'm going to exchange for 5th grade pills. He currently had 500,000 inner 6 left, enough to exchange for 15 5th grade pills. What was the concept of 15 5th grade pills? 1,500 million 4th grade pills. Clearly, tens of millions of 4th grade pills were laid out before his eyes. Yet the young man wasn't happy at all. Because he swallowed 20,000 in one go. Yet, there wasn't any chaos chi, and the God of War's soul showed no signs of advancing. It was probably because the God of War's soul had reached the peak of the profound rank, and its demand for pills had reached a certain quantity. Qin Nan thought for a moment, found an answer, and quickly stuffed 1885 6th grade pills into his mouth. Nearly 10 million 6th grade pills, still no effect. Could the peak state of the God of War's soul only be the peak of the profound rank? Just as this thought arose in Qin Nan's mind, the bronze mirror in his storage ring automatically flew out. It was the treasure he obtained in Gu Yunfang. Immediately afterward, a cold voice came from the bronze mirror. I can answer your doubts. Qin Nan's hair stood on end, and the God of War's soul trembled even more. Who are you? How do you know these things? The cold voice continued, this world holds no secrets from me. Not only do I know that the God of War's soul in your body isn't innate, but I also know it doesn't belong to the Tsonglan continent. Who are you? I'm asking you one last time. Qin Nan shouted in a low voice, killing intent lacing his tone. The cold voice said indifferently, I don't know who I am, but I know you're not qualified to know my affairs. Qin Nan sneered, you look down on me, yet you stay by my side. You must have a purpose, right? Tell me what you are, or I will definitely not let you have your way. The bronze mirror shimmered with blue light, and the cold voice seemed to transcend endless void. You don't need to know where I come from, nor do you need to worry about me revealing anything. We can cooperate. I will help you refine this bronze mirror and answer your questions, but you must pay a price. Qin Nan quickly calmed down. What price? Chaos Chi. For every wisp of Chaos Chi, I will answer one question. Qin Nan's eyes flickered. He currently had 108 wisps of Chaos Chi. If consuming Chaos Chi could give him the answers he wanted, it would be worth it. So he decisively agreed. The bronze mirror immediately shone, releasing strands of blue light that fused with Qin Nan's sea of consciousness. First question, why is my God of War's soul stuck at the peak of the profound rank, unable to advance even after swallowing countless pills? The bronze mirror said coldly. There's a fundamental difference between a peak profound rank soul and an earth rank soul. There's only one way to advance the God of War's soul, find what it needs. Qin Nan's breathing quickened, and he hurriedly asked, second question, what does it need to swallow? The bronze mirror replied, I don't know. You can only rely on yourself to find it. But I can tell you that everything is preordained. When the time is right, you will naturally understand what the God of War's soul needs to advance. Qin Nan fell into deep thought. Recently, his God of War's soul had grown too quickly. Although it was his martial soul, the person and the soul mutually influenced each other. Perhaps he should slow down and spend more time communicating with the God of War's soul. Qin Nan figured out the key point and felt relieved. He didn't waste any more time and released 8 wisps of Chaos Qi, pouring them into the bronze mirror. Then he closed his eyes and lay on the bed. This time, he wasn't cultivating or doing anything, he was simply sleeping. Qin Nan didn't know that as he fell asleep, a tall illusory figure suddenly appeared, stepped into the void, and left the Songlan continent. You think leaving the Songlan continent makes you powerful? He is not someone you can touch. An invisible sound wave exploded, hitting the bronze mirror. This sound passed through the bronze mirror, as if passing through an ancient passage, reaching an ancient land, causing a world-shaking calamity that didn't calm down until half a day later. A woman's face was filled with shock. When did such an existence appear in the Songlan continent? What exactly is the God of War's soul? Qin Nan? Perhaps you are this seat's variable. A month later, Qin Nan's internal injuries had fully recovered, and the 5th grade pills were completely refined. However, even so, he still didn't sense the world's energy resonating with him. Welcoming the Martial King Tribulation. At this moment, the bronze mirror in his sea of consciousness suddenly spoke. Why don't you try fusing Chaos Qi into the 5th grade pills? Qin Nan was slightly puzzled. Chaos Qi can expand divine sense and repair treasures. It has wondrous uses. Perhaps it can really bring about a breakthrough. With this thought, he immediately channeled a wisp of Chaos Qi into a 5th grade pill. Instantly, the 5th grade pill seemed to ignite, golden threads radiating from it, gradually wrapping around the entire pill. A moment later, 3 golden inscriptions surprisingly condensed. Chaos Qi is truly extraordinary. From the current situation, the 5th grade pill seems to be in closed-door cultivation. Once it fully takes shape, it will definitely undergo a heaven-shaking transformation. Suddenly, Princess Miao Miao pushed the door open. Lord Jiang Huang sent someone to invite you to the city lord's mansion. Today is the banquet, and tomorrow is the disciple selection competition. For the 2 sacred grounds. Longhu and Mangzun cheered nonstop. This venerable also wants to participate in the selection competition and beat those brats until their teeth fall out. His current mood was extremely unbalanced. Qin Nan's cultivation was becoming increasingly terrifying, and Princess Miao Miao had also reached half-step martial sovereign. Only he seemed the most useless, only able to run errands at critical moments. Qin Nan rolled his eyes. Stop your nonsense, let's go to the city lord's mansion. This was a disheartening scene. Because even Ji Nan couldn't budge this giant sword. Yet this thin young man before him could easily lift the giant sword, pulling it a distance of 40 inches. Just now, Qin Nan arrived at the city lord's mansion of Jianghuang City and used his God of War's eye to discover that among these geniuses, there were surprisingly 13 with peak profound rank souls. In addition, there were a few whose cultivation had reached the peak of the martial king realm. Initially, after seeing Leng Jianxiang and Hong Fu, Qin Nan wasn't very interested in this selection competition. At this moment, witnessing this scene, his blood began to boil. This selection competition was divided into 3 rounds. The first round tested strength, the second tested martial souls, and the third tested overpowering sword. The 2 sacred grounds dispatched a total of 20 examiners, and the participants could choose their examiners themselves. As Qin Nan was preparing to participate in the first round, the 5th grade pill in his body suddenly stirred. He was somewhat exasperated. This 5th grade pill chose this critical moment to break through. Just as Qin Nan was worried, Fang Jin noticed his anomaly. As an examiner of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, I declare that Qin Nan directly advances and doesn't need to participate in the assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, many geniuses revealed displeasure, extremely disgusted by this kind of backdoor entry. Qin Nan immediately sat down cross-legged. He had to stabilize the 5th grade pill's aura. Otherwise, once an anomaly occurred, triggering the Martial King Tribulation, no one would be able to continue the assessment. The middle-aged envoy of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground chuckled strangely. Brother Fong, is this the genius you value? Why is he only at half-step Martial King realm? A strange glint flashed in Fang Jian's eyes, and he finally said, don't you know that the great figure of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground is the one backing Qin Nan? Hearing this, the middle-aged envoy ignored him, anger rising in his heart. As an examiner of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, I declare that Leng Outman doesn't need to participate in the assessment, and directly advances. Jiang Huang was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to recruit Leng Outyan. But why don't I see him among these disciples? The Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy said proudly. Leng Outnan found this assessment boring, so he didn't come. But since Brother Fong has guided Qin Nan, I'll have Lang Outyan come over. He can wait for the overpowering sword assessment and compete with Qin Nan. Fong Jian said coldly, there's no need for a competition. Last year, Lang Outyan was suppressed in the selection and ultimately chose to give up on the two sacred grounds. If he's dealt another blow this year, he might completely give up on cultivation. The Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy was furious, don't go too far. How about we bet 100,000 inner 6 on the third round, the overpowering sword assessment? Fong Jian glanced at Qin Nan, who had his eyes closed, and seeing that his aura had stabilized, he decisively accepted the bet. Qin Nan was completely unaware of all this. All his attention focused on the 5th grade pill. At that moment, golden threads radiated from the 5th grade pill, wrapping around it entirely. A moment later, 3 golden inscriptions surprisingly condensed. The strength assessment quickly ended, and from the initial over 300 participants, 800 remained, entering the second round. According to the standards of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground and the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, martial souls had to at least reach the peak of the yellow rank to be considered passing. Now, the second round of assessment officially began. Please, participants, display your martial souls one by one. At this time, Qin Nan woke up. After pondering and probing, he still couldn't figure out the function of these 3 golden inscriptions. The second round of assessment quickly concluded, with only over 300 people remaining. The third round was called Overpowering Sword. What did Overpowering Sword mean? It was a sword called Chong Jian Yufeng. Although this sword had no blade, it contained a powerful sword spirit. Once awakened, it could unleash extraordinary power. Currently, the sword spirit of Chong Jian Yufeng is dormant. You need to use any means to awaken it. If it doesn't awaken, even if you're a martial sovereign, you won't be able to move it even slightly. Ji Ronan roared furiously, using all his strength, but the giant sword didn't budge. Yet Ling Jianxiong and Hong Fu managed to pull the sword 13 and 14 inches respectively, barely passing the test. At this moment, the Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy sneered, it seems it's time for Lang Outyan to take the stage and display his true talent. The person who arrived had an arrogant expression, exuding a powerful aura that reached the peak of the martial king realm. After 10 years, I've finally set foot here again. In this assessment, I must come out on top. After speaking, Lang Outyan looked at Ling Jianxiong, I didn't expect you to still come. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Or do you want to challenge me? Lang Jianxiong's face was filled with indignation. Cut the crap, hurry up and overpower the sword. If I lose, I'll admit defeat. Lang Outyan sneered. An ancient aura suddenly erupted. Chong Jian Yufeng, I pulled you 28 inches back then. Now that my cultivation has improved, I've finally grasped the essence of my martial soul. With a loud shout, Lang Outyan's martial soul transformed into a giant beast. Grabbing the enormous hilt and raising it high, surprisingly pulling it 40 inches. The young man only spoke a simple sentence. Yet it expressed immense. Just now, Lang Outyan awakened his peak soul. And only then could he barely pull it 40 inches. The Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy couldn't help but speak, Lang Outyan, you truly haven't disappointed me. However, don't forget there's another opponent. Lang Outyan's eyes swept across the crowd, landing on Qin Nan. No matter who my opponent is, in this overpowering sword assessment, I will definitely be first. Jiang Huang frowned and transmitted to Qin Nan, this competition isn't simple. If you don't want to participate, I can help you. Qin Nan didn't reply and directly cupped his hands towards Lang Outyan, Brother Outyan, please. After speaking, the black gold divine flame erupted within his body, causing a series of explosions in the air. Everyone was shocked, what a powerful body, it can probably rival a martial king. Lang Outyan sneered, your body is indeed powerful, but lifting Chong Jian Yufeng is impossible. Qin Nan's black hair fluttered, and a dazzling golden light flashed in his left eye, an unimaginable pressure erupting. He seemed to transform into a supreme being, in my opinion, let you reappear in the world. The giant sword seemed to lose all its weight as he directly lifted it. Jiang Huang's face was full of disbelief. Chong Jian Yufeng was lifted with a single sentence? Lang Outyan roared angrily, you didn't use any strength at all. How could you awaken the sword spirit of Chong Jian Yufeng? You must be cheating. Qin Nan smiled faintly, since you doubt it, I'll broaden your horizons. Heaven and earth's creation, wondrous workings, 10 years of dust, reveal your true form. Qin Nan swung the sword towards the sky, flames erupting from his body, engulfing the entire giant sword. Then, the giant sword revealed its original form. The so-called Chong Jian Yufeng was actually a saber. You think lifting it requires awakening its intelligence, but in reality, it requires awakening its true form. I saw its true form, so I could lift it with a single sentence. Jiang Huang suddenly realized, a half-step martial emperor, didn't even notice this. Qin Nan, you've truly given me a great surprise. In the name of the city lord of Jianghuang City, I declare Qin Nan the champion of this disciple selection competition. Hearing this result, Lan Outyan was shocked, then angrily shouted, Qin Nan, I hate you. Before quickly leaving the scene. Fang Jian shook his head and sighed, I told you, this competition wasn't necessary. Now that Lang Outyan has suffered another blow, I'm afraid he'll completely give up. The Flying Yang Sacred Ground envoy was so angry that he almost vomited blood, speechless. Congratulations to everyone who passed the selection competition. But the true test has just begun. According to the rules, after a day of rest, you will depart for the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground to participate in the final assessment. Afterward, Jiang Huang led Qin Nan to a secret chamber. Thank you very much this time. I see you don't have a suitable weapon yet. How about I gift you this saber? Qin Nan waved his hand, thank you, sir, but this saber isn't suitable for me. Princess Miao Miao, Long Hu, and Meng Zun's faces were full of heartache. Qin Nan, you idiot. Selling this saber could fetch a lot of money. Jiang Huang laughed, in that case, I won't force it. However, if possible, I hope you can become the Heavenly Jiao King of this batch. The so-called Heavenly Jiao King was a genius that various sacred lords would fight over. Qin Nan smiled, the blood in his body boiling unknowingly. The next day, a giant ship slowly rose into the air, heading towards the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground. There are still 5 days until we reach our destination. I must comprehend the wonders of the true 5th grade pill before then. But what exactly are these 3 golden inscriptions? With this thought, Qin Nan immediately transmitted to the bronze mirror, last time, I followed your advice and infused chaos chi into the 5th grade pill. Now an anomaly has appeared. Why aren't you saying anything? Tell me the reason, and I'll give you 8 wisps of chaos chi. As a result, the bronze mirror seemed to have fallen asleep, without any reaction. Forget it, my 5th grade pill will eventually trigger a tribulation anyway, it's just a matter of time. 5 days later, the giant ship stopped before a majestic mountain range. This was the Azure Dragon Sacred Vein, Duanmu Peak. This was where Sacred Lord Duanmu cultivated. Fang Jian stepped forward and said, the flowers and plants here are all naturally formed, and can enhance comprehension, divine sense, and mental state. Qin Nan looked at the wooden huts, his heart warming, this is a true sacred ground for cultivation. Arriving here means we're on Sacred Lord Duanmu's territory, and this is also the location of the final assessment. Once all participants have arrived, we will divide you into 3 realms, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, and Xiantian, ensuring that everyone has opponents of the same realm to maintain fairness. Of course, this final assessment has no eliminations. Even if you're not chosen, you can still become disciples of the sacred ground. However, your status naturally won't be very high. Long Hu and Mang Zun beamed, this venerable will definitely be chosen by all the sacred lords. Princess Miao Miao sneered, Long Hu, we are both martial sovereign experts. I'm really looking forward to competing with you. Long Hu immediately froze, vowing to never brag again. At this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The young man casually threw a punch and dispersed the tribulation of a sacred ground sacred lord who was undergoing tribulation. Just now, the envoy of the Extreme Emperor's sacred ground landed. Brother Fong, this is a genius from my Extreme Emperor. Please take good care of him in the future. Fang Jian, this is the person I value, the saintess of the Merchant Dao League, Zhang Bailan. Zhang Bailan smiled faintly and slowly removed her veil. I am Zhang Bailan, pleased to meet you all. Please take good care of me. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, pretending not to see her. Zhang Bailan said, fellow Taoist Qin Nan, we meet again. I'm not very familiar with this place. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin Nan could help me. However, Qin Nan's reaction was very direct. Fellow Taoist Qin Nan, why do you dislike me so much? No one is perfect. Why don't you give me a chance to make amends? Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged, don't be so shameless. I told you to get lost, so just obediently get lost. At this time, Fang Zhiheng stepped forward, although I don't know what happened between the two of you, the saintess has lowered her head, yet fellow Taoist Qin Nan treats her like this. It's truly ungentlemanly. Many geniuses echoed, that's right, how can someone with such petty tolerance be called a genius? Qin Nan smiled faintly, are you Zhang Bailan's lapdog? Fang Zhiheng immediately became enraged, I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my cultivation to half-step martial king. Do you dare to fight me? Qin Nan's fists cracked, no need, let's fight directly. Fang Zhiheng only felt his vision darken, and before he could react, a large fist appeared before his eyes. Like a bolt from the blue, striking his face. With a miserable scream, Fang Zhiheng was sent flying thousands of miles away. All the geniuses' faces changed. It ended before it even began? Everyone, before defending others, please use your brains. If Jiang Bailan hadn't forced me into a corner and tried to rob me, would I have treated her like that? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, well said. Jiang Bailan is a bitch. If this fatty's cultivation was sufficient, I would definitely slap her hundreds of times. Which still wouldn't be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. At this moment, a figure rushed forward. Fang Jian, this guy is called Fat Quan, and he's someone I value. Fang Jian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly ordinary fatty to be a genius valued by a sacred lord. Qin Nan's left eye flashed with golden light. This isn't Fat Quan, it's clearly that brat Sima Kong. Jiang Bailan said indifferently, this fellow Taoist Fat Quan, I don't seem to have offended you. Why insult me? Fat Quan chuckled strangely, this fatty always follows his heart. Your Merchant Dao League is full of bastards, and you're the saintess of the Merchant Dao League. So you're definitely not a good person either. Before Jiang Bailan could get angry, a young man with a sword charged towards Fat Quan. Only to be stopped by Fang Jian in an instant. Sparring is allowed in the Azure Dragon's sacred ground, but lethal moves are forbidden. Considering you're defending a woman, I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Before he could finish, another divine thought rang out, this guy is called Jiangshi, and he's someone I value. Sima Kong roared angrily, so what if a sacred lord values you? I have no grievances with you. Why did you want to kill me? Jiangshi-san said coldly, you dare to insult Bailan? Killing you 100 times wouldn't be enough. And Qin Nan, you dared to speak rudely to Bailan just now. Today is your last day. Both of you, come at me together. Let's compete. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an angry shout suddenly rang out, Jiangshi-san, have you caused enough trouble? The geniuses' faces were filled with shock, it's actually Zhao Qi. This time, the heavenly Zhao King title definitely belongs to Zhao Qi. Qin Nan's eyes flickered, this Zhao Qi's cultivation has reached the Pill Antiquity realm, and he has a 7th grade profound rank martial soul. He is indeed a strong contender for the heavenly Zhao King title. Jiangshi-san was like a mouse meeting a cat, the killing intent around him quickly dissipating as he respectfully bowed to Zhao Qi, I'll settle the score with you later. My two fellow Taoists, my younger brother has a fiery temper. Please be magnanimous. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Sima Kong snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. The storm temporarily subsided. Suddenly, golden light radiated in the sky, slowly condensing into a figure. Fang Jian immediately cupped his hands, welcome, Sacred Lord Duanmu. Welcome, young talents, to my Duanmu Peak for the assessment. Before the assessment, I will set up a barrier. You won't be able to see outside, but those outside can see you. After speaking, Sacred Lord Duanmu snapped his fingers, and a ray of light transformed into a barrier, enveloping the entire enormous martial arts arena. Now, a number has appeared before each of you. Next, you will compete according to your realm. First, the martial sovereign realm, number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 9. Number 4 versus number 18. Long Hu said excitedly, it's been a while since I've had a good fight. Where's number 4? Come out here. But at this moment, an explosion rang out. Qin Nan's divine sense shook violently, as if something was about to burst out of his body. He didn't dare to delay and immediately sat down cross-legged, entering a cultivation state. Seeing this, Zhao Qi was secretly shocked, this Qin Nan is truly extraordinary. His physical body alone can resist a peak martial king. However, things weren't over yet. Rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from Qin Nan's sea of consciousness. It was clearly just a 5th grade pill breaking through, yet it triggered the martial king tribulation? The young man, with just half-step martial king cultivation, broke the rules of martial Dao, allowing a 5th grade pill to cultivate 6 golden inscriptions. Initially, Qin Nan thought he would face a tribulation, but there was still no movement. He slowly opened his eyes. He discovered that all the geniuses were staring at him, their eyes like they were looking at a monster. Sima Kong hurriedly ran over, quickly tell me, what method did you use to trigger a tribulation at half-step martial king? Before Qin Nan could answer, Jiang Bailan also approached, fellow Taoist Qin Nan, congratulations on your cultivation progress. Qin Nan and Sima Kong simultaneously showed disgust. How shameless could she be? Seeing this, Zhao Qi immediately became angry, what kind of attitude is this? As a result, he was immediately hit on the head, fellow Taoist Qin Nan, I'm so sorry, my younger brother lacked proper upbringing since childhood. At this moment, Fang Jian's voice rang out, the martial king competition begins. Qin Nan was slightly surprised, it ended so quickly? Long Hu proudly showed off his achievements. Qin Nan, you didn't see it because you had your eyes closed, but this venerable has been recognized by that old man Duanmu. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, I was fought over by 2 sacred grounds and 6 sacred lords at the same time. Qin Nan awkwardly but politely clapped, amazing, amazing. At this time, Jiao Shi jumped out again. Qin Nan, I'm warning you one last time, treat Zhang Bailan with respect. Otherwise, after my older brother leaves, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. After speaking, he walked towards the competition platform without looking back. A smug look flashed in Zhang Bailan's eyes, you offended Jiao Shi. Your days ahead won't be easy. Sima Kong's face was full of excitement, this Jiao Shi is like a mad dog. It's a pity my opponent isn't him. Otherwise, I'd definitely help you vent your anger. Suddenly, Qin Nan's god of war's eye stirred. This burning sensation was exactly the same as when he was at the Longhu mountain range. Could another part of the god of war's flesh be nearby? However, this fluctuation was extremely faint. What was going on? It turned out that it was all due to Zhao Qi's giant sword, which carried the aura of the god of war's flesh. If he could obtain it, he might have a chance to find the Saintess's god of war's flesh. After the assessment ends, I'll try to negotiate and see if I can borrow or buy this sword. This assessment will use creatures called Tao-seeking fish. They can sense the talent within you and choose whether to approach you or not. The more Tao-seeking fish approach you, the stronger you are. I can tell you that when Xia Huang passed this test back then, he attracted 666 Tao-seeking fish, shocking both sacred grounds. Qin Nan thought to himself, isn't this similar to my 5 elements cage? Next, please, Peak Master Duanmu, release the Tao-seeking fish. You don't need to do anything, just stand below the school of fish. Everyone heard a rumble from the mountaintop, as if a giant hand was constantly descending. From the crack in the void, small fish flew out, swimming in midair as if they were in water. Qin Nan was horrified, his hair standing on end. Why are these Tao-seeking fish all targeting me? On the high platform, Peak Master Han Shao of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground said, Peak Master Duanmu, you've already given us 2 geniuses, Jiao Zhe and Zhang Dilan. Don't compete with our Flying Yang Sacred Ground anymore. A Peak Master of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground laughed, Brother Han Shao, you can't say that. I spotted Jiao Zhe first. Giving you Zhang Dilan is fine, but not Jiao Zhe. At this moment, Peak Master Duanmu smiled, Jiao Zhe and Zhang Dilan should indeed be given to the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, but I have a small request. Among the following geniuses, our Azure Dragon Sacred Ground gets to choose first. The Flying Yang Sacred Ground Peak Master's expression changed, you said it yourself, a promise is a promise. A glint flashed in Peak Master Duanmu's eyes, of course. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, 2 powerful figures tore through the void, constantly approaching. Wherever they passed, the area trembled. Peak Master Luo said angrily, that damn eldest brother sent the 3 of us again. Peak Master Zhang laughed loudly, 4th brother, why so angry? Eldest brother is also doing this to ensure Qin Nan stays in the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, which is clearly better than going to the Flying Yang Sacred Ground. It turned out that the 3 Peak Masters all believed that in this selection, the Tao-seeking fish responding to Qin Nan would achieve shocking results. Therefore, to compete for Qin Nan, the 3 brothers began to fight amongst themselves. Back at the competition arena, Leng Jianxiong strode forward, successfully attracting 2 18 Tao-seeking fish. Fang Xianhan clapped, this result is very good. Remember to join our Duanmu Peak. Leng Jianxiong cupped his hands, thank you, Peak Master. The originally quiet arena suddenly became lively, geniuses jostling with each other to participate in the assessment. Hongfu, 208 fish, Lu Rinjia, 136 fish, Zhang Rui, 107 fish. When the assessment was halfway through, Sima Kong walked up while gnawing on a chicken leg. A group of Tao-seeking fish looked ordinary. The Tao-seeking fish could predict the future achievements of talented disciples, the greater the number, the greater the achievements. But the fatty calmly continued walking, attracting 480 Tao-seeking fish. The entire Duanmu Peak fell silent. Wow, you can even trick the Tao-seeking fish like that? Jiao Shi couldn't hold back anymore, damn fatty, don't get cocky. The Tao-seeking fish are sacred creatures of heaven and earth. You're not allowed to treat them like this. Now I'll show you, 480 fish is nothing. As soon as his voice fell, 509 Tao-seeking fish gently swayed, surrounding Jiao Shi like a slow, captivating dance. Fatty, see? Next time you see me, remember to put away that expression. Sima Kong's face was full, taking a bite of the chicken leg. Who do you think you are? You dare to show off in front of Grandpa Pan with just 509 Tao-seeking fish? Jiao Shi just said, what about you? Why don't you go up and let all the geniuses here, and the peak masters watching the competition, see if you're truly a peerless genius? Qin Nan sneered. What qualifications do you have to provoke me? Zhao Shi sneered, then come up here and let us, all the geniuses, and the peak masters observing the competition, see if you're truly a peerless genius or not. Qin Nan glanced towards the high platform and was about to step forward, when suddenly, a violent energy rapidly radiated from his body. With a boom, Qin Nan transformed into a giant fireball. On the flames, a faint illusory armor was outlined. Countless geniuses' faces changed, divine sense manifesting an illusory image. This is a technique only Martial King Realm 6th layer experts can achieve. The Flying Yang Sacred Ground Peak Master was secretly shocked. When did such a genius appear in the Azure Dragon region? Why haven't I heard of him? The other two Peak Masters of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground's eyes lit up, thinking to themselves, Peak Master Duanmu is truly Peak Master Duanmu. Giving Jiao Shi to the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, his ultimate goal was Qin Nan. At this time, Zhao Zhi quickly walked to Jiao Shi. I won't stop you from liking Jiang Dylan, but looking at Qin Nan's current strength, you're truly not qualified to challenge him. Jiao Shi frowned. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? If you can defeat me in this assessment, I'll listen to you from now on. Zhao Zhi nodded without saying anything more and walked towards the Tao-seeking fish step by step. Since I was born, the Azure Dragon region has been plagued by constant wars and countless deaths. My lifelong wish isn't to compete for fame and fortune, but for the people to live in peace. Every word he spoke resonated with heaven and earth, falling into people's hearts and transforming into countless ripples. Zhao Zhi had actually condensed his heart soul and attracted 599 Tao-seeking fish. Outside the barrier, the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground and the Flying Yang Sacred Ground were arguing, both wanting Zhao Zhi to join their sacred ground. Qin Nan was unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, his inner core had condensed to its limit, communicating with heaven and earth, preparing to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Qin Nan opened his eyes with joy, only to see Jiang Dylan. His good mood instantly vanished. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Dylan smiled. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Qin Nan, on your cultivation progress. I truly admire you. Qin Nan only uttered two words, humph, humph. Don't give me that look. Fellow Daoist Qin Nan, you must be tired of this entanglement with me. I have a proposal that can resolve the grudge between us. Qin Nan narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? In this assessment, if I win against you, tell me the secret of the 5 elements cage. If I lose, you can ask for anything. Qin Nan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. I'm afraid you can't fulfill what I want. After speaking, he suddenly pointed at Zhao Shi. I want his inner core. Jiang Dylan was stunned. It was because Zhao Zhou initially had a bad impression of her. Obtaining the ancient sword might not be easy, but Qin Nan finally had this opportunity and couldn't miss it. Zhao Zhi hurriedly said, I wonder if you could give me the ancient sword? If you have any requests, as long as I can fulfill them, I will do my best. Zhao Shi immediately changed his tone. Elder brother, if you give me the ancient sword, I will absolutely listen to you from now on. Zhao Zhi's eyes flickered. If the number of your Tao-seeking fish surpasses mine, I'm willing to give you the ancient sword. Otherwise, please forgive me. Jiang Dylan agreed without hesitation. Fellow Daoist Qin Nan, the seniors are here now. A bet is a bet. Qin Nan said calmly, of course I won't go back on my word, but if you want to compete with me, you must first obtain the ancient sword. Jiang Dylan didn't say anything more and walked towards the Tao-seeking fish step by step. She took a deep breath. And her aura suddenly changed. Tao-seeking fish, why not roam the mortal world with me? She attracted 600 Tao-seeking fish. This could already be called a genius. But this girl before everyone's eyes not only attracted 665 Tao-seeking fish, but also overloaded the equipment on the competition platform. Only slightly less than the record set by Sha Huang that year. Jiang Dylan received the ancient sword and said respectfully, fellow Daoist Qin Nan, I will definitely give this sword to you. Zhao Zhi shook his head. No need, victory and defeat are common occurrences. A promise must be kept. Jiang Dylan looked at Qin Nan expectantly. Now it's your turn. Qin Nan stood up. Although he didn't know why these Tao-seeking fish kept staring at him, he wasn't afraid and walked straight towards the school of Tao-seeking fish. At this moment, the 9 inscription golden pill suddenly vibrated intensely, as if it wanted to jump out of his body. Qin Nan's expression changed slightly. If he triggered the heavenly tribulation now, he definitely wouldn't be able to display his true strength. Even worse, it would scare the Tao-seeking fish away. Greed flashed in Jiang Dylan's eyes. I'm not even afraid of the heavenly Tao. Once I obtain the 5 elements cage, I might be able to solve that mystery and soar to the heavens. Then I'll make your life a living hell, Qin Nan. It seems I can only. Qin Nan didn't hesitate and tapped his toes lightly. His figure shot out like a cannonball towards the school of Tao-seeking fish. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Nan. What is he doing? Does he want to fight the Tao-seeking fish? However, at this moment, the void above Duanmu Peak suddenly shattered. Two figures exuding a monstrous aura aggressively rushed out. It was Peak Master Luo and Peak Master Zhang. They definitely came to compete for Qin Nan. Before the Flying Yang Sacred Ground Peak Master could finish his words, Peak Master Luo suddenly shouted at Peak Master Duanmu, "Eldest brother, if you don't give me Qin Nan today, don't blame me for being impolite." Peak Master Duanmu said coldly, "I've already made an agreement with the three Peak Masters of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground. The Azure Dragon Sacred Ground won't compete for Zhao Zhe and John Dillon. But Qin Nan must belong to me." The Flying Yang Sacred Ground Peak Master suddenly came to their senses. "Peak Master Luo, you don't know, Zhang Dillon just attracted 665 Tao-seeking fish." Peak Master Luo trembled with anger. "I don't care what agreement you made, I must have Qin Nan." Peak Master Zhang's expression also turned ugly. "Third brother, this is the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, not a place for you to act recklessly." A monstrous aura surged from Peak Master Luo. "Then let's compete." Seeing this, everyone was terrified. These three giants were actually going to fight directly over a disciple. Wait, look at Qin Nan. 999 Tao-seeking fish, as if smelling blood, frantically rushed towards Qin Nan. In midair, a green light transformed into a giant sword, shooting up from the competition platform and piercing the void. Zhang Dillon was stunned. How could he drive all the Tao-seeking fish crazy? Could it be because of the five elements cage? At this moment, a voice filled with monstrous killing intent rang out, "You're courting death." Qin Nan finally understood why these Tao-seeking fish kept staring at him. They were targeting his Chaos Chi. In that instant, 10 wisps of his Chaos Chi were swallowed by the Tao-seeking fish. Qin Nan was enraged. "You beasts, I'll fight you to the death today." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack the hundreds of Tao-seeking fish, preparing to use the Heavenly One sword. But immediately after, the 9 inscription golden pill erupted with a loud bang. Qin Nan transformed into a giant hand, reaching out from the void, creating a gale that enveloped the entire competition platform. All the geniuses' faces changed, breaking through to the Martial King realm at this time. Will it affect Qin Nan? Peak Master Duanmu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. It is said that whenever a genius emerges, there will definitely be earth-shattering changes. Heavenly lightning will strike down. Now, with the two sacred grounds gathered here, and Qin Nan undergoing his tribulation, he will definitely become a genius among geniuses. Qin Nan transmitted to the bronze mirror in his divine sense, "Aren't you going to do anything? There are only 4 wisps of Chaos Chi left." The bronze mirror erupted in anger. "Those audacious beasts, daring to swallow Chaos Chi while I'm away." But before it could unleash its attack, it said, "Something unexpected happened on my side. You're on your own." Qin Nan was helpless. "Fine, I'll deal with these Tao-seeking fish after my tribulation." After making his decision, he focused his mind and shot the 9 inscription golden pill into the sky. In an instant, the 9 golden inscriptions burst with dazzling golden light, like 9 suns suddenly appearing. Many experts were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. You probably don't know yet, in the ancient cultivation world, 9 is the limit. Anyone who can condense a 9 inscription golden pill, below Martial Venerable, is just an ordinary tribulation. Yet it caused 2 sacred lords to fight over each other. Just now, Qin Nan shot the 9 inscription golden pill into the sky, finally triggering his Martial King tribulation. It should be known that when Xia Huang broke through to the 5th level of Martial King, he only attracted a 500 Zhang lightning tribulation. However, the Azure Spirit Immortal lightning tribulation didn't completely stop until it reached 666 Zhang. However, the 9 inscription golden pill seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this tribulation. Suddenly, Qin Nan sensed something and abruptly turned to look at the sky. A pitch-black force of heaven and earth was constantly condensing, filled with malice and killing intent. Qin Nan's expression changed. That ancient martial cultivator. Seeing that the lightning tribulation hadn't descended, all the geniuses in the arena finally realized the problem. This time, it was serious. Many geniuses were delayed by calamities and couldn't enter the secret realm. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 99 Tao-seeking fish leaped high, frantically jumping into the 9 inscription golden pill. Qin Nan gritted his teeth in anger. These beasts, they actually want to use my Chaos Chi to achieve enlightenment. If the lightning tribulation wasn't about to descend, he would definitely charge forward and shatter the Dragon Gate with a single slash. Next, the ancient martial cultivator's calamity fully condensed, transforming into a giant hand that fiercely grabbed towards the 9 inscription golden pill. You came to capture me last time, and now you're greedy. Damn you. Before Qin Nan could finish, a purple-winged fish flew out from the Dragon Gate. arrogantly charging towards the sky. "Human, you dare insult this king. Now that you've offended me, prepare to die." As soon as its voice fell, the giant hand transformed and simultaneously shot out a force of heaven and earth, fiercely suppressing Qin Nan. Qin Nan's face paled, his body feeling like it was hit by a huge mountain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A smug look appeared in the purple-winged fish's eyes. It then opened its mouth and swallowed the entire 9-inscription golden pill. Suddenly, Qin Nan thought of something. If he could cause the spirit to explode by manipulating chaos chi last time, then it should be the same this time. So he shouted loudly, "Explode!" Before the purple-winged fish could react, every inch of its flesh exploded, and the 9-inscription golden pill automatically flew out. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. "I'll bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity, and wish you success in reaching the Supreme Martial King. But remember, you owe me a favor." Qin Nan quickly reacted and swallowed the purple-winged fish's soul into the 9-inscription golden pill. He asked, "My lord, are you the purple-winged fish and the two-dimensional true dragon?" A dragon's roar resounded from the 9-inscription golden pill, instantly taking shape and transforming into a boundless golden light that shattered the entire calamity. Qin Nan felt the world before him become clear. The 9-inscription golden pill seemed to have advanced, directly locking onto that piece of heaven and earth. With this strike, that force of heaven and earth was rendered useless, and the dark clouds of the lightning tribulation quickly exploded, gradually dissipating only after reaching 99 Zhang. Qin Nan's blood boiled, as if he was clad in a layer of blazing flame golden armor, and the lightning tribulation roared like an ancient king. Then, the dark clouds and lightning simultaneously disappeared, and the world became quiet once more. Qin Nan sat down cross-legged and retrieved the 9-inscription golden pill into his body. At the same time, in the divine hall of the Flying Yang sacred ground, the sacred lord suddenly opened his eyes. Has such a genius emerged in the lower realm? Suddenly, for loud explosions broke the silence experts attacking. The experts of the Flying Yang sacred ground quickly reacted, displaying their divine abilities, intending to take Qin Nan and the surrounding 10 miles away simultaneously. Peak Master Duanmu roared, "You're courting death." As he and Peak Master Luo were engaged in a fierce battle, the sky suddenly darkened, and an invisible pressure appeared within a radius of several thousand miles. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens suddenly boomed, "Qin Nan, our Flying Yang sacred ground wants you." The person who arrived was the sacred lord of the Flying Yang sacred ground, known as the strongest expert in the lower realm, Fende. His cultivation had reached the 5th saint level. Peak Master Luo immediately laughed loudly. "Now that our sacred lord has arrived, isn't Qin Nan already in the bag of the Flying Yang sacred ground?" The sacred lord of the Flying Yang sacred ground didn't hesitate, extending his left hand towards the secret realm. In an instant, a giant hand covered the entire sky and earth, as if he wanted to capture Qin Nan and the entire secret realm. However, before he could act, he was stopped by another hand. The entire area was shocked. Impossible. Could it be that lord? A dragon's roar resounded, and a spatial rift tore open in the sky. An old man slowly walked out. It was the sacred lord of the Azure Dragon sacred ground. The sacred lord of the Flying Yang sacred ground said in a deep voice, "You're actually intervening for a disciple?" The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon sacred ground said calmly, "This person's talent is unparalleled. He might become the next sacred lord in the future. How can I not intervene? Otherwise, wouldn't he be taken away by you?" The sacred lord of the Flying Yang sacred ground snorted coldly, "Then let's fight. I want to see who dies in the end." At this moment, Qin Nan woke up from his cultivation. The two sacred lords looked over simultaneously. The sacred lord of the Flying Yang sacred ground spoke first, "As long as you join the Flying Yang sacred ground, I'll give you anything you want." The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon sacred ground smiled and said, "The Azure Dragon sacred ground is where you belong." Qin Nan said, "Please wait a moment, seniors. I still have something to do." After speaking, Qin Nan's figure flashed and he appeared before Zhang Bicheng. "Do you think you won this competition, or did I?" Zhang Bicheng, who was originally a pristine young man, now looked haggard and disheveled. Qin Nan seemed to have seen through his thoughts. "Do you think I'm humiliating you? Then listen carefully, I am indeed humiliating you." Zhang Bicheng was enraged, his killing intent surging as he was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Zhang Dillon, who glared at him fiercely. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Qin Nan, for your guidance today. This is your token." Qin Nan said with a serious expression, "This token is related to someone I care about. I'm ashamed to have obtained it through such despicable means today. But it was you who started it. Keep this token. I will definitely take it back someday." Zhang Bicheng nodded gratefully. A hero recognizes a hero. "Fellow Daoist Qin Nan, this ice-ancient sword has a secret. I'll study it later. Let's deal with other matters first." Qin Nan nodded and looked at the two sacred lords. The sacred lord of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground didn't waste any words and said directly, "As long as you join the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, I'll help you kill whoever you want to kill. And I'll take you as my direct disciple, passing down all my knowledge." The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground smiled. "The conditions offered by the Flying Yang Sacred Lord are indeed generous, which our Azure Dragon Sacred Ground probably can't match. Qin Nan, although I'll list you as a quasi-sacred lord, everything else will depend on you. Speaking of which," he suddenly changed his tone, "I can help you answer some questions. For example, about the sword in your hand and your martial soul." Qin Nan was surprised. How did the sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground know these things? After pondering for a long time, Qin Nan said, "I'll join the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground." The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground laughed loudly. "From today onwards, you are the quasi-sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground." The sacred lord of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground said in a deep voice, "Qin Nan, you must think carefully. Your decision might affect your destiny." Qin Nan laughed loudly. "Thank you for your concern, senior, but I've made up my mind." The sacred lord of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground's eyes turned gloomy. "In that case, I won't say anything more. But from now on, all the geniuses of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground will be your enemies, and will impose a complete blockade on you." Qin Nan's laughter boomed like thunder. "I couldn't ask for more. I hope the people of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground won't disappoint me. You all stay here for the disciple selection. I'll take my leave first." After speaking, the sacred lord of the Flying Yang Sacred Ground's figure flashed and disappeared. At this time, in the Five Elements realm. "Master, we've waited for 1,000 years. Now that the destiny of the Tsanlan continent has finally appeared, should we help him a little? After all, the reward we gave him for passing the language Spirit realm was truly too little." The young man in purple shook his head slightly. Helping someone should address their specific needs, not about quantity. As for helping him, he doesn't need our help yet. As he grows stronger, he will definitely attract attention from the other side. Before that, our only task is to conceal the secrets of heaven, ensuring that the other side discovers him later and buys him more time to grow. Back at Duanmu Peak, Zhang Bichen, Zhang Zhe, and the other two joined the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, while Sima Kong chose to join the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground. After the selection ended, the sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground led Qin Nan to the back mountain. Qin Nan directly asked, "Who are you?" The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground calmly replied, "I can't tell you yet, at least not until your cultivation reaches the peak of the fifth sovereign realm." Qin Nan's eyes turned cold. "Are you playing with me?" The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground smiled. "Don't be angry. Although I can't tell you those things, you must trust me. I have no ill intentions. In this world, I'm probably the best person to you." Qin Nan couldn't help but laugh. The sacred lord of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground said calmly, "You may not believe me, but you must trust your own martial soul." As soon as he finished speaking, the god of war's flame, over Ten Zhanglong, suddenly bowed to the Azure Dragon Sacred Lord. Qin Nan was stunned. He hadn't even activated his god of war martial soul, yet it appeared just because of the Azure Dragon Sacred Lord's words. The Azure Dragon Sacred Lord stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't think too much about it now. When you reach the peak of the fifth sovereign realm, I'll tell you everything. Now, just focus on cultivating and try not to disappoint Tang Qingshan in 3 years. I once had 4 disciples and an adopted son." Although Tang Qingshan's martial soul wasn't the strongest, he had a unique talent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely make a name for himself in the Tsanlan continent in the future. It's a pity that after that incident, he disappeared without a trace. Actually, I've long forgiven him. Qin Nan nodded silently. Sha Huang Tang Qingshan had shown him great kindness, so he would naturally cultivate diligently. "Senior, you just said you would tell me the conditions for the God of War martial soul to advance. Is that still valid?" The Azure Dragon Sacred Lord waved his hand, and an object appeared in his hand. "What the God of War martial soul needs is this kind of origin stone. Ever since the upper realm sealed off the lower realm, this item had become extremely rare in the lower realm." Qin Nan gulped. The Azure Dragon Sacred Lord put away the origin stone. "This origin stone is priceless. If you want it, you'll have to earn it yourself." Qin Nan's head was covered in black lines. He just said he was the best person to him in the world, and now he wouldn't even give him an origin stone. "This is your identity token, called Duanshine. You'll need a different identity in the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground." Qin Nan was stunned again. Why did he need a different identity? Although puzzled, he didn't refuse and accepted the token, cupping his hands and saying, "Then I'll take my leave. I hope you won't go back on your word when I reach the peak of the fifth sovereign." realm. As Qin Nan left, the entire courtyard became quiet. A lonely expression appeared on the Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord's face. He didn't look like a powerful martial saint expert, but like an old man in his twilight years. Qin Nan, I've placed all my hopes on you. I hope you can enter the martial sovereign realm soon. The young man, clearly on his first day joining the sect, was personally accepted as a quasi-sacred lord by the Sacred Lord. Countless disciples were envious and wanted to invite him for a drink. To help him avoid trouble, the Sacred Lord specially called senior brother Zhao Fan to take Qin Nan and the other three on a tour. Our Azure Dragon's sacred ground is different from the Flying Yang sacred ground. The Flying Yang sacred ground respects strength, and powerful geniuses can even kill at will. But in the Azure Dragon's sacred ground, sparring is allowed, but killing or crippling someone will be severely punished. Challenging, defeating opponents, and seizing resources are not against the sect rules. Sima Kong rejoiced. If that's really the case, the Azure Dragon's sacred ground is truly my paradise. The sect does this to let disciples understand the dangers of the world. A single misstep can lead to a heavy price. Princess Miao Miao, Longhu, Panqiu, this is the cave abode you'll be staying in. The expressions of Princess Miao Miao and the other two changed simultaneously. This was basically a doghouse. Was this the kind of place the dignified Azure Dragon's sacred ground provided for them? Sima Kong turned to Zhao Fan. What about Qin Nan's cave abode? Zhao Fan pointed towards a small immortal mountain. That's Qin Nan's cave abode. Don't misunderstand, you three. Because of the threat from the Flying Yang sacred ground, we had to arrange a highly concealed cave abode for Qin Nan to prevent assassinations. Alright, I won't say more. Take a good look at these 3 jade slips, and you'll naturally understand the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. After speaking, Zhao Fan didn't look back and pulled Qin Nan away. Arriving before the small immortal mountain, Zhao Fan gave Qin Nan the Azure Dragon jade slip. Although you're currently a quasi-saint's son, competition in the Azure Dragon's sacred ground is extremely fierce. You can't afford to be careless. Qin Nan nodded seriously. Senior brother, do you know where I can find origin stones in the Azure Dragon's sacred ground? Zhao Fan suddenly leaned closer, his face flushing. This item is extremely valuable and can only be exchanged at the Pill Pavilion Peak. I've accumulated some for a long time. But I only have a few pieces. If junior brother Qin Nan wants them, come to my cave abode and take them. Qin Nan almost blurted out, shameless senior brother, goodbye. Entering the shop, he immediately opened the information on the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. All pills, cultivation techniques, and treasures could only be exchanged using contribution points. However, one origin stone required 100,000 contribution points. Killing a peak 5th level demon beast only awarded half a contribution point, and selling a king weapon only gave a measly 3 contribution points. It seems I can only quickly accumulate contribution points through irregular methods like gambling and fighting. I must earn enough contribution points in Black Hand City. Qin Nan underestimated his fame. When he stepped out of his cave abode, over 700 people were already following him. Qin Nan's face darkened. How can I go to Black Hand City like this? It seems I have to use the Mortal Transformation Divine Technique and the identity token given by the Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord. After disguising himself, Qin Nan, disguised as Duan Cheng, arrived at Black Hand City. At this time, a young man was standing on the square. Fellow disciples, I am Chu Zhengwei of Black Hand City. Today is the monthly Ranking King competition. During the competition, the highest-ranked person will receive the title of Ranking King and a reward of 1,000 contribution points. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. Isn't that Li Xiuxue, ranked 5th on the Dharma platform rankings? He's the 8th Ranking King. Chu Zhengwei of Black Hand City laughed loudly. Today, not only do we have the 3rd Ranking King, but also the legendary figure of our Black Hand City, the 3-time Ranking King, Fairy Yilua. Qin Nan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That's clearly senior brother Zhao Fang of Duanmu Peak. He must have used some kind of transformation technique to turn himself into a woman. Zhao Fang's face flushed slightly, and he said softly, in this Ranking King competition, I hope you all, fellow disciples, will support me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Suddenly, Chu Zhengwa said mysteriously, I have another extremely important announcement. The most famous genius of our Azure Dragon's sacred ground, Qin Nan, has accepted my invitation and will participate in the next Ranking King competition. Upon hearing this, the entire arena erupted. This Black Hand City Lord actually managed to invite Qin Nan. How impressive! Qin Nan was speechless. When did I accept your invitation? However, since he dared to use him to increase the popularity of the competition, he would earn some contribution points. Although the registration fee for the competition was 20 contribution points, the registration office was still packed with people. Therefore, Qin Nan directly took his token and went to find the person in charge. I don't have any contribution points. Can I borrow some from you? The person in charge glanced at him. Where did this country bumpkin come from? No contribution points. Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed the token. You're a disciple of the Sacred Lord? Qin Nan said calmly, I am Duan Chang. Not long ago, I was accepted as a direct disciple by the Sacred Lord. I'd like to borrow 100 contribution points. Seeing that the person in charge agreed, Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Right, there's one more thing. If the restriction in the city can't suppress my cultivation, what are you going to do? A young man participating in the Ranking King competition for the first time. Took less than 2.5 minutes. Countless disciples in the entire arena witnessed this. Just now, Qin Nan asked the person in charge what would happen if the restriction of Black Hand City couldn't suppress his cultivation. Chu Zhenghua seemed to have heard a huge joke. Everyone, we have an unexpected participant in this competition. This person is the direct disciple recently accepted by the Azure Dragon Sacred Lord. Junior brother Duan Cheng asked me, what if Black Hand City can't suppress his cultivation? What do you all think? Everyone burst into laughter. This Black Hand City was personally refined by Peak Master Zhang Yufeng using primordial blackstone. Even 5th Sovereign Realm experts are suppressed. Let alone him? Chu Zhenggui nodded with satisfaction. Junior brother Duan Cheng, do you understand now? If you can truly break the restriction, that's your ability. Our Black Hand City definitely won't hold it against you. Qin Nan smiled faintly. You said it yourself. I hope you'll keep your word. Alright, registration is over. Please enter Black Hand City. The competition will officially begin after preparations are complete. Zhao Feng, transformed into Fairy Yilua, said coquettishly, Junior brother Duan Qing, would you like to form an alliance with me? Qin Nan snorted coldly and quickly left. Interesting kid. If I hadn't taken a liking to Qin Nan, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Junior brother Qin Nan, I've sacrificed so much for you. After I earn enough contribution points to buy the exhaustion origin, you have to obediently let me cuddle you. Chu Zhenggui announced, the Ranking King competition, first round, officially begins. Cultivation restriction, activate. In an instant, invisible forces shot out from within the city, enveloping the entire area. The corners of Qin Nan's mouth curled up. You want to suppress me with this kind of restriction? The dragon pattern golden pill in his dantian radiated brilliantly, colliding with the invisible force and instantly shattering it, leaving Qin Nan's peak martial king realm cultivation unchanged. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Now the hunt begins. Qin Nan was like a tiger descending the mountain. At the start of the competition, he defeated 20 cultivators, earning 400 contribution points, and his ranking soared. Not good, it's Duan Chang, scatter. The cultivators scattered in all directions. Qin Nan flicked his hand, shooting out a few pebbles. Before those people could react, they were knocked to the ground. So unfair. Qin Nan unceremoniously took their tokens. You're eliminated. My identity was exposed by Chu Zhenggui in the square earlier. Now most people know me and will run away when they see me. It seems I have to change my appearance. Qin Nan used the mortal transformation divine technique, transforming into a burly middle-aged man. Next, he just needed to wait for the right opportunity to hunt down the ranked contestants. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng ranked first with 1,800 contribution points, Bai Xiao ranked second with 1,200, and Li Xiuxue ranked third with 1,000. 100. Who is it? I, Bai Xiao, am busy here. Get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Nan stopped and sneered, a brat dares to yell? After speaking, he sent Bai Xiao flying with a single punch. His ranking quickly rose, about to catch up with Fairy Yilua. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, you want to be on par with me? No way. At this moment, a figure appeared ahead. It was Qin Nan disguised as a burly man. You're walking right into a trap. Qin Nan threw a punch. A ferocious punch landed on Zhao Feng's face. A wave of gasps immediately erupted outside of Black Hand City. Just who was this Duan Chang? He actually defeated the Jade Luo Fairy. Moreover, he cleared the entire map in just over 80 breaths, with only his name, Duan Qing, shining brilliantly in the first place. After the initial shock, the crowd quickly regained their composure, their eyes filled with indignation. Could it be that this Duan Qing's cultivation wasn't suppressed? Chu Zhenghua hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone, don't be hasty. Our Black Hand City will definitely give everyone an explanation. Qin Nan, having resumed his Duancheng appearance, hadn't even dreamed that he would earn 26,000 contribution points in the first round, enough to exchange for 2 origin stones. Suddenly, Xu Zhenghua noticed him. Duanqing, you've arrived just in time. Did you use some other method to preserve your cultivation? Otherwise, how could you have defeated everyone in the final? Moments? Qin Nan smirked. What does it have to do with you? Did I violate the rules? Xu Zhenghua suddenly realized, no wonder Duancheng asked that question before, it turns out he had a plan all along. The cultivators defeated by Qin Nan angrily shouted, Black Hand City, what are you going to do about this? Can this king's tournament even continue? Xu Zhenghua waved his hand. Everyone, the previous incident was definitely an accident. When the second round begins, we will fully activate the restrictions of Black Hand City, suppressing everyone to the Foundation Establishment realm. Junior brother Duanqing, you will become the subject of close observation. Those petty tricks of yours, even if used, will be useless. A cold glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Then just try it. Fellow brothers, I have a suggestion. Later, when the second round begins, we should join forces and eliminate Duanqing first, how about that? Bai Xiao's words immediately gained the approval of many disciples. Zhao Fang played the emotional card. Duanqing, did you intentionally humiliate me by relying on your higher cultivation? I really can't swallow this anger. I hope all my fellow brothers will help me get revenge. Alright everyone, now the second round of the King's Tournament begins. Black Hand City will officially open the weapons shop. If you want to achieve good results, don't forget to buy weapons. The young man just lightly swung the wooden stick. Yet he could defeat a Foundation Establishment expert, earning over 1,000 points. Xu Zhenghua had just announced the start of the second round of the King's Tournament. Qin Nan immediately slipped into Black Hand City. If the thousands of disciples behind him really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. At some point, a brush had appeared in Xu Zhenghua's hand. He swung the brush vigorously and shouted, suppress. In an instant, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the Foundation Establishment realm. Qin Nan, as the subject of close observation, was subjected to 3 restrictions. The first severed the connection between him and his nascent soul, while the other 2 sealed his body and inner strength. Unfortunately, for Qin Nan, this kind of restriction could still be easily broken. However, there was no rush. He had more important things to do. Qin Nan used the mortal transformation divine art, once again transforming from Duanqing into a burly man. He went to a weapons shop and bought a wooden stick. Now he didn't need to do anything, just wait until the end and harvest the contribution points of those eager to make a name for themselves. However, the city was already in an uproar. Duanqing, I've bought my weapon and I'm just waiting for him. Jade Luo Fairy, you're cunning and resourceful, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Fang said coldly, Black Hand City not only sells weapons, but also sells information on the location of the contestants. The price is 3,000 contribution points. Qin Nan's location was quickly exposed. It seemed that those people were prepared to make their move. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators had gathered outside the arena. Black Hand City had organized countless King's tournaments, but this was probably the first time they had focused on besieging one person. Duanqing, you are surrounded. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently and be tied up. Qin Nan walked out calmly. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and crawl out now, or don't blame me for not showing mercy to fellow disciples. Zhao Fang and Bai Xiao immediately laughed in anger. Still talking big even when you're about to die. Steward Chu, fellow brothers, let's go together. Hundreds of cultivators drew their weapons simultaneously, each one enraged, and charged forward. Qin Nan roared, breaking the 3 restrictions within his body. His 5th King Realm aura erupted like an awakened behemoth. The result was self-evident. Before anyone could react, they felt as if a mountain had slammed into them. Countless screams of misery echoed, shaking the entire city. Xu Zhenghua's face paled, and he immediately released his divine sense. Descending onto the roof of Black Hand City, he shouted, Duanqing, stop this instant. Qin Nan raised his head, unafraid. City Lord Chu, the match isn't over yet, is it? Besides, didn't you say that breaking Black Hand City's restrictions doesn't count as violating the rules? At this time, Zhao Fang crawled over and grabbed Qin Nan. You ruined my plan, you ruined my love with Qin Nan. Hearing this, Qin Nan's fury ignited, and he immediately swung his hand, sending Zhao Fang flying. After regaining their senses, over 1,000 cultivators began to curse at Xu Zhenghua. Xu Zhenghua's face was ashen. He hadn't expected that as long as Qin Nan participated, the king's tournament couldn't be held at all. Qin Nan acted as if he didn't hear the curses, and asked, City Lord Chu, what's the situation? When does the third round begin? Chu Zhenghua took a deep breath and said, Junior brother Duan Qing, the previous incident was all my fault. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. It's just that the next match. He was interrupted by Qin Nan before he could finish. I can skip the next match, but you have to give me 50,000 contribution points. In the end, Chu Zhenghua gritted his teeth and paid 50,000 contribution points. Afterwards, Qin Nan immediately went to the place where origin stones were exchanged, intending to exchange for 11, but the person in charge told him that only 3 origin stones could be exchanged for contribution points per day, and there was only 1 left today. Qin Nan was extremely dissatisfied. Fine, 1 is 1. Seeing his displeased expression, the person in charge said, Junior brother, if you really need origin stones, there are 2 other ways. The first is pill refining. As long as you can refine 6 or more furnaces of pills, you can easily exchange them for origin stones. The second method is to accept an honorary mission. Today, the Azure Dragon Holy Land has issued 5 honorary missions, one of which is very suitable for you. Junior brother. There is a place called the 5-Sex Secret Realm, which only opens once a year, with a total of 3 spots. If you secure 1 spot, you will be rewarded with 3 origin stones. If you lead 2 other disciples and occupy all 3 spots, you will be rewarded with 10 origin stones. This time, the Azure Dragon Holy Land and the Flying Yang Holy Land will each send 6 Peak 5th King Realm experts to participate in the opening of the 5-Sex Secret Realm. In addition, there will be rogue cultivators from all over the world and geniuses from various great nations. After all, it's a rare opportunity. If you obtain the power of the secret realm, you can refine your inner core, condense a nascent soul, break through, and become a 5th sect realm expert. Returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Nan took out his Azure Dragon token and accepted the honorary mission. Congratulations to Quasi-Holy Son Qin Nan for successfully accepting the honorary mission. There are now 6 people. Please quickly gather at the Duanmu Peak Martial Arts Arena. A faint smile appeared on Qin Nan's lips. I hope the geniuses participating in the 5-Sex Secret Realm this time won't disappoint me. He was clearly the prince of the Hongfeng Empire. Yet he had to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to a young man. Just now, Qin Nan arrived at the Duanmu Peak Martial Arts Arena. A blue-robed elder hovered in mid-air, exuding the terrifying aura of the 5th sect realm. Below him were 5 disciples, some meditating and others sparring. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes and said, Qin Nan, I didn't expect you to participate in the competition for a spot in the 5-Sex Secret Realm. You must do your best and crush those people. From the Flying Yang Holy Land. Qin Nan chuckled. Naturally. A burly man spoke first. I've long admired your great name. I am Zhang Fei. I'm Wang Yang. Brother Qin, greetings. Just call me Little 3. I'm Lin Xiaoyu. The first 4 disciples were quite enthusiastic. Only the last young man, dressed in mourning clothes with a cold expression, was named Liang Kai. The blue-robed elder's face darkened. Liang Kai, what's with your attitude? This is an honorary mission. You all need to rely on Qin Nan, so it's best to show him some respect. Liang Kai snorted coldly, his aura surging. This trip to the secret realm, I'm afraid we can't rely on him alone. After speaking, his figure shot out like a cannonball, charging straight towards Qin Nan. Qin Nan merely waved his hand slightly. A miserable scream echoed throughout the sparring arena. We are all disciples of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. If we don't work together, how can we secure a spot to enter the 5-Sex Secret Realm? As soon as these words were spoken, both the blue-robed elder and the 5 disciples were shocked. Qin Nan is right. Since we're united, let's set off. At the same time, at the Flying Yang Sacred Ground, a 5-Sex Realm expert found Jiang Bailan. We have news of Qin Nan. He's currently on his way to the 5-Sex Secret Realm. Jiang Bailan sneered. It just so happens that I can participate as well. Although Qin Nan was quite prominent at the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground, in terms of true strength, he's still a step below me. The scene shifted to an airship parked above the Imperial Palace of the Hongfeng Empire. Suddenly, 2 people ran out, their faces filled with rage. Let me go. The 5th prince pinched Lin Xiao's face, speaking lewdly. This prince has taken a liking to you. You're mine. My elder brother is the Blood City Lord, and he's currently inside the Imperial Palace. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The blue-robed elder frowned. What do you mean? Your Hong Fong Empire's imperial family is truly disgraceful. The juniors are causing a commotion, and as elders, it's best we don't interfere. Liang Kai was about to teach the fifth prince a lesson when the prince suddenly yelled, "Elder brother, save me! They want to kill me!" At this critical moment, Qin Nan stepped forward. Stop! His sonic wave directly neutralized Liang Kai's attack. The Hong Fong Crown Prince furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Qin Nan standing in the shadows. But your younger brother must kneel and apologize to Lin Xiaowu, Qin Nan deliberately said loudly. The fifth prince flew into a rage. Are you crazy? What are you? Do you know who my elder brother is? Qin Nan slowly stepped out of the shadows. When the Hong Fong Crown Prince clearly saw his face, his expression drastically changed. You wretch! The fifth prince, still unaware of what was happening, continued to curse. If you don't want to die, quickly kneel down and count out 10,000 times, and I'll consider sparing you. Before the fifth prince could finish his tirade, he received a slap across the face. I think it's you who's about to die. The Hong Fong Crown Prince hurriedly rushed over, speaking respectfully. Brother Qin Nan, why are you here? Qin Nan said coldly, it seems like you've gained quite a bit after the last battle, but even so, the situation shouldn't be like this. At this moment, the fifth prince roared indignantly, I'm your younger brother, yet you hit me for an outsider. The Hong Fong Crown Prince kicked him to the ground. Waste! I told you to kneel, so kneel. The fifth prince finally understood the situation. Miss, I was wrong just now. I deserve to die. Lin Xiaowu was a little embarrassed, whispering to Qin Nan, Senior brother, let's just forget it, okay? Qin Nan didn't even glance at the fifth prince. The fifth prince, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly slipped away, not daring to utter another word. Afterwards, Qin Nan looked towards the Hong Fong Crown Prince. Why did you do this? Before the Hong Fong Crown Prince could answer, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. To be honest, it was I who asked the fifth prince to invite this young lady. Qin Nan, I've long admired your great name, and today I finally have the chance to meet you. This one is Xiao Feifan, the youngest of the Blood City Lord's 3 sons. Miss Lin, if the fifth prince couldn't invite you, then I'll have to personally invite you to my chambers. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Feifan extended his left hand, reaching towards Lin Xiaowu, but before he could, Qin Nan suddenly moved, countless flames erupting from his body. Xiao Feifan's figure was blasted away, explosions ringing out in the air. As expected of the Qin Nan who caused 2 great sacred grounds to fight over him. However, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. When the 5-sect secret realm opens, I will definitely take your dog life. After saying this, Xiao Feifan vanished without a trace. Qin Nan frowned. Who is behind all this, making Xiao Feifan target me? I'm not afraid of fighting, but I don't like being secretly watched. At this time, the blue-robed elder, acting as their protector, came forward. It seems the news of your participation in the 5-sect secret realm can no longer be hidden. Let's set off now, to Kaohai City. For great geniuses of the world joined forces. Truly, it was to deal with one person. Just now, Qin Nan arrived at Lin High Square in Kaohai City. The place was packed with people, all waiting for the 5-sect secret realm to open. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted without restraint. It was Xiao Feifan's. I heard that in the Hong Fong Empire, he was humiliated by Qin Nan. I wonder who was stronger between the two of them. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from the crowd. The Flying Yang sacred ground has arrived. Zhang Xiaojue and Zhang Shi appeared together, followed by an exquisite carriage. Looking at the familiar carriage, Qin Nan thought to himself, could it be? Indeed. Zhang Bailan slowly stepped out of the carriage. Qin Nan, long time no see. This time, the competition in the 5-sect secret realm is about true strength, not comprehension ability. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you truly are. Qin Nan said coldly, I also want to know what tricks you're going to pull this time. Zhang Bailan chuckled. Dear fifth sister, you'll find out soon enough. The city lord of Kaohai City stepped onto the platform. According to historical records, once the ancient seal of the 5-sect secret realm is opened, unpredictable things will happen. I hope that after entering the secret realm, fellow Taoists will not clash with each other. Each person will receive a bronze token. Once the token is taken, you will be eliminated. Whoever obtains 8 tokens can go to the center of the secret realm to meet the Destiny Messenger and receive the 5 sects destiny. The blue-robed elder quickly distributed 6 transmission tokens. The 6 of you, remember not to separate after entering the 5 sects secret realm. Suddenly, Zhang Bailan smiled and said, this young lady will also distribute my transmission tokens. After the secret realm opens, I hope everyone will contact me. I have a very generous offer. After saying that, she waved her hand, and hundreds of transmission tokens flew down like flower petals into everyone's hands. The rogue cultivators present were all moved, responding, "I accept this offer." Miss Jiang is indeed as generous as ever. Qin Nan glanced around, suddenly seeing a familiar face. It was Duan Mufeng's senior brother Zhao Feng. Why did this pervert come to the five-sex secret realm? Qin Nan felt uneasy for the first time. At this moment, a familiar clear voice rang out. "Are you all right? Huh?" Qin Nan was slightly startled. Turning around, he saw a stunningly beautiful young woman. It was Princess Miao Miao. Wasn't she refining pills? Why was she here? Princess Miao Miao seemed to see through Qin Nan's thoughts. This princess heard from that old man Duanmu that Zhang Bailan wanted to cause trouble for you, so I came over. Don't get any wrong ideas. This princess isn't worried about you, but because you're my husband, no one but me can bully you. Qin Nan smiled wryly. Still as domineering as ever. Since we're here, let's teach them a lesson together. Suddenly, the calm sea surface began to churn. A giant island slowly emerged, with three vague figures faintly visible. The blue-robed elder hastily shouted, enveloping the disciples and throwing them into the air. With a whoosh, Qin Nan and the others landed in the five-sex secret realm. Liang Kai, what's the situation on your side? If there's any problem, immediately transmit a message. No problem. Liang Kai's voice rang out. Princess, can you pinpoint Zhang Bailan's location? Princess Miao Miao restored her original appearance. I've used a secret technique to suppress my cultivation to the Martial King realm. So I can't currently conduct a wide-range search. But this is the transmission token Zhang Bailan just distributed. Her message just arrived. Zhang Bailan said, everyone knows that only 3 people will receive a spot in the five-sex secret realm. To be honest, this time, the exceptional geniuses of the 2 great sacred grounds are Qin Nan, myself, Xiao Fifan, Zhang Xiaojue, and Jiang Xiaojie. It might be difficult for you to obtain these 3 spots, but if you're willing to help, after we succeed, I'll reward each of you with 3 King Path artifacts. I hope everyone will join forces with me to defeat Qin Nan. I await your good news at the center of the secret realm. After hearing Zhang Bailan's words, Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao flew towards the center of the island without hesitation. In less than half an hour, they arrived. Everyone knows that only 3 people will receive a spot in the five-sex secret realm. To be honest, this time, the exceptional geniuses of the 2 great sacred grounds are Qin Nan, myself, Xiao Fifan, Zhang Xiaojue, and Jiang Xiaojie. It might be difficult for you to obtain these 3 spots. But if you're willing to help, after we succeed, I'll reward each of you with 3 King Path artifacts. I hope everyone will join forces with me to defeat Qin Nan. I await your good news at the center of the secret realm. After hearing Zhang Bailan's words, Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao flew towards the center of the island without hesitation. In less than half an hour, they arrived. There were 3 statues, each facing a different direction. Strange, why do these 3 statues look so familiar? Could they be what's suppressing this island? Forget it, let's deal with Zhang Bailan first. At this time, Zhang Bailan was with a group of geniuses. Qin Nan, you finally arrived. Qin Nan's eyes flashed with a monstrous killing intent. Let's settle the score between us. Zhang Shi and Xiao Fifan laughed loudly. You're not qualified to be our opponent. Qin Nan swung both his arms like a giant eagle spreading its wings, directly sending the 2 flying. Just you 2? You're far from being my opponents. Blade, come. Qin Nan swung his right hand, and the ancient omen saber from the 7 supreme treasures appeared in his hand. Saber chi surged, boundless saber intent slashing straight towards Zhang Bailan's head. Holy Maiden, you're willing to unseal the island and release demonic chi? Just to kill a cultivator who has only cultivated for 2.5 years? Just now, Qin Nan retrieved the ancient omen saber from the 7 supreme treasures. He swung the saber chi surged, and boundless saber intent slashed straight towards Zhang Bailan's head. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bailan waved her hand. Zhang Xiaodi circulated her cultivation technique, a halo enveloping her, forming an absolute barrier. Qin Nan sneered. Truly ruthless. So this move is called the Protective Divine Light. Apart from 5-sex realm experts, no one can break it. At this time, Zhang Shi and Xiao Fifan attacked again. Qin Nan frowned. With a whoosh, Princess Miao Miao appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. She unleashed a series of magnificent saber images, sending Zhang Shi and Xiao Fifan flying. Qin Nan said in astonishment, you're truly not simple. The princess is actually willing to suppress her cultivation to participate in the secret realm with you. Less nonsense. Do you think the protective divine light can stop me? In less than a breath, she saw through the protective divine light's weakness. Qin Nan swung his saber down. The entire protective divine light shattered. Seeing this, Jiang Shi flew into a rage. Brother, if you don't save her, I'll die right here and now. Jiang Xiaojue had no choice but to intervene. He extended 2 fingers, clamping down on the saber qi, actually catching the ancient omen saber. Almost everyone thought to themselves, what a terrifying physique. Jiang Xiaojue crushed the saber qi. I'm also forced to do this. I hope you. Before he could finish, Zhang Bailan jumped up. Qin Nan, I've prepared a big gift for you, and now I'll give it to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she struck the 3 statues with a palm. 3 divine lights shot into the heads of the 3 statues. In an instant, the 3 statues came to life. Countless streams of blood light erupted from their bodies, enveloping the sky. All the rogue cultivators were terrified. Such dense demonic qi, could it be that Zhang Bailan knows the origin of this island? Zhang Bailan sneered. Fellow Taoists may not know, but this island was formed when a demonic pill venerable, hunted by the 2 great sacred grounds hundreds of years ago, self-destructed his nascent soul. All cultivators on this island will become nutrients, helping him reconstruct his body. Don't worry, the restriction hasn't been fully opened. I only opened a portion to lure out the demonic qi. After saying that, she flipped her hand, and an ancient formation disc appeared. Princess Miao Miao's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted, Qin Nan, dodge. Jiang Shi, who had planned this beforehand, unleashed the Great Sun 5 wheels, ambushing Princess Miao Miao. 6 profound lights appeared behind Xiao Fifan. A gigantic primordial vicious beast lunged out, grabbing Qin Nan's shoulder. Qin Nan finally understood. Xiao Fifan and Jiang Shi were holding back earlier, they had actually planned this in advance. Their sudden attack was meant to suppress him. Zhang Bailan began chanting an incantation. With every word she uttered, it seemed as if a demon king was awakening. Primordial golden core, boundless dharma robe, heaven and earth rebirth, I alone am supreme. Xiao Fifan sensed immense danger and was about to continue suppressing Qin Nan. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. Xiao Fifan, get lost. Xiao Fifan and Jiang Shi were horrified. They were no longer facing a young man, but a true behemoth. With a single strike, both great geniuses were injured. As expected, you are very strong. Dragon roars through the heavens. Following Qin Nan's shout, a golden dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying roar. In an instant, Xiao Fifan and Jiang Xiaojie's expressions drastically changed, and the formation disc seemed to be burning. Qin Nan didn't stop, his figure soaring into the sky, intending to finish off the 2. Zhang Bailan suddenly threw the demonic disc into the air. Heaven and earth shift, for symbols 4 demons grand formation. With a loud explosion, the demonic disc shone brilliantly, countless lines spreading out, forming a grand formation that enveloped Qin Nan. The formation is complete, no one can break it. Qin Nan, even if you have the golden core, today I will turn you into ashes. As soon as she finished speaking, 7 strands of primordial black qi wrapped around the dragon-inscribed golden core. After tightly binding it, the black qi transformed into black flames, incinerating it. Qin Nan gasped. What kind of flames are these? They can actually burn my dragon-inscribed golden core. Princess Miao Miao said worriedly, this 4 demons destruction formation was a grand formation specifically used to kill 5 venerables in ancient times. Although its power is not what it used to be, it's still more than enough to deal with the dragon-inscribed golden core. The heavily injured Jiang Xiaojue laughed loudly. Qin Nan, who told you to disregard Zhang Bailan? This is your comeuppance. Just this little bit of flame wants to incinerate me? The dragon-inscribed golden core erupted with raging flames, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. This was the blazing sun divine fire within the dragon-inscribed golden core, possessing absolute power. Zhang Bailan sneered. The 4 demons destruction formation isn't that easy to deal with. Myriad demons converge. Countless black qi transformed into giant fists, striking the dragon-inscribed golden core. Qin Nan was forced back, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Princess Miao Miao said anxiously, quickly use the token. Qin Nan sneered. Are they even worthy of making me use the token? Xiao Fifan roared, Qin Nan, today you will surely die. He directly used his trump card, unleashing his life bone, summoning the divine sense of the Blood City Lord. This was the divine sense of a 5 venerables realm expert. It was just the divine sense of a martial venerable realm expert. Yet it almost took half the life of an exceptional genius. Just now, Xiao Fifan used his life bone, summoning the divine sense of the Blood City Lord. As a result, the moment it appeared, The three statues suddenly emitted divine light, striking the divine sense. Xiao Feifan and Jiang Shi's expressions changed. Not good, the demonic pill Venerable's restriction has been broken. The towering figure in the sky quickly vanished under the attack of the three statues. Before the next attack from the three statues arrived, he hastily locked onto Qin Nan and waved his hand. In an instant, a sharp sword Qi rushed forward. Even with only 1% of its power remaining, it was still extremely terrifying. Qin Nan was fearless. The dragon-inscribed golden core erupted with unprecedented power, actually drawing a giant golden saber in the air. The towering figure's attack was instantly shattered. Before he could react, the restriction from the three statues arrived, obliterating him. Seeing this, Zhao Feng, disguised as the Destiny Messenger, thought to himself, an attack from a 5 Venerable was actually blocked. He truly is the man I admire. At this moment, Jiang Bailan shouted, Xiao Feifan, Jiang Shi, seize this opportunity and kill him. The two immediately reacted, charging forward with monstrous killing intent. Zhao Feng sneered. Junior brother Qin Nan, now these shameless people all want to take the credit, but don't worry, senior brother will definitely save you later. But before I save you, I must let you have a taste. After saying that, a pill appeared in his hand. Once this pill is swallowed, one will completely fall into depravity, for the rest of their life. He quietly placed the pill on. Qin Nan naturally didn't know his scheme. At this moment, he was focused on executing the demonic saber's secret art. With a loud laugh, Jiang Shi and Xiao Feifan suddenly clutched their heads, their minds filled with endless warmth. Taking advantage of Qin Nan's distraction, Zhao Feng flicked his finger, shooting the one life one world pill towards him. Unexpectedly, Qin Nan had been on guard, slicing the pill in half. Each half shot towards Xiao Feifan and Jiang Shi. Xiao Feifan and Jiang Shi suddenly flew into a rage, their eyes blazing as they charged towards Zhao Feng. Qin Nan thought to himself, fortunately, that pill didn't hit me. At this moment, Jiang Bailan said, I didn't expect even the 4 demons destruction formation to be unable to do anything to you. In that case, I'll fight you head-on. Qin Nan turned around, his eyes sharp. I'd like to see how much skill you have. Jiang Bailan sneered. If you were still at your peak, I would have to be wary, but now you're exhausted and clearly no match for me. Liang Kai and the other 5 shouted, Senior brother Qin Nan, will help you defeat her. Jiang Bailan sneered. Just you brats? Even if you all come together, it won't change a thing. All the rogue cultivators were shocked. Jiang Bailan is actually cultivating a mysterious grade 8th stage cultivation technique. Even in the entire world, that's a peak existence. Suddenly, Princess Miao Miao noticed something. Qin Nan, be careful. But Qin Nan's reaction was a step too slow. 5 long swords pierced his body fiercely, attempting to tear his powerful body apart. Jiang Bailan sneered. Ha ha, surprised, aren't you? Your fellow disciples were cut into pieces by me. Qin Nan's face was pale, his body trembling slightly. Having just gone through a great battle, he was now suddenly ambushed by Liang Kai and the other 4. Even he suffered serious injuries. It turned out that when Jiang Bailan used the 5 souls technique, she didn't lock its power onto Qin Nan but instead captured the 5 souls of Liang Kai. In the next second, the 5 long swords, carrying a powerful light, fiercely stabbed towards Qin Nan's head. At this critical moment, Qin Nan reached out and grabbed all the long swords. Then, the long swords in his hands shattered with a loud bang. Next, he once again mobilized the dragon-inscribed golden core, condensing it into a large bell. The bell fiercely slammed down towards Liang Kai and the other 4, and the influence of the 5 souls that Jiang Bailan had cast on them instantly disappeared without a trace. After a brief moment of emptiness, their minds quickly regained clarity. But before Qin Nan could even breathe a sigh of relief, a merciless wave of cold chi lashed out. Jiang Bailan laughed heartily. Qin Nan, you are truly loyal and righteous. But don't forget, I'm still here. Princess Miao Miao's eyes instantly welled up with tears, speaking both angrily and heartbrokenly, Brother Qin Nan, I won't let them hurt you. I'll kill them all. Jiang Bailan immediately unleashed her strongest killing move, preparing to thoroughly slay Qin Nan. Suddenly, the seal of the spring-tide sacred ground was broken, and all techniques were restricted. An invisible pressure began to spread through the void, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear in their hearts. Jiang Bailan was completely dumbfounded. This was the mysterious grade secret technique, Martial Soul. Qin Nan's soul ignited with blazing flames, roaring furiously, Today, I will fight you to the death. Jiang Bailan's 5 souls were instantly shattered. You dare scheme against me. This punch is for myself. This punch is for my fellow disciples. With these 2 punches, Jiang Bailan's delicate, fair features were covered in blood and gore. Qin Nan showed no mercy, the rage in his heart surging even higher. Such an evildoer, heaven will not forgive. Now I will send you to hell. He immediately drew the storm crossbow without hesitation, aiming straight at Jiang Bailan's head. He was clearly the invincible, exceptional genius of the entire Middle Gate. Yet now, he was ravaged by a stone statue to the point of rolling on the ground. Just as Qin Nan drew the storm crossbow and was about to strike down Jiang Bailan, unexpectedly, he suddenly raised his right hand, striking out with an ancient rune. In an instant, a rift opened in the void, and a majestic figure stepped out. This figure exuded an extremely dangerous aura, like a supreme emperor descending. Qin Nan sneered. Just a sliver of divine sense wants to kill me? What wishful thinking! The phantom immediately unleashed its strongest killing move, Giant Sky Strike. In the blink of an eye, the point of light in the void suddenly exploded. Jiang Bailan let out a tragic, mournful scream. The old man beside Jiang Bailan roared furiously, immediately stepping forward to shield her. Even the powerful Giant Sky Strike faded and disappeared at this moment. Using a flawed 5 souls, no wonder you could defeat my disciple. But unfortunately, today is your death day. The old man raised his hand, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Qin Nan. But at this moment, a furious shout rang out. How dare you? You dare touch someone I value? Qin Nan was surprised. This voice wasn't San Emperor Tang Xingshan's. If it wasn't him, then which venerable was it? Countless blood-red lines appeared across the entire island, the 3 stone statues shining brilliantly, merging into one, forming a colossal stone statue. The old man coldly looked at the stone statue. Demonic pill venerable, you haven't fully recovered. You'd best disappear from this place. So what if I haven't recovered? Do you think you can act recklessly before me? The demonic pill venerable laughed heartily, spewing a stream of heavenly demonic chi from his mouth. The old man blocked the attack for Jiang Bailan, but its residual force almost instantly shattered all the bones in his body. Demonic pill venerable, I swear to the heavens, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't escape my pursuit. The old man immediately tore open a rift in the void, quickly escaping with Jiang Bailan. Qin Nan breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing his rage. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. The demonic pill venerable sneered. Brat, if you want to thank me, then hand over your body. Princess Miao Miao sensed the danger and immediately grabbed Qin Nan, preparing to flee. But in the next second, she was blasted away, her aura weakened. After all, she had just stepped into the half-step soul formation realm, the difference between her and the demonic pill venerable before her was truly too great. No one on this island can escape. Obediently stay put and be devoured by me. I'll give you a swift death. Qin Nan shouted, devour whoever you want, but let the others go. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. The demonic pill venerable sneered. What are you? Everyone must die. Qin Nan's lips moved slightly, transmitting a message to Princess Miao Miao. Elder sister, take them away first. I've already called the Sand Emperor. Princess Miao Miao's eyes lit up. All right. Follow me. This demonic pill venerable can't do anything to Qin Nan. After speaking, Princess Miao Miao even gave the demonic pill venerable a provocative glance. The demonic pill venerable trembled with anger. Did she really think that Qin Nan, with his peak martial king realm cultivation, could handle him? Suddenly, Qin Nan said coldly, out of respect for you helping me just now, I advise you not to have any designs on my body. Otherwise, your centuries of cultivation will vanish into thin air. The demonic pill venerable stood still. He calmly threatened Qin Nan with words. Perhaps he had used some method to inform the Azure Dragon's sacred lord. You think I don't know your tricks? Currently, even the peak masters of the 2 great sacred grounds can't find me. After speaking, he extended his hand slightly. A profound light shot into the sky, enveloping the entire island. Qin Nan sincerely persuaded, the person who's coming isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Let me go now, and I won't reveal a word about your affairs. The demonic pill venerable sneered. Enough nonsense. Now I will refine your body and devour you. He waved his hand, 2 wisps of soul demon fire falling onto Qin Nan, transforming into surging flames. Qin Nan let out a painful scream. This soul demon fire is senseless and formless. Even the dragon-inscribed golden core can't do anything against it. Next, both your body and soul will be devoured by me. The demonic pill venerable directly used a divine ability, using the primordial demonic lotus to bind Qin Nan's body. The soul demon fire burned incessantly, completely engulfing Qin Nan. Qin Nan, amidst the pain, still spoke intermittently, demonic pill venerable, you'd best stop. Otherwise. The demonic pill venerable was enraged. At this point, you still dare threaten me. You really don't cry until you see the coffin. Ha, Qin Nan, do you see? Once your soul completely dissipates, everything you have will belong to me. Suddenly, his laughter abruptly stopped as a bone saber came tearing through the void, carving a wound across his face. This one is Tang Qingshan. May I ask who you are? The demonic pill venerable's expression drastically changed, his voice trembling. Why you're not dead? Tang Qingshan said impassively, I'll give you two choices. 1. Submit to me and become my slave. 2. Die immediately. The demonic pill venerable glanced at Qin Nan. He could easily obliterate the legendary demonic pill venerable. Just now, Sand Emperor Tang Qingshan had launched a sneak attack. The demonic pill venerable's heart felt a heavy blow. I haven't lost yet. But before he could finish, the void above the island suddenly cracked wide open. Three figures stepped out, Duanmu Peak Master and Zhang Peak Master. The demonic pill venerable's scalp went numb. Could they also be here for Qin Nan? Tang Qingshan didn't waste any words and directly attacked. The demonic pill venerable hurriedly urged the soul demon fire. I was wrong this time, spare me. Tang Qingshan said impassively, dream on. His voice resonated like a great bell in the demonic pill venerable's ears. The demonic pill venerable roared, if you want to kill me, then let Qin Nan be buried with me. Duanmu Peak Master was already prepared. Seeing this, he immediately unleashed the giant void hand, completely protecting Qin Nan's body. The black saber in Tang Qingshan's hand slashed towards the demonic pill venerable's head without hesitation. But at this moment, Princess Miao Miao's delicate features suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Before anyone could react, the surrounding void suddenly cracked open. A majestic figure stood there, exuding a terrifying pressure. The newcomer was the Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord. He merely glanced at the demonic pill venerable. The demonic pill venerable's stone body began to rapidly disintegrate. Sacred Lord, spare me. I'm willing to be your servant. The Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord said impassively, you're not qualified to be his servant. But if you want to survive, then transform yourself into a devil pill and aid Qin Nan's cultivation. The demonic pill venerable's expression drastically changed. If he merged with the devil pill, he feared he would never be able to cleanse this tainted body for the rest of his life. Assist Qin Nan? What is Qin Nan? If you're not willing, then die. From within the vague features of Princess Miao Miao in the void, a cold voice rang out once more. Next, a primordial force suddenly descended. In less than a breath, the demonic pill venerable was shattered into fine powder. Then, it transformed into a stream of demonic qi and entered Qin Nan's body. Qin Nan's soul immediately recovered and began to heal his injuries. The Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord remained silent for a moment, about to add a few words, when Princess Miao Miao suddenly spoke, Who are you? The Azure Dragon's Sacred Lord sighed. You'll know when the time comes. Moreover, it's best you don't interfere in this matter. Because your every move is being watched. At the same time, Qin Nan slowly rose from the rubble, Tang Qingshan's voice suddenly echoing in his mind. At this moment, the demonic pill venerable and all his power have merged into the devil pill. As long as you refine it well, the gains will be immense. The dragon-inscribed golden core within Qin Nan trembled slightly, a drop of fresh blood condensing from the rubble and merging into the devil pill. The devil pill was refined, the purest power of the demonic pill venerable erupting. It surged continuously, merging into the dragon-inscribed golden core. Next, the devil pill slowly transformed, growing limbs and continuously extending, finally becoming a 6-young-tall miniature figure. A look of joy appeared on Qin Nan's face. Refinement successful. Suddenly, the miniature devil pill figure trembled, countless points of light shooting out and burrowing into the rubble covering Qin Nan. An intense pain immediately exploded in Qin Nan's mind. It turned out that after the devil pill fused with the demonic pill venerable's soul, not only all of his own pill refinement experience, but also the demonic pill venerable's hundreds of years of pill refinement experience were contained within. Duanmu Peak Master couldn't help but sigh. It seems the Azure Dragon's sacred ground is about to have an exceptional pill Dao Master. I'll take my leave. The disciples of the Flying Yang sacred ground didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly left. Zhang Peak Master chuckled slightly. Elder brother, second brother, leave the matter of sealing the news to me. When Qin Nan gave me the transmission token, it probably wasn't about the demonic pill venerable. Elder brother, help me ask Tang Qingshan what's going on. After saying that, he left. Time quickly passed. A month later, Qin Nan's eyes were bloodshot. Old friend, I apologize for making you wait so long. Zhang Peak Master shook his head. To witness the rise of a great pill Dao Master, I'm willing to wait. Second brother asked me to ask you what you wanted to see him for. Qin Nan said without hesitation, I want to kill Zhang Bailan. Hearing this, Zhang Peak Master's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that's not possible for now. Although the Merchant Dao Guild doesn't distinguish victory or defeat, there is still a half-saint overseeing it. Even if second brother and I join forces, it would be difficult to do anything. Furthermore, there's another crucial issue. What happened in the Sea of Death that year probably wasn't an accident, but a massive conspiracy. Qin Nan keenly sensed a clue. The Merchant Dao Guild was also involved? Zhang Peak Master took a deep breath. Indeed, but there's no concrete evidence yet. However, I believe that with your appearance, this time in the Sea of Death, the conspiracy from back then will definitely be completely exposed. You don't need to worry too much. If you want to deal with Zhang Bailan, go ahead. As long as you can kill her in a fair fight, even if the half-saint of the Merchant Dao Guild intervenes, it won't matter. Back at the Azure Dragon's sacred ground, because of the 5-Sects Secret Realm incident, the mission was cancelled, and Qin Nan only had 5 primordial stones left. But it was better than nothing, so he focused on cultivating his Dao, consuming 5 primordial stones every day, but still without any progress. Qin Nan racked his brains, searching for a method of utilization, because only this could help him increase his 5 markings. Soon, a piece of news caught Qin Nan's attention. Refining pills like the Moon-grade Clear Light Pill and Snow Moon Pill could be exchanged for primordial stones at the mission hall, at a 1-to-1 ratio. In the cultivation world, Pill Dao Masters were divided into 3 ranks: Star, Moon, and Sunday. Each rank was further divided into 5 grades. Moon-grade pills were not easy to refine, but he possessed the skills of the demonic pill Venerable and could definitely grow rapidly. Thus, he decided to go to Herb Peak to purchase spirit herbs and try refining pills. But when he arrived at the exchange hall, he encountered a troublesome matter. Senior brother Qin Nan, where have you been this month? I was so worried. Qin Nan turned around, surprised. Why are you here? Lin Xiangyu stuck out her tongue. I'm a disciple of Duanmu Peak. As the two were chatting, a strange voice rang out. Lin Xiaoyu, you're being intimate with another man? If senior brother finds out, it might not be good. Lin Xiaoyu's expression slightly changed. This is my business. What does it have to do with senior brother? Sun Dong sneered. Senior brother is preparing to participate in the Star Grade 4th Grade Pill Dao Master Assessment and personally requested your presence. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Nan thought to himself, a mere Star Grade 4th Grade Pill Dao Master dares to be so arrogant. But when Lin Xiaoyu heard this, she showed fear. If senior brother Zheng Kuan successfully advanced to Star Grade 4th Grade, he would definitely choose her as his pill attendant. Nominally, it was to assist in pill refinement, but in reality, it was to be a servant girl. What are you still standing there for? Quickly follow me to senior brother's side. Senior brother said, if you perform well, after you become a pill attendant. 7226, before Sun Dong could finish, a large hand suddenly reached out, grabbing his arm tightly. 7227, I don't care whose pill attendant you are, go back and tell your senior brother, Lin Xiaoyu is under my protection, tell him to know his place. 7228, Sun Dong's face drastically changed. Who is this bastard? Daring to act so arrogantly on Herb Peak? 7229, suddenly, a disciple exclaimed, holy crap, it's Qin Nan. What's he doing here? 7230, Sun Dong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, even his speech becoming stammered. Qin Nan. Senior brother. 7231, Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged as he released his grip. I'm not your senior brother. Remember what I just said. You can scram now. 7232, but before Sun Dong could leave, his senior brother, Zheng Kuan, happened to arrive. Junior brother Qin Nan, why are you so free to come to our Herb Peak? 7233, Xiaoyu, I can make you my pill attendant right away. But don't misunderstand, senior brother just wants to help you gain more experience. 7234, although Lin Xiaoyu had a gentle nature, she wasn't stupid. I don't want to. From today onwards, I'm leaving Herb Peak. I'm no longer a disciple of Herb Peak. 7235, hearing this, Zheng Kuan deliberately put on a heartbroken expression. Xiaoyu, you've truly misunderstood me. Senior brother has no ulterior motives towards you. Besides, your dream is to become a great pill Dao master. Do you really want to give up on your dream? At this moment, Qin Nan resolutely stepped forward. Let me tell you, Lin Xiaoyu is my junior sister. You'd best stay away from her, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zheng Kuan composed himself, speaking gently, everything I've done is according to the rules of Herb Peak. Junior brother Qin Nan, you're from Duanmu Peak, right? I am indeed a disciple of Duanmu Peak. But if I see someone I don't like, there's only one word. Fight. Like an erupting ancient volcano, Qin Nan's aura suddenly exploded. A sense of mortal fear immediately arose in Zhang Kuan's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Stop! The newcomer was Ling Jianxiong. Zhang Kuan, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly complained, Junior brother Ling, Qin Nan attacked me, quickly apprehend him. Ling Jianxiong smiled wryly. Senior brother Qin Nan, long time no see. Qin Nan sized him up. Your cultivation has actually reached the Five Palaces realm so quickly. It seems you've been nurtured quite well after entering the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. Ling Jianxiong gave a dry laugh. Senior brother overpraises me. Zhang Kuan seized the opportunity, saying indignantly, Junior brother Ling, Qin Nan relied on his status to attack me, why haven't you apprehended him yet? Could it be that just because you two are acquainted, you intend to let him off? Ling Jianxiong said calmly, because I can't beat senior brother Qin Nan. Zhang Kuan suppressed his anger. Can't beat him? Don't you know how to call the enforcement team? If the captain of the enforcement team finds out about this, he definitely won't let him off. No need to remind me. Ling Jianxiong's expression remained unchanged. Then he looked towards Qin Nan, his expression softening. Senior brother Qin Nan, could you give me some face and let this matter go? Qin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. Ling Jianxiong's proposal was indeed the best solution, but for him to swallow this anger was simply impossible. I absolutely can't let today's matter go. I want to ask, according to the rules of Herd Peak, how should personal grievances be resolved? Zhang Kuan immediately laughed loudly. According to the rules of Herd Peak, pill battles can be used to resolve them. It just so happens that I'm about to participate in the Star Grade 4th grade Pill Dao Master Assessment. Junior brother Qin Nan, if you want a pill battle with me, why not participate in the assessment with me? If I win, you publicly apologize to me. Qin Nan sneered. What's an apology? If I lose, I'll publicly kneel and kowtow 3 times to you. If you lose, you publicly kneel and kowtow 3 times to Lin Xiaoyu. It was clearly his first pill battle. Yet the young man achieved a perfect score. Just as Qin Nan and Zhang Kuan arrived at the Herd Peak assessment location, suddenly, an elder in black robes walked over. What are you all doing gathered here? Zhang Kuan's eyes lit up and he recounted the entire story. Taimo's expression drastically changed, and he immediately pointed at Qin Nan and shouted, Get out of Herd Peak immediately. Outer Peak disciples are not allowed to participate in the assessment. Here. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a gentle voice rang out from the crowd. Enforcer Taimo, why so angry? Taimo's expression slightly changed. In terms of status and position, he was no match for this person. Chening directly ignored Elder Taimo and walked straight to Qin Nan. I've long heard of your name, and today I finally have the chance to meet you. I heard you're preparing for a pill battle. With Zhang Kuan? Qin Nan nodded calmly. Just get straight to the point. The smile on Chen Ying's face gradually faded. What exactly did you do to Xiao Fifan? Why did he become like that after going to the 5-sex secret realm? Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. What does Xiao Fifan's matter have to do with me? You should look for Zhao Lei. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ying's eyes. You're pretending. If you have the guts, then have a pill battle with me today. If you lose, you must restore Xiao Fifan to his original state. Then kneel and apologize to him, how about that? Qin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, Chen Ying had connections with the Merchant Dao Guild. Chen Ying chuckled. If you win, I'll be your pill attendant. All the disciples gasped. Chen Ying was not only powerful but also a beauty. To have her as one's pill attendant would be a double blessing. But Qin Nan refused without hesitation. Want a beauty? If you lose, compensate me with 10 primordial stones. This woman is quite calculating. I have the devil pill. If she follows me, she can definitely learn countless valuable things. 10 primordial stones it is. A promise is a promise. Wait a minute. Taimo came back to his senses, shouting loudly, What are you all doing? Qin Nan, get out of Herd Peak immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the enforcement team. Chen Ying's expression remained unchanged. Enforcer Taimo, why be so serious? Moreover, a disciple from Duanmu Peak having a pill battle with a disciple from Herd Peak is a good thing. Qin Nan cupped his hands. Please prepare for me to participate in the pill battle. Rest assured, I will show mercy. Taimo trembled with anger, pointing at Qin Nan for a long time before finally saying, "You don't regret it later." Qin Nan naturally knew that Taimo's action stemmed from good intentions, fearing that he would be crushed by Qining. It's just that the other party didn't know what he possessed. Now commencing the Star Grade 4th Grade Pill Dao Master Assessment. This assessment is divided into 2 rounds. The first round, Spirit Herb Identification. Total points, 30. The second round, Pill Refinement Competition, total points, 70. Taimo waved his hand, a spirit herb appearing in his palm. This contains 63 types of medicinal ingredients. Identifying over 60 types will grant you full marks. Qin Nan's lips curled slightly, a light flashing in his eyes. The war god's left eye activated, all the medicinal properties of this spirit herb clearly revealed. The first round of the assessment has concluded, now announcing the results. Zheng Kuan identified 56 types of medicinal ingredients, 26 points. Qining identified 61 types of medicinal ingredients, 30 points. But when he saw Qin Nan's result, Taimo's jaw dropped. Because he identified all 63 types of medicinal ingredients, achieving a perfect score of 30 and breaking the record. Qining exclaimed, "Impossible. He must have cheated." Qin Nan sneered. "I cheated? If I cheated, I would have scored 5 points less than you?" Qining said in disbelief, "You just relied on calculations." The second round of the assessment is the key. Qin Nan sneered. "A mere pill attendant, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? Alright, enough noise. Now commencing the second round of the assessment. This round will provide 10 types of spirit herbs, the time limit is 1 hour, and each person has 3 attempts to refine. A pill. After speaking, Taimo waved his hand, and a pill furnace appeared before each person. Zheng Kuan sneered at Qin Nan, "I hope you can maintain a better score than me in the second round." Qin Nan retorted, "Although your strength is nothing much, your ability to predict the future isn't bad." Zheng Kuan gritted his teeth. "In this second round, I'll definitely show you what true skill is." Qin Nan quickly selected a pill called the Blazing Fire Pill from the demonic pill Venerable's memories but didn't rush to start. After all, this was his first time refining pills. There was no need to hurry. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Water and fire fusion. Zheng Kuan's left hand condensed flames, his right hand condensed ice. With each rotation, the spirit herbs gradually fused. A drop of spirit liquid flowing out and dripping into the pill furnace. Qining unleashed her martial soul, her fair arms extending like a whirlwind, drawing the spirit herbs in. But Qin Nan remained motionless, only intently watching the 2 refined pills. Why isn't he moving at all? Is he planning to give up? It wasn't until half an hour later that Qin Nan's hands ignited, the flames constantly changing, as if possessing sentience, falling onto each spirit herb. I thought he would use some advanced technique, but it turns out to be the most basic fire control. The young man was clearly refining pills for the first time. Yet he was able to astonish all the alchemy masters. Just now, Zheng Kuan had placed all the spirit herbs into the pill furnace. With a soft clang, a 4th grade spirit pill took form. Qining also made progress on her side. A brilliant light radiated from her hands, merging into the flames. In an instant, a 4th grade spirit pill formed, emitting a rich fragrance. All the disciples, including Taimo, revealed looks of astonishment. Because, 4 pills of the same grade, a fragrant pill indicated stronger condensed medicinal power. Without natural talent, even a 6th grade spirit alchemy master would find this difficult to achieve. A smug look appeared on Chen Ying's face. "Qin Nan, stop embarrassing yourself. Admit defeat and kneel down to apologize." Qin Nan glanced at her and said indifferently, "Not interested." He condensed flames in his hands, gathered all the spirit liquids, and placed them into the pill furnace. The flames enveloped the entire furnace, beginning to decompose the spirit herbs. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a loud explosion rang out in the examination grounds. The entire pill furnace exploded into pieces. Zheng Kuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Junior brother Qin Nan, pill refining is a very dangerous activity, don't blow yourself up." Taimo sighed softly, "Qin Nan, there's not much time left. You should just admit defeat. Continuing won't change anything." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Nan raised his head and said resolutely, "The examination allows 3 attempts. I still have 2 more chances." Taimo waved his hand, bringing out 2 more pill furnaces and 2 portions of spirit herbs. "Alright, if you insist, then try again." Qin Nan composed himself and quickly extended his hands, executing the flame control flow, decomposing the spirit herbs. Another loud explosion, and the pill furnace exploded again. How ridiculous, twice in a row we've seen Qin Nan's face slapped. For some reason, a strange sense of joy arose in the hearts of all the disciples. Impatience showed on Chen Ying's face. The outcome of this match is clear. There's no need for a third attempt. Qin Nan ignored her and walked straight to the third pill furnace. This time, he didn't rush. He adjusted his breathing, evidently entering the state of the innate martial soul, his mind and spirit unified. Ghost pill, flame control flow, the foundation, infinitely variable. As the last word was uttered, Qin Nan suddenly extended his hands, executing the flame control flow once again. But this flame control was no longer ordinary. As the flames descended, they continuously exploded, instantly decomposing each spirit herb. Finally, hard work paid off, and Qin Nan successfully refined a pill. He then walked to Tai Mo and handed him the pill. But when Tai Mo looked down, he was dumbfounded. How is it not even first-grade spirit level? Qin Nan, you have completely failed. Now you must kneel down and apologize to me. Qin Nan's face remained unchanged as he said, who says I lost? I won this match. Chen Ying's face immediately darkened. What did Qin Nan mean? Could he be trying to renege on the bet? Qin Nan sneered at the crowd. You ignorant bunch, your foolish looks make me doubt the alchemy skills of the herb peak. Could it be that you haven't even heard of a pill within a pill? Finishing his words, he raised his left hand, condensed his fist, and struck the black pill. The black outer layer instantly peeled off, revealing a turquoise pill. At this moment, everyone gasped. It's actually a 5th-grade spirit pill within a pill. But this has never been refined before on Herd Peak. Just then, Qin Nan suddenly said, "Excuse me everyone, but this isn't its true form yet." He breathed a mouthful of true essence onto the pill. In an instant, a golden light radiated outwards. Zhang Kuan was completely stunned. Pills were divided into 13 grades, from 1st to 13th. He could only refine 4th-grade spirit pills, yet this person could refine a 5th-grade first rank spirit pill. Seeing everyone's expressions, Qin Nan suppressed the urge to completely unleash the Moonfire pill. "Chening, Zhang Kuan, tell me, who ultimately won this examination?" Before the two could answer, a powerful voice boomed. Elder Chu ignored Qin Nan and walked directly to Chening. "You were the one who refined the Moonfire pill. As expected, your brother has unparalleled alchemy talent. And you, his younger sister, are no less talented." Chen Ying's face paled, and she hurriedly shook her head. "Master Chu, you've misunderstood. I didn't refine this." Elder Chu waved his hand. "Girl, don't be modest. I now represent the Dharma Enforcement Hall and accept you as a disciple of the Herb Hall." Tai Mo couldn't bear it any longer and said loudly, "Elder Chu, the one who refined this pill is Qin Nan." Elder Chu was stunned, completely dumbfounded. The 5-way genius that 2 great sacred lands fought over, his alchemy skills were also this high. At this time, Tai Mo spoke. "Qin Nan won this examination. Logically, we should reward him, but he's not from the Herb Peak." Elder Chu immediately decided, "We must reward him. We not only have to appoint Qin Nan as a 4th-grade spirit alchemy master, but we must also invite him to the Herb Peak as a special disciple." Qin Nan cupped his hands and said calmly, "Senior, I apologize, but I have no such intention." The pill-refining sect offered an exceptional discipleship. Yet the young man refused without hesitation. Elder Chu hurriedly took out the Herb Peak token. "It's fine if you don't join, but you must accept this Moonfire pill." "Senior Tai Mo, thank you for your concern. I'll give you this Moonfire pill." After transmitting a message to Tai Mo, Qin Nan left. "Remember, absolutely do not give this pill to anyone else." After instructing Tai Mo, Qin Nan disappeared. But not long after he left, a powerful voice rang out. "What are you all making such a fuss about?" The newcomer was one of the 3 hall masters of the Herb Peak, second only to the Peak Master in status. "Who refined this pill?" "Chening, was it you?" Elder Chu immediately recounted what had just happened, also mentioning the matter of Azure Dragon Qin Nan. Hallmaster Jean accepted the Moonfire pill, his face drastically changing. "This is a 5th-grade spirit-imbued pill. Everyone, listen up. Immediately find Qin Nan and bring him back. We must persuade him to join the Herb Peak." At the same time, Qin Nan brought Ling Jianxiong and Lin Xiangyu to a deserted area on the Herb Peak. "I know you're curious about how I know alchemy. To be honest, during my trip to the 5 sects adversity, I did have a bit of a fortuitous encounter and obtained some inheritance. Although I've obtained an inheritance in the Tao of Alchemy, I will still focus on the 5 ways in the future. Xiaoyu, how about I pass this alchemy method to you, and you can carry it forward?" Lin Xiangyu shook her head. "Brother, I don't need your alchemy method. I want to forge my own path." Qin Nan nodded slightly, very ambitious. Lin Xiangyu and Ling Jianxiong then found a place to cultivate. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Qin Nan, you're truly amazing. The entire Herb Peak is talking about you right now." Tell this princess honestly, did you obtain the inheritance of the demonic pill, Venerable? Qin Nan didn't hide it. I obtained a book called the Ghost Pill. Princess Meow Meow said excitedly, then you should hand it over quickly. With this book, this princess can easily defeat Chung Feng. Qin Nan smiled slyly, it's not that I can't give it to you, but I have a condition. Princess Meow Meow asked cautiously, what condition? Very simple, just refine 30 moon-grade pills for me every month. Princess Meow Meow exclaimed, you bastard. If it weren't for this princess, you would have died countless times already. 5 pills a month at most. Qin Nan said firmly, at least 20, or no deal. Princess Meow Meow gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to hit him. 20 it is. Hurry up and pass the ghost pill to me. Qin Nan took her soft hand and transmitted the entire contents of the ghost pill to her. Right, Qin Nan, the 16 Peaks Grand Competition is coming up soon. You can check out the honorary missions yourself. I have to go back and learn this pill refining method. The headquarters of the Merchant Dao Alliance, Myriad Immortal Island. At this moment, Zhang Dylan lay pale within a medicinal bath. During his previous trip to the 5-sex adversity, he was severely injured and nearly lost his life. Now, even with various heavenly and earthly treasures, it would take him at least half a year to recover. Holy Sun, news just arrived that Qin Nan refined a 5th-grade spirit-imbued pill on Herb Peak. Just then, a transmission talisman flew over and landed in Zhang Dylan's hand. His anger instantly vanished, replaced by a cold smile. Qin Nan, during this 16 Peaks Grand Competition, if you dare to participate, then prepare to die. A deserted place on Herb Peak. Cultivators below the 5th Palace Realm can participate in the 16 Peaks Grand Competition. The champion can receive 1,000 Yuan stones and 3 Emperor Path artifacts. If I win first place, I should be able to advance my martial spirit to Earth grade. I must participate in this grand competition. Qin Nan immediately decided. But just then, a wisp of Duanmu Peak Master's divine sense suddenly appeared. The situation has changed. I'm afraid you've been targeted. It's best if you don't participate in this 16 Peaks Grand Competition. Qin Nan's eyes were firm. Thank you, Senior, for the reminder. But please rest assured, I will definitely return alive. Duanmu Peak Master didn't say anything more, and his divine sense disappeared. There were still 3 months until the 16 Peaks Grand Competition. Before that, he happened to see a cultivation ground called the Triple Gate on the map of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground. He would rest there during this period. But as soon as Qin Nan entered the 8th peak, his body felt as if it were being crushed by a boulder, his movements much slower than usual. He struggled to move, finally reaching a small town. To enter the Triple Gate, one needed to pay 1,000 Yuan stones. Qin Nan entered the town, preparing to find an inn to rest. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the discussions inside. Have you heard? This time, when the Triple Gate opens, Ying Junlong and Xue Wuying will both be there. They are both top figures on the Dharma Enforcement Hall rankings. Just as Qin Nan was pondering, a disharmonious voice rang out, don't block the door. I have a rule. Within 10 meters of me, cultivators below the 5th Palace Realm must retreat. Considering you're new here, I'll let you off this time. Qin Nan felt helpless. He just wanted to learn a bit about the Triple Gate, and being looked down upon was one thing, but being treated like a fly was another. Suddenly, a sturdy man stood up. Xue Wuying, you're too overbearing. He was clearly a peerless genius of the Shadow Assassin sacred ground, destined to reach great heights in the future. Now he was being coldly mocked by an ordinary disciple. Qin Nan was about to speak up, when a handsome man took the initiative to step forward. You're truly too arrogant and rude. Xue Wuying said indifferently, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Ying Junlong sneered, what lesson? At the 16 Peaks Grand Competition, I will definitely defeat you. After speaking, he suddenly extended his hand. I feel like I've seen this little brother before. Do we know each other? Qin Nan smiled, brothering, this is our first time meeting. Could you tell me about the rules of the Triple Gate? Ying Junlong said calmly, I can, but you have to tell me your name. Xue Wuying sneered, Ying Junlong, you're so boring. Do you really want to remember the name of someone like him? Ying Junlong glared at him, brother, don't mind him. As for the Triple Gate, in 3 days, a Dharma protector will come to escort us there. At that time, there will be 30 jade boats outside the Triple Gate. Only those who seize a jade boat can enter. I am Qin Nan. Thank you, brother, for the guidance. I hope to see you again inside the Triple Gate. Watching Qin Nan's departing figure, Ying Junlong revealed a thoughtful expression. Haha, I didn't expect Qin Nan to be here as well. This time at the Triple Gate, I must compete with him. Shui Wuying's face changed slightly, his right hand clenching. 3 days from now, all cultivators in this town gather here. Ying Junlong immediately sought out Qin Nan. You have to be careful of Shui Wuying. He has an older brother named Shui Wentian, who originally had the chance to become a half-saint, but because of you, that hope has vanished. Qin Nan nodded and was about to speak when a figure flew over from afar. I am the Dharma Protector, everyone follow me. After a while, everyone arrived at a lake. On a small island in the middle of the lake, there were 3 giant gates. This triple gate was created by a triple martial emperor of the Azure Dragon's sacred ground after he failed to ascend to the 5th martial realm. He condensed all the power of his lifetime to refine it, using it to train future generations. When you seize the boats later, remember, every step within this triple gate is extremely difficult, but the rewards will also increase accordingly. After entering the island, you will have 4 months. If someone leaves early, those behind can fill their place. Now, begin seizing the boats. Qin Nan immediately noticed that the cultivators competing for the jade boats next to Shui Wuying were all only at the first layer of the 5th palace realm, considered the weakest. He immediately rushed towards them. The first layer 5th palace realm cultivator immediately shouted, "You dare!" He then threw a punch imbued with flames. Qin Nan returned the punch, his entire body's power erupting, striking the first layer 5th palace cultivator. The opponent screamed miserably and was sent flying. Qin Nan landed on the jade boat without hesitation and stomped his right foot, sending the jade boat flying. But just then, the lake's surface suddenly froze, trapping the entire jade boat. It turned out that Shui Wuying had made his move. I already said, those below the first layer of the 5th palace realm are not allowed to stand within 10 meters of me. Even if you were a half-saint, I wouldn't give you face. Qin Nan sneered, cut the crap. If you have the ability, then make your move. Shui Wuying drew his sword, flew off his jade boat, and fought with Qin Nan. The cultivators competing for the boats all stopped, watching intently. After all, this scene was extremely rare. I didn't expect Qin Nan's strength to be so great. Then I can't let him enter the triple gate so easily. Thinking this, Shui Wuying erupted with his aura, swinging his hand and striking out with a palm. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. The difference between him and Shui Wuying was too great. If he prolonged the fight, he would likely be severely injured. You and I have no grievances. If you want to stop me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, Qin Nan condensed lightning on his fingertips and, without hesitation, executed the giant's strike. Shui Wuying raised an eyebrow slightly. He could clearly sense that this power had reached the 2nd layer of the 5th palace realm. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Nan controlled the jade boat, charging towards the island like a wild horse. Seeing this, Shui Wuying struck out a palm towards the giant's strike, countless runes converging to form a giant palm. But just then, Ying Junlong suddenly erupted, striking out with a fist. Shui Wuying turned his head, his face drastically changing. He had no choice but to block the attack. At this moment, Qin Nan reached the island. The 3 giant gates stood tall on the ground. Although they were only 10 zhan high, they gave off a towering feeling. Another Dharma protector standing at the gate said, as long as you step onto this path, the trial of the triple gate will officially begin. Soon, the battle for the boats ended, and groups of Dharma Enforcement Hall cultivators stepped onto the path one after another. Qin Nan looked at Shui Wuying, his eyes cold. Aren't you a peerless genius? Do you dare to make a bet with me? Qin Nan sneered, what do you want to bet? Very simple, in this triple gate, if you can walk past 300 steps, you win. If you win, I'll give you 500,000 yuan stones. If you lose, you have to let me beat you up. He was clearly a once-in-a-millennium peerless genius. Yet now he was crushed by a stone tower. Just now, Shui Wuying had made a bet with Qin Nan that if Qin Nan could pass 300 steps in the triple gate, he would give him 500,000 yuan stones. Ying Junlong sneered, Shui Wuying, you're really something. Why don't you try it yourself? This Shui Wuying is too much. In the history of our Azure Dragon's sacred ground, below the martial emperor realm, the furthest anyone has reached is 260 steps. And that was with external assistance. Shui Wuying said indifferently, I may not be able to do it, but Qin Nan is a renowned genius, of course he can. If he admits he doesn't have the ability, then he can refuse me. Qin Nan calmly said, I can bet with you, but if you lose, you have to compensate me with 2 million yuan stones. 2 million it is. Seeing Qin Nan agree, Shui Wuying naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, Qin Nan definitely couldn't pass 300 steps. The Dharma protector standing before the triple gate said calmly, everyone, you may begin. After entering the triple gate, remember, you are not allowed to use your martial spirit. Otherwise you will be immediately expelled. Soon, all the cultivators entered the first gate. As soon as Qin Nan entered, An invisible pressure immediately enveloped his entire body, 10 times stronger than the gravity of the 8th peak, causing the blazing golden armor physique art within his body to automatically activate. At the same time, outside the lake, over 200 cultivators who hadn't managed to seize a boat could only wait, preparing to pick up the scraps. Isn't that Hall Master Jin? And the alchemy genius Chung Feng? Suddenly, a Dharma protector exclaimed, is this Qin Nan crazy? He actually bet with Shui Wuying that he could reach 300 steps. Cheng Feng sneered, I told you, Qin Nan is arrogant. If he weren't so arrogant, how could he have lived until today? At this moment, Cheng Fian said, little sister, don't. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? If we don't obtain the ghost pill, I fear we'll be suppressed by Princess Miao Miao to the point where we can't even lift our heads. Hallmaster Jin immediately raised his hand, projecting the image inside the triple gate into the void. Ing Junlong and Shui Wuying are truly formidable, they've already reached 199 steps so quickly. When Qin Nan caught up to them, his movements were extremely difficult, his aura weak, as if he could collapse at any moment. Shui Wuying said with difficulty, you're too slow. Do you dare to cross this gate with me? Ing Junlong hurriedly reminded him, Qin Nan, don't listen to him. After passing through the first gate, the pressure will triple. If you're not prepared, you'll be immediately pushed out. If you don't dare, then I'll go first. Finishing his words, Shui Wuying activated his martial spirit and charged through the gate. Ing Junlong did the same. 5 halos flashed behind him, helping him alleviate the pressure, allowing him to pass easily. But Qin Nan didn't activate his 5 runes. He mobilized the power within his body. Wind Dragon. An unbelievable pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on him. Qin Nan gritted his teeth and pushed open the first gate. Hallmaster Jin and the others on the shore revealed shocked expressions. Cheng Feng scoffed, that's all he's got. Hallmaster Jin angrily shouted, if you speak nonsense again, get back to Herb Peak for me. Cheng Feng trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. In the end, Ing Junlong stopped at the 239th step, and Shui Wuying, relying on 3 Emperor Path artifacts, only reached the 240th step. Qin Nan, what are you waiting for? If you're in so much pain, just give up. Ing Junlong shouted angrily, you're using words to shake his resolve, how shameless. Shui Wuying sneered, losers should keep their mouths shut. No. I absolutely cannot stop here. Qin Nan roared inwardly. Before him was only this path, only by walking to the end could he be considered victorious. Suddenly, a violent pressure from the sky erupted like a volcano, crashing down. Qin Nan's already exhausted body could no longer resist and he collapsed. Shui Wuying couldn't help but laugh loudly, ha ha, without your martial spirit, what difference is there between you and an ordinary person? Keep moving, a weak, intermittent voice rang out. Qin Nan staggered to his feet and continued walking, finally reaching the 240th step, the same place where Shui Wuying had stopped. You're at your last breath, and you still want to reach 300 steps? Stop dreaming. Just give up. But just as Qin Nan took another step, a 7-colored light shot from the first and second gates into his body. It turned out that the triple martial emperor had built this triple gate to temper the will of his disciples. Currently, Qin Nan wasn't using his martial spirit or relying on artifacts, thus receiving the rewards from the first and second gates. In an instant, the terrifying pressure vanished, and Qin Nan quickly reached the 295th step, only 5 steps away from 300. Shui Wuiying's face turned extremely ugly. He never dreamed that Qin Nan could actually make it this far. Contrary to his thoughts, Hall Master Jin's heart was filled with turbulent waves. If he truly passed 300 steps, it would be a historical moment. In the next second, above Qin Nan's head, a terrifying pressure condensed into a giant tower, crashing down. Countless sounds of bones breaking rang out, incredibly harsh. At this moment, he was only a hair's breadth away from the giant tower. He was clearly the second-ranked 5th Palace Realm expert. Yet he couldn't defeat a young woman at the peak of the 5th Palace Realm. Just now, Qin Nan was suppressed by the giant tower. At this moment, he was only a short distance away from the giant tower. Shui Wuiying, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Qin Nan, you are a peerless genius, you absolutely cannot use your martial spirit. Otherwise, even if you reach 300 steps, I won't acknowledge it. Qin Nan propped himself up with his hands. Even if he had to crawl past these 300 steps. But the illusory giant tower suddenly grew larger, crashing down on him with a thunderous roar. Shui Wuiying roared with laughter, this bet, I win. Just as Elder Jin was about to intervene, a strange scene unfolded. Qin Nan's body, completely devoid of life force, unexpectedly began to move on its own, slowly crawling forward. He had clearly lost consciousness, yet his body still moved, as if an unyielding will was deeply etched into his soul and bones. Finally, Qin Nan's blood-soaked hand touched the 300th step. But it wasn't over. Qin Nan struggled to stand. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he continued to walk forward step by step. Until dawn broke, and the sun rose. Qin Nan had reached the 400th step, passing through the second gate. All the cultivators gasped in unison. Passing the first gate had already yielded countless rewards. Who knew what benefits Qin Nan would receive this time? Just as they were discussing amongst themselves, the 3 gates suddenly lit up, their light interweaving. Within the void, an illusory figure unexpectedly condensed. The triple gate had a total of 960 steps. Being able to reach the 400th step through one's own strength required no further proof. Qin Nan sensed something and hurriedly asked, "Senior, why have you appeared in my sea of consciousness?" The black-haired old man smiled. "The world calls me the Triple Martial Emperor. Back then, I obtained the inheritance of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor at the 5-6 crossroads. Today, consider this our meeting, and this is my gift to you." Before Qin Nan could say anything, a booming sound resonated within his sea of consciousness. Red lightning suddenly erupted, radiating bolts of electricity. "If I can refine and absorb this, I can definitely strengthen the war god left arm." Qin Nan immediately calmed his mind and began refining. A month later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Countless red lightning bolts flickered within his left eye, and an aura of judgment emanated from him. During this month, these lightning bolts not only strengthened his war god left arm but also purified his 6 dragon stellar origin. The golden stellar origin, emitting golden and lightning light, had actually advanced to the extreme dragon stellar origin. Therefore, he could now compare to a 5th Palace Stage 7th cycle cultivator, and could even contend against a 5th Palace Stage 8th cycle cultivator. But Qin Nan was still not satisfied. Because at the 16 Peaks Grand Competition, there would definitely be many peak 5th Palace Stage cultivators. He had to continue to increase his strength in the remaining 2 months. At the same time, within a palace on Myriad Immortal Island, Xiao Zhanghuang was saying, "I have such feelings for you, why do you reject me?" Zhang Dilan said helplessly, "Qin Nan's devotion to me is unforgettable. As long as he lives, I have no desire for romance." Xiao Zhanghuang said coldly, "I've sent people to the second region. After Qin Nan dies, you must marry me." Zhang Dilan's face paled slightly. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of unease. Time passed, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The 16 Peaks Grand Competition was about to begin. Qin Nan decided to settle the matter with Xue Wuyin beforehand. Thus, he looked at Xue Wuyin and said coldly, "Haven't you forgotten our agreement? Hand over 2 million yuan stones." Xue Wuyin said awkwardly, 2 million yuan stones? "I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged as traces of killing intent emanated from him. At this moment, Ing Junlong spoke up, "Xue Wuyin, you are truly shameless." Qin Nan said coldly, "I'll make it clear today. If you don't hand over the 2 million yuan stones, don't blame me for being ruthless." Suddenly, a figure flew over. It was Xue Wuyin's older brother, Xue Wuji. "I want to see what you plan to do to me." Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. "Your younger brother owes me 2 million yuan stones. If you can pay it for him, this matter will be considered settled." Xue Wuji sneered, "Do you have any proof? If not, stop talking nonsense." Qin Nan couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch. A mere firefly, daring to compete with the sun and moon? Xue Wuji raised his hand, and a blizzard condensed. Qin Nan circulated the blazing golden armor art and barely managed to neutralize the danger, such powerful ice and snow power. This person's strength is truly unfathomable. Xue Wuji raised his hand again, as if a terrifying blizzard was about to descend. Qin Nan didn't retreat, and violent blue lightning flickered in his left eye. But at this moment, a shout echoed from the void, "This farce ends here." Xue Wuji's breathing grew rapid, a 5 Emperor's Realm expert. "Consider yourself lucky today. But if you dare to participate in the 16 Peaks Grand Competition, I will definitely break your limbs." Having said that, Xue Wuji didn't hesitate to take Xue Wuyin and leave. Qin Nan clenched his fists. His current strength was still too weak, otherwise, how could Xue Wuji be so shameless? Faced with the combined force of 3 peak 5th Palace Stage cultivators, the young man had no choice but to fight. Because with just one move, he could easily annihilate all 3 of them. Just a moment ago, Qin Nan had returned to Duanmu Peak from the Triple Gate. Many people had gathered on the training grounds, most of them with 5th Palace Stage cultivation. Qin Nan noticed Zhao Lei, and beside him was Xiao Fifan. Neither of them possessed the demeanor of geniuses, but instead hung their heads low. At this time, a delicate voice rang out, "You are Qin Nan? Seeing is indeed believing. Fang Jian's expression changed slightly. Morong Xiang, why are you here? Qin Nan frowned slightly. He didn't know this person at all. Fang Jian transmitted his voice to Qin Nan. This person is not simple. She is the daughter of Peak Master Morong, and she has a fierce temper. She must have come here with ill intentions. Hearing this, a light flashed in Qin Nan's heart. Peak Master Duanmu had previously mentioned that someone would definitely target him at the 16 Peaks Grand Competition. Could it be that those people had already started to act? As if to confirm Qin Nan's speculation, Morong Xiang sneered, I am a special envoy, so naturally I have the right to be here. Moreover, I have something to announce. Qin Nan is not allowed to participate in this 16 Peaks Grand Competition. Before Qin Nan could speak, Fang Jian said, what right do you have to forbid Qin Nan from participating? Morong Xiang directly took out the Peak Master's token. The 16 Peaks Grand Competition is an exchange between Peak Masters. Qin Nan is Duanmu Peak's peerless genius. But his cultivation is only at the peak of the 5th palace stage. If he is defeated in the competition, it would be a great humiliation for Duanmu Peak. Fang Jian sneered, stop with the fake kindness. Even if Peak Master Morong came here personally, he wouldn't have the right to stop Qin Nan from participating. Morong Xiang suppressed her anger and looked at Qin Nan. You can participate in the 16 Peaks Grand Competition, as long as you can defeat one of them. After saying that, she clapped her hands. 3 men immediately stepped out from the crowd. They all had 6th cycle 5th palace stage cultivation and were among the top 30 geniuses of Duanmu Peak. Fang Jian's expression drastically changed. It would be impossible for Qin Nan to defeat these 3. Not only did Fang Jian think it was impossible, but all the cultivators present shook their heads. This match had no suspense. Emboldened, Morong Xiang said, if you can't even defeat a 6th cycle 5th palace stage cultivator, why bother participating in the 16 Peaks Grand Competition? Isn't this just embarrassing Duanmu Peak? But before she could finish, Qin Nan calmly said, alright, then as you wish. But before the match, I have a request. One-on-one is meaningless, let them all come together. These words made everyone feel it was absurd, like an ant challenging a giant. Just as Fang Jian was about to speak, Morong Xiang burst out laughing, you said it yourself. Let the match begin. The 3 men immediately deployed a formation. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed, this is the Triarchane formation. It's said that those trapped within this formation will lose their sense of direction. The 3 men formed hand seals simultaneously, each seal emanating a terrifying pressure. The seals connected, gradually forming an ancient character within the formation. Each stroke of the character carried the weight of history, weighing 1,000 pounds. Everyone thought these 3 cultivators only wanted to teach Qin Nan a lesson, but they unexpectedly used a killing move together. Fang Jian shouted, stop. The pressure of a 5 Emperor's Realm expert erupted. Morong Xiang condensed 2 golden longswords in her hands, blocking Fang Jian. This is Qin Nan's fight, I advise you not to interfere. If someone gets hurt accidentally, it can't be helped. As soon as her voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from within the Triarchane formation, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening. The Triarchane formation instantly shattered, and countless lightning flames transformed into a sea of fire, striking the 3 cultivators. Qin Nan, like a ferocious beast released from its cage, his entire body burning with violent flames. I apologize, but the victor of this match is me. No one expected Qin Nan's strength to be so formidable. Morong Xiang gritted her teeth, uttered a sentence, and fled. Very quickly, news of this shocking battle spread throughout the Azure Dragon. Sacred ground. At this moment, a man with a cold expression walked over, his aura like an emperor's, lofty and supreme. 16 horsemen followed behind him. Damn it! Yang Tadian has also arrived. If they join forces, they could even defeat a 1st cycle 5 Emperor's Realm expert. Qin Nan circulated the lightning in his left eye, observing for a moment, and immediately discovered this person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Although only at the peak of the 5th palace stage, the aura within his body was twice as strong as Shui Wuji's. Furthermore, the 16 horsemen all had auras connected to him, able to merge at any moment. Sima Kong whispered in Qin Nan's ear, Yang Tadian is the son of the 16 Peaks Master. The 16 Peaks Master is the most mysterious Peak Master in the Azure Dragon Sacred Ground. His status no less than Peak Master Duanmu. Qin Nan raised an eyebrow, do you want to join forces with me? The Azure Dragon Sacred Master only spoke a simple sentence. Yet it made Qin Nan the target of all the disciples. Just now, Qin Nan had asked Sima Kong if he wanted to join forces. Sima Kong chuckled softly, with our current strength, we can't defeat Yang Tadian in a one-on-one fight. But if we join forces, we might have a chance. But before he could finish, a sharp gaze, like a blade, shot towards Qin Nan. Sima Kong was instantly stunned. Qin Nan, have you offended young Tadian? Why is he looking at you with such a gaze? Qin Nan chuckled, do you still want to join forces with me? Sima Kong said without hesitation, don't even dream. Just at this moment, a booming sound echoed in the sky above Duanmu Peak. 16 figures appeared, and 16 voices rang out. This time, all the peak masters of the 16 peaks had arrived. Qin Nan, the matter you investigated previously has yielded results. The person from the Azure Dragon's sacred ground who attacked you was the 16 peaks master. Qin Nan suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Tadian harbored such killing intent towards him. The 16 peaks grand competition is about to begin. All participating disciples, remember, you are not allowed to slaughter your fellow disciples, otherwise you will be dealt with according to sect rules. Now, the Azure Dragon's secret realm is open. Before Peak Master Duanmu could finish, the void suddenly cracked, and a figure slowly stepped out. The person who arrived was actually the Azure Dragon's sacred master. Within the Azure Dragon's secret realm lies my inheritance. Whoever finds it can inherit my mantle. Qin Nan, strive for it. You have a greater chance than others. The atmosphere instantly changed. What did the sacred master mean? Could it be that Qin Nan knew about the sacred master's inheritance? This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. Sima Kong immediately regretted his words. Qin Nan, I take back what I said earlier. Let's cooperate and obtain the inheritance. A 50-50 split, what do you think? Qin Nan didn't pay him any attention. Alright, let's take things as they come. I have no grievances with them. But if they want to kill me for the secrets of the Deathly Sea, I won't show any mercy either. Sima Kong, do you know anything about the situation within the Azure Dragon's secret realm? The Azure Dragon's secret realm was once the cultivation ground of past Azure Dragon sacred masters, but now it has become a secret realm for training disciples. We need to obtain points by slaying demonic beasts. After obtaining enough points, we can unlock the inheritance. Of course, we can also obtain points through teamwork. At this moment, the 16 peak masters simultaneously channeled their peak master power, beams of light interweaving to form a giant key, which they inserted into the void. The Azure Dragon's secret realm is now open. All participating disciples, prepare to enter. Suddenly, young Tadian walked over to Qin Nan. Be careful after entering the Azure Dragon's secret realm. Fellow disciples, if you're interested, you can ally with me and deal with Qin Nan together. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's expressions changed. Yang Tadian was declaring war on Qin Nan. Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged. This tactic had long been used by people like Luo Lizi. He didn't care at all. Sima Kong felt a bit of a headache. At this rate, it'll be a chaotic free-for-all. Aren't you afraid? Qin Nan said calmly, if they dare to come, I'll make sure they regret it. All the cultivators participating in the Azure Dragon's secret realm transformed into beams of light and flew into the Pillar of Light. In an instant, the entire pillar disappeared. Peak Master Yang glanced coldly at Peak Master Duanlu. My apologies, I'm just too straightforward, so I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. Peak Master Duanlu's eyes narrowed. Qin Nan has great strength. Young Tadian wanting to challenge him is understandable. I just hope he won't be too discouraged if he loses. Peak Master Yang directly retorted, rest assured, Qin Nan's cultivation will definitely be suppressed to death by me. Just as the two were fiercely arguing, Peak Master Tsamu spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Peak Master Yang, I have a question. How many disciples will the Eastern continent be recruiting in 2 years? Peak Master Yang paused for a moment, then said seriously, a lot. The specifics will depend on the performance of our 2 sacred grounds. Peak Master Zhang spoke calmly, can one enter Warm Dao Mountain simply through connections? Don't think of yourself as someone from Warm Dao Mountain. Peak Master Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. I indeed can't let everyone enter, but if I don't want someone to enter Warm Dao Mountain, then even if they are a peerless genius, they cannot enter. Of course, the Azure Dragon's secret realm is extremely dangerous, even a peerless genius might perish. It's getting late, I'll take my leave. The Azure Dragon's sacred master stood in the courtyard, his silver white hair fluttering in the wind. Time is running out. Qin Nan, you must grow quickly. The scene changed, and within the Azure Dragon's secret realm, Qin Nan fell from the sky, randomly transported to a forest. Suddenly, an invisible force circulated within the Azure Dragon token. Inside were 3 rankings, the Demonic Beast ranking, the Cultivator ranking, and the Opportunity ranking. This Azure Dragon's secret realm is truly a treasure trove. It's a pity Princess Meow Meow isn't here, otherwise, with her abilities, there would be no need to hunt demonic beasts. Buying a map would allow her to go directly to the treasures. The transmission token can't be used either. Oh well, I should still hunt demonic beasts first. As soon as Qin Nan finished speaking, his figure transformed into a lightning bolt, streaking through the forest. His powerful divine sense was utilized to its fullest extent, observing everything around him. Very quickly, he discovered a 5-star 5th cycle demonic beast. Perfect. A 5-star 5th cycle demonic beast. The young man drew his saber and slashed. But at this very moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the side. 6 eyes appeared simultaneously. The spiritual void eyes were activated, the eyeballs rotating steadily before focusing on Qin Nan. Before he could react, the 6 eyes simultaneously shot out mystical light. Within a 100-meter radius around Qin Nan, it seemed to transform into a purgatory on earth. Standing high above, young Tadian looked down coldly. My martial spirit is the 6-eyed heavenly gaze. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I can still kill you with my spiritual void 6-eyed heavenly gaze. As the fog gradually dispersed, a calm voice rang out. With such strength, you dare to show off in front of me? As the voice fell, lightning erupted from Qin Nan's left hand, spewing forth a thick bolt of red lightning. Yang Tadian sneered, I didn't expect you to possess such powerful lightning arts, but that changes nothing. My 6-eyed eternal ancient gaze renders all your efforts futile. Indeed, under Qin Nan's attack, the 6 eyes on Yang Titian's head remained unharmed. No good, I have to find a way to escape these 6 eyes, otherwise, Yang Tadian will keep pursuing me. The difference in our strength is too great, I have little chance of winning. As expected, light beams shot out from each eye, each beam carrying terrifying destructive power, like a surging tide, crashing towards Qin Nan. Great Sun Heavenly Eye! A giant eye appeared in the void, skillfully shattering all the light beams. Not good. He's trying to stall for time. Qin Nan glanced around, suddenly spotting a forest ahead, and immediately rushed towards it. Qin Nan, you're dead. Yang Tadian roared, his aura soaring to the heavens, wanting to kill Qin Nan in an instant. Stop. Successfully blocking Yang Tadian, Ninghao said loudly, you bastard, you dare to pursue and kill Qin Nan. Yang Titian's expression changed slightly, who are you? Ninghao said, junior brother, you go first. I am the senior brother of Duanlu Peak and I absolutely cannot stand idly by while my junior brother is bullied. Qin Nan took a deep breath, thank you for your help. If we have the chance to meet again, I will definitely repay you. Having said that, he tapped his toes lightly and quickly departed. Seeing Qin Nan flee, Yang Tadian was unwilling. It's useless no matter where you run, you can never escape my 6-eyed divine pupil. At this moment, Sima Kong also arrived, holding a compass in his hand, with a wise and profound demeanor. The 6-eyed divine pupil tracks you by your aura, now I will help you dispel it. Yang Tadian asked in astonishment, who are you? Sima Kong only replied with one sentence, I am your grandpa. And then, together with Qin Nan, instantly entered the ancient forest. Upon reaching safety, Qin Nan hurriedly asked, how did you find me? Sima Kong looked at the compass in his hand, of course, I relied on this treasure. It can detect locations within a 3,000-mile radius. Your aura is so unique, I naturally could find you. Qin Nan nodded, his eyes gleaming, if Sima Kong has this treasure. Couldn't it be used to find Princess Miao Miao? Sima Kong seemed to have guessed Qin Nan's thoughts, I used it to search for Miao Miao earlier, she's very far away. As soon as she entered the Azure Dragon's secret realm, she was swept into 3 forbidden zones, leaving me without a single drop of water to drink. Qin Nan, I came to find you because I want to join forces with 2 other geniuses to explore the Blood Flood Dragon's Blood Cave. Although the Blood Flood Dragon's Blood Cave is extremely dangerous, the Blood Flood Dragon within has perished, leaving behind many valuable treasures. Do you want to come and help me? Qin Nan nodded, his gaze firm. I heard that the Blood Flood Dragon possesses true dragon bloodline and is naturally fond of consuming yuan stones, even using them for cultivation. If I can obtain these yuan stones, I can definitely help the war god soul advance. Half a day later, the 2 arrived at a desolate area. Before Qin Nan could observe his surroundings, he heard a cold voice, Sima Kong, is this the person you found to help? Don't get me wrong, Qin Nan's talent is truly 1 in 10,000, but we're going to the Blood Flood Dragon's Blood Cave, what can he possibly help with? Sima Kong shook his head and said firmly, rest assured, even if Qin Nan can't help, at worst, I'll forfeit my share. On the way, Sima Kong explained to Qin Nan, this forest is one of the forbidden zones within the Azure Dragon's secret realm, the Eternal Night Spirit Forest, where the dominant demonic beasts of ancient times reside. Qin Nan immediately understood, no wonder this forest becomes more and more frightening the deeper you go. After walking for half an hour, a small mountain appeared before them, its entrance guarded by an exquisitely carved stone lion, still intricate despite the erosion of time. At this moment, Yan Zihan took out a goatskin scroll. Come here, everyone, this goatskin scroll in my hand was left behind by a senior brother with powerful eye arts. We can rely on this map to avoid many dangers. Suddenly, Zhu Liqing said with a smile, "Wait a minute, junior brother Qin Nan is highly regarded by Sima Kong, he must have some skills. Why don't we let him take a look and determine which path we should take first?" It was clearly a map made from freshly peeled blood flood dragon skin. Yet the young man only used 2 fingers to gently pinch it. At that moment, Qin Nan and the others arrived at the entrance of the blood flood dragon's blood cave. Zhu Liqing released the map, no longer needing to ask Qin Nan which way to go. Qin Nan pointed to the center of the cave entrance. The first step should be straight ahead, the second step is to the front left. Yan Zihan sneered, "You have some skills, but you're still wrong in a few places. Some parts don't match my map." Qin Nan sneered inwardly, "I'm not the one who's wrong." Afterwards, the 3 of them entered the cave together. Yan Zihan stared at the map in his hand. "Ahead is the Life and Death Bridge Grand Formation, you must follow me closely. And absolutely do not take a wrong step. One wrong step, and this Grand Formation will suck the person in the middle in." Suddenly, Qin Nan frowned and said loudly, "Wait. There's a problem with your map, we can't take this step." Yan Zihan didn't stop. "Don't cause trouble, if anything happens, I won't spare you." Qin Nan didn't hesitate and directly jumped out. "This is the correct path." Seeing this, Yan Zihan's expression changed. But before he could finish speaking, Qin Nan's feet landed firmly. Why is there no reaction? Could it be that Qin Nan's step was correct? Yan Zihan's face paled. This place was originally the Heavenly Sea Abyss. If we had followed your map just now, the surrounding area for several miles would have been submerged by seawater in an instant. Yan Zihan and Zhu Liqing blushed. "We were a bit rude to you just now, please don't mind it." Qin Nan smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't mind such things. Very quickly, everyone reached the depths of the cave, but a strange light radiated from the surroundings. Sima Kong suddenly discovered something, his face drastically changing. Not good. This is a formation created by the blood Jiao using its heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of both Yan Zihan and Zhu Liqing turned unsightly. This kind of formation, even a venerable realm cultivator, couldn't break. However, Qin Nan suddenly extended his hand, a flame flickering on his fingertip. He directly struck the center of the heart. In a short while, the blood-colored heart seemed to lose all its vitality, rapidly disintegrating and continuously shrinking. It turned out that the blood Jiao's heart, after being eroded by time, had weakened, its power not even 1/10 of what it was before. "You too, I'm not interested in other treasures. I wonder if you could give me all the primal stones." Having received their agreement, Qin Nan's hand shot out like lightning, swallowing each primal stone into his stomach. In the next second, within the primordial world, a stream of chaotic qi gushed out, merging into Qin Nan's body. It seems that to reach the profound rank, the war god's soul needs 300 primal stones to produce a stream of chaotic qi. Just as he was about to continue swallowing, a black shadow shot out from within the cave like lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Before Qin Nan could react, the remaining 300 primal stones had vanished. Not only that, but the black shadow also flashed past Sima Kong and the other 2, snatching away their treasures. Too much. I can't believe someone dared to do this. Qin Nan's left hand flashed with lightning, his footsteps moving as he quickly gave chase. Unexpectedly, this little fellow had an accomplice. A large bird at the peak of the 5th stage realm suddenly appeared, using its sharp claws to grab the little fellow, intending to fly away. Having escaped danger, the little fellow revealed a smug expression, even glancing back at Qin Nan. Qin Nan was furious. Without hesitation, he executed the primordial transforming fire, turning into a ball of fire and shooting towards them. In an instant, it struck the large bird's wing, and the black little fellow fell from the sky. It hurriedly sprouted incomplete wings, flapping them as it flew back towards the cave. The peak 5th stage realm great bird also regained its senses, letting out a loud cry. Its feathers vibrated, transforming into countless sharp blades that shot towards Qin Nan. Qin Nan's entire body erupted with thunder and fire. A blade dozens of zhang long slashed out, instantly crushing all the sharp feathers. The fleeing black little fellow was also caught in the attack. It was dragged in front of Qin Nan. "Spit out the things you swallowed." Suddenly, the aura of the entire forest became terrifying, and the surrounding ground began to tremble incessantly. Sima Kong's expression changed drastically. Not good. It's the second-ranked demonic beast on the rankings, the Fire Sprite. This little fellow's background isn't small. In an instant, 8 fire sprites appeared, simultaneously spewing countless flames towards the ground. If Qin Nan's movement technique wasn't swift, he would have likely lost his life. However, things hadn't ended yet. A giant, ox-like hand suddenly appeared, holding a lightning spear in its hand. Yan Zihan's whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Isn't this the top demonic beast of the Azure Dragon's secret realm, the Star Thunder Beast?" Who dares to treat the holy son of our tribe like this? The star thunder beast opened its mouth, and a resounding thunderclap descended from the sky. Its speed was terrifying, nearly killing Qin Nan. You guys leave quickly. Sima Kong and the other two were still in shock, unable to regain their senses. None of you are going anywhere. The star thunder beast's eyes flashed with lightning. The surrounding heaven and earth were instantly sealed. Qin Nan tightly gripped the black little fellow in his palm. If you don't want to see me perish together with it, then let them go. Fine, I agree. The star thunder beast suppressed its rage. The sealing power around them immediately disappeared. After Sima Kong and the other two left, the star thunder beast opened its mouth. Out of respect for your loyalty and righteousness, quickly release our holy son, and we can spare your life. It's here. Qin Nan finally waited for the thunder fire. Just as the star thunder beast pressed Qin Nan to hand over the little fellow, Qin Nan sneered, I never intended to kill it. May I ask what crime it committed? This fire sprite holy son stole from you. You stole the holy son's primal stones. That is your fault. As soon as the words were spoken, a hand swept through the void, forcibly snatching the black little fellow. Kill him. This venerable didn't hesitate to give the order. In an instant, the fire sprites unleashed a terrifying attack, like a surging tsunami, engulfing Qin Nan. Meow meow, aren't you going to make a move? Qin Nan shouted. In an instant, primordial light erupted from his body. It directly condensed into a graceful figure, like a supreme goddess descending. Beasts, you dare to act recklessly before me. Meow Meow waved her hand, and the overwhelming attack was instantly neutralized, turning into nothingness. The fire sprite holy son's face drastically changed. It sensed the venerable aura on this woman. It immediately prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. This dignified half-venerable expert felt a sense of submission in its heart. Just at this moment, a gentle voice rang out, Senior, please show mercy. The surrounding void trembled again, and the Star Thunder Beast Patriarch stepped out of the void. Meow Meow said coldly, the holy son you two nurtured has decent aptitude. For the sake of its ancestors, I will spare you today. But if I'm not mistaken, you've probably discovered the secret. Qin Nan possesses an opportunity that can help you break through. Whether you can become a Thunder Venerable depends on whether he is willing to help you. After saying this, the graceful figure disappeared. Little brother Qin Nan, I am Lei Bao. We were a bit offensive just now, please forgive us. After saying this, the old man smiled slightly, curiosity in his eyes. I wonder if what that senior said just now is true. Qin Nan extended his hand, releasing a layer of grayish-white qi. What she said, is it this chaotic qi? Lei Bao's eyes instantly lit up. Young Master Qin Nan, I'm a bit presumptuous, but I wonder if you could give me some of this chaotic qi? I'm willing to use thunder water as compensation. Qin Nan hesitated for a moment before deciding, alright, but this little fellow has to return the 300 primal stones to me. The black little fellow cried out miserably, but out of fear of Meow Meow. It obediently spat them out. Afterwards, Lei Bao gave the thunder water to Qin Nan. Qin Nan didn't waste any words, directly transmitting the chaotic qi over. In a short while, Lei Bao's complexion brightened, brimming with vitality. This state made him overjoyed. Many thanks, young Master Qin Nan. Just as Qin Nan was about to leave, the fire sprite Holy Sun clasped its hands. I am Huoba. I wonder if young Master Qin Nan has any more chaotic qi? Lei Bao shook his head. Old brother Huoba, chaotic qi is extremely rare. To obtain even a single stream is a tremendous opportunity. You shouldn't be too greedy. Qin Nan smiled faintly. Actually, as long as there are enough primal stones, I can create chaotic qi. Huoba immediately emptied its possessions, a total of over 500 primal stones. Qin Nan sat down cross-legged, his hands moving like lightning as he began to swallow these 500 primal stones. 2 hours passed, and only 3 streams of chaotic qi were produced. But without hesitation, he gave 1 stream to Huoba. Many thanks, young Master Qin Nan. I'm willing to use fire essence as compensation. This is a treasure I condensed after 3 transformations, containing a trace of phoenix fire. By the way, are there any suitable places for secluded cultivation nearby? If young Master Qin Nan doesn't mind, you can cultivate in our tribe's territory. A month from now will be the Thunder Fury. Qin Nan suddenly opened his eyes. From his left eye, countless lightning bolts surged out, as if transforming into a third eye. Qin Nan's cultivation realm erupted with a blazing flame, as if wanting to incinerate everything, his power greatly increasing. The thunder water and fire essence truly live up to their reputation. They actually helped my primordial yin increase by 2 ranks. If not for the 2 streams of chaotic qi devoured by the Dong Thuet, my primordial yin could have transformed into the Stone Dragon Golden Inscription primordial yin. Even so, it can still attract the heavenly tribulation, tempering my body. Well, it's been a month, it's time for me to leave seclusion. Qin Nan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Last time he was pursued by young Tadian, now that his strength had increased, it was enough to defeat young Tadian. Ah, young Master Qin Nan, these are the tokens of our two tribes. If you encounter danger in the future, you can use the tokens to find us. Returning to the entrance of the Blood Zhao's blood cave, Sima Kong excitedly waved at Qin Nan. I knew you would be fine. You arrived just in time. Princess Miao Miao just sent a message, telling us to quickly go to the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance grounds. Qin Nan was stunned. She already bought the map? That's a huge sum. Sima Kong said enviously, look at the opportunity rankings and disciple rankings and you'll know what she's been doing. Qin Nan immediately opened the Azure Dragon token. Glancing at it, he nearly bit his tongue. It was just an ordinary-looking magical treasure. Yet it could control others like puppets. Just as Qin Nan took out the Azure Dragon Jade slip to look at the rankings. The opportunity rankings were almost all Princess Miao Miao's name, and on the disciple rankings, she was at the top, with 99.99 million points. There were only a little over 100 opportunity grounds, and she alone occupied 63 of them. Moreover, just how many demonic beasts did she kill to be so far ahead of young Tadian? At this moment, Sima Kong's transmission talisman vibrated. It was Princess Miao Miao. She specifically left it to contact Qin Nan. Very quickly, Princess Miao Miao's clear voice rang out. This princess has discovered something in the inheritance grounds that gives me a very similar feeling to the thing in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Range. Qin Nan's expression drastically changed. Could it be that the war god's body is in the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance grounds? Sima Kong, quickly take me to the Holy Master's inheritance grounds. At the same time, on a certain mountain within the Azure Dragon's secret realm, two people were standing. One was young Tadian, and the young man beside him was Xiao Hong, the descendant of Poison City. Princess Miao Miao will most likely call Qin Nan to the inheritance grounds together. As long as we find that place and contact Xue Wuji and Xue Wuyin, we can eliminate them. Holy Maiden Bailan predicted this long ago and even gave me a special treasure. Through this treasure, we can find the Azure Dragon Holy Master's inheritance grounds. Five-clawed golden dragon, explore the heavens and earth, search for the inheritance. Xiao Hong shouted, and the entire ancient mirror trembled, emitting waves of ripples. A five-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. On the other side, Qin Nan and the others reached their destination. In the middle of the lake was a stone pillar, looking very ordinary. But he and Princess Miao Miao didn't dare to act rashly because they discovered that this lake was ancient, as if concealing something. Just then, Princess Miao Miao spoke. This lake is called the Blood Death Lake. Any creature that falls into it will lose its combat power, corroded by the lake water until nothing remains. However, as long as we wait for 8 more hours, the Blood Death Lake will completely disappear. Qin Nan quickly calmed down, then let's rest for a bit and recover our strength. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 hours had gone by. Strange, why has it suddenly changed? As soon as Sima Kong finished speaking, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Qin Nan, we meet again. Yan Zihan, Xu Liqing, you are truly audacious, daring to accompany Qin Nan. Do you intend to become my enemies? Yan Zihan and Xu Liqing said in unison, junior brother Qin Nan saved us, we will absolutely not betray him. Qin Nan, nice to meet you, I am Xiao Hong, Xiao Fei's older brother. My coming here to participate in the 16 Peaks Grand Competition is due to my elder brother's request. To take your life. Who told you to dare compete with my junior brother for the woman my elder brother loves? Killing intent flashed in Qin Nan's eyes, then I'll wait and see. When the 16 Peaks Grand Competition arrives, I will personally go to the Shao clan to demand justice. Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire Blood Death Lake became transparent, the strange fluctuations completely disappearing. Following that, the stone pillar in the middle of the lake suddenly shone, transforming into an image of the Azure Dragon Holy Master. I never expected so many people to find my inheritance. My inheritance is very simple. There's a handprint on the stone pillar. As long as you can press your hand onto it, you can open the stone pillar and obtain the treasure. With this treasure, contending for the martial venerable title in the future won't be a problem. Now, begin the trial. Qin Nan charged forward first, his entire being like a ferocious 8-extremities beast, rushing towards the stone pillar. Yang Tadian immediately yelled, don't let him escape. In the next second, endless ice radiated from Xue Wuji's body. Transforming into a giant mouth, it swallowed Qin Nan. Qin Nan's black hair danced wildly as he directly unleashed countless phoenix flames, billowing upwards. In an instant, Xue Wuji executed the blood god technique, forming layers of blood-colored shields. But it was useless. The blood-colored shields were instantly shattered, and Xue Wuji's body was sent flying. Yang Tadian was shocked. Xue Wuji is the second-ranked demonic beast, yet he couldn't withstand a single move from Qin Nan. At this moment, Xiao Hong shouted, Qin Nan, don't even think about obtaining the inheritance. After speaking, he directly executed the chessboard shifting heavens technique. All things as soldiers, all beings as chess pieces. Xiao Hong waved his hand. A giant chessboard suddenly unfolded, covering the entire lake. Following that, beams of light shot out from the chessboard, striking Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao. Xiao Hong pointed. Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao's bodies suddenly became uncontrollable, being pulled into the lake. It turned out that this five souls chessboard could possess souls, turning the two into chess pieces, subject to the control of the five souls master. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Tadian quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle of the lake. The inheritance is mine. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, a massive flame appearing in her palm. With a wave of her hand towards the sky, countless golden flames, like fire incinerating the void, quickly enveloped the chessboard. Seeing this scene, Xue Wuji and Xue Wuyin didn't dare to delay. They immediately flew up. Ice Wind Snowstorm. Ice and Snow World. Countless snowflakes danced, instantly condensing into a wall of ice in front of Qin Nan. Qin Nan's aura exploded. Get out of my way. With a heaven-shaking strike, the ice wall was like being hit by a giant hammer, instantly shattering. However, Yang Tadian had already reached the stone pillar, looking at Qin Nan with a sneer. Your strength is truly beyond expectations, but you still lost. Yang Tadian used only the simplest of blade techniques. Yet it could instantly kill 9 great geniuses of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Yang Tadian placed his right hand on the stone pillar. But after several dozen breaths, the stone pillar still showed no reaction. Yang Tadian became enraged. You guys try. Yes. Xiao Hong, Xue Wuji, and Xue Wuyin stepped forward one after another, the results all the same. Just as everyone was at a loss, Qin Nan stepped forward to the middle of the lake. Let me try. The anxious Yang Tadian sneered. So many geniuses couldn't open it, do you think you can? Qin Nan said nothing, directly placing his hand on the stone pillar. In a short while, countless rays of light burst forth. Before anyone could react, cracks appeared on the stone pillar. Following that, a loud explosion rang out, and the stone pillar shattered. Yang Tadian and the others were all thrown back. How is this possible? Qin Nan must have cheated. Amidst the fragments of the stone pillar, there was a jade box, inside which was the war god's heart. Qin Nan suppressed the excitement in his heart, waving his hand to store the jade box within his body. Half a day later, Yang Tadian regained his senses, his eyes looking greedily at Qin Nan. Hand over the treasure, and I can spare your life. Qin Nan turned his head, speaking coldly. I can let go of past grievances, but if you dare to steal my things, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Tadian directly fused with the aura of the 16 venerables. At this moment, he was no longer a 5th stage realm expert, but a 6th stage realm expert. Not good. He used the token. Qin Nan inwardly exclaimed. Although he was stronger now, facing this lineup, it wouldn't be easy to leave with his life intact. Just at this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. Do you think you're the only one with reinforcements? After saying this, Xiao Hong decisively crushed a jade talisman. Yang Tadian stared at Qin Nan. 3 peak masters, please make your move. Xue Wuji, take out the ice flute and play an ancient tune. Ancient characters appeared in the void, continuously rotating. The divine senses of 3 peak demonic emperors, Peak Master Yang, and the Bloodshed City Lord were simultaneously summoned. Yang Tadian waved his hand. You've met Qin Nan, kill him for me. The 2 peak masters and the 3 ice peaks. All unleashed their strongest attacks. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled, and countless energies, like a raging sea, surged violently. But just at this moment, a beast-headed phantom suddenly appeared on one side, its entire body enveloped in lightning, tearing through the void and blocking the attacks of the 3. The arrivals were Lei Bao and Hua Ba. Behind them, star thunder beasts and fire-winged birds descended one after another. Yang Titian's smug expression immediately froze, even his soul trembling. How can there be so many demonic emperors? Peak Master Yang quickly regained his composure, shouting, Lei Bao, Hua Ba, you are both demonic emperors of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Do you now intend to oppose me for the sake of a single criminal? Lei Bao and Hua Ba simultaneously unleashed boundless star thunderfire and phoenix fire. Like a surging tsunami, it instantly dispelled the divine senses of the 2 peak masters and the 3 ice peaks. Everyone was shocked. All beings, in the face of this terrifying attack, were powerless to resist. Qin Nan looked around. Do you still want to kill me now? Yang Tadian collapsed onto the ground. We were wrong, we apologize to you. Xue Wuji and Xue Wuyin did the same, trembling as they spoke. Qin Nan's eyes were cold. As long as you promise to give up on Miao Miao, I will spare you. After saying this, the thunder and fire in his hand condensed into a long blade, about to strike down. Yang Tadian couldn't help but cry out, "Jin Nan, if you kill me, my father will absolutely not spare you." In the next second, the long blade slashed down. The 9 great geniuses, without the power to resist, were instantly slain, immortal blood splattering everywhere. Within the Azure Dragon Holy Land, a trace of connection suddenly vanished from Peak Master Yang's heart. Jin Nan. This beast, he actually dared to kill my son. I swear to have irreconcilable enmity with you. All Peak Masters, quickly come to the entrance of the Azure Dragon's secret realm and help me open the restriction. Very quickly, explosions rang out one after another. Lei Bao frowned, not good. Someone is forcibly breaking the restriction of the Azure Dragon's secret realm. 10 Peak Masters, including Peak Master Yang and Peak Master Han, stared at Jin Nan with eyes like lightning. Jin Nan, you beast, today I must kill you. Just at this moment, the Azure Dragon Holy Master's true body arrived, a dignified martial venerable, yet you want to attack a disciple? What kind of decorum is this? Peak Master Yang, his hair disheveled, roared, "This beast killed my son, I naturally must make him pay with his blood." Jin Nan raised his head, without fear. I had no grievances with young Tadian, Shui Wuji, Shui Wuyin, and Xiao Hong. They wanted to kill me. I couldn't endure it any longer and killed them. So what's wrong with that? Peak Master Yang shouted, "Stop making excuses." Princess Miao Miao said coldly, "This princess has the memory soul stone. Now I will show everyone the truth." She took out a soul stone, releasing a beam of light that replayed everything that had happened at the Blood Death Lake. Preposterous. Yang Tadian and the others were only engaging in a normal battle with you, and you weren't even injured. Why did you have to kill them? If you are not executed, how can we demonstrate the fairness of the Azure Dragon Holy Land? Sect Master Yang is absolutely right. Jin Nan has a cruel nature, just like Tang Qingshan back then. He enjoys killing, it's best to eliminate him early. Just a small Peak Master of the Azure Dragon Holy Land dared to clamor in front of everyone. Peak Master Yang, joining forces with 9 other Peak Masters, demanded that the Azure Dragon Holy Master execute Jin Nan. Jin Nan's mind raced. Currently, Peak Master Duan Lu and Peak Master Zhang haven't appeared. It seems something unexpected has happened outside. The Azure Dragon Holy Master looked at the 10 Peak Masters, his face unchanged. Everyone, Jin Nan only acted in self-defense. This matter ends here. No one is to mention it again. Peak Master Yang suddenly laughed loudly. Impossible. Jin Nan must die. If you don't execute him, not only will I not be convinced, but the other Peak Masters and disciples also won't be convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed youth landed. It was Chu Shen, the holy son of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Holy Master, if you don't deal with Jin Nan according to the sect rules, I, this holy son, will definitely not be convinced. The Azure Dragon Holy Master's cold gaze swept over these Peak Masters and the holy son. Are you threatening me? Peak Master Yang said loudly, I wouldn't dare. But if you don't execute Jin Nan, I, Yang Qihai, will no longer be a member of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Support Peak Master Yang. If Jin Nan isn't executed, we will no longer be members of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. The Azure Dragon Holy Master was enraged, audacious. You dare to openly coerce me together? Regardless of whether you leave the sect or not, the Azure Dragon Holy Land will absolutely not execute Jin Nan. A trace of warmth surged in Jin Nan's heart. The Holy Master treats me so well, I must be understanding. If the Holy Master insists, then from now on, I am no longer a member of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Fellow disciples, if you feel that the Holy Master's handling of this is unfair, you can leave with me and join the Flying Yang Holy Land. The disciples all hesitated. They felt that Jin Nan wasn't wrong, and moreover, the Azure Dragon Holy Land didn't treat them well, and they fundamentally didn't want to leave. Peak Master Yang sneered, you all probably don't know yet, the Azure Dragon Holy Master is about to die. I have a treasure that can show you the truth. After saying that, he took out an ancient mirror. The ancient mirror shot out a beam of light, shining on the Azure Dragon Holy Master. In a short while, the Azure Dragon Holy Master's dragon countenance changed drastically. Black spots appeared on his pale face, like someone on the verge of death. Only then did Jin Nan understand why Peak Master Yang dared to openly challenge the Azure Dragon Holy Master. At this point, do you still want to stay in the Azure Dragon Holy Land? If it's a matter of treatment, feel free to speak up. We've discussed with the Flying Yang Holy Land, they will build an Azure Dragon Peak, and all treatment will remain the same. The emissaries of the various Holy Lands spoke up simultaneously. Staying in the Azure Dragon Holy Land truly has no meaning anymore. The Azure Dragon Holy Master's expression remained unchanged as he looked around at everyone. For old time's sake, I will not kill you. You may leave. Peak Master Yang sneered, and under his leadership, a large group of disciples left. Qin Nan's heart was heavy. It's all because of me. Master treats me so well, I can't implicate him. Next, the 4 peak masters will lead you to temporarily leave the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Also, from today onwards, Qin Nan is officially the Holy Son. If I die, he will inherit the position of Azure Dragon Holy Master. Qin Nan, you must have many questions. Qin Shan will come to you later, you can ask him anything you want to know. At this moment, only Qin Nan and Princess Miao Miao remained in the vast Azure Dragon Holy Land. Princess Miao Miao pouted, why are there only the 2 of us left? Qin Nan, don't you want to stay with me? Princess Miao Miao coughed, who wants to stay with you? I'm just staying out of curiosity. Just then, a voice rang out. It was Tang Qingshan. Senior, I want to know what happened after you died. Why did Peak Master Yang want to kill me? Tang Qingshan took a deep breath. Within the Sea of Death, there is a Death God platform. Only geniuses with a 5th grade or higher talent can climb it. The higher the talent, the greater the chance of obtaining treasures from the Death God platform. 100 years ago, my junior sister and I accidentally strayed into the Sea of Death and almost obtained a treasure. Because of that, we were pursued by the Flying Yang Holy Land. My junior sister, in order to protect me, unfortunately perished and became a wraith. Half a day later, Qin Nan asked, then why did they want to kill me? Tang Qingshan said calmly, the Sea of Death opens once every 100 years. This time, they found Xiao Zhonghuang, the eldest son of the Xiao clan, to climb the Death God platform. It's just that they didn't expect you to appear. You were chosen by Peak Master Duan Lu. They couldn't win you over, so they could only kill you. Killing intent flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Is this Xiao Zhonghuang's talent very high? Tang Qingshan said uncertainly, I'm not sure about his talent, but his martial spirit has already reached the half-step Earth grade. Qin Nan said, if I use the War God's blood, my martial spirit can definitely surpass Xiao Zhonghuang's. At this moment, Princess Miao Miao suddenly asked, what is the treasure you mentioned? We're rich. We're rich. Old 6th Qin earned another 70 million primal stones. Princess Miao Miao asked Tang Qingshan what that treasure actually was. Tang Qingshan shook his head, I'm not sure, but their ultimate goal in obtaining the treasure is to deal with my master. The Flying Yang Holy Land Peak Master and the injured were all manipulated by a certain expert to collude against my master. Because according to rumors, my master was formed by a certain divine object in the Sea of Death. They must obtain the treasure on the Death God platform to completely refine my master. Qin Nan suddenly realized something. Could it be that the Azure Dragon Holy Master's problem is the same as the War God's soul? Master treats me so well, I can't just watch and be refined, so you must defeat Xiao Zhonghuang. Qin Nan snapped out of his shock, looked at Tang Qingshan, and slowly nodded. The Sea of Death will open in half a year. You must quickly increase your cultivation within half a year because the Sea of Death only allows cultivators below the Venerable Realm to enter. As far as I know, Xiao Zhonghuang is about to break through to the Emperor Realm. I must go to the Sea of Death to investigate. You don't have much time. I'll go into secluded cultivation right now. Qin Nan couldn't wait to refine the War God's heart, but Princess Miao Miao stopped him. What's the rush? Let's go loot those 16 peaks first. Those ungrateful wretches, although they've left the Azure Dragon Holy Land, their belongings are still there. Qin Nan was stunned, that's right. We can't delay, let's go. Princess Miao Miao extended her small, white hand, grabbing Qin Nan's hand as they rushed towards the mountains. Feeling the warmth from her fingertips, Qin Nan was slightly dazed. Does she not understand the concept of men and women shouldn't touch hands? Very quickly, the 16 peaks were completely swept clean, and Qin Nan panted, another 30 million primal stones. Princess Miao Miao rolled her eyes, look at you, this princess still has 40 million primal stones. Qin Nan immediately hugged her leg, give me some. Princess Miao Miao snorted coldly, let go. It's not that I won't give you some, but in 3 days, you have to help me with something. This matter concerns my life. What, you don't agree? Qin Nan shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He just didn't expect Princess Miao Miao to make such a request. At this time, in Flying Yang City, at the Yangdao platform, heavenly tribulation suddenly descended. But with an angry roar from Xiao Zhonghuang, not only did he successfully break through to the martial emperor realm, but his martial spirit also advanced to the Earth grade. Even in the entire Eastern continent, this was top-tier talent. Thank you all for coming to my martial emperor grand ceremony. I announce that from today onwards, Bloodshed Dongtian, Huang Daomen, and Flying Yang Holy Land will officially form an alliance. Establishing the Flying Yang Alliance. 6 months from now, I will definitely defeat Qin Nan. At that time, we shall discuss further. The scene changed. Within Duanmu Peak, Qin Nan swallowed all 70 million primal stones. The war god's soul hadn't advanced yet, but it had refined 23 streams of chaotic qi, which wasn't considered a loss. Just at this moment, the mysterious Dong Thuat trembled slightly, ruthlessly snatching away 8 streams of chaotic qi before subsiding again. Qin Nan took a deep breath, calming his mind. He then took out the war god's blood from his storage ring and swallowed it. In an instant, the war god's giant soul roared, breaking through to the 5th layer of the earth grade. Even his primordial Een transformed into the 19-dragon golden inscription primordial Een. Afterwards, Qin Nan merged the remaining 15 streams of chaotic qi into his primordial Een, further increasing his cultivation. His current battle strength was comparable to a peak martial emperor. Seeing this scene, Princess Miao Miao was astonished. His cultivation is actually even stronger than mine. Qin Nan smiled and withdrew his aura. 3 days have passed. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Princess Miao Miao said, it's nothing major. This princess is about to break through to the Martial King realm and will face my first heavenly tribulation, so I need you to protect me. The Devil King Valley is one of the 10 forbidden grounds. Inside is the Wind Cry Dao platform, which is perfect for breakthroughs. As they left the Azure Dragon Holy Land, in the distance, 2 figures quietly said, we should still report back quickly. Elsewhere, in a tavern in Flying Yang City, Xiao Zhangwang said coldly, Zhang Bailan, are you still refusing to marry me? Zhang Bailan's eyes were cold. Young master, Qin Nan isn't dead yet. Bailan doesn't have the mood to think about anything else. Hearing this name, Xiao Zhangwang instantly became enraged. You still dare to mention him in front of me now? It seems you already have someone in your heart. So you don't want to marry me, right? Zhang Bailan's expression changed slightly, surprise appearing on her beautiful face. Impossible. How could I? Just at this moment, the token on her waist suddenly flashed. What? Qin Nan actually dared to leave the Azure Dragon Holy Land? If he dares to come out, I'll make him regret it. Qin Nan, naturally unaware of this, had already arrived at Devil King Valley with Princess Miao Miao. But as the two stepped inside, countless demonic creatures appeared. Left with no other choice, Qin Nan executed the Great Sun Heavenly Eye, and the 2 figures rushed forward, shattering all the demonic creatures. Not long after, they arrived at a blood pool, and the Wind Cry Dao platform appeared. Princess Miao Miao smiled. Next, I'll trouble you. It's over. This time Princess Miao Miao is truly in danger. As Princess Miao Miao landed on the Wind Cry Dao platform, 9 transformations Light Spirit Formation, Heavenly Origin Power, quickly fuse. She shouted. Her aura rapidly increased, like an ancient being awakening. Within a 3-mile radius around her, all the flowers and plants bloomed, radiating spiritual light. Qin Nan was secretly amazed. What powerful energy! Just at this moment, a roar echoed through Devil King Valley. Skeletons with terrifying strength rushed towards Princess Miao Miao, intending to kill her. From Qin Nan's left eye, boundless lightning erupted, like a thunder god descending. At the same time, on a mountain 100 miles from Flying Yang City, whistling sounds rang out, and the void above constantly trembled. Zhu Xian said worriedly, the Heaven Summoning Mirror can only be maintained for half an hour, after which the effect of concealing heavenly secrets will disappear. We must quickly leave Devil King Valley. If the Azure Dragon Holy Master discovers us, it will be troublesome. Xiao Zhanghuang said coldly, don't worry, Peak Master Yang, this time I will definitely kill Miao Miao. After saying that, his aura surged as he quickly entered the transmission formation. Back in Devil King Valley, purple demonic mist covered 3,000 miles, obscuring the 2 mountains on either side of the valley. Bolts of lightning from primordial times descended, instantly transforming the world into a terrifying sea of thunder. Qin Nan's expression drastically changed. This kind of terrifying tribulation lightning, even he would be annihilated in an instant. Suddenly, Princess Miao Miao shouted, take me there. Qin Nan immediately executed the Phoenix Fire, incinerating all the demonic creatures and taking Princess Miao Miao there. But before they could reach their destination, blood-colored lines appeared in the sky, rapidly spreading. Following that, from the center of the blood-colored lines, the void was torn apart, and figures with powerful auras jumped out. Why are these people here? The person with the first layer Earth-grade martial spirit next to Zhang Bailan, could it be Xiao Zhanghuang? Zhang Bailan's eyes were ice-cold. This time, don't even think about leaving Devil King Valley alive. Qin Nan, protect Princess Miao Miao. Let me deal with these people first, then I'll come help you. Xiao Zhanghuang roared. His hands spewed boundless death qi, gradually condensing into a black skeleton. He waved his hand, and this black skeleton, as if tearing through the void, instantly appeared in front of Qin Nan. Before Qin Nan could react, the black skeleton struck his forehead. Qin Nan broke out in a cold sweat. If not for the Dong Thuat protecting his soul, he would probably be dead. Not good. The primordial eyes of destruction have no effect on Qin Nan. With my current strength, I can't deal with him at all. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Bailan's mind. In an instant, he looked towards Princess Miao Miao and immediately transmitted a message to Xiao Zhenghuang. Qin Nan, today I'll show you who the true peerless genius is. Xiao Zhenghuang shouted, his aura overwhelming. Like a descending emperor, he once again executed the primordial demon-slaying art. Qin Nan immediately sensed something was wrong. Although Xiao Zhenghuang was domineering and arrogant, he wouldn't be foolish enough to charge forward like this. He clearly had another motive. Princess Miao Miao. Qin Nan's expression drastically changed. Sure enough, the black skeleton appeared again, striking Princess Miao Miao's forehead, sucking her entire soul inside. Quickly circulate your divine sense and help Princess Mumu recover. Xiao Zhenghuang let out a shrill laugh. Haha, Qin Nan, that righteous gentleman is very important to you, isn't he? Unfortunately, he's currently being held back by me. Not only can he not overcome the heavenly tribulation, but soon, even his sacred clan status will be lost. But don't be too heartbroken. In 6 months at most, I'll let you reunite in prison. Qin Nan's eyes turned crimson, his rage erupting. Just at this moment, a loud shout rang out from behind Xiao Zhenghuang. You dare! The newcomer was the Azure Dragon Holy Scripture. Qin Nan, quickly follow me back to the Azure Dragon Holy Land. Back at Duanmu Peak, the blood-red color in Qin Nan's eyes dissipated somewhat. Holy Master, please save Mumu. The Azure Dragon Holy Master sighed. She was struck by Xiao Zhenghuang's primordial curse. The ancestral curse has already invaded her soul. It's very difficult to save her. Qin Nan's gaze was firm as he looked at the Azure Dragon Holy Master. As long as I can save her, I'm willing to do anything. The Azure Dragon Holy Master said calmly, Mumu's identity is special. This first heavenly tribulation is extremely important for her. Now that she has failed her tribulation, her origin is severely injured, but it can be repaired with chaotic qi. It's not difficult. But to remove the ancestral curse in her body, we need the blood essence of a member of the Xiao clan's main lineage. Hearing this, Qin Nan immediately thought of senior brother Zhao Feng, because Xiao Feng was currently at the Zhao clan. But as he turned to leave, he heard a familiar voice. I am a member of the Xiao clan's main lineage. You can use my blood essence to save her. The newcomer was Xiao Xingxue. This time, it was truly. Just now, Xiao Xingxue suddenly appeared at Duanmu Peak, saying that her blood essence could save Princess Mumu. Qin Nan was both happy and worried, seeing a glimmer of hope. Are you a member of the Xiao clan's main lineage? Xiao Xingxue explained, Xiao Zhenghuang and I share the same father, but when I was born, because my martial spirit was only 8th grade of the yellow rank, I was expelled from the Xiao clan to the profound spirit continent. A few years ago, I heard my adoptive parents tell the story, and after much investigation, I confirmed my true identity. Qin Nan suddenly understood, so that's how it is, what a coincidence. Xiao Xingxue didn't say much, immediately cutting her hand, dripping drops of blood essence onto Mumu. The ancestral curse in Princess Mumu's body, along with the spreading black wounds, quickly disappeared. Her closed eyes also began to tremble, as if about to open. The Azure Dragon Holy Master said calmly, all right, she'll recover in 3 months. But because she failed her tribulation this time and was invaded by the ancestral curse, her cultivation probably won't progress for the next 3 years. Qin Nan looked at Princess Mumu, his eyes firm. 3 years is 3 years. I will find spirit herbs to help her break through again. Just at this moment, the dragon tiger demonic pupil said excitedly, I've finally refined that dragon lion elephant. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong with the atmosphere. What's going on? Why is Princess Mumu so seriously injured? Qin Nan lowered his head. It's my fault. I implicated her. The dragon tiger demonic pupil shouted with red eyes, do you think she needs to follow you because of her identity? She's by your side because she wants to help you. But every time, it's because of you that she gets hurt. Before Qin Nan could explain, the void cracked open, and Tang Qingshan's figure suddenly stepped out. Qin Nan, what happened? The entire Xiaowu realm is rumored that Xiao Zhenghuang easily defeated you. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon tiger demonic pupil's anger exploded. Qin Nan, you're really regressing. Do you still have the face to stay here? Get out of my sight, or I'll kill you myself. However, just at this moment, Princess Mumu woke up. She used all her strength to scold, Dragon Tiger, get out. What right do you have to scold Qin Nan? He wasn't defeated by Xiao Zhenghuang. The Dragon Tiger demonic pupil was stunned. Mumu, you. Qin Nan, don't mind what Dragon Tiger said. I'm fine, I just want to sleep a little longer. Don't go seek revenge, and don't even think about it. I'll take care of my own revenge. After saying that, Princess Mumu fell asleep again. Half an hour later, Qin Nan, who had been silent, suddenly sighed. Then he turned and said to Peerless Devil Emperor, "Take good care of her. I'll be back." Very quickly, Qin Nan arrived at the gates of Flying Yang City. "Phoenix Fire, Star Thunder, transform into a divine hound, break it for me." With a loud boom, the gates, over 300 zhang high, were shattered by a violent force, transforming into countless fragments that flew everywhere, like a world-shaking disaster. "You dogs of Flying Yang City, all of you get out here." The Flying Yang Holy Master was enraged, extending a hand that covered the sky, countless attacks heading towards Qin Nan. Suddenly, a domineering blade light appeared, shattering the Flying Yang Holy Master's hand. Without any aura, without any might, a black blade tore through the void and embedded itself in the Flying Yang City wall. Shock appeared in the Flying Yang Holy Master's eyes. "Tang Qingshan, you're not dead?" Tang Qingshan sneered, "Unfortunately, I'm still alive. Now I've come to dig your grave. I want to bathe Flying Yang City in blood and settle the score between us." Just at this moment, the Flying Yang City Lord sneered, "Is Flying Yang City a place where you can act recklessly?" As soon as he finished speaking, a blue whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, intending to sweep Qin Nan and Tang Qingshan inside. Just then, a withered hand shattered the void, a single palm strike dispersing the terrifying whirlwind. The newcomer was the Azure Dragon Holy Scripture. "You scum have been scheming against me for 200 years. If I don't make you face utter devastation, I won't be able to rest in peace." The Flying Yang Holy Master suppressed his anger and said conciliatorily, "If we truly fight, it won't be beneficial for either Holy Land. Why don't we wait until the Sea of Death opens and let the disciples of the two Holy Lands determine the victor?" The Azure Dragon Holy Master laughed loudly. "Ha, you're right. If we can't make a move, then let the younger generation compete. Qin Nan, go. Let them see how formidable the Azure Dragon Holy Sun is." Qin Nan sneered, "Xiao Zhenghuan, Zhang Dilan, why don't you come out and die?" Just at this moment, the quasi-holy son of the Flying Yang Holy Land, Yang Jian, spoke up. "Senior brother Xiao Zhenghuang is in secluded cultivation. But even if he isn't here, Flying Yang City isn't a place where you can act recklessly." Qin Nan didn't want to waste words. His figure shot out like lightning, a fist striking the man's face. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, Yang Jian flew like a kite with its string cut, crashing into Flying Yang City, lifeless. The entire Flying Yang City fell silent. Yang Jian, a first-layer martial emperor, was actually killed by Qin Nan with a single move. "Xiao Zhenghuang, Zhang Dilan, come out and die." Seeing no one respond, Qin Nan stared at the Azure Dragon Holy Land group. He drew his long blade, unleashing boundless blade intent, shattering all of their defenses. Just at this moment, Zhang Dilan arrived. "Qin Nan, don't be too arrogant. It's still unknown who will win today." Qin Nan sneered, a boundless cold light surging violently. "I want to see what other tricks you have." It's over. This time Zhang Dilan has come prepared. Just now, he had thought of a way to eliminate Qin Nan. It was to unleash his heart demon and fuse the cultivation of 10 quasi-holy suns. In an instant, a gigantic Dharma idol condensed, carrying a terrifying attack as it charged forward. Qin Nan, without hesitation, executed the giant heaven imprint. An incredibly powerful formation condensed, shattering the Dharma idol. The 10 quasi-holy sons of the Flying Yang Holy Land were severely injured. Seeing this, Zhang Dilan was completely dumbfounded. "Impossible. Didn't you expend a lot of energy?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Nan threw a punch, directly sending him flying, crashing to the ground. "From now on, I'll let you know what it means to be trash. From now on, I'll let you all know what trash truly is." Qin Nan erupted with terrifying blade intent, intending to cripple Zhang Dilan, Shi Wei, and all the quasi-holy sons. The Flying Yang Holy Clan's expressions changed drastically, hastily joining forces to stop him. Azure Dragon Holy Master Tang Qingshan also simultaneously circulated his true essence, using boundless divine power to block the Flying Yang Holy Master, his actions without delay. Qin Nan's blade intent descended, only 3 inches away from everyone's meridians. But just at this moment, an unimaginable pressure suddenly erupted from the sky. Peak Master Yang, Elder Yang introduced to all the disciples of the Flying Yang Holy Land, this is the Sec Master of the Asking Dao Mountain, one of the 4 top powers in the Eastern Continent. And also the Grand Elder of our Flying Yang Holy Land. The blade in Qin Nan's hand froze. "Why can't I move my body?" The purple-robed old man directly ignored everyone, staring at Qin Nan. "You are Qin Nan? I don't care about your talent. The sins you've committed, I can overlook. As long as you obediently leave the Azure Dragon Holy Land with me and become an inner disciple of Asking Dao Mountain." Qin Nan said indifferently, "I will also leave the Azure Dragon Holy Land." "Humph." The purple-robed old man sneered, "I advise you to think carefully. The Azure Dragon Holy Master will definitely die in half a year. Without a powerful expert to protect you, how can you survive in the lower firmament Eastern continent? As long as you step foot into the lower firmament Eastern continent, if I want you dead, you will die. Shin Nan said coldly, threatening me. No one has ever changed what I've decided. Killing intent flashed in the purple-robed old man's eyes. Humph, a small lower firmament genius really thinks of himself as someone important? I'll cripple you right now. Shin Nan's expression was calm, his aura composed. Just a mere clone, and you dare to act so arrogant here? Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The long blade in Shin Nan's hand fiercely slashed down, accompanied by billowing blade chi. Zhang Dylan and the others' bodies instantly shattered, turning into nothingness. The purple-robed old man's pupils constricted, his entire body trembling. Shin Nan, you brat, you actually dared to make a move? Aren't you afraid of death? A boundless battle intent suddenly surged in the Azure Dragon Holy Master's gloomy eyes. Today, Shin Nan crippled more than 10 of your geniuses, now it's my turn to make a move. Shin Nan, leave the matters of the Azure Dragon Holy Land to me and Holy Saint Shin. Back in the Azure Dragon Holy Land Palace, Princess Meow Meow pinched Shin Nan's ear. You have such guts. You didn't even listen to me and dared to go to someone else's territory to cause trouble. Are you tired of living? Both of you are old men who have lived for hundreds of years. Shin Nan is ignorant, but don't you understand? You even joined in on his nonsense. Sacred Master Qin and Hung and Tang Qingshan's mouths twitched. Shin Nan, the Sea of Death Grand Competition is in 6 months. The Flying Yang Holy Land suffered heavy losses this time and will definitely prepare countermeasures. Remember to seize the time to rest well. After saying that, the two quickly left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Princess Meow Meow was full of question marks. Am I that scary? What are they running from? At the same time, at the Flying Yang City Lord's Grand Ceremony, Patriarch Winda sat in the highest position, looking down at everyone. Shin Nan, that brat's battle strength is extraordinary. Far exceeding expectations. Now, the top geniuses have all been crippled by him. In order to smoothly secure victory in the Sea of Death Grand Competition, I will execute a forbidden technique. Suppressing your cultivations to the Martial Emperor realm. The Flying Yang Holy Master and Peak Master Yang said in unison, Wise Patriarch, we will definitely give our all. A cold glint flashed in Patriarch Winda's eyes. After the Sea of Death Grand Competition ends, I will personally go to the Azure Dragon Holy Land and capture the Azure Dragon Holy Master for refinement. The scene changed. Azure Dragon Holy Land, Dragon Vein. The Azure Dragon roared, 6 months have passed, shouldn't you leave seclusion? If you don't, I'll be sucked dry by you. Shin Nan slowly opened his eyes. That's strange. I used the Dragon Vein to cultivate the 33rd Golden Dragon mark, my battle strength equivalent to a peak Martial Emperor, but I still can't attract the heavenly tribulation. Could it be that I'm going to directly ascend to the Nirvana realm? Shin Nan didn't think too much about it, jumping down from the dragon's back. Thank you, Senior, for your help during this time. If I need anything in the future, I'll come bother you again. The Azure Dragon Holy Land always welcomes you, just don't come again. Shin Nan's aura suddenly changed, his eyes sharp. It's time to settle the score with Xiao Zhangwang. At the same time, at the Sea of Death, ranked first among the lower firmament's 10 forbidden grounds, an ancient gate, 300 zhang high, suddenly appeared. In 1 hour, the Gate of Death will fully open. Arriving at Myriad Fragrance Pavilion, the goal, the Gate of Death, is finally here. Patriarch Winda, the Flying Yang Holy Master, Xiao Zhangwang, and Zhang Dylan were all present. Unexpectedly, a few new friends have appeared. Inner disciple of Myriad Fragrance Pavilion, Miao Wuxin, specially came to pay respects to Senior Wenda. This is the lower firmament's #1 genius, young Master Xiao. Wuxin has something to ask of you. A smug glint flashed in Xiao Zhongwang's eyes. Miss Miao, feel free to speak. If Xiao can help, I will definitely do my best. Miao Wuxin smiled charmingly. To be honest, our Myriad Fragrance Pavilion has taken a liking to this strangely shaped spirit herb. Just at this moment, 2 figures spoke simultaneously. I am Lu Jian, a disciple of the Trading Alliance. Our Trading Alliance also wants to ask Junior Brother Sha to help pick such a spirit herb. I am Songyu, the 9th Prince of the Parting Sky Ancient Kingdom, and I also want to ask Junior Brother Sha to help retrieve this spirit herb. Xiao Zhongwang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the 3 major powers to be looking for the same spirit herb. Just as he was in a difficult position, Shin Nan arrived, riding the Dragon Tiger demonic ancestor. His eyes swept over the crowd, even seeing Patriarch Winda, the entire Flying Yang Holy Land, and the geniuses of the 3 major powers. His expression didn't change, instead, he exuded a domineering aura, like an emperor surveying his domain. Seeing Shin Nan stealing the spotlight, Xiao Zhangwang gnashed his teeth. Today, I will definitely make you pay back double for what you did to the Flying Yang Holy Land. Qin Nan drew the long blade from his back, his aura suddenly erupting. Like a primordial war god descending, he shouted, "Cut the crap. If you have the guts, fight me now. I'll give you 100 moves head start, what do you say?" Under the powerful pressure, Xiao Zhanghuang felt his face burning. Our battleground is the Death God platform. At the Death God platform, I'll let you know how vast the difference in talent between us is. Qin Nan's expression was calm as he sheathed his blade. The end result will be the same anyway. The one who talks nonsense is just the loser. Xiao Zhanghuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Qin Nan, you've gone too far with those words. The three of you asked for my help, and I will certainly not refuse. But there is only one of this spirit herb. How about this, whoever can make Qin Nan kneel and kowtow, I will give the spirit herb to that person." Song Yu was the first to step forward. "Qin Nan, kneel and kowtow to Xiao Zhanghuang now, and our parting Sky Ancient Kingdom will definitely not treat you poorly." Miao Wuxin said, "With our myriad fragrance pavilion's protection, you won't suffer any losses. If you don't agree, you are making an enemy of myriad fragrance pavilion. You should think carefully." Compared to the two of them, Lu Jian of the Trading Alliance directly drew his long spear. "You only have two choices, either kneel and kowtow to Xiao Zhanghuang, or we fight to the death." Qin Nan sneered. "These three major powers originally had no grievances with me, but unexpectedly, just because of Xiao Zhanghuang's words, they all want to target me. Kneeling is kneeling. I even dared to offend Patriarch Wenda, let alone you three juniors." Lu Jian's pupils constricted, his long spear like a dragon, unleashing a boundless spear shadow. Qin Nan's figure flickered, passing through the dense spear shadow. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Jian, his long blade fiercely slashing down. Lu Jian's hair stood on end as he hastily conjured a powerful defensive shield. With a bang, the shield was instantly shattered, the remaining force sending Lu Jian stumbling backward. "What are you two still standing there for? Attack together." Just as Song Yu and Miao Wuxin were about to attack, the gate of death completely opened, and countless gales surged from within. Song Yu immediately transmitted to Xiao Zhanghuang, "Why don't we wait until the Sea of Death Grand Competition is over, then we'll kill Qin Nan." Xiao Zhanghuang's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Then, without hesitation, his figure turned into a rainbow, the first to rush into the gate of death. Patriarch Wenda, on the other hand, chanted incantations, executing a forbidden technique. Suppressing the cultivations of Peak Master Yang and the Flying Yang Holy Master to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. All the rogue cultivators present had their eyes gleaming. Could it be that they also wanted to enter the Sea of Death? Protector Peak Master's expression changed drastically. "I never expected the Flying Yang Holy Land to prepare such a method." Peak Master Yang looked at Qin Nan and said with a smile, I'll be waiting for you inside." Qin Nan's face was expressionless. He truly hadn't expected this situation, but even if there were more people, even if the opponent was more powerful, he wasn't afraid. Tang Qingshan's expression was grave. "This trip is dangerous, you must be careful of the Death Chi of the Sea of Death. It will be Patriarch Wenda's people who lead you to the Death God platform. If you defeat Xiao Zhanghuang, you must seize the number one treasure, the rebirth fruit." Qin Nan nodded, then his figure shot into the sky like lightning. The dragon tiger demonic ancestor roared, carrying Princess Miao Miao and Sima Kong towards the gate of death. Just as they were about to enter the gate, an incredibly bright light engulfed them. Qin Nan and the others had no time to dodge. When they opened their eyes again, they had entered another place. Xiao Zhanghuang stood opposite them, surrounded by 18 peak lords and thousands of 5th stage Emperor realm experts, their aura vast and overwhelming, like the sky collapsing. In comparison, Qin Nan's group of 4 seemed insignificant. Just at this moment, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and a person in black robes descended from the sky. "I am the examiner of the life and death platform. Life and death are determined by fate. Everyone should have seen that there are two paths to choose from. The white path leads to the gate of life. The black path has the possibility of obtaining a supreme inheritance, but it also carries the risk of certain death. Now, you have 1 minute to choose." It was clearly just an ordinary test. Yet it made everyone experience the fear of death. Just as Xiao Zhanghuang's group was about to head towards the white path, Zhang Dilan's voice suddenly rang out, "I choose the other path." Xiao Zhanghuang glanced at him indifferently. Zhang Dilan took a deep breath, leaving Xiao Zhanghuang's large group and heading towards the black path. As he passed by Qin Nan, he paused, looked at Qin Nan, and then quickened his pace, leaving. Qin Nan naturally no longer cared about Zhang Dilan now. After he left, the resentment in his heart completely dissipated. This white path wasn't long. In just a few breaths, Qin Nan and the others reached the end. The place we are at is called the 10,000 Wheels Formation. There are 87,000 rotating platforms here. 80,000 of them are filled with killing intent. And only the remaining 7,000 contain treasures. Within 1 hour, you must enter at least 10 correct rotating platforms. The person with the highest number of correct entries will receive a Bodhi Heart Shard. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. This first stage was so difficult. Princess Meow Meow revealed a trace of surprise. I've also heard that after consuming a Bodhi Heart Shard, one can permanently enhance their comprehension ability and enlightenment. Xiao Zhanghuang suddenly laughed. I will definitely be first in this first stage. Qin Nan, don't you dare die here, otherwise there won't even be anyone to pick up the pieces. After saying that, he unhesitatingly rushed into a rotating platform. A light flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Xiao Zhanghuang must have learned a certain number of correct platforms through some means, but did he think he could defeat him with just that little trick? Let me see what's so interesting about these rotating platforms. With the help of the War God's Void, Qin Nan quickly figured out the clues. Princess Meow Meow, wait a moment and listen to my instructions. Don't mess around. A few minutes later, the results of the first stage appeared. The person ranked first was indeed Xiao Zhanghuang, having entered 98 correct rotating platforms. Inside the Gate of Life and Death, a cold sneer appeared on the examiner's strange face. With the map inside, Xiao Zhanghuang can naturally take first place. But just at this moment, the numbers behind several names under the light suddenly started to roll upwards, rapidly climbing. This sudden change was like a bomb, shocking everyone. Because now, Qin Nan was firmly in first place, having entered 1002 rotating platforms. Following his name were Princess Meow Meow, the Dragon Tiger Demonic Ancestor, and Sima Kong. All three of them had surpassed 500 platforms. In addition, there was a mysterious man named Zhao Ling, ranked fourth. As for Xiao Zhanghuang, he was directly pushed down to sixth place, having only entered a little over 300 platforms. However, he didn't know the situation on the rankings, still thinking that his results far surpassed Qin Nan's, certain that Qin Nan had guessed wrong. 82-23, soon, the competition ended, and Xiao Zhanghuang swaggered smugly to Qin Nan. 82-24, I didn't expect you to be so lucky, but even if you're lucky, you can only serve as my foil. 82-25, Qin Nan glanced at him indifferently without saying a word. 82-26, finally, Peak Master Yang couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. Zhanghuang, you should look at the rankings first. 82-27, upon seeing it, Xiao Zhanghuang's expression drastically changed. How is this possible? Qin Nan found over 2,000 rotating platforms? I'm only ranked 6th? 82-28, Princess Meow Meow and the Dragon Tiger Demonic Ancestor laughed heartily. Ah, this is truly hilarious. Someone's face has been completely swollen this time. 82-29, Sima Kong's attention was focused on Zhao Ling. I wonder who this Zhao Ling is, to actually have results surpassing even the cheating Xiao Zhanghuang. Qin Nan looked towards the examiner of the Gate of Life and Death. You said earlier that if I took first place in the first stage, shouldn't you give me the Bodhi Heart Shard? The examiner of the Gate of Life and Death had cold eyes. I should have punished you, but I showed mercy, and you still want the Bodhi Heart Shard? Let me tell you. The top 5 have all violated the rules and should have been eliminated, but considering your exceptional talents and it being your first offense, I won't pursue it. But this Bodhi Heart Shard should naturally be given to the person ranked 6th, Xiao Zhanghuang. Xiao Zhanghuang received the Bodhi Heart Shard. The humiliation from before instantly washed away. Qin Nan, so what if you got first place? In the end, isn't this thing still mine? Just as Qin Nan was about to make a move, a cold voice rang out beside his ear. If you dare to attack, you will immediately be disqualified and expelled from the life and death platform. Seeing this, Sima Kong transmitted to Qin Nan, don't be impulsive. We can't offend him yet. If he still dares to act recklessly at the Death God platform, he will definitely be punished by the Sea of Death. The scene changed. Everyone was teleported to a bridge. There was a stone tablet here, with 3 large characters written on it, Naihe Bridge. Everyone should have guessed that the second stage is to cross the Naihe Bridge. Below the Naihe Bridge is the River of Forgetfulness. When crossing the bridge, if your cultivation is insufficient or your mind is not firm, you will be invaded by evil qi, fall into the river, and become a wraith. The first person to reach the other side in this second stage can receive a drop of Tao Reflection. Princess Meow Meow sneered. I heard that Tao Reflection can also enhance the comprehension of heavenly talismans. If I'm not mistaken, this is also prepared for Xiao Zhanghuang. Good job, good job. Old Sixth Xiao has truly shown his true colors this time. Just as the examiner of the Gate of Life and Death announced the second stage was crossing the Naihe Bridge, Princess Meow Meow questioned whether this stage was also prepared for Xiao Zhanghuang. The examiner of the Gate of Life and Death's expression remained unchanged. If you don't want to participate in the second stage, I can send you away immediately. A trace of killing intent appeared on Princess Meow Meow's face as her cultivation erupted. Qin Nan immediately reached out to stop her. Princess, endure for a moment, and all will be calm. Take a step back, and the vast sky opens up. The examiner of the Gate of Life and Death ignored them and said, "On the bridge, you can compete, but it must be within 2 hours, otherwise, you will be eliminated. Now, begin the competition." As soon as Qin Nan stepped onto the Naihe bridge, he felt countless shrill screams assaulting his ears, trying to tear apart his mind. Since you didn't cheat in the first stage, you are specially granted the Life and Death robe, which is immune to demonic interference. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Life and Death robes descended upon Xiao Zhanghuang and Peak Master Yang. The pain on their faces gradually eased, no longer affected by the screams. Seeing this, Sima Kong immediately executed the Dao Heart Myriad Method seal, spitting out beams of light that landed on Qin Nan and the others. Qin Nan only felt that as soon as this light entered his body, the shrill screams in his ears became much quieter. "I'll leave it to you guys to deal with them. I'll go ahead." Xiao Zhanghuang sneered, rushing towards the front of the Naihe bridge. Peak Master Yang and the other 28 roared furiously, "This bastard, we'll deal with him sooner or later." Hatred had long been accumulating in their hearts. "You bastards, I've long disliked you." The Dragon Tiger Demonic Ancestor roared first, immediately transforming into a giant beast with a dragon's head and a tiger's body, tramping 2 martial Emperor Realm experts underfoot. Sima Kong and Princess Miao Miao executed the Dao-breaking talisman and the sky-piercing tribulation respectively, causing all 25 experts to fall. "Command the stars, drive the thunder, wings of the phoenix." Qin Nan roared, opening his mouth and spitting out his primordial seal. With rumbling explosions, countless attacks surged down, instantly annihilating the 25 venerables. Peak Master Yang's expression changed, and he shouted, "Quickly form the formation, kill them." The remaining 15 peak lords erupted with their auras, all terrifying figures possessing dense heavenly and earthly power, continuously attacking the primordial seal. Peak Master Yang let out a shrill laugh, "Qin Nan, embrace your death." But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Jiao Ling, carrying a terrifying aura, suddenly descended, unleashing an incomparably domineering punch. Qin Nan was surprised. "Who is this person? It's been half a year since we last met. You really haven't changed at all." After saying that, Jiao Ling removed his mask, revealing himself to be Qin Nan's good brother. "Gong Yang, leave these people to me, you quickly go after Xiao Zhanghuang." Gong Yang was vastly different from before, his words and actions carrying a domineering air. Qin Nan didn't hesitate, tapping his toes lightly as he rushed forward. Peak Master Yang was furious. He didn't know the background of this Gong Yang before him, but to try and stop him was truly too arrogant. Gong Yang flipped his hand, and an ancient military talisman appeared, immediately flying into the sky. Although it couldn't reproduce its former divine might, summoning divine weapon spirits was still as easy as flipping his hand. Qin Nan glanced at the situation behind him, his mind steady as his cultivation erupted, crossing the Naihe bridge. Xiao Zhanghuang, who had been leisurely and smug, instantly changed his expression when he sensed the powerful aura behind him. Xiao Zhanghuang drew his ancient blade, about to slash at Qin Nan. The examiner of the Life and Death platform suddenly appeared in front of him. "You dare to violate the rules? I will punish you on behalf of the Sea of Death." Qin Nan had no time to react, only feeling his body being struck by a terrifying poem force. His consciousness fading, he fell into the surging river of forgetfulness. Countless vengeful souls, as if seeing a delicacy, frantically rushed towards him. Xiao Zhanghuang couldn't help but let out a shrill laugh. "Ha, Qin Nan, this is the consequence of opposing me." Peak Master Yang and the others' expressions changed. No longer daring to fight, they hastily retreated. Princess Miao Miao didn't hesitate, wanting to jump down in the direction Qin Nan had fallen. But just at this moment, the Dragon Tiger Demonic Ancestor suddenly reached out and pulled her back. "Are you crazy? You'll die if you jump down like that." Gong Yang also advised from the side, "Don't be impulsive, Qin Nan won't die so easily." Hearing this, Princess Miao Miao was stunned, grabbing Gong Yang's hand and returning. "It's just the river of forgetfulness, how could it harm him?" Sima Kong, rarely truly angry, said, "Do you think you can disregard everyone just because you're the examiner of the Life and Death platform? 9 heavenly gods. Spirit of the Sea of Death, if you don't act now, when will you?" He waved his hand, and the 3 talismans in his hand immediately flew out, billowing black smoke rising into the sky. A bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, striking the examiner of the Life and Death platform. "Quickly help me recover my body, I must make them wish they were dead." Gong Yang took several deep breaths before suppressing his anger. "Time is short, let's quickly cross the Naihe bridge." Xiao Zhanghuang was the first to reach the other side, obtaining the Dao reflection. In an instant, a beam of purple light descended from the sky, landing on Xiao Zhanghuang's forehead. "Now, immediately go to the Death God platform." Excitement and cruelty flashed in the eyes of the examiner of the Life and Death platform. After waiting for so long, He had finally waited for this day. Breakthrough! Old Sixth Shao swallowed 20,000 Dao laws in one gulp. Finally raised the war god's soul to the 6th rank. Just as the life and death platform discovered a secret realm. It's said that there's a crystal coffin inside, containing the corpse of the Death Emperor from ancient times. Tang Qingshan sneered, "Where's Qin Nan? Could he have died at the 2nd stage, the Naihe Bridge?" Patriarch Wenda feigned grief. "I just received news that Azure Dragon Holy Land's holy son, Qin Nan, has fallen into the river of forgetfulness. It seems that the Flying Young Holy Land has won this duel without even fighting." Tang Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot, killing intent erupting. "It was you again this time. Just a mere lackey under the gate of life and death's examiner." Patriarch Wenda sneered, "You need evidence to speak." Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Holy Master spoke. "Tang Qingshan, calm down. Have faith in Qin Nan. He will definitely return to the life and death platform soon. Everyone, only by passing these 999 steps can you place your hand on the stone pillar to test your martial soul's heavenly talent. Now, begin the final test." At the same time, at the 2nd stage of the Sea of Death, the Naihe Bridge, Qin Nan felt like he was sinking into an abyss. After an unknown amount of time, a faint ray of light shone into his mind, awakening him. Just as Qin Nan was wondering where he was, a gentle voice rang out beside his ear, "You're awake." Qin Nan immediately turned his head and saw a woman in black, with delicate features, sitting beside him. A question arose in Qin Nan's mind. Could it be that she saved me? Before Qin Nan could speak, the woman gently raised her bare hand, and a token appeared. "What is your relationship with Tang Qingshan?" Qin Nan answered truthfully, "I am the holy son of the Azure Dragon Holy Land." "May I ask if Senior is Tang Qingshan's junior sister?" The woman didn't answer Qin Nan. After thinking for a moment, she asked indifferently, "How is the Azure Dragon Holy Land now?" Qin Nan didn't hide anything, recounting in detail everything that had happened in the Azure Dragon Holy Land. A terrifying aura suddenly surged from the woman. "I can't believe that after 100 years, they are still scheming against my foster father and the Azure Dragon Holy Land. How infuriating. I am Meng Jiang. I am the adopted daughter of the Azure Dragon Holy Master and also Tang Qingshan's junior sister. Of course, that was my former identity. Now, I am the master of this river of forgetfulness." As the last few words fell, Qin Nan's expression suddenly changed. Whether it's the Sea of Death, the 10,000 Wheels Formation, the Naihe Bridge, or the River of Forgetfulness, they all have their own unique sentience. We are different from the Examiner of the Gate of Life and Death. The Examiner was appointed by the Death Emperor before his death, while we are chosen by the spirit artifacts themselves. Otherwise, I would have killed the Examiner long ago. Qin Nan's expression was serious. "If that's the case, can Senior send me out of here? I want to go to the life and death platform and change the situation." A trace of hesitation flashed in Meng Jiang's eyes. "I can, but I have to finish something before I can help you leave." 8226, after saying that, she waved her hand, and a storage ring fell into Qin Nan's hand. Inside are all kinds of treasures to enhance your innate weapons. 8227, and ample cultivation resources. Take them and use them. 8228, while you cultivate, I will refine myself into a Dao seed. 8229, Qin Nan immediately became anxious. "Senior, don't do anything rash. As long as I reach the life and death platform, I can obtain the rebirth token and save you." 8230, Meng Jiang said calmly, "I know, of course, but Tang Qingshan's future is the entire Kanglin continent. My innate weapon is not enough, I must become his Dao companion to be by his side forever." As she finished speaking, a smile appeared on Meng Jiang's lips. Without hesitation, she threw herself into the surging river of forgetfulness, merging with it. Seeing this scene, Qin Nan was deeply shaken. "Don't worry, Senior. On the life and death platform, I definitely won't let them have their way." The scene changed. Princess Miao Miao and the others had climbed the 999 steps. This kind of small fry doesn't need Qin Nan to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhenhuang sneered, "Just you guys want to oppose me? You truly overestimate yourselves." Gong Yang immediately became enraged, releasing the powerful aura of an Emperor Realm cultivator. The Examiner of the life and death platform's expression changed. If he attacked Gong Yang now, the Sea of Death would definitely not spare him. It seemed he could only place his hopes on Xiao Zhenhuang. Xiao Zhenhuang sneered, "It's still unknown who will win this competition. Don't celebrate too early." Gong Yang chuckled, "That's exactly what I wanted to say to you." At the same time, in the river of forgetfulness, Qin Nan held a primal stone, continuously swallowing it. He continued like this until he had swallowed over 20,000 stones, and the war god's soul finally rose to the 6th rank. In addition, the 33 golden dragon marks on his primordial seal slowly fused, forming a true dragon aura. The various techniques Qin Nan cultivated broke through once again, reaching a new realm. Then, he quickly looked towards the lava. The flames inside had disappeared. And a black long blade lay there, emitting no aura, yet possessing an indescribable majesty. Back at the life and death platform, everyone had begun testing their martial soul's heavenly talent. Peak Master Yang took the lead, testing at 4th grade talent. The examiner of the life and death platform looked towards Gong Yang and Xiao Zhongwang. Your turn. Who's going first? He's alive. The Death Emperor is alive. Just as Gong Yang reached out to place his hand on the black stone pillar. In the next moment, 9 rays of light activated, equivalent to 9th grade talent. Xiao Zhonghuan gritted his teeth. At this point, he was powerless. He couldn't cower any longer and could only go up for the test. With reluctance in his heart, he stepped forward. Placing his hand on the black stone pillar, it was also 9th grade talent. This result wasn't bad. But the examiner's heart was filled with frustration because a tie meant the rewards of the life and death platform would be split evenly. He had waited for hundreds of years, how could he accept such a result? So, he secretly flicked out a drop of blood essence containing his lifetime's cultivation experience. Landing on Xiao Zhonghuan's forehead. The 9th ray of light, which had stopped, suddenly vibrated, continuously increasing until finally forming 10 rays of light. Xiao Zhonghuan laughed loudly. Haha, I've won. The Flying Yang Holy Master immediately erupted with boundless killing intent. Tang Qingshan, Azure Dragon Holy Master, today is your death day. Suddenly, the examiner of the life and death platform spoke. Life and death platform grand competition. Xiao Zhonghuang has obtained 10th grade talent and can choose 3 supreme treasures as a reward. Patriarch Wenda laughed heartily. Azure Dragon Holy Master, once I obtain the supreme treasures, I will definitely refine you. The examiner of the life and death platform stared at a token. As long as he had the rebirth token, he could escape the spirit of death and leave this nightmare of the Deathlands. I choose. Xiao Zhonghuan was incredibly excited. I choose the rebirth token, the heavenly herb, and... Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling blade light flashed from the sea of death, cleaving a section of seawater in two. A figure wielding a black long blade, like a primordial war god, soared into the sky. Sorry, I'm late. A look of joy appeared on Princess Meow Meow's face. I knew you would be fine. After saying that, she threw herself into Qin Nan's arms. Just as the two were embracing, Sima Kong suddenly coughed twice. How long are you two going to show off your love? Qin Nan and Princess Meow Meow hastily separated, turning away, their hearts pounding. Xiao Zhonghuang sneered, the competition is over now. So what if you didn't die? Qin Nan said calmly, as long as I haven't participated in the competition, it's not over. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal coffin suddenly erupted with a mysterious power, retrieving all 7 supreme treasures. In other words, the life and death platform had acknowledged Qin Nan's qualification to participate. Patriarch Wenda sneered, contempt in his eyes. This insignificant brat, is he still trying to stall for time? Just at this moment, a dazzling ray of light suddenly tore through the darkness. Flying towards the Flying Yang Holy Master, his face full of madness. Then it fell into Tang Qingshan's hands. An indescribably familiar feeling struck his soul. His expression immediately became pained because he recognized this item. Qin Nan slowly walked towards the black stone pillar. When the 6th ray of light appeared, the upward trend abruptly stopped. Xiao Zhonghuang couldn't help but mock, only 6th grade talent, what can you use to fight me? Gong Yang reminded from the side, you forgot, Qin Nan hasn't even taken out his weapon yet. Xiao Zhonghuang said disdainfully, just a profound rank weapon. For a martial soul to activate 8th grade talent is already defying the heavens. Qin Nan smiled, if it were truly a profound rank weapon, 8th grade martial soul would indeed be the limit, but in reality, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. Xiao Zhonghuang sneered, he's a genius of the dignified Flying Yang Holy Land, what qualifications does Qin Nan have to say such things? But before he could finish speaking, Qin Nan released his 100-Zhan Long War God martial spirit. Like a giant standing between heaven and earth, it enveloped the entire life and death platform. In that instant, the originally dim black stone pillar erupted with 13 white rays of light, and the number was still increasing. Old Dog Tang, you've been scheming against the Azure Dragon Holy Master for 100 years, but today, I will shatter your conspiracy. Xiao Zhonghuang was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. 16th grade martial soul, how is this possible? Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the tall black stone pillar exploded into dust. The 7 supreme treasures fell from the void, as if sentient, flying into Qin Nan's hands. Seeing this scene, Patriarch Wenda's eyes widened. Qin Nan, die! Patriarch Wenda erupted with the full power of his peak martial sacred realm cultivation, condensing into a gigantic long sword that slashed towards Qin Nan. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Holy Master immediately summoned the Azure Dragon, successfully blocking Patriarch Wenda's attack. Qin Nan seized the opportunity to carefully examine the black long blade. The primordial seal in his body began to vibrate intensely. Could this be tribulation? But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A strange trembling sound came from the crystal coffin, as if something was trying to break out. Tang Qingshan also sensed something amiss. Especially the black long blade in his hand, which trembled violently as if in fear. The examiner's face instantly turned pale. Not good, the Death Emperor is reviving. Everyone here will die. But before he could escape, a large hand suddenly reached out from the crystal coffin, crushing the examiner's body. He failed. Qin Nan's tribulation failed. Just now, the light on the crystal coffin was suddenly extinguished. After thousands of years, I, the Death Emperor, have finally been revived. Qin Nan was shocked. Zhang Dilan? Could he have been possessed by the Death Emperor? Zhang Dilan's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Xiao Zhonghuang. You deserve to die. After saying that, he lightly pointed a finger. Flames suddenly erupted within Xiao Zhonghuang's body, continuously burning. Along with a tragic scream, he quickly turned to ashes. Qin Nan frowned. Is this Zhang Dilan or the Death Emperor? Zhang Dilan laughed maniacally. I am both Zhang Dilan and the Death Emperor. It's thanks to Qin Nan's tribulation that I was able to reconstruct my body today. As repayment, I will let you fuse with me. After saying that, he waved his hand, and an invisible force descended from the sky, surging towards Qin Nan. The Azure Dragon Holy Master immediately counterattacked, unleashing a stream of Azure Dragon Chi that devoured that force. Death Emperor, your current strength isn't even 1% of what it used to be, yet you dare to act so recklessly here. Zhang Dilan's expression immediately turned gloomy. Patriarch Winda, our goals are the same, why don't we join forces? All right. Patriarch Winda immediately agreed. The powerful forces of the two martial saints simultaneously struck the Azure Dragon. Suddenly, Tang Qingshan drew the black long blade, unleashing endless blade light, enveloping Qin Nan and the others, intending to escape. Zhang Dilan smiled sinisterly. The fusion subject I've set my sights on, how can I let you escape? After saying that, he took out a small purple pagoda, trapping Qin Nan inside. How is it? Can my primordial seal suppress you? Immediately after, the primordial seal, like thunder, shot out from Qin Nan's body. Zhang Dilan laughed loudly. Having your tribulation at this time, you can't escape even if you want to. Under the shocked gazes, boundless heavenly and earthly power converged from all directions. Run. Don't worry about me. Tang Qingshan, the Azure Dragon Holy Master, and the others hesitated for a moment before immediately retreating. Suddenly, with a crack, the small purple pagoda was shattered by lightning. Death Emperor, you've occupied my body, so undergo the tribulation with me. After saying that, Qin Nan suddenly flashed, merging with Zhang Dilan. Get out! Zhang Dilan roared angrily. Left with no other choice, he could only execute the all-heavens Rakshasa death heavenly disaster, and the lightning filling the sky instantly disappeared. Then, an extremely ancient power erupted from Zhang Dilan's body. Endless black water surged and gathered, slowly condensing in the air, forming layers. Qin Nan, you dared to scheme against me, so be prepared to bear the consequences. Princess Miao Miao's expression drastically changed. Qin Nan, be careful. Unfortunately, Qin Nan had no time to react before he was struck by this terrifying force. Rumbling explosions sounded from Qin Nan's body, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. Princess Miao Miao's pupils constricted. The most dangerous thing for a cultivator is to have their tribulation interrupted. When he broke through to the Martial King realm and failed his tribulation. Before, his origin was already severely injured. Qin Nan is in even greater danger this time because he triggered an unprecedented triple tribulation, and it was directly interrupted. Princess Miao Miao didn't hesitate, preparing to use her origin power to save Qin Nan. Just then, Qin Nan opened his eyes. Princess, my tribulation failed, and I was backlashed by the tribulation. Lightning. Don't waste your energy. Zhang Dilan glanced indifferently at Patriarch Winda. Next, you know what to do, right? Patriarch Winda smiled. Of course, the people I've been looking for have also arrived. After saying that, three powerful figures appeared from the void. These three were peak martial sacred realm experts from Asking Dao Mountain. The Azure Dragon Holy Master sneered. I, Feng Qingyun, am using all my strength just to deal with you. Truly laughable. Patriarch Winda laughed loudly. Enough nonsense, today is your death day. The three old men quickly set up the heaven and earth trapping dragon grand formation. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Holy Master and the others were trapped. A look of joy appeared on Patriarch Winda's face. Where can you run this time? Zhang Dilan immediately sat down to recover his cultivation. In 3 hours, I can execute the Death Hand to help you refine the Azure Dragon Holy Master. At the same time, within the grand formation, Tang Qingshan's long blade erupted with boundless blade light, unleashing his strongest attack. The gigantic runes slowly shattered. It's no use. The Azure Dragon Holy Master shook his head and said calmly, Tang Qingshan, this formation cannot be broken. Just at this moment, Qin Nan suddenly spoke, Holy Master, it's my fault. I've implicated everyone, causing everyone to fall into this situation. After saying that, self-blame appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for him turning the life and death platform into a battlefield, the Death Emperor wouldn't have revived. And things wouldn't be so tragic. Tang Qingshan sighed, even without you, once they obtained the rebirth fire, we would still have ended up like this. Moreover, no one knew the legend of the Death Emperor was true. The dragon tiger demonic ancestor gnashed his teeth, if this little one wasn't still growing, I would definitely bite Zhang Dilan to death. A thought suddenly occurred to Qin Nan. He turned and transmitted to the Azure Dragon Holy Master, you must help me. It's here. The Azure Dragon Holy Master is finally showing his true strength. At that moment, Zhang Dilan ordered Patriarch Wenda to throw those who didn't belong to the Azure Dragon Holy Clan out of this place. Patriarch Wenda didn't hesitate, immediately waving his hand. Grabbing Qin Nan and the others, intending to forcefully pull them out of the formation. Zhang Dilan fiercely unleashed a palm strike of death black flame. This black flame was extremely strange, as if it came from the 9 nether hells, emitting a dense death chi. The surroundings of the Azure Dragon Holy Master instantly transformed into a sea of fire. His figure within the sea of fire quickly withered, his aura weakening. Qin Nan's expression changed, and he shouted. Immediately after, a strange azure light ignited on Qin Nan and the others. The azure light transformed into an azure dragon, enveloping their figures. Then, a pair of dragon claws reached out, tearing through the void, taking them away. Qin Nan, you can't escape from my grasp. After saying that, Zhang Dilan unleashed a beam of black light. Directly charging into the void, his hand transforming into a dragon claw, grabbing Qin Nan's figure. However, there was no despair on Qin Nan's face. Instead, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Dilan felt something was strange and turned to look at Princess Miao Miao, immediately discovering they had been pulled into the void. The spatial rift quickly closed, leaving only a final gap. Gong Yang and the others widened their eyes, their gazes piercing through the distant gap, looking towards Qin Nan. At this moment, Zhang Dilan was overjoyed. This bastard had fallen for Qin Nan's plan. It was obvious that with these people escaping together, Zhang Dilan would naturally chase after Qin Nan, allowing the others to successfully escape. However, Zhang Dilan didn't know that Princess Miao Miao and the others were in turmoil because they were completely unaware of Qin Nan's plan. In fact, Qin Nan knew very well that he and the Azure Dragon Holy Master couldn't escape this time. So, while trapped within the rune prison, he used his divine sense to communicate with the Azure Dragon Holy Master and formulated this plan. He could die, but he absolutely couldn't implicate his friends. They were all geniuses, their futures lay in the upper realm. Deep within the void, Princess Miao Miao and the others were filled with a mixture of grief and anger. This scene was truly touching. Unfortunately, although they had escaped the death black flame, the power of death would still cling to them. After 81 days, they would all turn into blood and die. Zhang Dilan's eyes instantly filled with bloodlust. I want you all dead. Zhang Dilan felt an indescribable pleasure and immediately snapped his fingers, sending a trace of the Zhang clan soul extinguishing curse into Qin Nan's forehead. This trace of the soul extinguishing curse entered Qin Nan's sea of consciousness, intending to completely destroy his soul. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The pupil within Qin Nan's sea of consciousness automatically appeared, stabilizing his soul and preventing any harm. Unexpectedly, you've hidden such a supreme treasure. Ha, now it all belongs to me. The soul of the Deathlands fiercely rushed out, intending to possess Qin Nan. But it was stopped by Zhang Dilan. Get out! The soul of the Deathlands let out a screech, I'll possess him, and you'll be free. Isn't he your enemy? Zhang Dilan, without hesitation, pulled the soul of the Deathlands back into his body. Less nonsense. If I want to kill him, it will be by my, Zhang Dilan's, own hands. Even you, the Deathlands, are not allowed. Qin Nan, can this small setback defeat you? If you want revenge, run far away now, you must survive. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Qin Nan's eyes. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, his mortal enemy, Zhang Dilan, would. The soul of the Deathlands was thoroughly enraged, unleashing a terrifying soul attack that struck Zhang Dilan's soul. Zhang Dilan was horrified. His body, struck by this attack, immediately stiffened. Wait until I successfully possess you, then I'll come find you. The soul of the Deathlands roared furiously, then its gaze fell upon Qin Nan, fiercely charging towards him. In an instant, it entered Qin Nan's body. Qin Nan's overwhelming rage completely vanished, replaced by the boundless pain of his mother's death. Just at this moment, an unimaginably terrifying aura erupted from the Azure Dragon Holy Master's body, soaring into the sky. The gigantic rune dragon was like it had encountered a world-destroying tribulation, instantly shattering. Patriarch Winda's eyes widened in disbelief. How did the Azure Dragon Holy Master's cultivation suddenly become so powerful? Get out! The Azure Dragon Holy Master, like a wrathful Vajra, waved his large hand. The soul of the Deathlands was instantly annihilated. The Azure Dragon Holy Master didn't intend to kill Jiang Dylan, only teaching him a small lesson before letting him go. Then, he destroyed the Jiang clan's heaven-reaching seal. Release him. Qin Nan will deal with him himself later. As for the others, the Azure Dragon Holy Master transformed into a stream of light. The Flying Yang Holy Master, Peak Master Yang, and the Bloodshed City Lord's strange bodies exploded, turning into blood mist that filled the sky. This sudden turn of events shocked Patriarch Winda and the others. They no longer had the air of upper realm experts and leaders of the four major powers of the Eastern continent. Instead, they were filled with confusion and fear. They were about to execute supreme divine abilities, but were stopped. Just at this moment, a giant golden hand blocked them. With this terrifying aura, it easily suppressed Patriarch Winda and the other three elders. I will return to the upper realm. The next time we meet will be your death day. A half-step demonic emperor was scared witless by a single glance from a youth. At that moment, Qin Nan awoke from his coma, then looked at the Azure Dragon with a puzzled expression. I want to know, since your strength is already this powerful, why did you wait until now to act? The Azure Dragon Holy Master's eyes became incredibly deep. Everything I did was to help you quickly mature. You bear a heavy responsibility, and only with powerful strength can you be more resolute. Qin Nan took a deep breath. Who are you, exactly? Even if it's to temper me, you shouldn't have involved Princess Meow Meow. The Azure Dragon Holy Master patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the death poison won't harm them. If you want to know who I am, use your war god's eyes to see for yourself. Seeing this scene, Qin Nan was deeply shocked. This aura was incredibly familiar to him. The Azure Dragon Holy Master was actually formed from the war god's arm. A faint smile appeared on the Azure Dragon Holy Master's lips. That's right. My lifespan can only accompany you this far. Qin Nan hastily asked, what can I do to save you? The Azure Dragon Holy Master shook his head, his expression incredibly calm. I am just an arm transformed into a human. I can't maintain this human form for much longer. Of course, I won't truly die, but I will return to my original form, merge with your body, and conquer the world with you. After saying that, he suddenly knelt down. As your master is about to perish, I have one final request. Promise me, when you ascend to the 9 heavens, don't abandon me. Qin Nan's mind went blank. Why did these words sound so familiar? The Azure Dragon Holy Master's body burst into flames, until in the end, only a bone remained, lying there quietly. Qin Nan then went to the Azure Dragon Holy Land and entered secluded cultivation for a month and a half before fully recovering. Holy Master, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. After saying that, Qin Nan dripped a drop of blood onto the war god's left arm. In an instant, the war god's left arm, as if alive, fused with Qin Nan's left arm. Immediately after, all the spatial fragments disappeared. Senior, after I completely refine the war god's arm, I will set off for the upper realm to seek revenge. I want to borrow the power of the chaotic chi. Please protect the Luaha kingdom for 10 years. After saying these words, Qin Nan arrived at the boundary between the upper and lower realms, Heavenly Manifestation Mountain. Suddenly, the faint sounds of fighting came from the distance. Qin Nan immediately executed his movement technique, quickly heading towards the source of the sound. He currently knew nothing about the upper realm and could take this opportunity to ask someone for information. He saw 2 young men and a woman executing techniques, battling a large demonic beast. You two go first, quickly enter the city and inform the clan leader. I'll hold it off. The 2 young men didn't hesitate, executing their full cultivation as they quickly fled into the distance. Immediately after, the tiger-like demonic beast erupted with terrifying power, a claw striking the woman's chest. Opening its bloody maw wide, it prepared to devour the woman's head. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, interrupting the tiger-like demonic beast's actions. The newcomer was Qin Nan. He only lightly tapped with 2 fingers. And the ferocious demonic beast, as if severely injured, was sent flying. The ferocious tiger-like demonic beast, as if afflicted by a serious illness, was sent flying. Seeing this scene, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified half-step demonic emperor was actually defeated so easily. Fan Shinru quickly recovered from her shock. Thank you so much just now. If you don't mind, you can come with me to 9 Provinces City. I will definitely repay you. Qin Nan smiled faintly, repayment isn't necessary. May I ask where Nine Provinces City is? Fan Xinru had a surprised look on her face. You don't know Nine Provinces City? Could it be that you're from the lower realm? Just at this moment, the two young men who had fled returned. Who are you? What are you doing approaching Sister Xinru? I'm telling you, no matter who you are. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards Sister Xinru, I will definitely not spare you. Fan Xinru's face darkened, and she shouted, "Shut up! If it weren't for this big brother, I would be dead already. Big brother Qin Nan, this is your first time in the upper realm, you must be unfamiliar with this place. Why don't you wait for me to obtain the spirit monkey fruit? Then I'll take you to Nine Provinces City." The two young men immediately objected. This person's background is unknown. He might be intentionally approaching Sister Xinru, scheming for the spirit monkey fruit. Fan Xinru directly turned around. If you don't want to go, then don't follow me anymore. Big brother Qin Nan. Let's go. Half an hour later, Fan Xinru held an ancient map, searching through the forest. Found it. There are more spirit monkey fruits than I imagined. Thanks to you just now. These 8 spirit monkey fruits are a token of my gratitude. I hope you don't find it too little. Qin Nan reached out and accepted them. The two young men's expressions changed. He didn't do anything along the way. What right did he have to take 8 spirit monkey fruits? Fan Xinru's expression was cold. Is my life not worth 8 spirit monkey fruits? Qin Nan didn't hold back, storing the 8 spirit monkey fruits. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bull-like demonic beast charged towards them with a terrifying aura. The two young men's faces paled. This is the blood-eyed bull, a demonic emperor-level demonic beast. Just as they were about to flee, roars rang out one after another. A total of 8 blood-eyed bulls appeared. All demonic emperor-level blood-eyed bulls were instantly killed by a youth who had just arrived in the upper realm. At that moment, the blood-eyed bull king ordered Qin Nan to hand over the spirit monkey fruits. The two young men were scared witless. Sister Xinru, you hold them off, we'll go find reinforcements. Hearing this, Fan Xinru's heart sank. Don't even think about running. The blood-eyed bull king's blood-red eyes unleashed a terrifying blood-colored light. Big brother Qin Nan, I'm sorry, I've implicated you. Although Qin Nan's strength was formidable, Fan Xinru didn't believe he could rival the blood-eyed bull king. Qin Nan shook his head. Facing the ferocious attack, he calmly said, Blood-eyed bull king, I advise you to leave quickly. Don't force my hand. The blood-eyed bull king was stunned, then burst into laughter. You little brat, you dare to speak to me like that? I'll tear you apart and eat you piece by piece. Qin Nan's aura suddenly erupted, his entire being transforming into a primordial giant god. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3-zhang tall body of the blood-eyed bull king was instantly shattered, turning into nothingness. The two young men stood frozen in place. This was a demonic emperor-level existence, yet it was killed with a single punch. Their expressions became incredibly embarrassed. Big brother Qin Nan, we were rude before, please forgive us. Qin Nan directly ignored the two. Lady Xinru, let's go. Fan Xinru took out a small flying ship. Alright, let's go. On the flying ship, Qin Nan examined the 8 spirit monkey fruits in his hand. This thing contains a vast amount of pure energy, very beneficial for cultivation. I might as well take this opportunity to increase my cultivation a bit. In an instant, the spirit monkey fruit transformed into golden light, traveling along his meridians and entering Qin Nan's nascent soul. On his nascent soul, the war god's arm gradually formed mysterious lines that covered his entire body. Qin Nan felt his nascent soul's power reach its peak. He only needed to wait for the lines on his nascent soul to fully condense before he could attract the heavenly tribulation. 5 hours later, Fan Xinru smiled. Big brother Qin Nan, we've arrived at 9 Provinces City. A gigantic city stood tall between heaven and earth, its aura vast and imposing. The cities of the upper realm's eastern continent are truly incomparable to those of the lower realm. Fan Xinru led Qin Nan into 9 Provinces City. In our 9 Provinces City, there are 3 major powers, the City Lord's Mansion, the Fan Clan, and the Trading Alliance. Although it's not as good as White Tiger City, it's still a top city in the Mortal Sky Ancient Kingdom, bestowed with sacred Dao Qi by the Imperial family. After saying that, the two arrived at the Fan Clan's mansion. Qin Nan's eyes swept over the area, immediately grasping the approximate strength of the Fan Clan. 1 half-step venerable, 3 peak martial emperors, and over 20 martial emperor realm experts. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 major powers of 9 Provinces City. Fan Xinru led Qin Nan to a large hall. Father, I'm back. Fan Hao, the clan leader of the Fan Clan, immediately looked up. But when he saw Qin Nan's face, he couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. I seem to have seen this person somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered the portrait sent from White Tiger City half a month ago. This person seemed identical to the person in the portrait. His aura was exactly the same. Could this person be the wanted Qin Nan? Just reporting this news to the four major powers would earn him the chance to become the Patriarch's disciple. And he could also receive 4 pieces of sacred Dao Qi. Father, Big Brother Qin Nan came from the lower realm. He saved me, which is why I was able to pick the spirit monkey fruit. Later, we encountered the blood-eyed bull king, and he killed it with one punch, which is why I was able to return safely. Hearing this, Fan Hao was extremely shocked. His strength is truly unfathomable. Even if I mobilized the entire Fan clan's forces, I might not be able to defeat him. It seems I can only keep him here temporarily. This is the Fan clan's Grand Elder honorary token. I hope little friend Qin Nan will accept it. After all, if it weren't for your help, I might not have seen Shinru again. Qin Nan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He still didn't understand the upper realm, and having this token would be more convenient. Right, little friend Qin Nan, you came from the lower realm to the upper realm, presumably to become stronger. If that's the case, just a token isn't enough to express my sincerity. Our Fan clan has 2 spots to participate in the Phoenix Camp selection, and one of them will be given to you. Qin Nan was slightly surprised. Phoenix Camp selection? Fan Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Mortal Sky Ancient Kingdom's imperial family has 3 grand legions. The Xuanwu Legion, the Phoenix Legion, and the White Tiger Legion. The Phoenix Legion is ranked 2nd, gathering geniuses from all over the country. Joining it not only provides guidance from experts and abundant cultivation resources, but also the protection of the Mortal Sky Ancient Kingdom. Fan Shinru said excitedly, Big Brother Qin Nan, if it's you, you can definitely join the Phoenix Legion. Qin Nan smiled faintly. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. May I ask when the Phoenix Camp selection begins? The corners of Fan Hao's mouth curled up slightly. The Phoenix Camp selection is in 8 days. Shinru, take little friend Qin Nan around. Don't delay our esteemed guest's cultivation. The two didn't say anything more, leaving the main hall together. After half a cup of tea, Fan Hong took out a token and reported the matter to the Patriarch. On the other hand, not long after Qin Nan left, Fan Shinru ran into Fan Kyo, a disciple of the Fan clan. You're that brat from the lower realm? Fan Shinru is the woman my elder brother has his eyes on. You better stay away from her. The youth only glanced at him indifferently. I just defeated Elder Gui Dao of the Trading Alliance. Fan Kyo had just told Qin Nan that Fan Shinru was the woman his elder brother had his eyes on. Fan Shinru blushed and shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Qin Nan said coldly, Same as before, if you're not convinced, then fight. I'll only use one move. Although angry, Fan Kyo didn't dare to act rashly because he had heard that Qin Nan had killed Nian Wang with one punch. So, he glared resentfully at Qin Nan and quickly left. In that case, I'll just stroll around Earth 9 City myself. You don't need to waste your time accompanying me. Qin Nan left the Fan clan's mansion and headed towards the Trading Alliance based on his memory. Although he didn't know if he could find any information about Princess Meow Meow and her sacred clan, he should still go to the 2nd floor of the information trading area and ask. But halfway there, a cultivator wearing armor stopped him. Want to go to the 2nd floor? Pay the information fee first. You're from the lower realm, aren't you? No wonder you don't understand the rules. Qin Nan frowned, so what if I'm from the lower realm? Those who come from those barren plains have low strength. Do you really want to compare yourself to those from the upper realm? Just at this moment, a deep, middle-aged voice rang out. That's right. The Trading Alliance isn't a place for stray cats and dogs. Get out. Qin Nan sneered, a bunch of trash. You dared to cause trouble for me in the lower realm, and now in the upper realm, you're even more clueless. Kneel. Qin Nan's eyes suddenly unleashed boundless lightning, and the war god's pressure surged forth. The fat middle-aged man and the guard immediately knelt on the ground. They felt like a primordial beast was about to tear them apart and crush them. You damn fatty. Didn't you look down on people from the lower realm? Why are you kneeling? Before the fatty could speak, Fan Kyo's voice came from the 2nd floor. Qin Nan, you were so bold. You dared to attack the Trading Alliance's guards. You're finished. The City Lord's Mansion's enforcement team will be here to arrest you soon. Arrest me? I'll arrest you first. Just as Qin Nan was about to attack, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. You bold fool. Stop right there. Qin Nan's eyes were fierce and imposing, unafraid of whoever came. Unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the entire enforcement team was sent flying. Fan Kyo laughed at their misfortune from the side. Qin Nan, I don't think you can survive this. The next second, his body involuntarily flew up. Qin Nan tightly gripped Fan Kyo's neck. I think you're the one who can't survive this. Fan Kyo let out a tragic scream, continuously begging for mercy. Jin Nan directly threw him 1,000 miles away. Just as he was about to go up to the second floor, an authoritative voice rang out from behind. The newcomer was a red-haired old man. Little friend, our trading alliance's actions were indeed somewhat inappropriate. I will definitely discipline them later. But you have violated the rules of the trading alliance. You must publicly apologize and compensate us with 100,000 immortal stones. Jin Nan sneered, apologize? Compensate? He clapped his hands, and they fell to the ground. I, Jin Nan, came to Earth 9 City to visit City Lord Ji Woming. You wouldn't even let me in. I'd like to see what capabilities you possess. Isn't this the Jin Nan who's being hunted by the 4 great powers? Heaven is helping me. Old Hong immediately sneered, now that the city lord is here, you must compensate at least 1 million immortal stones. You audacious brat. No amount of compensation will do. A trace of venerable power erupted from Ji Wuming's body, grabbing towards Jin Nan's head. The war god nascent soul, the burning phoenix heart, and the void thunder gently trembled. Flame and lightning power erupted from within Jin Nan's body, simultaneously transforming into a large hand filled with imposing aura, shattering everything. Ji Wuming's expression drastically changed. He hadn't expected Jin Nan to send him flying with a single move. Old Hong reacted, opening his mouth and spitting out a large, glittering golden sword that slashed towards Jin Nan's eyes. Although Jin Nan's left pupil suddenly exploded, it was like a sea of thunder with someone inside. Terrifying lightning power descended like heavenly tribulation, instantly sending Old Hong's body flying. Seeing this, Ji Wuming's heart trembled. Even he couldn't defeat a peak martial emperor expert with a single move. Jin Nan slowly raised his right hand, his aura overwhelming, preparing to strike Ji Wuming. Suddenly, a large hand interrupted his attack. The newcomer was the Fan clan's clan leader, Fan Hao. Old Hong, as if seeing his savior, hastily said, Clan leader Fan, you arrived just in time. This lower realm brat openly violated the rules, please deal with him. But before he could finish speaking, Fan Hao angrily shouted, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the honorary grand elder of our Fan clan. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire scene was shaken, and everyone was dumbfounded. Ji Wuming's expression turned unsightly, this brat, you actually. Seeing his expression, Fan Hao quickly transmitted, Ji Wuming, Jin Nan must possess a heavenly treasure, which is why the 4 great powers are going crazy. I've already informed our patriarch. You should also inform yours, tell him to arrive at Earth 9 City within 3 days. Before the people from the Madman sect arrive, we'll capture Jin Nan. And then our 2 clans will split the treasure evenly. Ji Wuming's eyes immediately lit up, and the two continued their discussion through sound transmission. Ha ha ha, so this little friend is the honorary grand elder of the Fan clan. I offended you just now, I apologize here, please don't blame me, little friend. Invincible, invincible. Jin Nan, after fusing with the war god's left arm, is finally invincible. Ji Wuming, who had just had a fierce expression, took the initiative to apologize to Jin Nan. Old Hong, standing beside him, was somewhat at a loss. Ji Wuming glanced at him indifferently, you trading alliance, with the city lord away for a few days, you've lost control? Compensate little friend Jin Nan with 100,000 immortal stones. Jin Nan shook his head, forget about the 100,000 immortal stones. I came to the trading alliance just to inquire about some information. Have Old Hong take me to the second floor of the information trading area. Old Hong immediately took out a storage ring, there are 30,000 immortal stones here as a small compensation. If it's not enough. Arriving on the second floor, Jin Nan went straight to the point, help me find information about Princess Meow Meow. The guard took out a jade slip. I'm sorry, but regarding the person you mentioned, our trading alliance hasn't found any related information. Jin Nan frowned slightly, then help me find Jin Nan's whereabouts. The guard said calmly, we can't find that either. Seeing this, Old Hong became angry, how can there be nothing? Quickly investigate clearly. If you can't find it, I'll teach you a lesson. Jin Nan waved his hand. Forget it, if there's nothing, there's nothing. Old Hong put away the jade slip and smiled ingratiatingly, Elder Jin, why don't you come back and check in a few days? Some information can only be accessed by the city lord. But he's not here right now. He'll be back in a few days. Jin Nan nodded, a glint flashing in his eyes. Based on the animosity between him and the trading alliance, they would definitely be closely monitoring him. Now that there was no information about him, there must be something fishy going on. Jin Nan went down to the first floor and, seeing Ji Wuming and Fan Hao, said, I'm preparing to go to the Heavenly Manifestation Mountain Range to improve my cultivation. Farewell, seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wuming stopped him. You don't need to go to the Heavenly Manifestation Mountain Range to improve your cultivation. The closed cloud cave heaven will open tomorrow. Cultivating there is even better. The best cultivation area on the 9th floor is the closed cloud cave heaven. It opens once a year, for only 3 days each time. With your talent, you will definitely gain a lot by entering. The doubts in Qin Nan's heart deepened. Were Fan Hao and Ji Wuming being too kind to him? Ji Wuming seemed to see through his thoughts. Actually, in recent years, no one has entered the burning phoenix pool on the 9th floor. I want you to enter the closed cloud cave heaven precisely. Because I hope you can enter the burning phoenix pool. Qin Nan felt relieved. Although some doubts remained, he didn't pursue them further. This is the token to enter the closed cloud cave heaven. Come to Earth 9 City on time tomorrow. Quickly, a day passed, and the entire Earth 9 City became lively. Fan Shinru saw Qin Nan in the crowd and immediately ran over. But just at this moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. You're Qin Nan? Qin Nan frowned. That's right, what advice do you have? Suddenly, Fan Kyo sneered and angrily cursed. You beat up my older brother Fan Kyo yesterday at the Trading Alliance. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Qin Nan said coldly, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Hearing this blatant threat, Fan Kyo immediately hid behind Fan Wu. Fan Wu stared at Qin Nan. You'd better stay away from Shinru, or I won't hesitate to deal with you. Fan Shinru blushed and said, who I want to be close to is none of your business. Fan Wu directly ignored Qin Nan. Listen carefully. Qin Nan said calmly, I only hear a dog barking. Fan Wu's face immediately turned ugly. This is the first time someone has dared to talk to me like this. I'll remember you. Just at this moment, a loud laugh rang out. Huh, Fan Wu, this is the first time I've seen you get told off. Fan Wu's expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, Ji Tianhao, you. Ji Tianhao, give him 300 slaps. Alright, I'll definitely do it. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Courage is a good thing, but don't be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The next second, Qin Nan's shoulder was suddenly shoved, sending him crashing into Ji Tianhao. With a loud bang, Ji Tianhao, like a kite with its string cut, was sent flying dozens of zhang. Being knocked away in the middle of the street, Ji Tianhao felt utterly humiliated. He immediately flew into a rage. Alright. Your life is mine today. Before he could finish speaking, his father, Ji Wuming, arrived. Whose life do you want to take? Behave yourself. 9th floor, listen to my command. Ji Wuming infused venerable power into the token. Big brother Qin Nan, let's go. Fan Shinru led Qin Nan as they jumped into the black hole. In the next second, the world before their eyes suddenly changed. There was a gigantic cube here. This closed cloud golden stone is the essence condensed by the 9th floor, and it's very beneficial for cultivation. So the so-called closed cloud cave heaven is a crystal that can absorb energy. Excellent. If this energy can enhance my nascent soul, I must seize this opportunity. But just at this moment, 2 5th-grade Earth-rank martial spirits formed a cage, enveloping Qin Nan's entire body. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Let's see whose martial spirit is stronger. Seeing this, Fan Shinru was furious. These two were clearly trying to use their martial spirits to prevent Qin Nan from absorbing the energy. Too bad for you, I specialize in suppressing enemies with my martial spirit. Before me, you are merely. Down below, as soon as Qin Nan finished speaking, the war god martial spirit rose from the ground like a towering mountain. They're here, they're here. The 2 martial venerable patriarchs have finally arrived. Qin Nan had just released his war god martial spirit. Ji Tianhao and Fan Wu were completely stunned. Even among the top geniuses of the entire upper realm's eastern continent, this kid from the lower realm possessed such a terrifying martial spirit. Qin Nan shouted, martial spirit, suppress. Ji Tianhao and Fan Wu's martial spirits were instantly suppressed, almost shattering. The two knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Qin Nan said coldly, now do you know whose martial spirit is stronger? From now on, be my obedient dogs. After saying that, he glanced at them and focused on absorbing the closed cloud golden stone. The other geniuses came back to their senses and hastily activated their martial spirits to absorb the energy. Then, wry smiles appeared on their faces. The closed cloud golden stone had reached its absorption limit, and they couldn't absorb anything at all. But just at this moment, a clap of thunder echoed through the sky above Earth 9 City. It turned out that the sleeping spirit, sensing its power rapidly draining, had been awakened. Who is it? Who is absorbing the energy of the closed cloud golden stone? Ji Wuming and Fan Hao were also alerted. Why is the spirit? Quickly make that lower realm brat stop. Ji Wuming took a deep breath and hastily said, Senior Spirit, please calm down. This person is the hope of our 9th floor. You just need to endure for another 3 days. Just at this moment, Fan Wu ran in, panicked and terrified. City Lord, quickly stop the closed cloud cave heaven. If that brat continues absorbing, it will definitely affect our entire Earth 9 city. Ji Wuming shouted, shut up. Once the closed cloud cave heaven is opened, it must run for 3 days. How can it be stopped halfway? If you're not convinced, come to the City Lord's mansion and find me. Fan Wu and Ji Tianhao were somewhat intimidated and didn't dare to say anything more. Ji Wuming sneered inwardly. He only needed to wait 3 more days before he could help Qin Nan obtain the treasures on him. Time slowly passed, and 3 days quickly went by. Qin Nan's war god nascent soul still hadn't reached the nascent core stage. So, he took out the 10 live soul fire he had obtained at the death god platform, and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, the two fused, merging into the war god nascent soul. Purple armor covered his entire body, and at the center of the purple star, a nascent soul condensed, slowly revealing the character for war. It's finally about to break through. I need to find a secluded place. If I break through here, the entire Earth 9 city might be destroyed. Then, Qin Nan sought out Fan Hao and Ji Wuming. Seniors, I want to go to the Ascension platform. After I successfully break through, I'll immediately return to participate in the Burning Phoenix pool selection. A glint flashed in Fan Hao's eyes. Don't be in such a hurry. The examiner for the Burning Phoenix pool will arrive shortly. I'll take you to meet him. Qin Nan pondered for a moment. Alright, but I can only stay for 3 more hours at most, otherwise, the entire Earth 9 city will. A hint of contempt flashed in Ji Wuming's eyes. This brat is only breaking through to the core formation realm. Could he really destroy the 9th floor? What boasting! Time slowly passed, and 2 hours quickly went by. Qin Nan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The war god nascent soul's resistance was growing stronger and stronger, and it was becoming more and more difficult for him to suppress it. Seniors, how much longer until that examiner arrives? Fan Hao laughed. Soon, soon. But as soon as he finished speaking, the token in his hand suddenly vibrated slightly. Fan Hao probed his divine sense into it and immediately couldn't help but laugh loudly. The patriarch has finally arrived. But just at this moment, a disciple ran in anxiously, his face filled with fear. Qin Nan, run! They want to harm you. The 4 great powers have joined forces to blockade the entire Upper Realm's eastern continent. Everyone knows that as long as they report your information to the 4 great powers, they can become a disciple of a venerable patriarch and receive 4 pieces of sacred Tao treasures. Fan Hao and Ji Wuming are hiding this because they want to steal the treasure. On you! Shut up! Ji Wuming completely erupted. Earth venerable aura surged, carrying a terrifying divine might as it struck the disciple. Countless treasures flashed on the disciple's body, allowing him to escape death. Qin Nan's expression drastically changed. So it was all a conspiracy. Thinking back, Fan Hao and Ji Wuming's attitude towards him was indeed unusual. Fan Xinru was struck dumb. Father, big brother Qin Nan is my lifesaver, how could you? Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Fan Hao. Your life is not as important as the Fan clan's future. Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Earth 9 city, both carrying the terrifying pressure of venerables. The newcomers were the patriarchs of the Fan clan and the Ji clan. Ji Wuming said coldly, brat, if you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the treasure. Otherwise, don't blame our patriarchs for being impolite. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Qin Nan's mouth. You want to steal my treasure? Fine. If you refuse to hand it over, then we can only fight. The 2 patriarchs quickly reacted, erupting with overwhelming auras that shook the entire Fan clan. Venerable power surged, striking towards Qin Nan. Suddenly, Qin Nan shouted, wait! Out of respect for the Fan clan and the Ji clan allowing me to enter the closed cloud cave heaven, I'm kindly advising you, it's best not to attack, otherwise the entire Earth 9 city will suffer the consequences. The youth only waved his hand slightly, and a crack appeared in the void. Just a simple wave of his hand almost destroyed the entire city. Just now, the Fan clan patriarch directly transformed into a giant golden pagoda, fiercely suppressing Qin Nan. The Ji clan patriarch waved his hand, conjuring a mysterious long spear that pierced through the void. Seeing this, Fan Xinru's face turned pale.